Chapter 1400, King's Loot. When the HP of one of the Frost Kings reached 0, both Frost Kings suddenly turned into ice and shattered. At the same time, the heavy pressure on Zero Wing's members lifted, and they collapsed wearily to sit down on the ground. That was so close! Everyone from Zero Wing breathed out a sigh of relief when they noticed the magic array in the sky disappearing gradually. Had the magic array been allowed to gather mana for even a moment longer, this battle would definitely have ended in their annihilation. After the Frost King's death, everyone received a generous amount of EXP. Although not everybody managed to level up, their experience bars still increased by a sizable portion, equivalent to 1 day's worth of grinding. However, compared to the EXP they received, everyone paid much more attention to the loot of the Frost King. The reason for this was the loot's abundance. The Frost King actually dropped over 100 items when it died. Even the final bosses of leveling maps would not drop such a large number of items. Usually, one would be fortunate to get 1 or 2 dozen items. Yet now, there were actually over 100 items dropped. Just looking at the loot made everyone's heart race. What? So many items actually dropped? Envy suddenly filled the eyes of the distant spectating large guilds and independent players, many of them wishing they could charge forward and steal some of the items for themselves right now. However, the onlookers simply left their fantasies as fantasies. Setting aside how much time they would need to cross the long distance separating themselves and the loot, just getting through Zero Wing's experts to reach the loot would already be a near impossible feat. Crap. I bet there are going to be plenty of dark gold weapons and equipment among the loot. Dark gold rank? Aren't you underestimating the mutated Frost King a little too much? I recall that the last mutant that appeared in White River City had dropped epic items after it died. Since the Frost King was much more powerful than that previous mutant, most likely, there are going to be many epic items among the loot. Even until now, our guild has only managed to obtain 1 epic item. Moreover, it was even taken by the guild leader. If I could have one as well, I'd definitely be willing to leave my guild and join Zero Wing. Everyone speculated on the Frost King's loot. What frightening loot! With merely a glance at the items dropped, Shi Feng already spotted more than 10 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones and magic crystal treasure chests. Attribute gemstones were one of the hard currencies in God's domain. No matter what level players reached, attribute gemstones would not become obsolete. Meanwhile, the magic crystal treasure chest was something only Grand Lord ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping, starting from level 50. Depending on the magic crystal treasure chest's quality, the number of magic crystals it rewarded would also vary. This could be considered a relatively good way for expert teams to obtain magic crystals. Common magic crystal treasure chests gave between 5 to 20 magic crystals, and on the market, they sold for roughly 3 gold each. Bronze magic crystal treasure chests gave between 30 to 50 magic crystals and sold for roughly 12 gold each. Mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chests gave between 100 to 150 magic crystals and sold for roughly 37 gold each. Secret silver magic crystal treasure chests gave between 300 to 500 magic crystals and sold for roughly 120 gold each. Fine gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 1,000 to 2,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 450 gold each. Dark gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 3,000 to 5,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 1,200 gold each. Meanwhile, the Frost King had dropped a total of 5 magic crystal treasure chests, 3 secret silver rank, 1 fine gold rank, and 1 dark gold rank. After another 10 minutes or so, Shi Feng was finally done organizing the Frost King's loot. As he was doing so, he could not help but grow ecstatic. Among the loot, there were 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. These things were extremely valuable treasures in God's domain. Not to mention, one of these 2 scrolls was even a summoning scroll. The value of this scroll was simply incalculable. Aside from those, there were also various advanced recipes and designs for the various lifestyle classes. The one Shi Feng loved the most was the Titan device design, which ranked near the top even among advanced designs. Or to put it in another way, the Titan device was one of the consumable items all players dreamed of obtaining. Like the strengthening device, the Titan device was similarly a consumable item. Only, unlike the strengthening device, which was used to extend the durability of equipment, the Titan device was used to increase the mana density around players. It allowed players to exert even more of their own strength. Of course, the increase in mana density provided by the Titan device was not as significant as that of the fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries ring. It was roughly at the level of a town or city with 5 magic towers, higher than the mana density currently available in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. However, the duration of the Titan device was considerably short, lasting only 3 hours. Even so, it was still exceedingly popular among the players of God's domain in the past. As long as Titan devices appeared in an auction house, the various large guilds and adventurer teams would immediately buy them out. Unfortunately, the Titan device design was extremely rare. Even after 10 years had passed, very few guilds had managed to get their hands on one. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds had several of the designs, while first-rate guilds would have been fortunate to have even 3 or 4 pieces. As a result, the Titan devices these guilds produced were rarely ever sold to the public and were generally kept for internal consumption. Aside from the Titan device design, the Frost King had also dropped 2 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item. The quality of the loot dumbfounded even Shi Feng. Of the 2 epic items, one was a necklace called Magic Devouring Charm. The necklace's level range was between 45 and 100. Unfortunately, the necklace's basic attributes were average at best. Moreover, the necklace had only 1 passive skill. In Shi Feng's opinion, though, this necklace was definitely a top-tier necklace for magical classes. The reason for this was the passive skill Mana Body. Mana Body increased the wearer's spell completion rate by 3% and spell effectiveness by 30% while decreasing spellcasting time by 20%. This could be considered a godly skill for magical class players. Aside from the Magic Devouring Charm, the other epic item was a spatial bag. The value of this item exceeded even the Magic Devouring Charms. Although the spatial bag did not provide any attributes or skills to players, it could be stored inside a player's bag space and be used to store 12,000 slots worth of items, nearly double the available slots in Shi Feng's current bag space. Meanwhile, the most amazing aspect of this spatial bag was its built-in warehouse. Players could store non-bag space items such as diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals inside this warehouse. Moreover, the spatial bag could store up to 300 non-bag space items, triple the amount the Hurricane sailboat could carry. If put up for auction, it could easily sell for over 50,000 gold. With this, transporting diamond wood will become much more convenient. As Shi Feng looked at the spatial bag, he quickly thought of many more ways of making money. Non-bag space items were generally very precious in God's domain. Due to the trouble of transporting them, these items generally sold for very high prices. Hence, maritime adventurer teams were able to make a fortune by transporting items. As long as one transported some popular non-bag space items to a location that did not produce them, one would be able to sell the items for astronomical prices. Now that Shi Feng had the spatial bag, he could travel to various countries to purchase their local non-bag space items for a low price and resell these in other countries. After he was done looking at the 2 epic items, he could not help but shift his sights to a dazzling staff. Despite the 2 epic items earlier being worth tens of thousands of gold, the total value of these 2 items was not even worth 1/10 of this staff. The reason being, this staff was a fragmented legendary weapon. 1401 Advanced Garrison Order. Chapter 1401, Advanced Garrison Order. To current players, epic items were already godlike existences that were unobtainable. What more fragmented legendary items? Even until now, there had been no news of any guild or player that had managed to get their hands on a fragmented legendary item. Although there was the possibility that the ones who had done so were keeping it a secret like Zero Wing, the odds of it happening were very low. After all, in addition to fragmented legendary items being extremely rare, the difficulty of acquiring one was also exceedingly high. In the past, Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild, had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. From this, one could imagine just how rare fragmented legendary items were. Meanwhile, the fact that the Frost King had dropped a fragmented legendary staff could definitely be considered exceptional luck. Compared to equipment and accessories, weapons were the foundations for improving a player's combat power. As expected of a fragmented legendary weapon, its attributes really are terrifyingly strong. Frost Flame Wrath, Two-Handed Staff, Fragmented Legendary Rank, Equipment Requirement, Strength 600, Intelligence 1500 Attack, Power 220% of Intelligence. All attributes increases according to user's level. When equipped, Strength increased by 30%, Agility increased by 50%, Intelligence increased by 60%, Endurance increased by 50%, Vitality increased by 50%, Casting Speed increased by 30%, Cast range plus 20, magic damage increased by 30%, all spell effectiveness increased by 30%, spell critical rate increased by 30%, spell cost decreased by 10%, spell cost decreased by 10%, completion rate of all ice, and fire type spells and skills increased by 5%. Ignore levels plus 20. Additional passive skill. 1. Frost Flame Origin can be increased up to tier 5. Additional passive skill 2. Elemental Shield. Reduces all magic damage received by 50% and physical damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1, Frost Flame Hell, deals ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius for 10 seconds. Spell effectiveness will be 1 tier higher than user's current tier. CA Calm can be increased up to tier 5. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Frost Flame Space, with the user as the center, decreases the attributes of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 30%. Increases users' attributes by 80% and physique by 50%. also creates an ice-type doppelganger and a fire-type doppelganger. Doppelgangers will have 100% of users' basic attributes but can use only their corresponding type of spells. While inside Frostflame space, as long as either user or one doppelganger survives, user will not die. When Frostflame space's duration ends, user will recover back to peak condition. Duration, 1 minute cooldown, 3 hours additional active skill. 3. Summon Mount, summons a Frostflame cheetah that has 300% movement speed and is 1 tier higher than user. Mount's tier cannot exceed tier 5. Duration, 3 hours cooldown, 3 hours. This staff was once owned by Irene Jacques. However, the core runes have been damaged. The staff needs to absorb 10 god crystals to recover. Current number of absorbed god crystals, 0-10. To elementalists, the Frost Flame Wrath was simply a divine weapon. Moreover, obtaining this staff was equivalent to obtaining a dark gold mount as well. The mount summoned could also serve as an MT, making up for the disadvantages of an elementalist. Only, the staff's equipment requirements were somewhat high. Normally, magical class players rarely ever invested their free attribute points into strength. Moreover, magical class equipment rarely ever provided strength bonuses. A level 45 magical class player would be fortunate to have even 300 strength. The 1000 intelligence required was similarly a hard target to achieve for current players. At this stage of the game, magical class players that had 1000 intelligence could already rank near the top among their class. However, as long as he could arm one of the guild's elementalist experts with the Frost Flame Wrath, they would immediately soar to become a peak expert. Following which, Shi Feng stored the Frost Flame Wrath and began going through the other items dropped. This is, very quickly, Shi Feng discovered a crystal token inside his bag. Meanwhile, there was the word city carved on the token. His eyes immediately glowed at the sight. What? An advanced garrison order? The reason why the NPCs of Evernight City had mentioned that guilds could garrison Evernight City if they killed the Frost King was the garrison order the Frost King would drop. With the garrison order, a guild could garrison a city and enjoy various benefits. Every NPC city possessed different levels of authority. Meanwhile, an advanced garrison order allowed a guild to have advanced authority right off the bat. Could the basic garrison order have transformed into an advanced one due to the Frost King turning into a mutant? Based on Shi Feng's memories, the guild that killed the Frost King in the past had obtained only a basic garrison order. Advanced garrison order owner of this token may allow one guild to permanently garrison Evernight City and enjoy advanced authority in the city. The basic garrison order of a dark city allowed the connection of a guild town to said dark city. As the amount of reputation a guild possessed in a dark city increased, the amount of authority it had within the city would increase as well. Greater authority allowed a guild to connect multiple towns with the city. Meanwhile, if a guild possessed advanced authority in a dark city, not only could it connect multiple guild towns to the city, but it could also purchase land in the central area of the city. In God's domain, dark cities were much more popular among players compared to ordinary NPC cities. However, players needed to complete certain quests before they could enter a dark city. Either that, or become a red or dark player. Despite the various weapons and equipment available for exchange inside dark cities being limited to red and dark players, that did not stop normal players seeking items suitable for themselves from exchanging for these items. Normal players just needed to commission a red or dark player to act as a proxy for them in exchange for compensation. Hence, trade within dark cities was very active. Particularly after players reached level 50 and high-quality weapons and equipment became increasingly rarer, such dark city exchanges would become even more popular in God's domain. In the past, the population of dark cities had, at one point, even exceeded that of capital cities of kingdoms. One could just imagine how many players were conducting trades in dark cities. Of course, red and dark players could not freely exchange for high-quality weapons and equipment in dark cities. Not only did they need a sufficient amount of reputation, but they also needed to spend contribution points of the corresponding dark city when exchanging for items. Without sufficient contribution points, red and dark players could not exchange for items either. Meanwhile, upon inspecting the advanced garrison order, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. System, do you wish to bind the token? Without hesitation, Shi Feng chose to bind the token to himself. After all, one of his goals in coming to the Frozen Scar this time was the garrison order. System, you have bound the token to yourself. Please visit Magistrate Magrentz at Evernight City's City Hall. After binding the advanced garrison order, Shi Feng continued looking through the remaining loot. These were level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. If sold, each one of them could easily fetch over 1,000 gold. Overall, more than 10,000 gold's worth of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped. Once he had organized the loot, he did not share any details with the team. He merely gave all participants the GCPs they deserved so that they could exchange for the weapons and equipment they wanted once they returned to the guild. After all, a 1,000-man team was different from a 100-man team. There just wasn't enough equipment to share with everyone. If a team auction were held, it would definitely consume a lot of time. Hence, he might as well place all the dropped dark gold weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse and let everyone make their choices. As for the epic items and above, they were the guild's secrets and should not be displayed or put up for exchange casually. I should make a trip to Evernight City and open up the transfer path. Shi Feng then removed the guild war order and took out a return scroll to leave the frozen scar. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing successfully raiding the Frost King had spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. 1402 Popular Battle Arena, Chapter 1402, Popular Battle Arena. The news of the Frost King's defeat immediately caught the attention of many adventurer teams and independent players. This is a lie, right? I heard that many people got annihilated by the Frost King. Even the allied forces of the various large guilds, consisting of over 100,000 elite players, were helpless against the Frost King. Just how did Zero Wing succeed? Zero Wing's killing the Frost King means that it can now directly garrison Evernight City. With this, Stone Forest Town will also be connected with Evernight City. Previously, I avoided going to Stone Forest Town since I felt it was too much of a hassle. However, if there's a teleportation array connecting the town to Evernight City, it might not be a bad idea to pay the town a visit. Now that Stone Forest Town has a link to Evernight City, it will definitely remain the #1 town of Star Moon Kingdom even in the future. I wonder what kind of actions Heaven's Burial will take. The various adventurer teams and independent players were overjoyed over the fact that they could travel directly to Evernight City via Stone Forest Town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was already very popular for the many rare items being sold there, as well as having a training location like the Battle Arena. Only, due to the inconvenience of traveling to Stone Forest Town, many players in Star Moon Kingdom had given up on the endeavor. Now that Stone Forest Town was connected to Evernight City, visiting the town became much more convenient. Star Moon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Damn it, Zero Wing actually succeeded. Broken Flow's complexion darkened after watching the video showing Zero Wing's raid of the Frost King. Guild leader, what should we do next? Heaven's Burial had suffered tremendous losses this time. Not only did over 10,000 elite members die, but they even lost the kill of the Frost King. Now, Zero Wing's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom was as dazzling as the midday sun. Meanwhile, as soon as the various adventurer teams and independent players received news of Zero Wing's success, they all started thinking about teleporting from Evernight City to Stone Forest Town and taking a look around. One could just imagine how bustling Stone Forest Town would become once it was actually linked with Evernight City. We'll let Zero Wing enjoy its success for now. It has merely opened a teleportation channel between Stone Forest Town and Evernight City right now. In God's domain, levels and resources are the truly important things. What we truly need to focus on this time is the Empire's Rise expansion pack. Moreover, Beast Emperor has just sent a message for our side to start preparing soon, Singular Burial said, sneering. However, we can't let Zero Wing off too easily either. Notify the personnel at the auction house. Tell them to increase the number of rare items we're putting up for sale, as well as lower the processing fees a little. I want to see just how many merchant players and adventurer teams are really willing to go to Stone Forest Town. Guild leader, if we do that, Red Iron Town's income will dwindle to nothing, Daybreak Fog said worriedly. With the current income of Red Iron Town's auction house, not only were they able to support the town's development, but they also had funds to spare for Heaven's Burial's own development. However, if they lowered the processing fees they collected, they would only be able to sustain the town's development. To Heaven's Burial, which was currently in dire need of funds, this was not a beneficial situation. It's fine. As long as Beast Emperor and we can deal with the matter over at the neutral map, Red Iron Town and Stone Forest Town will be meaningless to us, Singular Burial said, laughing. Alright, just go and get the necessary arrangements done. He and Beast Emperor were fully aware of how powerful Zero Wing was. Since the very beginning, they never intended to rely on Red Iron Town to compete with Zero Wing. They simply wanted to use the town to hinder Zero Wing's development somewhat. Understood. After giving the matter some thought, Daybreak Fog found Singular Burial's decision reasonable. She then made her way to Red Iron Town, Right T, the first floor hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Currently, there was a long line of players waiting in the hall to get into the combat rooms. Although duels held in the combat rooms had minimal effect for top-tier experts, they were very effective for the general masses. After all, players could maintain a calm state of mind while in a high mana density environment. For ordinary players, the effectiveness of fighting inside a combat room for 1 hour was equivalent to fighting PvP battles in the outside world for 10 hours or more. Huh? What's up with those two people? How many times have they entered the advanced combat rooms already? Do they have too much money to waste? A few players could not help their surprise at seeing Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon trying to rent the advanced combat rooms for the 9th time. Initially, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were already quite eye-catching as they stood inside the first floor hall due to their levels and equipment. Adding on the fact that they would return to the first floor once every half an hour to rent the advanced combat rooms, they naturally would garner attention. Renting 2 combat rooms each time meant spending 4 magic crystals. Doing so 8 times meant spending 32 magic crystals. On the market, 32 magic crystals could easily fetch 8 gold or more. Many expert players did not even earn 1 gold a day. Although adventurer teams were generally wealthier than individual expert players, No matter how the waiting players looked at it, spending 8 gold in such a short time was simply extravagant. Yet now, both Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were actually planning on renting the advanced combat rooms again. That was simply ludicrous. Sir, I'm very sorry, but as per our Battle Arena's rules, non-members are allowed to rent the advanced combat rooms only 8 times per day. If you wish to increase your number of entries, you'll have to become a member of the Battle Arena. In that case, you get 16 entries per day. If you become an advanced member, you can rent the advanced combat rooms without limit, the female NPC receptionist said, smiling as she looked at Remnant Cloud. I get to use the advanced combat rooms 16 times a day if I become a member? Remnant Cloud fell into deep thought. That is correct. The female receptionist nodded. If you wish to become a member of our Battle Arena, you'll have to deposit 2,000 magic crystals into your individual account. Having just arrived at Stone Forest Town recently, the players lining up at the counter next to Remnant Clouds were startled when they heard the prices quoted by the NPC receptionist. Has Zero Wing gone mad? There's someone willing to rent the expensive advanced combat rooms, yet Zero Wing has actually gone and limited the number of entries? Do they hate getting magic crystals that much? That's right. Only adventurer teams on Firecloud Fox's level would be willing to pay such a high price. If it were me, I would rather spend my magic crystals at the trial tower. Just as everyone was ridiculing the Battle Arena's regulations, Remnant Cloud suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "What are the conditions to become an advanced member here?" He dumbfounded everyone. What's going on? Is Firecloud Fox that wealthy? Everyone could not help but be shocked by Remnant Cloud's question. Although this was their first time hearing about the advanced membership, needless to say, the advanced membership fee would definitely be much higher than the basic membership fee. If you wish to become an advanced member directly, you have to deposit 3,000 magic crystals into your personal account. If you become an advanced member, not only will you be able to rent the advanced combat room without limit, but you'll also receive a 20% discount when using the normal combat rooms, the NPC receptionist explained. How fraudulent. If I had that many magic crystals, I would rather stay cooped up inside the trial tower than come here. Zero Wing is insane. Is there really someone who would be so foolish? A commotion broke out when the onlookers heard the NPC receptionist's explanation. Previously, the price of the Battle Arena's basic membership was already pretty fraudulent. However, the price of the advanced membership appeared utterly ridiculous. 3,000 crystals? A tight frown formed on Remnant Cloud's face. After a moment of deliberation, he said, I just need to have a total of 3,000 magic crystals stored inside my personal account, right? That's right, the receptionist nodded. If that's the case, carry out the basic membership procedures for the two of us for now, Remnant Cloud said, gritting his teeth as he paid 2,400 magic crystals to the NPC receptionist. This amount was already close to 1/3 of Firecloud Fox's stockpile of magic crystals. Of course, if it was possible, Remnant Cloud very much preferred to become an advanced member instead. That way, he could keep improving himself inside the advanced combat room. However, he had brought less than 3,000 magic crystals this time, hence he could only settle for basic membership for now. Understood. The NPC receptionist received the 2,400 magic crystals and started the membership procedures of the Battle Arena with Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon. After completing the procedures, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon immediately turned around and dashed towards the staircase, apparently planning on entering the advanced combat rooms again. Is this a joke? Is he some actor hired by Zero Wing? The surrounding players wore a look of confusion on their faces as they watched Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon leaving hurriedly for the 7th floor of the Battle Arena. They simply could not believe this situation. The two players were actually willing to become members of the Battle Arena just so that they could have more chances to enter the advanced combat rooms. Just what kind of magic does this advanced combat room possess? Wait a minute, I'm not renting a normal combat room anymore. I want to rent an advanced combat room instead. Quite a few expert players that were about to pay their rental fees suddenly changed their minds. They were intensely curious about what was so special about the advanced combat room that it could mesmerize experts like Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon to such a degree. 1403, Sacred Training Ground, Chapter 1403, Sacred Training Ground. Due to Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon's actions, many expert players inside the first floor hall of the Battle Arena grew interested in the advanced combat rooms. They immediately began applying to rent a room for themselves one after another, curious to find out just what was so special about the advanced combat rooms. I want to rent an advanced combat room. Here are 2 magic crystals. Just what is so special about the advanced combat room? I want to give it a try. Just a short moment after Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon left, over a dozen players expressed their intentions to try the advanced combat rooms. However, as there were only 9 advanced combat rooms available, the others had no choice but to wait for their turn. The expert players that got to use the advanced combat rooms entered their respective rooms while filled with skepticism. However, as soon as they entered their rooms, they immediately received a surprise as an illusory creature that looked like their doppelganger appeared before them. Upon fighting with these illusory creatures, the players found out that not only were the illusory creatures capable of using the exact same skills they themselves did, but the illusory creatures even executed the skills perfectly, like second nature. There was no sense of awkwardness in their movements whatsoever. Moreover, the might of the skills the illusory creatures executed were much more powerful than the players' own. After just a short clash, the players found themselves completely suppressed by the illusory creatures. Their defeat took less than 30 seconds. If not for the weapons and equipment they wore possessing powerful skills, they might not even have lasted 10 seconds. So strong. Is this for real? Can I really exhibit that kind of combat power? Why is there such a huge gap between the skill he used and the skill I used? Upon reviving, the players looked at their respective illusory creatures in shock. Originally, they could already exhibit greater combat power in the battle arena due to the high mana density here. However, they never imagined that they had the potential to elevate their combat power to such a degree. The illusory creatures' grasp on timing and skill completion rates, in particular, captivated them completely. Before they knew it, their respective illusory creatures had already killed them, following which, the expert players inside the advanced combat rooms fully indulged in the wonders of the room. Even after 30 minutes had passed and they were ejected from their respective rooms, they still wore a dazed look on their faces. What? Didn't I just enter recently? It's over already? Why do I feel like only a few minutes passed? The expert players looked at the advanced combat rooms they were just kicked out from with great reluctance. However, as their time limit was up, they could only accept their fate and dash downstairs to get in line and rent the advanced combat room once more. Huh? What's going on with these people? The next batch of players queued up to use the advanced combat rooms stared in confusion at the last batch of players coming out from the rooms. They could not understand why these players were in such a hurry to go downstairs after leaving the advanced combat rooms. Commander, it seems that more and more people have found out about the secret of the advanced combat room. Should we continue queuing up for the rooms, or should we head to the Divine Colosseum instead? Graceful Moon frowned when she saw another batch of experts coming up to the 7th floor. She and Remnant Cloud had intended to keep the functionalities of the advanced combat rooms to themselves and monopolize the rooms for as long as possible. After all, only 9 advanced combat rooms were available. If other players found out about the wonders of the rooms, the advanced combat rooms would definitely be heavily contested. The spars held inside the advanced combat rooms had inspired her greatly, so much so that it was much more effective to train inside the advanced combat rooms than spar against an opponent of equal or superior standards. After just 9 training sessions, she had already managed to improve the completion rate of one of her Tier 1 skills by 3%. Although 3% did not seem like much, since the completion rate of this skill had increased from 82% to 85%, both the might and effect of the skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, by fighting against the illusory creature, she had managed to get a grasp on when would be a good time to use her skills. The advanced combat room was so beneficial that she and Remnant Cloud had even delayed their plans to train at the Divine Colosseum in preparation for tomorrow's ranking competition. Not many people have discovered it yet, so the wait should not be that long. Let's continue queuing up for now. We'll return to the Black Dragon Empire only after the queue gets too long, Remnant Cloud said after giving the matter some thought. Previously, he had planned on heading to the Divine Colosseum to train after testing the advanced combat room once. However, just one try had gotten him addicted. Compared to the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, the advanced combat room could provide him with much greater aid, especially when it came to the improvement of skill completion rates. Meanwhile, details regarding the advanced combat rooms quickly spread, causing a huge commotion on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Amazing advanced combat rooms appear in Stone Forest Town. Shortly after this post appeared, it was already uploaded to the top 10 positions on the forums. This allowed everyone to find out about the advanced combat rooms. Is this a scam? Is the advanced combat room really that miraculous? Why would I need to lie to you? Right now, the advanced combat rooms are already in great demand. Just the number of players currently queued up for the rooms is already close to 300. Many people are regretting the fact that they did not rent a room for themselves before when nobody was using them. I heard that due to the high demand, the Battle Arena amended the regulations for the advanced combat rooms. Now, non-members get only 1 entry per day, while basic members get 4 entries. Only advanced members have no limit. Moreover, the rental price has also increased from the previous 2 magic crystals to 4 now. Zero Wing is so fraudulent. They actually dare to charge 4 magic crystals? This is insane. Who would be willing to rent something so expensive? Expensive? You can't rent one right now even if you want to. Moreover, it is precisely because of this price hike that there are currently only around 300 people lined up. If Zero Wing kept the previous price, you might not get a room even after waiting 10 days. Forget 4 magic crystals. If I can get into a room right away, I'm even willing to pay 10 magic crystals. For a time, everyone was filled with anticipation towards the advanced combat rooms of Stone Forest Town. This was especially true for expert players. Previously, the only attraction for them in the battle arena was the monthly tournament held there. At most, they would use the normal combat rooms to spar with friends. They had no particular need for the battle arena. However, with the appearance of the advanced combat rooms, these experts became entranced with the battle arena. Meanwhile, inside Evernight City, Shi Feng had arrived before the city hall. The city hall of a dark city was much stricter than White River City's city hall. Moreover, just standing before the building itself, Shi Feng could already feel a dense power of darkness coming from it. He could even see the power of darkness in the form of dark fog encircling the building. Even dart players would feel uncomfortable when subjected to such a dense power of darkness. However, to Shi Feng, who wielded the Bible of Darkness, this power of darkness was practically non-existent. As a result, he arrived inside the courtyard of the city hall with relative ease. However, the farther he got into the city hall, the denser the power of darkness present in the atmosphere. The pressure he felt grew increasingly heavier as well. This is a restricted area of the city. Non-related personnel are forbidden entry. As soon as Shi Feng arrived before the city hall's main entrance, 4 level 200, tier 3 dark knights blocked his path, exuding a threatening aura. If Shi Feng made any sudden movements, they would promptly take action. They were much crueler when compared to the guards in ordinary NPC cities. I have come to meet with Lord Magrentz, Shi Feng said as he revealed the advanced garrison order. An advanced garrison order? The 4 dark knights were momentarily stunned when they looked at the crystal token in Shi Feng's hand. Their attitude instantly became much more respectful as one of them said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll notify the Lord Magistrate immediately." The advanced garrison order was like the proof of one's status. Wielders of this token were equivalent to the major nobles of Evernight City. Let alone guards like themselves, even the magistrate of Evernight City had to treat the owners of advanced garrison orders with respect. Very quickly, the Dark Knight that went to report Shi Feng's arrival returned. The NPC then stopped before Shi Feng and said respectfully, "The Lord Magistrate has already been notified of your presence. Please follow me." After saying so, the Dark Knight led Shi Feng into the city hall. Crap, who's that? He's actually able to enter the city hall. That's not possible, right? I heard that one needs to reach at least Baron rank in order to enter the city hall. How can someone have reached that rank already? Could that person be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? I heard that Zero Wing has killed the Frost King and can directly garrison Evernight City. Black Flame? The rumor is actually true? If it's true, we're in luck this time. If we want to go to Stone Forest Town in the future, we can simply teleport there. Several players got goosebumps when they saw Shi Feng entering the city hall. Meanwhile, news of this situation also spread rapidly throughout Evernight City. 1404 Advanced Auction House appears. Chapter 1404 Advanced Auction House appears. After entering the city hall, the Dark Knight led Shi Feng to an office on the 5th floor. Even before Shi Feng entered the office though, he could already feel an aura of death leaking out of the room and shuddered involuntarily at the aura's intensity. As the doors to the office opened, an aura several times stronger than even that of a tier 4 mythic monster washed over him. For a moment, it felt as if the space around him froze. "Come in." A deep and chilling voice came from within the room. Upon entering the room, Shi Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the deep voice's owner sitting behind an office table. The owner of the voice was a hunched, middle-aged man with skin as pale as snow. The man wore a set of dark robes and held a stack of parchment in his hands. If not for the faint tinge of life in the aura the man exuded, one would even think that they had come across the god of death. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Magrentz, Evernight City's magistrate. Magrentz was the overlord of Evernight City. At the same time, he was also a tier 5 dark magus, an existence that even Star Moon Kingdom feared. Magrentz was the reason why the kingdom's army did not dare take action against Evernight City. Facing an NPC of such caliber, Shi Feng did not dare waste time playing around with words. He immediately took out the advanced garrison order and placed it on the table. "Lord Magistrate, I wish to have my guild garrison this city. I hope that you can permit it," Shi Feng said respectfully. "This is indeed my city's advanced garrison order." "All right, I permit your guild to garrison Evernight City." Magrentz nodded after glancing at the crystal token on the table. He then took out a piece of parchment and a map of Evernight City and said, "Write down your guild's name on this parchment. You may then pick one of the empty spots on the map to cite your guild's residence." After receiving the parchment and map, Shi Feng wrote the words Zero Wing on the parchment without hesitation. He then started browsing through the available locations for a guild residence. Is this the privilege of having an advanced garrison order? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the available locations on the map. Evernight City was different from ordinary NPC cities. There was a huge difference between its normal, inner, and central areas. The privileges that a guild got to enjoy within the city was dependent on the location of its garrison. The members of a guild garrisoned in Evernight City's normal area were allowed entry into Evernight City even without doing the city's entry quest. Those of guilds that garrisoned the city's inner area were also qualified to take part in the Dark Auction, which was held once a week at the city's auction house. Usually, players would need to have a certain amount of local reputation and complete a series of quests in order to participate in the weekly Dark Auctions. Lastly, the central area was where all guilds within Starmoon Kingdom wished to garrison. As long as a guild managed to set up a residence in the central area, its guild members could exchange for weapons and equipment in Evernight City without having to become a red or dark player. The quality of the weapons and equipment its members could exchange for would depend on the guild's reputation within the city. The only downside to this was that, unlike the items exchanged by dark players, the items exchanged by guild members who were not red or dark players were bound to themselves. However, the number of spots available in the central area of Evernight City was extremely limited. In addition, as there was no fee for garrisoning Evernight City, the 10 available spots would be distributed via an elimination system. Guilds would be ranked according to the number of city contribution points they accumulated each month, and those qualified to garrison the central area could compete for the 10 spots each month. With the advanced garrison order, Zero Wing could directly garrison the central area. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial only managed to garrison the inner area. Lord Magistrate, I have already made my decision. After Shi Feng made his selection, he returned the parchment and map to Magrintz. Excellent. From now on, Zero Wing will be one of the guilds garrisoned in Evernight City. You may go and take a look at your guild residence now, Magrintz said, nodding after he took a look at the contents of the parchment. He then waved his hand, signaling permission for Shi Feng to leave. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. Evernight City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison Evernight City's central area, rewarding 1,000 Evernight City Guild reputation and 3,000 Evernight City Guild popularity. The system announcement repeated 3 times, notifying every player within Evernight City of its contents. Many large guilds reacted enviously to this situation. Setting aside the guild reputation awarded, just the guild popularity awarded was already enough to make the various large guilds go crazy. After all, the quality and quantity of guild quests a garrisoned guild could receive in Evernight City varied depending on the amount of popularity it had. This would also have a significant impact on the amount of contribution points the guild members accumulated. Crap, Zero Wing is amazing. I heard that, even until now, Heaven's Burial has only managed to get into the inner area after going through many difficulties. With this, Zero Wing's members are going to have an awesome time. As long as they collect enough contribution points, they can exchange for weapons and equipment suitable for themselves at any time. I heard that the benefits a guild receives for garrisoning the central area aren't limited to just that. It seems that guild members also receive a 30% discount when using the teleportation arrays of Evernight City. If that's the case, then I must join Zero Wing. I can save money and exchange for suitable weapons and equipment without having to rely on dark players. For a while, practically every player in Evernight City was discussing Zero Wing. This situation also frustrated the various dark players and dark guilds of Evernight City who lost their opportunity to make a fortune. Generally, normal players paid at least double the original price of an item when getting dark players to act as proxies for them. Now, however, normal players could just join Zero Wing and gather a sufficient amount of Evernight City contribution points to exchange for items themselves. With such an option available, only a fool would continue purchasing Evernight City's products from them. Back in Evernight City's City Hall, Shi Feng spent 1,000 gold to establish a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Stone Forest Town. This matter immediately attracted the attention of many players. Guys, look, the teleportation array has 2 available destinations now. This is great. We can actually teleport directly to Stone Forest Town now. With this, I won't have to waste hours traveling to the town anymore. I previously did not bother visiting Stone Forest Town due to the long distance. This is a good opportunity to visit it. I heard that Stone Forest Town opened a new kind of combat room. We can go there and give it a try now. In just a few short minutes, thousands of players had transferred to Stone Forest Town via teleportation array. Although it cost 80 copper to teleport to Stone Forest Town, it was much more convenient than traveling there from the nearest NPC town. As a result, many independent experts and adventurer teams began feeling that garrisoning Stone Forest Town was not a bad idea. After all, with Evernight City serving as a transfer point, they could save up on plenty of time. Meanwhile, the activation of the teleportation channel also caused the player population of Red Iron Town to decrease drastically. Black Flame, I'll let you have your fun for now. However, you'll soon know that all your efforts are in vain, Singular Burial sneered as he read the report he just received. He then looked at Daybreak Fog on the screen before him and said, "You all can begin operations now. Guild leader, leave it to us." Daybreak Fog smiled, her eyes filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who was surveying Zero Wing's residence in Evernight City, got a sudden call from Melancholic Smile. "Guild leader, the advanced auction house has been constructed." "Should we open it to the public now?" Melancholic Smile asked, her face tinged with excitement. 1405 Zero Wing Auction House, Chapter 1405, Zero Wing Auction House Hearing. Melancholic Smile's report, Shi Feng could not help but grow joyful. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Good, send a few advanced NPCs from the battle arena to manage the auction house's affairs right away. Afterwards, announce to the public that we are only collecting a 1% processing fee. If one becomes a member of the Zero Wing auction house, they can have the processing fee for the first 5 items they consign each day waived. Meanwhile, those wishing to become a member only need to pay a one-time fee of 10 magic crystals, Shi Feng said. It's about time we kick Red Iron Town out of the competition. Guild leader, isn't this going a little too far? Melancholic Smile was somewhat astonished by Shi Feng's declaration. The auction houses of NPC cities generally charged a minimum processing fee of 15%, those in capital cities charged at least 20%. On the other hand, Red Iron Town's auction house charged a 10% processing fee. Although a 5% difference seems small, that was far from being the case. For example, if one were to sell an item that was worth 1 gold, they would end up earning an additional 5 silver coins if they sold their items in Red Iron Town rather than an NPC city. Moreover, items that were put up for sale in auction houses were generally of high value. A 5% reduction in processing fees could allow the seller to save a large sum of money. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing's auction house were to collect only a 1% processing fee, it would be lucky to earn enough to maintain its operations. After all, there were only so many players in a town, thus there was a limit to the number of items that would be put up for sale each day. Besides which, the advanced auction house itself was a very large building requiring hundreds of NPCs to manage. Although they could oppress Red Iron Town by doing so, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to earn any money either. Don't worry about it, just get it done, Shi Feng said, chuckling, not bothering with explanations. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town's guild residence. In God's domain, the building that brought a guild town or city the most profits would always be the auction house. Even the income of a battle arena could not compete with that of an auction house. This was also the reason why the various major powers and many independent players believed that Heaven's Burial would one day surpass Zero Wing. After all, financial strength and resources were a guild's foundations. Without those, a guild would not be able to develop whatsoever. While collecting only a 1% processing fee might seem very little, and with Stone Forest Town's player population, Zero Wing would indeed be very fortunate to break even. It did not possess only Stone Forest Town. The guild still had a small city that was soon to be completed. Luring more players to Stone Forest Town would also help attract more players towards Zero Wing's new city. At that time, Zero Wing's overall income would naturally increase. Not to mention, as more guild towns started obtaining their own auction houses, their guilds would also lower the processing fees charged in order to be more competitive. What Shi Feng was doing was simply accelerating the inevitable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, while he could afford to take such an action, the latter could not. It would definitely deal a fatal blow to Red Iron Town's auction house. Hence, making this move was equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. Melancholic Smile could only reveal a bitter smile as she disconnected the call. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, the upper echelon of the guild would most likely faint from anger. Meanwhile, inside Red Iron Town's auction house, Daybreak Fog announced the new regulation of the Heaven's Burial auction house. The original 10% processing fee was lowered to just 5% now. This change immediately caused a commotion among the players inside the auction house. Heaven's Burial is so generous. They actually halved the processing fee they're charging. It seems Heaven's Burial is trying to put pressure on Zero Wing. Ha ha ha, my timing is simply impeccable. With this, I get to save a few more silver coins. Isn't this processing fee a little too cheap? Even if I import items from cities other than Star Moon City, as long as I sell them at a sufficiently high price, I can still make quite a profit. Red Iron Town's rise is definitely unstoppable now. Many players inside the Heaven's Burial auction house were surprised at Heaven's Burial's crazy move. Meanwhile, news of the change also quickly entered the ears of the various powers of Star Moon Kingdom. Have the higher-ups of Heaven's Burial lost their minds? Are they not afraid of not making money by pulling such a stunt? It seems Zero Wing has truly angered Heaven's Burial this time. Although Heaven's Burial will lower their profits by doing so, the number of players visiting Red Iron Town will definitely reach scary heights in the future. The town's player population might even exceed Stone Forest Town's. With this, Stone Forest Town's position as the #1 town will no doubt get stolen very quickly. Haha! This will most likely put Zero Wing in a predicament. Heaven's Burial has actually played such a move right before the start of the candlelight auction. The number of players willing to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops will surely decrease significantly. Zero Wing must be fuming right about now. The various major powers within Star Moon Kingdom were greatly shocked by Heaven's Burial's crazy actions. However, they also felt joyous about this development. Currently, the players selling items at Red Iron Town mainly consisted of Star Moon City residents. Very few players from other NPC cities were willing to visit Red Iron Town just to utilize its auction house. The main reason for this situation was the expensive teleportation fees. With the processing fees charged by the Heaven's Burial auction house halved, the money saved could be used to cover the teleportation fees. This change would definitely attract large groups of players from other NPC cities. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Once the independent players and adventurer teams based in the various NPC cities of Starmoon Kingdom received this information, they started organizing their items, prepared to make a trip to Starmoon City. In less than half an hour since the announcement was made, Red Iron Town's player population increased by over 50,000. Now, the town's total population was only a little over 100,000 away from catching up with Stone Forest Town's. Big Sis Fog, the rare items the guild leader had us send over have arrived. Moreover, based on the reports we've received, many merchant players in Stone Forest Town have already begun leaving the town. By the looks of it, they are planning on going to Red Iron Town, a level 30+ female assassin reported. Good. Put the items up for sale in batches. After this, I want to see if there are still people willing to purchase the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town, Daybreak Fog said, nodding. Although Heaven's Burial would not earn much by lowering the processing fees to such a level, being able to lure away the merchant players of Stone Forest Town was already more than enough, as doing so would decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity in turn. Meanwhile, in front of Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, the massive size of the building had attracted the attention of many players. What a huge building. It's practically as large as the battle arena. Could Zero Wing be planning on setting up another battle arena? That shouldn't be the case. Towns and cities are limited to only one battle arena each. Quick, look, the magic barrier hiding the building is starting to disappear. Just as the passers-by were discussing the newly constructed building in Stone Forest Town, the gigantic barrier shrouding the entire advanced auction house began shattering. A moment later, a building that could rival Stone Forest Town's battle arena in grandeur appeared before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this majestic building, the words, Zero Wing Auction House were carved in large letters. 1406, Dominating Star, Moon Kingdom, Chapter 1406, Dominating Star Moon Kingdom, an auction house? What? Zero Wing built an auction house as well? Isn't the design for it supposedly very rare? What a big auction house. I recall that the Heaven's Burial auction house only has 3 floors. This one should have at least 5. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Nice timing. I was originally planning on a trip to Red Iron Town to sell my items. Now, I can save myself the effort. The passers-by were momentarily stupefied by the appearance of the advanced auction house. For a time, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. As for the guild spies stationed in Stone Forest Town, they were utterly dumbfounded when they saw the Zero Wing auction house. Ever since Heaven's Burial constructed an auction house, the various large guilds and superpowers had gone nuts searching for an auction house design of their own. Unfortunately, the design was simply too rare. Even now, there was no news of any super guild, or any guild for that matter, successfully constructing another auction house. Shortly after the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, the nearby players rushed into the building. As soon as everyone entered the auction house, they were stupefied. The reason for their reaction was the space inside the building being much larger than what they had seen from the outside. The size of the first floor hall alone could already rival that of a sports arena. The various decorations adorning the hall also made them feel like they had just entered a palace. The Zero Wing auction house was much more luxurious than even the auction houses in most NPC cities, and was only slightly inferior when compared to the auction house in Starmoon City. Moreover, the Zero Wing auction house had a total of 7 floors. The first floor was meant for consigning items, the second floor for purchasing items, the third floor for bartering, the fourth floor for NPC basic auctions, the fifth floor for NPC intermediate auctions, the sixth floor for NPC advanced auctions, and the seventh floor for large-scale private auctions. Isn't the Zero Wing auction house a little too amazing? There's actually a bartering function available as well. That's nothing. There are even NPC-hosted auctions here. The basic auctions are held once every 3 days, the intermediate auctions are weekly, and the advanced auctions are every 15 days. This is simply insane. I've been to the Heaven's Burial auction house before, and it is far inferior to the Zero Wing auction house. The requirements for participation in the NPC auctions are very stringent though. Just the basic auction alone requires a minimum transaction amount of 150 gold at the Zero Wing auction house every week. Even expert players like ourselves would have difficulty meeting this requirement, let alone the 800 gold per 15 days and 5,000 gold per month requirements for the intermediate and advanced auctions. Zero Wing is simply too ruthless. I don't think that these requirements are high at all. Powerful adventurer teams should have no problem trading that much. If an entire adventurer team puts in the effort, it should be possible to sell 5,000 gold's worth of items within a month. These requirements are impossible only for individual players. In any case, it is pointless for individual players to participate in the advanced auction since they're too poor to afford anything there to begin with. After entering the Zero Wing auction house, everyone could not help but discuss the establishment with gusto. To independent players, bartering was undoubtedly their preferred method of carrying out transactions. The same was true for players belonging to the various adventurer teams. Very quickly, news regarding the Zero Wing auction house spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. What? Zero Wing actually has such an amazing auction house? This is wonderful. I have a few items I wish to barter. With this, I won't have to worry about getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. The Heaven's Burial auction house simply isn't on the same level as the Zero Wing auction house. Hopefully, the Zero Wing auction house's processing fees aren't too expensive. For the bartering function, I'm willing to pay as high as 15%. Posts about the Zero Wing auction house went viral on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums, completely overshadowing the news of the Heaven's Burial auction house lowering its processing fees. Or to put it in another way, nobody was talking about the Heaven's Burial auction house anymore. How is this possible? Daybreak Fog had a complicated expression as she read the latest report sent to her by her subordinates. At this moment, she was filled with shock, rage, and a little bit of helplessness. The Heaven's Burial auction house was Red Iron Town's foundation. Originally, they had been prepared to use the Heaven's Burial auction house to put pressure on Zero Wing. Now, however, the tables were turned. With the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, all their previous efforts had instantly gone to waste. Shortly after news of the Zero Wing auction house started spreading, Red Iron Town's player population quickly decreased by 20%. Moreover, this number was still climbing steadily. One could not help but admit that the bartering function was simply too attractive to the majority of players. Meanwhile, after the Zero Wing auction house's existence became public, Melancholic Smile followed Shi Feng's request, releasing an announcement that the Zero Wing auction house would charge only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. In addition, players who became a member of the auction house would have the processing fee for their first 5 items sold each day waived. Soon after, this announcement triggered another uproar on the official forums. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? It's only charging such a small processing fee despite having such a great auction house. Is Zero Wing not afraid of making a loss? Such ruthlessness. Originally, I thought that Heaven's Burial was already plenty ruthless. Turns out, Zero Wing is even more ruthless. With this, the Heaven's Burial auction house is definitely a goner. Is Zero Wing planning on dominating Starmoon Kingdom's auction houses? At this moment, whether it was the independent players, adventurer teams, or large guilds, they all could not help but gasp when they saw Zero Wing's announcement. Now, not only did Stone Forest Town have a teleport channel with Evernight City, but it also boasted an auction house with a built-in bartering function. Moreover, the auction house was charging only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. To players who frequently sold their items at auction houses, the Zero Wing auction house was practically heaven. With such benefits available, players from the various NPC cities of Starmoon Kingdom would definitely surge to Stone Forest Town. At this rate, Zero Wing would truly dominate Starmoon Kingdom. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? One of the players managing the Heaven's Burial auction house could not help but ask as she looked at Daybreak Fog. Shortly after Zero Wing's announcement, the number of players visiting the Heaven's Burial auction house had more than halved. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the establishment lost all its customers. Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog practically shouted every syllable at the top of her lungs when she saw Zero Wing's announcement. With this, not to mention relying on the Heaven's Burial auction house to sustain Red Iron Town's development, they would already be fortunate to get back their investment in the auction house. Aside from Heaven's Burial's upper echelon, the adventurer teams garrisoned in Red Iron Town were also filled with regret when they heard about the Zero Wing auction house. So long as they remained garrisoned in Red Iron Town, they would not be able to set foot into Stone Forest Town. Like many other adventurer teams, they possessed plenty of rare items. Meanwhile, it would be a colossal waste to simply convert these rare items into coins. However, they also did not normally have an opportunity to barter for other items unless they were prepared to get taken advantage of. Yet now, despite such a good opportunity having presented itself to them, they had crushed it with their own 2 hands. Meanwhile, due to the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, Stone Forest Town's player population had suddenly increased by over 50%. Currently, the streets were packed with players. Among them, the visiting merchant players inundated Melancholic Smile with offers stating their willingness to sign all sorts of unbalanced agreements. Right now, she was already having trouble keeping up with the incoming calls and messages, much less do anything else. Guild Leader, I've just received the latest statistics. Currently, over 3,000 players have become a member of the Zero Wing auction house. Moreover, this number is still rising rapidly. The transactions made at the auction house have also far exceeded our initial expectations. Just the processing fees we've collected thus far have already exceeded 200 gold. A big smile appeared on Melancholic Smile's face as she read through the report. Despite the Zero Wing auction house opening for business just recently, the results were already so overwhelming. At this point, it was already safe to say that the Zero Wing auction house would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm and Battle Arena in future income generation. Guild Leader, it's about time. Can we hold the auction now? 4007 Manatite Mine. Chapter 4007. Manatite Mine. Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's reminder, Shi Feng nodded in agreement. He too felt that now was a good time to hold the auction for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Although the Zero Wing auction house was currently raking in money at a frightening pace, it would not be enough money to cover the various maintenance and construction costs of Zero Wing's future city. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild branch over at the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light over at the Apocalypse Empire both required considerable funds. As the era of mounts had already arrived, they needed to equip guild members with mounts as soon as possible to improve their leveling speeds. Fortunately, Zero Wing had a stable, allowing it to save plenty of money on mounts. Only, with Zero Wing's current funds, the number of mounts it could afford was like a drop in the ocean when compared to the number of members in the guild. Following which, Shi Feng left the matter regarding the auction to Melancholic Smile to manage, while he returned to White River City to make preparations for claiming the Manatite mine in the Sea of Death. Currently, although Zero Wing was capable of earning a lot of coins, its supply of magic crystals was grossly inadequate. Now, Shi Feng also needed to supply magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel, in addition to the 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town. The number of magic crystals that the battle arena was currently raking in was just not enough to sustain such enormous expenditures. Not to mention, once Zero Wing City was completed, the guild's magic crystal consumption would definitely become even more frightening. In God's domain, the various large guilds all wished to construct as many cities as possible. After all, a city represented the generation of a massive amount of wealth, both coins and credits. However, constructing a guild city was easier said than done. To put it simply, while constructing a city was easy, maintaining it was quite difficult. The reason for this was a guild city's consumption of extraordinarily frightening quantities of magic crystals. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, even first-rate guilds could construct only a very limited number of cities. Only the various superpowers that had occupied ore veins capable of producing magic crystals could easily maintain multiple guild cities. Ordinary large guilds would already be fortunate to be able to maintain a small city. Now that Zero Wing City was nearing completion, Shi Feng naturally had to make some preparations ahead of time. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When Shi Feng arrived before the Candlelight Trading Firm's entrance, he noticed that the situation at the trading firm had changed quite remarkably. Currently, there was a long line of lifestyle players queued up outside the trading firm, many of whom had reached intermediate or advanced rank. Meanwhile, of the various lifestyle classes present, alchemists numbered the most. The Candlelight Trading Firm's test is simply too terrifying. Even an intermediate alchemist was disqualified. A level 10 player lining up to apply for Candlelight's test exclaimed in surprise when he saw an intermediate alchemist walking out of the trading firm wearing a disappointed expression. Although intermediate alchemists were not as popular as advanced alchemists among the various large guilds, if they wished to join a guild, the various large guilds would still welcome them with open arms. After all, nurturing an intermediate alchemist was neither easy nor cheap. Nevertheless, the Candlelight Trading Firm had actually rejected an intermediate alchemist without hesitation. Based on your level, you must have just recently entered White River City, right? A level 28 basic alchemist standing behind the level 10 newcomer said. Chuckling, he continued, there is nothing surprising about an intermediate alchemist getting disqualified. Previously, there were even advanced alchemists that got disqualified. This can't be true, right? Those are advanced alchemists we are talking about. The level 10 newcomer revealed a dubious expression when he heard the basic alchemist's words. You better believe it. Ever since the Candlelight Trading Firm revealed the new benefits it is offering to alchemists, it has become a sacred land for alchemist players. For your info, if you manage to become the 10th most skilled alchemist in Candlelight, you will get to use secret silver ranked alchemy tools. These are tools that very few guilds in Starmoon Kingdom possess. Moreover, this is the benefit provided to just the 10th ranking alchemist. If you manage to reach 4th place, you will get to use an entire set of secret silver alchemy tools. Meanwhile, the 1st ranking alchemist gets to use an entire set of dark gold alchemy tools. Due to these benefits, alchemists from all over Starmoon Kingdom as well as from several neighboring kingdoms have come to join Candlelight. As a result, Candlelight's criteria for alchemists have also increased significantly. You should feel fortunate that you are not an alchemist. Otherwise, as an apprentice, I'm afraid you won't even get through the first test. When the level 28 basic alchemist spoke about the Candlelight Trading Firm, his eyes were filled with yearning. Inwardly, however, he also felt a sense of helplessness. While the alchemists of the Candlelight Trading Firm received excellent benefits, the requirements to join Candlelight were proportionately difficult. It seems that those alchemy tools are working quite well as promotional tools. Shi Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversation between the two lifestyle players. I should find an opportunity to obtain high-ranking forging tools and engineering tools as well. While the importance of lifestyle players had grown during recent times, it had not reached a point where lifestyle players were indispensable in the game. However, once mainstream players reached level 50, the need for lifestyle players would thoroughly reveal itself. At that time, the guilds that controlled the most top-tier lifestyle players would be able to dominate the trade market of God's domain, following which Shi Feng entered the Candlelight Trading Firm and went straight to his personal special forging room. He then took out the Titan device design from his bag and started examining it. The manatite mine located on the island in the Sea of Death was very special. Originally, Shi Feng planned on capturing it only after Zero Wing's entire main force had obtained their Tier 2 classes. However, there was no need to do so now. The manatite mine was located on an island called Karna Island, which had powerful monsters and an unusual environment. Not only was the island covered in the corrosive power of shadows, but the mana density was also abysmally low. Due to this reason, initially, no guild had attempted to capture Karna Island in the past. Nobody could have imagined that such a low mana density environment actually housed a manatite mine, something the various large guilds had dreamed of obtaining. An environment with extremely low mana density would have a drastic impact on players' combat powers. On Karna Island, players would be fortunate to be able to exert even 20% or 30% of their combat powers. The monsters on Karna Island were already terrifyingly strong to begin with. With the low mana density environment factored in, even a team of Tier 2 experts would have minimal odds of capturing the island, much less a team of Tier 1 experts. However, the Titan device could be used to counter the problem of low mana density, making it possible for Tier 1 experts to capture the island. An advanced forging design really is complex. No wonder even master forgers did not dare to casually attempt to produce the items recorded on one. Shi Feng could not help but take a deep breath after examining the contents of the design. Originally, the success rate of producing an item recorded on an advanced forging design was already very low. Meanwhile, the complexity of the Titan device's production method was above average even among advanced forging designs, which would depress the production success rate further. Based on Shi Feng's initial estimates, if he tried producing the Titan device as an advanced forger, his success rate would be only around 10%. He would be lucky to succeed once out of 20 tries. Fortunately, he had upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank, so he could temporarily promote himself into a master forger. Following which, Shi Feng used God's Blessing and sacrificed 500 life force to extend God's Blessing's duration from 1 hour to 2 hours. After activating God's Blessing, Shi Feng did not waste time, taking out the Book of Forging and the necessary materials, which he had tasked others with preparing for him beforehand. He then began carefully forging the Titan device. Meanwhile, the auction over at Stone Forest Town had officially commenced. 1408 Horrific Auction. Chapter 1408 Horrific Auction. Inside the 7th floor auction hall of the Zero Wing Auction House. Previously, everyone had thought that very few people would attend the auction this time since only Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops were up for sale. Yet now, the hall, which could accommodate up to 30,000 people, was actually at capacity. Moreover, this was despite Zero Wing having limited entry into the auction to only members of the Zero Wing Auction House and those that carried more than 2 gold on their persons. Usually, only expert players would have such a large sum in their pockets. Commander, look. There are so many adventurer teams participating in the auction this time, not only from the Black Dragon Empire, but also from other kingdoms. Graceful Moon was slightly shocked when she looked at the familiar figures around her. She had never thought that the Zero Wing auction would hold such a huge influence. However, after further consideration, she found it reasonable. After all, the current Stone Forest town was simply too excellent. The town had a battle arena with advanced combat rooms, which allowed experts of her caliber to improve rapidly, as well as a high-class auction house, which had a system-operated bartering function. After finding out about these facilities, adventurer teams would be crazy not to want to develop here. Let them be. I've already had Flying Fox prepare quite a lot of funds. We don't need to fear being outbidden by them, Remnant Cloud said, chuckling as he glanced at several well-known adventurer teams he was familiar with. These adventurer teams all ranked within the top 50 in the Black Dragon Empire. His original plan was to compete for the adventurer houses that were going up for auction at the Candlelight Trading Firm in a few days' time. However, after taking into account the current state of Stone Forest Town, he concluded that Firecloud Fox's financial strength was no match for that of top adventurer teams. Not to mention, Zero Wing was planning to sell only 5 adventurer houses. Hence, he had decided to settle for buying 2 or 3 private houses in Stone Forest Town instead, enough to accommodate their adventurer team's main forces. Meanwhile, in order to surely obtain those private houses, he had mobilized the entirety of Firecloud Fox's forces and raised a total of 5,000 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a relatively large private house in the Black Dragon Empire's capital. Just as everyone in the auction hall was discussing the Zero Wing auction, Melancholic Smile came out from behind the main stage and announced the start of the auction. Since only the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were being sold this time, Melancholic Smile did not bother with providing much of an introduction. Instead, she directly displayed the locations of the private houses and stated that the minimum price was 800 gold. She then allowed everyone to start bidding. 850 gold, 900 gold, 1,000 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the first private house shot up to 1,200 gold, stupefying the various independent players present. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had only several dozen members fell into despair. At this price, one could already purchase a relatively good private house in an ordinary NPC city, yet this amount of money still wasn't enough for a private house in a player town. 1,600 gold, Remnant Cloud shouted, gritting his teeth. However, as soon as Remnant Cloud made his bid, a level 45 female elementalist clad in aquamarine mage robes who sat a short distance away from him shouted, 2,400 gold. The FFF adventurer team will be taking this house. The female elementalist's bid immediately attracted everyone's attention, the people inside the hall turning to look at her one after another. What? Even a top adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire has come to join the competition. Isn't she Princess Elo, FFF's vice commander? The female elementalist's declaration immediately dispelled many adventurer teams' notions of competing against her. An adventurer team capable of rising to the status of a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire naturally possessed extraordinary strength and wealth. Most likely, even third-rate guilds were no rival for the Empire's top adventurer teams. In terms of financial strength, a top adventurer team of the Empire could even compete with an ordinary second-rate guild. Not to mention, FFF was one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 adventurer teams. It was simply impossible for ordinary guilds and well-known adventurer teams to vie with an existence like that. 2,600 gold. At this time, a handsome man wearing silver armor raised the price once more. This first house belongs to the Lonely Drinkers adventurer team. When everyone heard the adventurer team mentioned by this man, they received another shock. Lonely Drinkers was a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. Although its influence was not comparable to the FFF adventurer teams in terms of strength, it was not far from rivaling FFF. 3,000 gold. Princess Ilo frowned as she placed a higher bid. 3,200 gold. The handsome man did not give up either. For a time, the auction became a competition between these two top adventurer teams, leaving no room for the other adventurer teams present to intervene. In the end, the first private house went to Princess Ilo for 4,500 gold. Among the private houses on sale this time, it was the closest to both the Zero Wing Auction House and the Adventurers Association. However, this outcome still made the players present gasp involuntarily. Nobody had thought that two top adventurer teams from two different empires would actually come to contest for Stone Forest Town's private houses. If they were to relate this incident to others, most likely nobody would believe them. Now that even the top adventurer teams of empires are coming to compete for Stone Forest Town's private houses, the adventurer teams that previously garrisoned Red Iron Town are most likely dying with regret right now. These top adventurer teams are simply too rich. If I had that kind of money, I would definitely use it to purchase a shop in a major NPC city instead. In the future, Stone Forest Town will become even more amazing than major NPC cities. There is no loss in buying the town's private houses now. In the future, the houses will most likely go for even higher prices. No one had ever thought that the private houses of Stone Forest Town would be so popular. The guild members of the various large guilds present were stupefied by this scene. In such a way, a total of 20 private houses were sold in the Zero Wing auction, with the most expensive for 4,500 gold and the cheapest for 1,500 gold. Throughout the auction, many more top adventurer teams and well-known adventurer teams had revealed themselves, driving home to everyone present just how frightening Stone Forest Town actually was. Meanwhile, the shops were even more hotly contested. Of the 10 shops sold, even the cheapest one had gone for 3,500 gold, while the most expensive one, which was located between the Zero Wing Auction House and the Battle Arena, had gone for 9,000 gold. Meanwhile, the majority of the merchant players competing for these shops possessed either the support of a large guild or a top adventurer team. Ordinary merchant players had no chance of getting a shop for themselves at all. When the auction concluded, Zero Wing had earned a total of 13,000 gold. Now, Zero Wing possessed enough funds to cover not only the follow-up construction costs of its city, but also the establishment of a guild town by Zero Wing's branch guild over at the Black Dragon Empire. After the auction ended, word about what happened during the auction also spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this news, the various adventurer teams and merchant players that were still undecided were rendered utterly speechless. They also regretted the fact that they did not try to compete for the private houses and shops. Meanwhile, throughout all this, Shi Feng had been fully focused on forging the Titan device in White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm. After actually attempting to make the Titan device, he had to admit that the difficulty of doing so was exceedingly high. Despite him having been promoted to a master forger, his success rate was only around 25%, though he was fortunate to succeed 2 out of 10 tries during the actual production. Meanwhile, the cost of each attempt was roughly 2 gold. Overall, each Titan device cost 12 gold to produce. Without sufficient funds, even a large guild would not dare to spend so much. After all, the Titan device simply improved the combat state of a player. It did nothing for a player's basic attributes. While Shi Feng was forging a Titan device, the system notified him of an incoming call. When he turned his head to glance at the caller ID, he could not help but be stunned to discover that the person calling him was actually the vice commander of the Midnight Tea Party, Endless Scars. 1409 Promotion. To Master Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? Shi Feng was somewhat confused as he looked at Endless Scars' ID. Endless Scars had been a legendary existence in the past. In addition, Midnight Tea Party, the adventurer team she was currently in, had been an existence that even super guilds feared. However, neither Endless Scars nor the Midnight Tea Party had shown any interest in guilds. Hence, Shi Feng didn't bother keeping in touch with Endless Scars and the Midnight Tea Party. He never imagined that Endless Scars would take the initiative to contact him now. However, Shi Feng did not put too much thought into the matter. He immediately put down his work and accepted the call. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. I heard that even the various superpowers are feeling envious over the current Stoneforest town, Endless Scars said sincerely, a faint smile on her face. That's nothing to brag about. Vice Commander Endless is the one who's amazing. You've managed to obtain such a powerful weapon and equipment since I last saw you, Shi Feng said as he looked at the dark purple mage robes Endless Scars was wearing in the screen. Currently, although Shi Feng could not see Endless Scars' level, the mana surrounding her was actually visible to the naked eye, flickering in and out of existence, which was definitely not an effect that ordinary epic items could create. One could just imagine how powerful the weapon and equipment Endless Scars carried on her body were. To what do I owe this sudden call? It's nothing important, really. I just wish to invite Guild Leader Black Flame to join me on a quest, Endless Scar said, giggling. As long as you help me complete this quest, I am willing to compensate you with a secret technique tablet. Even if we fail to complete the quest, I'll still compensate you with 5,000 magic crystals. A secret technique tablet? Shi Feng was shocked. Secret technique tablets were extremely rare items that the various superpowers in God's domain desperately competed for, as these allowed players to grasp all sorts of powerful combat techniques. Under normal circumstances, nobody would trade away their secret technique tablet. Shi Feng found it very hard to imagine that Endless Scars would be willing to use such a rare item as remuneration. Even a bronze secret technique tablet was still quite shocking. If she used it to employ the help of a Super Guild's peak experts, said Super Guild would no doubt agree to the request without hesitation. That's right. However, unless you agree to help me, I cannot tell you the exact information of the secret technique tablet. Smiling, Endless Scars prompted, how about it? Are you willing to help me with this small problem, Guild Leader Black Flame? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng asked, right now? No. When Shi Feng did not agree to her offer right away, Endless Scars could not help but grow confused. Most likely, even super guilds would immediately agree to her request if they were offered a secret technique tablet, yet he was actually hesitating. A lot more preparations need to be done before we embark on the quest. It won't be possible to do so within a short period of time. Alright then. Shi Feng currently had many tasks he still needed to deal with. In addition, there was the ranking competition tomorrow over at the Black Dragon Empire. Gentle Snow had already requested his presence at the event. If he went to help out with Endless Scars' quest now, he was almost guaranteed not to make it back in time for the competition. After all, a quest that forced someone like Endless Scars to ask for help, in addition to using a secret technique tablet as payment, would surely not be a simple one. It would no doubt be impossible to complete quickly. Good. We have an agreement then. I'll contact you once my side is ready. At Shi Feng's reply, a hint of joy appeared in Endless Scars' eyes, her lips curling up slightly. Oh, right, as a bonus, I'll let you in on something. The ranking competition being held in the Black Dragon Empire this time is slightly different. I've heard that the top 3 guilds will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters to take part in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. The Secret Pavilion's internal auction? Shi Feng could not help but grow a little excited upon hearing this. As a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world, the Secret Pavilion possessed countless rare in-game items. However, this was still only the tip of the iceberg. What was truly amazing about the Secret Pavilion was its ability to procure items in the real world that were of great help to a guild's development, such as training slots, data of expert players that could be used in a simulation system, S-rank nutrient fluids, Harmony Tea, virtual gaming cabins, and other products. Even first-rate guilds would have a very difficult time procuring these things in large quantities. What more other large guilds? However, the Secret Pavilion only sold these items in its internal auction. Moreover, the auction was not held in the virtual world of God's domain, but in the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters in the real world. In the past, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were first-rate guilds at the very minimum. Guilds of lower status had had no chance of participating in the event whatsoever. Of course, in order to obtain these items, the various large guilds would also have to pay a significant price. The currency used during these internal auctions was not credits but top-tier weapons and equipment, as well as precious in-game items that were generally not sold to the public, either that or magic crystals at the bare minimum. Even coins were not accepted. The internal auction was equivalent to using real-world resources to exchange for resources in God's domain. To Zero Wing, this was indeed an excellent opportunity. S-rank nutrient fluids and virtual gaming cabins were generally not things that could be purchased even if one had the money to do so. Yet, these items were paramount to a guild's development. Even if one was reluctant to part with their resources in God's domain, they would still be willing to part with a considerable portion if it meant obtaining these items. To Shi Feng, however, this was wonderful news. Currently, he had plenty of resources in God's domain, such as the advanced mana armor kits, magic devices, and various exotic potions, and now the Titan devices. He also possessed advanced speedboats, which were important to the various superpowers at this stage of the game. If push came to shove, he could even use the miniature ballistas, soul water, and soul crystals, items that a superpower like the Secret Pavilion would definitely want, to trade. Not to mention, he could also produce all of these items without limit so long as he had the materials. He was more than willing to convert these items into real-world resources. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has put in quite a lot of effort into its internal auction this time. Participation in it offers plenty of benefits for an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. It's best if you make some preparations for the auction. Endless Scars gave a reminder before disconnecting the call. There is indeed a need to make some preparations. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. The items sold at the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were not cheap. Based on what he had heard, a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could go for 3 to 4 million credits worth of rare items, which really wasn't a price that ordinary guilds could afford. If he did not stockpile some resources ahead of time, he might end up being a spectator at the auction. After his call with Endless Scars ended, Shi Feng resumed forging Titan devices. In order to increase his success rate, he had even taken out his precious magical gold as well as 100+ magisteel ingots, which the guild had collected, raising his success rate to roughly 35%. As Shi Feng continued forging Titan devices, he became increasingly proficient at it. Moreover, when he recalled the scene where Celiora remolded and repaired 1,000 transformations, particularly how she utilized magic arrays to condense materials together, he could not help trying to condense materials using magic arrays himself, especially since he had the 7 Luminaries ring to increase the ambient mana density. After all, as long as he learned to condense materials using magic arrays, not only would his production speed increase, but his success rate would also increase significantly. The first attempt failed, the second attempt failed. After experiencing numerous failures, Shi Feng started recalling and experimenting with the various magic arrays he had produced before. Suddenly, the celestial magic array came to mind. Out of curiosity, he tried using a foundational celestial magic array to condense the materials. As the materials took shape, the amount of mana gathered in the magic array became increasingly terrifying. 5 minutes later, a Titan device appeared before his eyes. However, unlike the previous Titan devices he made, the color of this Titan device was silver instead of a dull gray. Did it succeed? Shi Feng carefully inspected the Titan device's attribute panel. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations, you have created a new advanced item. System, congratulations, you have been promoted into a master forger. 1410 all-rounded device. Chapter 1410, all-rounded device, I got promoted into a master? Shi Feng could not help his confusion as he looked at the system notification. He had long since maxed out his forging proficiency. However, he had not created any new items since becoming an advanced forger, so he had remained stuck at the rank all this time. It never occurred to him that creating a new advanced item would directly promote him into a master forger. With this, he would save a lot of time. Now that Shi Feng had truly been promoted into a master forger, he could retrieve the master forger's insignia and further improve his production success rate. He could also start learning foundational forging skills, which were reserved for master forgers. These foundational forging skills were of great help to master forgers in creating new items. For example, there was material analysis, which allowed master forgers to analyze material to get a better idea of what materials would complement it. Aside from that, there was also attribute analysis, which allowed master forgers to produce weapons and equipment tailored to a particular player, allowing the said player to exert more of their actual strength. Due to the existence of these skills, master forgers enjoyed a much higher status than advanced forgers. There's no reward notification for becoming a master forger? Could someone else have become a master forger already? Shi Feng felt slightly surprised as he took a look at the system notification once more. Reaching the master rank was not easy for lifestyle players, especially in the top 3 most popular lifestyle classes. A lot of effort was needed to do so. Even Cream Cocoa and the others, people supplied with all sorts of precious resources, had yet to become master forgers. Meanwhile, he had only managed to become a master forger so quickly due to his luck. He never imagined that there would actually be someone who would become a master forger even sooner than he did. However, Shi Feng did not dwell on the matter. There were plenty of talents in God's domain. There was nothing strange about someone becoming a master forger ahead of him. After his joy from becoming a master forger faded, Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the silver device sitting atop his workbench. Before, due to his excitement, he had completely neglected to inspect his creation. What amazing attributes! Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the attribute panel displayed before him. Not only did the silver device increase the user's surrounding mana density by an additional 20% when compared to the Titan device, but it also amplified basic attributes. Although it only increased the user's basic attributes by 5%, this was still a rare bonus. After all, the Titan device was originally a tool specifically meant to counter low mana density environments. Now that it also increased all of its users' basic attributes by 5%, using it was equivalent to equipping an additional advanced mana armor kit. System, please give the advanced item a name. You may also leave your personal mark on this item. Since it increases both attributes and the environmental mana, let's call it the all-rounded device. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng wrote down the new name for his creation. With this, he could make as many copies of the forging design as he wished. However, he would allow only those who had become master forgers to attempt forging the all-rounded device. After all, the difficulty of forging his creation was slightly higher than that of the Titan device. It would be a miracle if an advanced forger could attain even a 10% success rate. After becoming a master forger, Shi Feng did not immediately continue forging all-rounded devices. Instead, he made a trip to the Forging Association to collect his Master Forger's insignia. While he was at it, he also spent 20 gold to learn material analysis and attribute analysis. Master Forger's insignia. Dark gold rank item increases production speed by 20% and production success rate by 3%. User restriction, Yefeng cannot be dropped. With the Master Forger's insignia, not only did he take less time to forge the all-rounded device, but his forging success rate also increased considerably. In addition, due to him being the creator, he also received a slight bonus to his production success rate. Now, even without the support from materials like the magical gold, he still achieved a 40% success rate. On average, he could produce 2 all-rounded devices out of 5 attempts. With this, the cost of the all-rounded device was directly halved to only 6 gold. Moreover, the EXP awarded for successfully forging an all-rounded device was much higher than that for the Titan device. Each success awarded EXP equivalent to a chieftain of the same level. Meanwhile, Shi Feng took roughly 15 minutes to successfully produce one all-rounded device, essentially spending 15 minutes to kill a chieftain of the same level. Although the efficiency was slightly poor, he could keep producing the all-rounded device as long as he had sufficient materials. This would be equivalent to him continuously killing chieftains of the same level, something rarely possible out in the fields. Overall, Shi Feng's experience bar skyrocketed. Following which, Shi Feng forged one all-rounded device after another, passing more than half a day unawares. Meanwhile, he also reached 76% of level 57. As long as he continued forging the all-rounded device for another day, he would reach level 58. In the eyes of other players, this would definitely be an astonishingly fast leveling speed. Just as Shi Feng was about to start forging another all-rounded device, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, the ranking competition is about to start soon. Why aren't you here yet? Don't tell me you've forgotten about it, Gentle Snow asked, a frown on her face. It's starting already? Shi Feng automatically checked the time and discovered that he had actually unknowingly spent close to an entire day cooped up inside his special forging room. Alright, I'll head over immediately. His harvest today was considerably good. Due to his increasing proficiency with the forging process, he managed to forge a total of 131 all-rounded devices and over 100 Titan devices. Not only did he have enough for his trip to Karna Island, but he also had some leftovers he could sell or use as a guild benefit. Although the Titan device only improved the mana density around its user, if it was used appropriately, such as in the exploration of low mana environments, its value would increase several-fold. In reality, there were quite a few low mana environments in God's domain, many of them locations that guilds and adventurer teams wished to explore. Only, due to the environments severely affecting one's combat power, players were generally forced to give up on ranging through these areas. Take the Dragon's Graveyard, a well-known forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, for example. Due to a certain incident, many dragons had died in that location in the past. Now, it was a forbidden land for the living, a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale leveling map that had practically no mana present, such that players could not use tier 1 skills and spells there. If players entered the map, their combat power would be reduced to less than 10%. As luck would have it, the bosses located at the inner and core areas of the Dragon's Graveyard had quite a significant chance of dropping the stable design and all sorts of advanced designs and recipes. However, this was still just the tip of the iceberg. If one managed to get the first kill on the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, they would be awarded their choice of weapon at Black Dragon City. Moreover, this weapon would be a fragmented legendary weapon. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had put in a lot of effort into searching for tools that could help raise one's ambient mana density. Only after gathering sufficient tools did they succeed in raiding the Dragon's Graveyard. Meanwhile, back then, the Titan device had been one of the best tools available for the purpose. In the past, a single Titan device had easily sold for 50 gold. One could just imagine how desperate the various large guilds were back then. Of course, compared to the value of a fragmented legendary weapon, this price was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. As soon as Shi Feng appeared inside Black Dragon City's teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a massive crowd of players. After he exited the teleportation hall, the players were still packed like sardines. Normally, one could see such a street scene only in small but popular places like Stone Forest Town. Even the imperial capitals of the four great empires were far from comparable to Black Dragon City right now. The streets teemed with not only level 40+ players, but even the rarely seen expert players. Players riding mounts were also a dime a dozen at the moment. It was as if every expert player in the Black Dragon Empire had gathered at Black Dragon City. One could just imagine how lively the ranking competition this time was going to be. Following which, Shi Feng summoned the evolved demonic flame tiger and made his way towards Black Dragon City's underground arena. 1411 Initial Appearance. In Empire, Chapter 1411, Initial Appearance in Empire, Black Dragon City, Underground Arena. Currently, the street outside the arena was crowded with players. However, the players that could actually enter the facility numbered extremely few. Players who wished to enter the underground arena needed an invitation from the secret pavilion or to have passed the qualifiers for the official competition. Everyone else could only stand outside the arena. Of course, catering to the general public's interest, the secret pavilion would also livestream the competition on the large screens outside the underground arena, allowing people on the streets to watch the matches. This was a privilege available only to players that had rented the entire underground arena. However, it cost around 15,000 gold to rent the underground arena of an imperial capital for an entire day. Most likely, only the secret pavilion was capable of carrying out such a feat. Other superpowers would balk at spending so much money just to host a competition. Aside from playing on the screens outside the underground arena, the live stream of the competition would also be uploaded to the official forums, allowing all players in the Black Dragon Empire to watch it as well. Hence, a player who achieved a good battle record in the competition could definitely become famous throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the members of guilds that received an invitation from the secret pavilion were currently entering the underground arena one after another. Quick, look! Those players in that group seem to be from the first-rate guild Undefeated Dynasty. Their levels are so high, they're all actually above level 45. Look, those people seem to be Fantasy Shrines members. The equipment they're using is so good. Every one of them is actually geared with one or two pieces of epic equipment. The bystanders were stunned by the 5 first-rate guilds that were entering the underground arena. The weapons and equipment worn by the expert players they normally saw were already plenty amazing. However, now they were looking at the representatives of the 5 first-rate guilds whose levels and items surpassed those of expert players by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, each of the 5 first-rate guilds attending the competition this time had sent between 8 and 12 representatives. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these representatives wore was level 40 dark gold equipment. As for epic weapons and equipment, although not everybody was equipped with one, each first-rate guild boasted at least 7 or 8. Let alone the ordinary players on the street, even the second-rate guilds attending the competition were shocked at the robust foundations these first-rate guilds displayed. Snow, is the guild leader not here yet? Zhao Yueru asked as she walked out of the underground arena. Currently, she was dressed in a set of dazzling crimson robes and held a blue crystal staff in her hand. Meanwhile, the instant Zhao Yueru appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many players on the street. However, while part of the reason why so many players had their attention stolen by her was the contrast between her devilish body and angelic countenance, the greater reason was her personal fame. Just recently, Zhao Yueru had annihilated the expert team of Corpse Soul all by herself. Meanwhile, Corpse Soul was an infamous dark guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The top-tier experts of the Dark Guild were existences that gave the various large guilds headaches. Many second-rate guilds, and even first-rate guilds, had to treat the Dark Guild cautiously. Yet, due to one of Corpse Soul's experts provoking Zhao Yueru, the latter had annihilated the entire 20-man team said expert belonged to. Enraged by this situation, Corpse Soul had dispatched several of its top-tier experts to assassinate Zhao Yueru. However, not only did those top-tier experts fail to accomplish their mission, but a few of them had even fallen at her hands. After news of this matter spread, Zhao Yueru's nickname of Flame Witch became famous across the entire Black Dragon Empire. "He should be here soon," Gentle Snow said as she looked at the time. Grinning, she said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to show Yi Feng the results of your latest training?" The guild's core upper echelon knew that Yi Feng and Black Flame were the same person. Back when Gentle Snow found out, she had been stunned. She had never imagined that Yi Feng could create such a powerful guild, one capable of rivaling even veteran first-rate guilds all by himself. "Hee, of course. I want to see what kind of reaction he'll make when he finds out that I've already reached the refinement realm." Zhao Yueru giggled. Ever since joining Zero Wing, she realized that there would always be someone better than herself. Previously, she had been one of Ouroboros' top-ranking top-tier experts. Yet, after entering Zero Wing, she had failed to rank even within the top 10 of the guild. However, now that she had become a refinement realm expert, she was confident of entering the top 10 of Zero Wing and instantly reaching the level of peak experts like Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru were chatting, another team of players walked out of the entrance of the underground arena. These players all sported a crimson flame emblem, the symbol of the Crimson Castle Guild, one of the guilds that frequently clashed with Zero Wing's branch guild, which Gentle Snow managed. Although Crimson Castle was only a second-rate guild, 9 Dragons Emperor secretly supported it. Crimson Castle had also allied with a few other second-rate guilds, hence, the guild strength was not one bit inferior to that of first-rate guilds. Guild Leader Snow, long time no see. I never thought that you would be interested in the ranking competition as well. It seems the competition this time is going to be interesting, Crimson Fox, the guild leader of Crimson Castle, said, smiling as he walked up to Gentle Snow. Aren't you here as well, Guild Leader Crimson? Gentle Snow said. She could not help but feel a little surprised as she looked at Crimson Fox and his entourage. Currently, Crimson Fox had already reached level 45, and the majority of his equipment were dark gold rank. As for the weapon he carried and the top he wore, Gentle Snow could not determine their quality due to their glow effects having been hidden. However, she could tell that they were either epic rank or epic growth type weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, similar to Crimson Fox, the other members of Crimson Castle were all level 45. The weapons and equipment they possessed nearly rivaled Crimson Fox's. Aside from these players, Gentle Snow had also spotted 2 cloaked players among Crimson Castle's team. Although she could not see the levels and equipment of these players, the pressure she picked up from them was much greater than even the pressure Crimson Fox exuded. Guild Leader Snow, neither of our guilds were able to achieve a clear victory in our previous war with each other. Are you interested in settling our dispute through the ranking competition this time? Crimson Fox said, a sly smile on his face. How do you want to compete? Gentle Snow asked. We'll compete using our guild rankings in the competition this time. Whoever places higher will be the winner. Meanwhile, whoever loses will give up on Hidden Fog Town. How about it? Crimson Fox suggested. As Crimson Fox had deliberately spoken in a very loud voice, everyone on the street heard his words. What's going on? Is Crimson Castle planning on competing with Zero Wing? As expected of large guilds, they're actually using a town as a wager. I wonder if Zero Wing will dare to accept the challenge. If Zero Wing is afraid of accepting even such a small challenge, what qualifications does it have to participate in the ranking competition? At this moment, everyone could not help but turn to look at Gentle Snow and Crimson Fox. In regard to this situation, Gentle Snow also hesitated to decide. Hidden Fog Town, a dark town located in the vicinity of Lakeheart City, had a mithril vein. Conquering Hidden Fog Town was equivalent to obtaining the mithril vein, which would greatly help in a guild's production of weapons and equipment. Only, due to Zero Wing and Crimson Castle's inconclusive war over this dark town, neither guild had managed to capture it thus far. While Gentle Snow was hesitating, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire street before the underground arena. Okay, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. Immediately, every player on the street shifted their gaze to the source of the voice. In the next moment, a majestic monster with its paws covered in flames and lightning stalked into the crowd, radiating an indescribably heavy pressure. This monster was none other than the evolved demonic flame tiger. In terms of strength, it surpassed even a lord of the same level. Not to mention elite players, even expert players would have to run for their lives if they encountered the demonic flame tiger as an opponent. Meanwhile, upon seeing the demonic flame tiger, the players standing in its path moved to the side automatically, wearing dumbfounded expressions. What kind of mount is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Who is that person? 1412. All parties alarmed. Chapter 1412. All parties alarmed. And you are? Crimson Fox could not help but grow confused as he watched Shi Feng approach his location. Currently, Shi Feng was wearing a black cloak, so Crimson Fox could not see his appearance and level at all. However, based on the deadly threat Crimson Fox sensed from the demonic flame tiger, he could tell that Shi Feng was definitely not your run-of-the-mill expert. Everyone present similarly shifted their gazes to Shi Feng, curious to find out Shi Feng's identity. In the next moment, Shi Feng removed his black cloak, displaying his disguise as Black Flame. Currently, he was fully garbed in black, light armor sporting dark blue magical patterns. At his waist hung 2 exquisite longswords. The mana enveloping his body was also much denser than the ambient mana. Meanwhile, those within range of Shi Feng's aura felt as if they were standing before a humanoid beast right now. He's Black Flame. You mean the Black Flame with the nickname of Sword King? I am absolutely sure of it. I've watched his battle videos before. I never imagined he would actually come to spectate this competition. Crap. Just what kind of equipment is he wearing? The mana surrounding his body feels so dense. A few players familiar with Black Flame immediately recognized Shi Feng's identity. A huge commotion promptly broke out on the street as everyone started discussing Black Flame. In Star Moon Kingdom, everyone was familiar with Black Flame's name. However, aside from merchant players, most players rarely paid attention to matters relating to other kingdoms and empires. If not for the God's Domain experts list having recorded Black Flame's name, ordinary players would most likely have no idea who Black Flame was. Guild Leader. At this moment, Gentle Snow's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Shi Feng. Although she had long since known that Shi Feng improved rapidly, she never imagined that it would be this fast. It had only been a short time since the last siege war at Stone Forest Town ended, yet, compared to the pressure she felt from Shi Feng back then, the pressure he gave off now was superior by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the various large guilds present on the street were likewise shocked by the pressure from Shi Feng. So this is Zero Wing's guild leader? It seems the rumors about him are true after all. He really is a monstrous existence. Fortunately, the ranking competition forbids guild leader and vice guild leader characters from participating. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely be the dark horse of this competition. The upper echelons of the various large guilds inwardly celebrated as they looked at Shi Feng. If the secret pavilion allowed someone like Black Flame to participate in the ranking competition, Zero Wing would be unstoppable. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, most likely only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed experts capable of contending against Black Flame. As Shi Feng approached the members of Crimson Castle on the demonic Flame Tiger, the aura he exuded also grew increasingly powerful. Even the space around him started to stagnate. Meanwhile, those subjected to his aura felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on them, discomfort overwhelming their bodies. Sword King Black Flame? Initially, Crimson Fox also revealed a shocked expression at his taste of Shi Feng's presence. Very quickly, however, he calmed down and smiled, saying, "Since guild leader Black Flame has already said so, whichever one of our two guilds ranks lower in this competition will have to give up on Hidden Fog Town." Naturally, Shi Feng nodded. "With guild leader Black Flame's word, I can rest assured now. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will not take up your time, guild leader Black Flame." Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, Crimson Fox revealed a delighted smile. He immediately turned around and walked back into the underground arena. Meanwhile, the two cloaked players in Crimson Fox's entourage could not help but send a few additional glances at Shi Feng before re-entering the arena. "Boss, that person is Black Flame. He might have prepared some trump cards for the competition." "Is it really all right to proceed with our original plan to compete with Zero Wing?" A level 45 shield warrior standing beside Crimson Fox asked worriedly. "What's there to worry about? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has long since investigated everything there is to know about Zero Wing. While the top-ranking experts of Zero Wing are indeed scary, none of those experts are among the representatives Zero Wing has dispatched for the competition this time. Zero Wing's representatives consist solely of the experts that originally belonged to Ouroboros. There is no need to be fearful of them," Crimson Fox sneered. "Even if Black Flame does have some kind of backup plan, do you think our side doesn't possess one as well?" "Boss, what do you mean?" the shield warrior asked in confusion. "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has always found Zero Wing to be an eyesore. Do you think they would secretly send only two experts to help Crimson Castle?" Crimson Fox whispered. "Rest assured. Zero Wing has no chance of winning against us. Most likely, even getting into the top 10 will be a problem for them. After all, among the participants in the competition this time, many are newcomers nurtured by superpowers." After the shield warrior gave the matter some thought, he found his guild leader's words reasonable. In order to ensure its conquest of Hidden Fog Town, Crimson Castle had made plenty of preparations. The shield warrior then unconsciously turned to look at the two cloaked men some distance behind him. His body shuddered involuntarily when he felt the killing intent the two were radiating. He had personally witnessed the strength of these two players before. Even when these two players went up against 5 of Crimson Castle's top 10 experts all by themselves, they had easily emerged victorious, not even losing 1/10 of their HPs. Moreover, this was while the two players were keeping many of their trump cards hidden. If those two players went all out, they could trounce all 10 of Crimson Castle's strongest experts, even if the latter teamed up. "Gold Leader, you shouldn't have agreed to their bet so hastily," Gentle Snow said helplessly as she looked at Shi Feng. "It is obvious that Crimson Castle has come prepared this time. The two cloaked experts following behind Crimson Fox have never appeared in our investigations of Crimson Castle before. It is highly possible that they are Crimson Castle's trump cards this time." Although those two experts had hidden their levels and equipment, the killing intent they radiated was no laughing matter. They must have experienced countless battles to have gained that kind of killing intent. Moreover, she could tell that those two experts were already actively restraining their killing intent. Only as the killing intent they cultivated ran bone deep, they couldn't conceal it completely. She had no doubt that those two experts were frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, Crimson Fox would not have so willingly agreed to such a risky bet. "That's right, Guild Leader. The pressure I felt from them is much stronger than even what the top-tier experts of Corpse Soul gave off. There is a high chance that those two players are Refinement Realm experts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt such intense pressure from them," Zhao Yuru said, nodding in agreement with Gentle Snow's words. "Far from just Refinement Realm experts, those two people have already reached the Flowing Water Realm. They are capable of making the best response through observing their opponents," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. When he was walking towards Crimson Castle's group, he could clearly feel how powerful those two cloaked players were. Or to put it in another way, their presence was right in his face. Hence, he had deliberately released his aura in order to test the two cloaked players' reactions. And indeed, just like he had guessed, both of them were definitely experts. The instant he directed killing intent towards Crimson Castle's group, Only these two players had prepared to retaliate straight away. It was obvious that they had perceived and reacted to the subtle actions he made. As for Crimson Fox and the others, they had not shown a single reaction whatsoever. Guild leader, why did you agree to the bet then? Gentle Snow could not help but grow anxious. Going up against two flowing water realm experts was no joke. In a situation where both sides possessed similar levels and attributes, either one of these flowing water realm experts could easily annihilate all 5 members that Zero Wing had dispatched. With these two players taking the field, Crimson Castle had a sporting chance of contesting for the top 3 positions. If the first-rate guilds taking part in this competition did not dispatch any powerful experts, it might even be possible for Crimson Castle to win the championship. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild like itself would not take such a ranking competition seriously. At most, it would only field some of the newcomers it nurtured to let them gain some experience. Won't it be interesting that way? Shi Feng retorted, laughing. Not to mention, if even Crimson Castle has some trump cards, do you think Zero Wing doesn't? 1413, Shi Feng's Trump Cards, Chapter 1413, Shi Feng's Trump Cards, Trump Cards? Gentle Snow stared at Shi Feng in confusion. Zero Wing had already decided the 5 members who would be participating in the ranking competition. Changing representatives at the last minute was impossible. She had also geared them with the best weapons and equipment available to her. Currently, even the most inferior piece of equipment these 5 players wore was level 45 dark gold equipment. Zhao Yueru was even equipped with the Tier 1 set equipment for elementalists, in addition to a piece of epic growth type equipment. The weapon Zhao Yueru wielded was even an epic staff. In terms of equipment, Zhao Yueru could definitely rank near the top among those participating in this ranking competition. Hence, it would be very difficult to further upgrade the weapons and equipment of Zero Wing's representatives. As for their techniques, those were not something that could be improved within a short period. This isn't the place to talk about them. Let's go to our guild's designated room first, Shi Feng said as he sent a glance at their surroundings. Currently, members of various large guilds were focused on them. It was obvious that these guilds were starting to grow cautious of Zero Wing in this competition. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Shi Feng's words. Shi Feng was currently too eye-catching. He also didn't have his aura concealed. Although it was impossible to make out his level and the quality of his weapons and equipment, judging by the increased mana density around Shi Feng, an expert could readily tell that Shi Feng was incredibly powerful. After Shi Feng and the others entered the underground arena, the members of the various large guilds stationed outside the arena to keep an eye out for noteworthy opponents immediately reported back to their superiors. Meanwhile, over a dozen people were currently seated inside one of the underground arena's luxurious VIP rooms. Even the lowest leveled player among these people was level 45, while the highest even reached level 46. The dark gold equipment they wore were also of a style. These were obviously set equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds had trouble collecting one set of level 45 dark gold set equipment, yet there were actually 6 sets here. Seated in the front of this group of players were a man and a woman. These two people were none other than Nine Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain. Although both of them were representatives of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they sat on different sides of the room, each of them leading a group of newcomers they'd cultivated on their own. The newcomers of each side also faced their counterparts as if they were mortal enemies. They looked nothing like members of the same guild. To the various large guilds, the ranking competitions hosted by the Secret Pavilion were a good opportunity for them to raise their fame. To the various superpowers, however, these competitions were merely amusements. After all, even without doing any publicity, everyone was already familiar with their guilds. Hence, during every ranking competition, the various superpowers in God's domain would field their internally nurtured newcomers instead of their mainstays. One of the reasons for doing so was to allow the newcomers to gain some combat experience. The second reason was to let the public know just how powerful the newcomers they nurtured were. Interesting. Zero Wing's Black Flame has come as well? Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled up slightly when he read the report that just came in. He actually agreed to Crimson Castle's wager? It seems he's pretty confident in his own guild members. Pavilion Master, should we supply a few more epic items to Crimson Castle? Martial Dragon whispered. No need. The helpers and items we've provided Crimson Castle are already enough to defeat Zero Wing, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. However, tell the others to go all out against Zero Wing's members. Make sure to give them a beating. Let the players of the Black Dragon Empire know just what kind of guild Zero Wing is. He hated Zero Wing down to the bone. If not for Phoenix Rain's partnership being known by all in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which prevented him from publicly mobilizing the pavilion's forces against Zero Wing a second time, he would have long since trampled Zero Wing's branch guild. He wouldn't have let the branch guild survive until now. However, as long as Crimson Castle won its bet and secured Hidden Fogtown, Zero Wing's branch guild's days would be numbered. Hidden Fogtown did not only possess a small mithril vein, but was also located in Skyfog Valley, a resource-rich map as well as the most important level 50 to level 70 map in the Lake Heart City region. As long as Crimson Castle obtained Hidden Fog Town, it would have absolute control over Skyfog Valley. Moreover, the several second-rate guilds Crimson Castle was allied with could easily gather at the guild town. Then, as long as Zero Wings members dared to set foot into Skyfog Valley, they would not get out alive. Furthermore, without the resources of Skyfog Valley, Zero Wings development at Lakeheart City would definitely slow down. Sooner or later, Crimson Castle would surpass Zero Wing and chase it out of Lakeheart City. Meanwhile, even if the upper echelon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were to find out about this matter, they would not say anything about it. After all, Nine Dragons' Emperor did not personally take action. Understood. Marshal Dragon nodded. He then proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. Inside one of the rooms that the secret pavilion prepared for the various invited guilds, Guild Leader, the competition is about to start soon. Just what do you want to show us? Zhao Yuru asked curiously. At this point, it was already impossible for them to further increase their combat power unless they took the equipment of Aqua Rose and the guild's other peak experts. However, that was obviously out of the question. Aside from that, Zhao Yuru could not think of anything else that could possibly increase their strength within such a short time. First, eat these, Shi Feng said as he took out one moonlight fruit after another from his bag. The moonlight fruit was a treasure he had harvested from the Dark Canyon. When consumed, it would permanently improve the user's physique by 2%. A player could consume a maximum of 5 moonlight fruits, permanently improving their physique by 10%. He had only obtained a little over 100 moonlight fruits from the Dark Canyon. After distributing some to Aqua Rose and the others who had reached level 50, he had only 83 left. Guild Leader, how did you manage to get your hands on these things? Shock filled Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the Moonlight Fruit's introductory text. She had never even heard about a fruit capable of permanently increasing a player's physique, much less seen one. Such a fruit could easily sell for thousands of gold. Nevertheless, Shi Feng took out 30 moonlight fruits, including a portion for her. I got them from the secret land my promotion quest transported me to. Make sure not to tell anyone about them. Shi Feng did not hide the origin of the moonlight fruit, as everyone present was a trusted aide of Gentle Snow. Moreover, he was also familiar with their personalities. In the past, these top-tier experts of Ouroboros were all very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. Besides Zhao Yuru, the others participating in the ranking competition this time were Fierce Snake, Windmill, Wild Bone, and Negative Life. Fierce Snake was a level 45 Berserker while Windmill was a level 45 Summoner, both of them former members of Ouroboros' 12 Apostles. As for Wild Bone, he was a level 45 Shield Warrior and was previously Ouroboros' third-ranking Shield Warrior. Lastly, Negative Life was a level 46 Ranger. In terms of talent, he was inferior only to Soaring Snake, the leader of the 12 Apostles. Only, as he had entered the virtual gaming world a lot later than Soaring Snake, his combat standards had been inferior to Soaring Snake's. However, after receiving various resources from Zero Wing, his combat standards had improved rapidly. Right now, he was already close to rivaling Minor Wind in terms of combat standards. These people had stayed by Gentle Snow's side all this time, so Shi Feng was not afraid word of the Moonlight Fruit would leak out. These moonlight fruits are amazing. I can already feel my combat power increasing by at least 10%, Zhao Yuru exclaimed in surprise after consuming 5 moonlight fruits and carefully sensing the changes to her body. As for everyone else, due to their deficient standards, their combat power had only increased by 5% or so. Alright, don't get too excited yet. Just a 10% increase to your physique won't be enough to make up for the gap in techniques. Next up, wear these, Shi Feng said as he began taking out epic items from his bag one after another, placing a total of 6 on the table. A portion of these epic items was loot from Heaven's Burial, while the rest came from boss drops and quests. Guild Leader, did you rob a kingdom's treasury? Zhao Yueru's eyes widened when she saw the epic items on the table. The others were likewise stupefied by this scene. While they all knew that Zero Wing's foundations were extraordinary, they had never thought that the guild could still bring out so many epic items for them to use. Right, Yueru, how much intelligence and strength do you currently have? Shi Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1,030/70. As for my strength, it's at 400, Zhao Yuru stated proudly. These attributes were considerably high for an elementalist of her level. That should be barely enough, Shi Feng muttered after some mental calculations. He then started taking out attribute gemstones and a skill book for a tier 1 passive skill that increased the user's strength attribute. First, equip these tier 3 gemstones. After you're done, wear the magic devouring charm and eye of Arnos. Zhao Yueru was rendered speechless when she heard Shi Feng's comment that her attributes were barely enough. However, she still obediently equipped the attribute gemstones and the 2 pieces of epic equipment and learned the tier 1 skill. How are your intelligence and strength now? Shi Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1590 and my strength is at 614, Zhao Yue replied, feeling greatly elated. Good. Then temporarily set aside that staff of yours and use this one for the competition, Shi Feng said as he handed Frostflame's Wrath to Zhao Yueru. 1414 competition starts. Chapter 1414 competition starts. This is, as Zhao Yueru gazed at the staff with a red and white glow, its beauty captivated her. As a fragmented legendary weapon, Frost Flame's Wrath radiated an intense powerful the moment it appeared, making ordinary players feel quite uncomfortable. The surrounding mana inadvertently flowed towards Frost Flame's Wrath, and it instantly became the focal point of the room. At this moment, Zhao Yueru wasn't the only one to notice how unique Frost Flame's Wrath was. Even Gentle Snow and the others had noticed the weapon's extraordinary features. Could that be Gentle Snow had déjà vu when she saw Frost Flame's Wrath? A possibility surfaced in her mind, but she quickly shook the thought away, refusing to believe it was feasible. When Zhao Yueru accepted Frost Flame's Wrath and checked its attribute panel, she was stunned. How is this possible? This is a fragmented legendary weapon? Zhao Yueru couldn't believe her eyes. To obtain a single epic item, a large guild would have to invest countless resources and manpower. At this stage of the game, a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 7 or 8 epic items. Even the various superpowers had very few epic items. However, even now, no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining a fragmented legendary item. First-rate guilds and below could only fantasize of wielding such items. Yet, Shi Feng had just handed her a fragmented legendary staff. She even began to wonder if Shi Feng had a few hidden backers. You need to keep this staff a secret. You should be aware of the consequences should others discover this matter, Shi Feng whispered a warning. Although he had revealed Frost Flame's Wrath, not just any player could inspect it. Only the wielder could check its attribute panel. Hence, aside from Zhao Yueru and himself, nobody knew that Frost Flame's Wrath was a fragmented legendary weapon. However, since Gentle Snow had her own fragmented legendary item, could likely guess the staff's identity. Other players would, at most, assume it was a top-tier epic weapon. After all, fragmented legendary items were truly too rare. Even after 10 use in God's domain, Shadow had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. Zhao Yueru nodded seriously. She had never expected Shi Feng to let her use such a precious weapon. She wouldn't expose the guild's secrets. Alright, before you enter the competition field, use these all-rounded devices. How far you go in the competition will depend on you. Each all-rounded device lasted 4 hours, 1 hour more than the Titan device's duration. 2 all-rounded devices should be more than enough to last until the end of the ranking competition. Although players weren't allowed to use magic scrolls and items such as berserk potions and frost grenades in the secret pavilion's ranking competitions, they could use anything else. The underground arena's large-scale arena in the Black Dragon Empire could accommodate 100,000 people. Currently, players filled the space. The venue was even livelier than the competitions in the Dark Arena due to the ranking competition's lower restrictions. This time, the secret pavilion had invited all of the local second-rate guilds and above. The local well-known players and adventurer teams had received an invite as well. It wasn't hard to fill the underground arena's largest venue. So many players are participating in the competition this time. I know, right? The last one only included the players from the Black Dragon Empire. But I've heard that quite a few superpowers have sent their newcomers to gain some experience in this competition. In addition, famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms have come to join the fun. The secret pavilion has doubled the number of official slots in the competition. Now, a total of 6,400 people can take part. Many of the top 100 players from the previous competition will likely lose their spots. Our 100 Beast Adventurer team's commander and vice commander will definitely rank among the top 200. We'll be able to rank among the top 30 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Top 200? Your commander only ranked 40th during the last competition. He'll be lucky to make it into the top 500 this time. I heard that even the FFF Adventurer team is only aiming to get 2 people into the top 100. After all, the newcomers from the various superpowers are terrifying. Furthermore, several hundred top and well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have also sent participants. That's right, don't forget, this competition isn't just a contest between adventurer teams. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds are also participating. Those guilds' foundations are far more powerful than adventurer teams. One top-tier expert from a second-rate guild could easily trample an expert from a well-known adventurer team. Only representatives from top adventurer teams have a chance of securing a top position in this competition. The crowd in the spectator stands engaged in heated discussions regarding the competition. Generally, they only got to watch such a large-scale competition once a month. It was the highest standard competition ordinary players had access to. Most ordinary players envied those who got to watch the competition in person. However, these players were even more jealous of the players in the 30 VIP rooms. From these rooms, players could see the 10 stages as if they stood next to them. The difference between the experience of sitting in a VIP room versus sitting in the spectator stands was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of VIP rooms available. After prioritizing the superpowers, the secret pavilion handed these rooms to the first and second-rate guilds before dividing the rest among the top 5 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Everyone else could only look upon these rooms in envy. While players chatted, Yuan Tiexin, the host of this ranking competition, appeared on the main stage. Immediately, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to watch the Black Dragon Empire's monthly ranking competition. As there are a lot more participants this time, we've modified the competition slots and rules slightly. First, there are 6,400 official participants this month. These participants will be categorized into 10 stages. Each participant will fight in 30 matches. The system will randomly determine these matches' competitors. Each victory will grant 1 point. In the end, the top 100 participants of each stage will move on to the competition's main phase. During the main phase, guilds and adventurer teams that rank within the top 3 of their respective categories in terms of average strength will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. I won't continue to waste everyone's time, so let the competition begin. The moment Yuan Tiexin announced the start of the competition, the audience cheered once more. At the same time, the various participants felt a heavy pressure weigh them down. They hadn't realized that the first phase alone would eliminate 5,400 players. Every one of the 6,400 participants was an expert, yet so many people would be eliminated so quickly. This competition would be far crueler than the previous events, which had only included 3,200 players. After Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, the system began to distribute the 6,400 participants randomly into 10 groups. Each group had 640 participants. However, only 100 players would proceed to the final phase. The various guilds and adventurer teams' ranks would be determined based on their average results during this final phase. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is pretty lucky. All 5 of its representatives have been selected for the competition's 2 death groups. Ranking among the top 50 won't be a problem, not to mention ranking among the top 10 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Crimson Fox could not help but laugh when he saw the system-generated lists, sneering as he glanced at the VIP rooms above him. 1415, Who Has Bad Luck? Chapter 1415, Who Has Bad Luck? The screens above the 10 stages displayed the participants' numbers in each group. Of course, the various major powers had already investigated the noteworthy participants. The moment the system finished forming each group, they located the noteworthy participants' stages. The participants for the 3rd and 5th group are amazing. Isn't number 29, Falling Flowers, the 10th ranked swordsman in the Purple Thorns Empire? Crap. Thorny Language, one of the experts that ranked within the top 100 in the previous competition, is number 1514. The spectators talked among themselves when they saw the name lists on the screens. Group 3 and 5 received the most attention. These 2 groups contained 1/3 of the players who had been predicted to rank among the top 100 this time. The battles in these 2 groups would be very intense. When Gentle Snow saw the lists from her VIP room, her expression darkened. Among Zero Wing's 5 representatives, 2 had been assigned to Group 3, and 3 were in Group 5. It wouldn't have been a problem if these groups had slightly more experts than the others, but that clearly wasn't the case. Among the Superpowers newcomers, 13 were in Group 3, and 19 had been assigned Group 5. These 2 groups alone included more than half of the newbies from the various superpowers. In addition, each of these 2 groups had over a dozen representatives from first-rate guilds. They also consisted of many players from the various top adventurer teams. Overall, these people had taken roughly 90 slots among the 2 groups. There were also the various independent experts from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. Who knew if dark horses hid among these independent experts? Group 3 and 5 were death groups. Aside from Zhao Yueru, Zero Wing's representatives would have a difficult time qualifying for the competition's final phase. If they encountered one of the seeded participants or one of the superpowers newcomers, they would have to endure an arduous battle. Points would be awarded to guild representatives who made it into the final phase. These points would be used to calculate each guild's rank. Aside from superpowers, which wouldn't be included in the guild rankings, each guild had 5 representatives. Naturally, the more qualified representatives a guild possessed, the greater its advantage would be. Unless 3 or more of Zero Wing's representatives made it to the final phase, it would be at a disadvantage against Crimson Castle. Furthermore, Crimson Castle had 2 Flowing Water Realm experts. Those 2 experts were almost guaranteed to rank quite high during the final phase. Relax. None of them should have any problem qualifying for the next phase, Shi Feng reassured, chuckling when he noticed Gentle Snow's worried look. While there were many experts in Group 3 and 5, Zhao Yueru and the others were no weaklings. Their weapons and equipment ranked among the best in this competition. In addition, they had equipped the all-rounded device. They had no reason to fear anything less than a refinement realm expert. Shi Feng's confidence rendered Gentle Snow speechless. If this were an ordinary competition, she wouldn't mind losing. In fact, this was a good opportunity for Zhao Yueru and the others to gain combat experience. However, the development of Zero Wing's branch guild was on the line. If they succeeded, it would further the branch guild's progress in the Black Dragon Empire, enabling it to contend with the 5 first-rate guilds in the empire. If they failed, however, the consequences would force her into an awkward position. After all, she was the branch guild's manager. She had no wish to see it fail. As Shi Feng spoke, the competition began, following which the system randomly selected participants for the first fight. In the blink of an eye, the list of matchups appeared on the screen above their respective stages. These participants simply needed to enter their respective stages to begin the match. Group 1, number 4187 vs number 712. Group 2, number 1714 vs number 6024. Group 3, number 584 vs number 5513. Matches occurred simultaneously on the 10 stages. While the audience could watch all 10 stages at the same time, the large screens outside the underground arena would only stream the most noteworthy match. That shield warrior with the crimson shield is so amazing. He actually killed that level 43 berserker after losing less than 1/10 of his HP. He is pretty powerful. He either blocked or dodged every one of the berserker's attacks. The shield warrior's defense is impeccable. By my guess, he should rank among the top 100 shield warriors. The players crowding the open-air bars outside the underground arena heatedly discussed the players as they watched the live-streamed matches. Most of the matches ended quickly. Generally, each match lasted less than 1 minute. Even in a stalemate, the match would end after a certain amount of time, as this was the competition's initial phase. The victors of these matches would be determined by how much remaining HP each participant possessed. As one match after another came to an end, Fierce Snake, who was in Group 3, was called to the stage. His first opponent was a level 45 Guardian Knight. That berserker, Fierce Snake, really is unlucky. He has to face Flaming Arm, the 37th ranking Guardian Knight in the Empire, in his first match. He can only blame himself for such poor luck. After ranking 37th in the class rankings during the previous competition, Dragon's Abyss, one of the top 5 top adventurer teams in the Empire, recruited Flaming Arm immediately. With the guild's nurturing, Flaming Arm must have improved quite a lot. He shouldn't have any issues ranking among the top 30 in his class rankings. When Flaming Arm appeared on Group 3's stage, many among the audience shifted their attention to his stage. After all, he was an expert capable of ranking 37th among the Black Dragon Empire's Guardian Knights. In a first-rate guild, he could become one of the guild's core MTs. Moreover, when comparing classes, Guardian Knights had an advantage over Berserkers. The match's outcome was obvious. Ha ha ha, Zero Wing is actually going to lose its very first match. Crimson Fox laughed as he glanced at Fierce Snake. During the initial phase, each participant had to fight 30 matches. Among the 640 participants in each group, only the top 100 would qualify for the final phase. Based on previous ranking competitions and the intensity of this competition, players' likelihood of qualifying for the final phase was quite low, even if they won 26 of their 30 fights. Only those who win 27 matches were guaranteed to qualify. If Fierce Snake lost his very first match, he would have to win 27 of his 29 remaining matches. Such a feat would be ridiculously difficult. Crimson Fox was also quite familiar with Fierce Snake's strength, since he was one of the top-tier experts in Zero Wing's branch guild. Crimson Castle had investigated the berserker thoroughly. Based on the reports, Fierce Snake would only rank among the top 70 berserkers in the Empire. Normally, he wouldn't have any trouble qualifying for the final phase. Unfortunately, too many experts were participating in the competition this time. Fierce Snake had also been assigned to one of the 2 death groups. Now, he had to face Flaming Arm in his very first match. As a result, his chances of qualifying for the final phase had dropped. On Group 3's stage, Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm stared each other down. You must have crap luck to encounter me in your first match. Well, are you going to leave the stage willingly, or do you want me to throw you out? Flaming Arm snickered at the stern-looking Fierce Snake. Any ordinary expert would normally forfeit a match against him to save their strength for the following matches. If they fought him and revealed their trump cards only to suffer defeat in the end, they'd pay for it in the following matches. Our luck hasn't yet been determined, Fierce Snake said, chuckling. You overestimate yourself. Flaming Arm's gaze sharpened when he heard the bell signal the start of the match. Without hesitation, he activated his Berserk skill, growing significantly larger. Raising his shield, he charged at Fierce Snake. 1416. Initial Appearance. Chapter 1416. Initial Appearance. When Flaming Arm was less than 10 yards away from Fierce Snake, he shouted abruptly. Suddenly, his body released a golden glow. Divine swords began to appear around him, rotating as he moved. Tier 1 skill, Divine Storm. When activated, the skill would deal divine damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius 3 times. Each attack contained 130% of player's strength and dealt 200% weapon damage. Flaming Arm is merciless. He's using his signature move right off the bat. Signature move? While it looks like he's trying to finish his opponent off with Divine Storm, in reality, he's only using it to trick his opponent into defending themselves or dodging his attack. When his opponent has lost the power to resist, he'll finish them off with Divine Adjudication. Divine Adjudication is an unavoidable skill, and Flaming Arm has relied on it to pass the initial phase during previous competitions. A few participants who were familiar with Flaming Arm could not help but pity Fierce Snake. Although Flaming Arm was a Guardian Knight, he had dumped the majority of his free attribute points into his strength. Moreover, his gemstones were all strength-based. He operated more like a DPS player than an MT. Flaming Arm's strength could even rival top-tier berserkers of the same level. Even his berserk skill was strength-based, increasing his strength by 100%. Not even a top-tier berserker of the same level could compete with Flaming Arm once the Guardian Knight activated his berserk skill. Seeing the enemy Guardian Knight charge towards him fearlessly, Fierce Snake activated Power of Darkness, and faint layers of dark fog swirled around his body. He then rotated as he swung his greatsword horizontally. Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a black tornado dominated Group 3's stage. What a fool, Flaming Arm sneered as he put even more power into his charge. When the black tornado and the golden tornado clashed, a powerful shockwave tore through the stage. When the tornado scattered, everyone watching was stupefied. Impossible. He blocked Flaming Arm's attack? How high is Fierce Snake's strength? Flaming Arm was a Guardian Knight famed for his strength. Very few players had ever blocked his signature move, but if an opponent could block the first assault and retain their stance, Flaming Arm would lose his opportunity to follow up with Divine Adjudication. Flaming Arm's expression hardened as he glared at his opponent. During the previous collision, Fierce Snake had only been forced to retreat by 1 step. On the other hand, he had taken 3 steps back. He had also lost over 500 HP. The difference between their strengths was obvious. How was his strength so high? Flaming Arm refused to accept this. To help him score well in the competition, his adventurer team had lent him a set of epic bracers, which boosted his strength considerably. With these bracers equipped, he was even confident of securing one of the top 100 positions. Yet, he had lost to an unknown berserker's strength. This all-rounded device the guild leader had me equip is amazing. Fierce Snake couldn't help his shock when he saw his skill completion rate. In truth, his strength attribute was only slightly higher than Flaming Arm's. The main reason behind the outcome of that clash was his Whirlwind Slash's completion rate. He had achieved a 90% completion rate with his counterattack. This was the first time he had executed Whirlwind Slash so smoothly. As long as a skill's completion rate rose past 85%, every 1% increase would boost the attack's power. Upon reaching 90%, the skill would undergo a qualitative transformation. It was only natural that Flaming Arm had difficulty blocking his attack. Since I can't overcome his strength, let's see who lasts until the end. Flaming Arm calmed very quickly. Immediately, he activated Protection Blessing. Then, while disregarding his defense, he attacked Fierce Snake ruthlessly, intent on exchanging blow for blow. Protection Blessing halved the damage he received. Even if there was a difference in strength, he had the advantage in an exchange of blows since berserkers didn't have any skills that reduced incoming damage. As everyone assumed that Fierce Snake would dodge Flaming Arm's attacks, the man rushed forward to meet the Guardian Knight in battle rather than retreating. Is his brain broken? He clearly has the advantage in this fight. He could easily win if he just waited out Flaming Arm's Protection Blessing, yet he's charging towards his death. Fierce Snake's behavior confused the spectators. Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm engaged in a vicious battle, attacking and defending. However, a Guardian Knight had a much easier time defending against attacks than a berserker. With a slight adjustment of his shield, Flaming Arm could easily guard a large portion of his body. In contrast, Fierce Snake could only protect a limited space even with large swings of his greatsword. The difference between their damages was also clear. Even when Fierce Snake's greatsword struck his opponent, his normal attacks only dealt around 3,000 damage. On the other hand, Flaming Arm's normal attacks dealt over 6,000 damage. Meanwhile, Flaming Arm had over 80,000 HP, while Fierce Snake only had around 70,000 HP. When Fierce Snake's HP fell to 50%, Flaming Arm still had over 2/3 of his HP left. However, the more Flaming Arm fought Fierce Snake, the more afraid he became. As the battle dragged on, he could sense his opponent's combat standards improving. Moreover, the more Fierce Snake fought, the more natural the berserker's actions became. As a result, it became increasingly difficult to land an attack. On the other hand, Fierce Snake had an easier time hitting him. After another 5 seconds, Fierce Snake had only 1/3 of his HP remaining. However, Flaming Arm had the same. What? Flaming Arm is losing? No one could believe their eyes as they watched Flaming Arm's HP fall below Fierce Snake's, the gap between them growing wider as the seconds ticked by. How is his combat standard so high? Has he been toying with me all this time? When Flaming Arm saw his HP drop to a critical level, he knew that he had lost his chance of winning. Not only was the difference between their combat standards so great, but his Protection Blessing's duration was running out. What Flaming Arm didn't know was that due to the sudden increase of mana density around Fierce Snake, he couldn't fight at his peak, but as the match progressed, Fierce Snake adapted to the increase brought about by the all-rounded device. Honestly, Fierce Snake could have ended the battle already. However, fighting a top-tier expert like Flaming Arm was inspiring. Hence, he hadn't bothered to use any of his skills, toying with the enemy Guardian Knight. When Fierce Snake eventually eliminated the final strand of Flaming Arm's HP, gasps of amazement echoed from the crowd. Zero Wing's Fierce Snake is so amazing. I never thought that, aside from the several well-known peak experts, Zero Wing had someone like this. I've underestimated Zero Wing. It seems we'll have to be more careful of this berserker later on. His melee combat abilities are too strong. After the match, the various major powers representatives were a little afraid of this berserker Fierce Snake. After all, Fierce Snake had relied on normal attacks to defeat the Black Dragon Empire's 37th ranking Guardian Knight. If he had used his skills, he would have wiped the floor with Flaming Arm. After Fierce Snake's match, Windmill, Wildbone, and Negative Life completed their matches. Without suspense, they won their respective battles. Moreover, they also won their matches without any skills. No one had seen the true depth of their prowess. As the ranking competition grew more intense, Zhao Yuru's turn eventually came. Group 5, number 918 vs number 29. What? The Flame Witch is going up against Falling Flowers? Both are experts capable of qualifying for the final phase. To think the system would pit them against each other, this is going to be interesting. Falling Flowers is one of the top 10 swordsman experts in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. I've heard that some time ago, she even defeated Whistling Sword, the 3094th ranked player on the God's Domain experts list. On the other hand, even the Dark Guild, Corpse Soul, is helpless against the Flame Witch. This will be an intense fight. Everyone grew excited as they watched the two women approach Group 5 stage. As soon as the match began, both sides activated their berserk skills. Upon doing so, Zhao Yuru executed triple casting. Although she had only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and a Tier 0 spell, both her spellcasting speed and her spell's power shocked the audience. Fireballs, flame spears, and flaming chains shot towards Falling Flowers in rapid succession. Despite being a Refinement Realm expert, Falling Flowers couldn't keep up with the attacks. After exhausting of her life-saving skills, the dozens of fireballs and flame spears killed her instantly. 1417. Shocking. The Empire. Chapter 1417. Shocking the Empire. From the moment the bell signaling the start of the match rang until the moment the system displayed its end, less than 5 seconds had passed. The match was so overwhelmingly one-sided that Falling Flowers hadn't even had time to scream before she transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the stage. At this point, Group 5 stage had become a smoldering mess. Huh? Looking at the stage, Zhao Yueru was momentarily dazed. She struggled to believe that it had been her doing. What just happened? The audience watching Group 5's battle wore dumbfounded expressions, their minds unable to process the unexpected outcome. Originally, everyone had assumed that the fight was between 2 players of equal strength. They had never expected this outcome. Triple casting. Just who is she? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru in shock. Current peak magical class experts were just barely learning to triple cast, and Zhao Yueru could already triple speed cast. Even Blue Phoenix had yet to grasp that level of the technique. Even after entering the legacy space of Zero Wing's secret spellcasting technique, she had only grasped double speed casting. Moreover, based on the power of Zhao Yuru's spells, it was obvious that her skill completion rates were very high. How many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but glance at Zero Wing's room from her seat next to Blue Phoenix. Zero Wing had previously revealed that it had powerful magical class experts such as Violet Cloud, Aqua Rose, and Alluring Summer. Now, the guild had revealed Zhao Yueru. Due to Zhao Yuru's astonishing performance, the audience began to pay more attention to Zero Wing. How strong is Zero Wing? It even has such a powerful elementalist expert. I had thought that Zero Wing's only capable expert was the Sword King, Black Flame. Now, it turns out that the guild has such a magical class expert. After this match, the Black Dragon Empire's players began to look into the guild known as Zero Wing. The moment they did, however, they flabbergasted. They had never thought that Zero Wing would be Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. This ranking competition is going to be interesting. So, Zero Wing is pretty strong. We'll likely see a change to the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guild list. Zero Wing should have no problems ranking among the top 10. However, getting into the top 5 will probably be a challenge. After all, the 5 first-rate guilds in our empire have many powerful experts. Why would it be easy to surpass them? While everyone discussed Zero Wing, the various large guilds turned their attention towards the guild as well. They began to search for a method to deal with Zhao Yuru. Although Zhao Yuru's ability to triple speed cast was powerful, she wasn't undefeatable. Following which, the spectators' astonishment grew as they watched one match after another, Zero Wing's 5 representatives improving their battle records. 15 consecutive victories. 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories. It seemed as if no one could stop Zero Wing's representatives. Not even top adventurer Reams and first-rate guild's top-tier experts were a match for them. In the end, all 5 qualified for the final phase. Zhao Yueru, in particular, had displayed overwhelming power from start to finish. On the other hand, some of the representatives from first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, who had been expected to make it to the final phase, were disqualified. Zero Wing is too awesome. All 5 of its representatives made it. Even the 5 first-rate guilds couldn't accomplish the feat. I've heard that the Zero Wing guild developing in the Black Dragon Empire is only a branch guild. If even the branch guild is this powerful, how much stronger is the main branch? I think I heard that Zero Wing's branch guild in Lakeheart City has been recruiting members. Once the competition is over, I must go and apply to join the guild. Before anyone had realized it, Zero Wing had become a rival for the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 first-rate guilds. Its fame in the Empire skyrocketed. Guild leader, are you sure about giving them so many all-rounded devices? The outcome of the competition had shocked Gentle Snow. She was very familiar with the standards of Zero Wing's 5 representatives. Although their combat power had increased thanks to the weapons and equipment Shi Feng had provided, the improvement was limited. It wasn't possible for them to achieve such exaggerated results. She might have understood if only Zhao Yueru had been victorious, yet despite their assignment to the death groups, the other 4 representatives had won their matches as well. This was unbelievable. Fierce Snake and Negative Life's performances were particularly shocking. They had contended with Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they had relied on superior basic attributes and high skill completion rates, barely defeating their opponents. Gentle Snow had found this outcome incredible. After all, she was fully aware of just how powerful a Refinement Realm expert was. Such experts should have no issues defeating non-Refinement Realm experts, even with 30% higher basic attributes. Furthermore, Fierce Snake and Negative Life's basic attributes weren't much higher than their Refinement Realm opponents. The only explanation for their unexpected performances was the all-rounded device. Gentle Snow hadn't expected such amazing results from the all-rounded devices. They were so effective that they allowed Fierce Snake, someone who wasn't even a half-step Refinement Realm expert yet, defeat a Refinement Realm expert. Relax. While the all-rounded device's production is somewhat costly, we can make as many of it as we want. Shi Feng hadn't expected the item to be so effective either. After fighting so many matches, Fierce Snake and the others had obviously improved. If they could continue fighting different Refinement Realm experts, it wouldn't be long before then entered the Refinement Realm as well, becoming cornerstones for Zero Wing. As many as we want? Gentle Snow was at a loss for words as she stared at Shi Feng's calm expression. She felt as if this was the first time she had met the man. If it were possible to mass-produce the all-rounded device, then with Zero Wing's current foundations, they could nurture a batch of Refinement Realm experts in a short time. She would never have dared to dream of such a thing in the past. After the competition's initial phase ended, the true ranking competition that everyone had looked forward to began. Unlike the initial qualifiers, participants that lost a match during the final phase would be eliminated, while those that won would proceed to the next round. Meanwhile, to prevent the various large guilds and adventurer teams' representatives face off against their own, the system would try to assign them to different matches as often as possible. This assured that the various large guilds and adventurer teams could collect the maximum number of points possible. Aside from Zhao Yueru, Fierce Snake and the others were strong enough to rival Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they easy passed the first 3 rounds and ranked among the top 150 in the competition. However, 3 had lost the 4th round due to Refinement Realm expert opponents with epic items. In the end, only Zhao Yueru and Negative Life had won their 4th matches in the final phase. During the 5th round, a Refinement Realm expert with more than one epic item had eliminated Negative Life. He had lost with little resistance. Guild leader, Zero Wing, is far more powerful than we had expected. What should we do now? The shield warrior named Lonely Castle asked Crimson Fox worriedly in Crimson Castle's VIP room. Although the 2 experts, 9 Dragons Emperor had sent, had made it to the 5th round, the other 3 representatives had been eliminated in the 2nd match. What's there to worry about? Didn't you see Zhao Yueru's next opponent? Crimson Fox asked unhurriedly as he pointed to the virtual screen above the center stage. What? Lonely Castle was stupefied when he saw the names on the screen. He was instantly elated. Zhao Yueru's opponent for the 5th round was Yi Luofei, the FFF Adventurer Team's vice commander. She had the nickname Frost Empress and was one of the Black Dragon Empire's 4 great elementalists. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had even offered her the position of vice commander over its main force to recruit her. 1418. You still aren't qualified. Chapter 1418. You still aren't qualified. As the current match on the main stage was about to end, everyone shifted their gaze to the screen hovering above the stage, excitement and joy sparkling in their eyes. The next match is going to be awesome. The Frost Empress and Flame Witch? How unfortunate. Both clearly have the strength to rank in the top 30, yet they have to face each other in the 5th round. I wonder who's strongest. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely Yi Luofei. After all, she is the 3rd-ranked elementalist in the Black Dragon Empire. She even ended in the top 20 during the previous competition. In the Black Dragon Empire, practically everybody knew about FFF's Frost Empress. She had soared to fame during the previous ranking competition. Her beautiful face and graceful body had made it into everyone's hearts. Although she hadn't left many battle records in the Black Dragon Empire after the competition, the battle records she had left were terrifying. In one instance, she had annihilated a dark guild by herself. In another instance, she had fought the 5th-ranked player on the Black Dragon Empire's Red List, the assassin Hell Prison. To be more specific, Hell Prison had ambushed Yi Luofei. In the end, however, she had defeated the assassin, and he had been forced to retreat. Hell Prison had killed several 2nd-rate guild leaders. Although he had never killed a first-rate guild's leader, he had come very close to succeeding several times. This had earned the various large guilds' hatred. However, they were powerless against the assassin expert, yet after a single failed attempt, Hell Prison had declared that he had given up targeting Yi Luofei. No one knew why he had done so, but the fact that Yi Luofei had forced an assassin like Hell Prison to give up showed how powerful she was. The assassination attempt had been a while ago. Yi Luofei had certainly grown stronger since then. Big Sis Rain, it seems that Zero Wing may be in trouble. Yi Luofei is highly talented. The Secret Pavilion has even labeled her as a monster-level genius. Based on the information we currently have, she has grasped at least 2 combat techniques. Moreover, one of them is an advanced combat technique. The Secret Pavilion has tried to recruit her, but she rejected their offer. Based on our reports, it seems that the Flower of Seven Sins has contacted her as well, Blue Phoenix whispered when she saw the combatants for the next round. If Zero Wing is defeated here and loses its bet with Crimson Castle, Nine Dragons Emperor will use the opportunity to crush Zero Wing's branch guild. The Flower of Seven Sins didn't just contact her in secret, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. The Great Pavilion Master informed us to give up on recruiting Yi Luofei and to avoid provoking her. She's already become one of the Flower of Seven Sins' reserve upper echelons. The Flower of Seven Sins values her. What? She's already a reserve upper echelon? Blue Phoenix was shocked, staring at Yi Luofei below the main stage. Although the Flower of Seven Sins was a mysterious organization, the various superpowers had a certain amount of information on it. Like the Secret Pavilion, it was considered a transcendental power. None of the superpowers would dare underestimate it. The requirements to become one of the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons were even stricter than those to become a super guild's upper echelon. As the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization of assassins, strength meant everything. If one wished to become one of the organization's upper echelons, they needed to have the strength to back up the ambition. Every one of the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons was an absolute monster. Now that Yi Luofei was a reserve upper echelon, this proved that the Flower of Seven Sins had acknowledged her strength. The organization had clearly deemed that she could become a monster-level expert as well. When the waiting participants saw the next pairing, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Luofei, it seems you've encountered a proper opponent this time, a slim assassin in dark gray leather armor said from beside the woman, smiling. A proper opponent? Yi Luofei glanced at Zhao Yueru, who sat a short distance away. She responded indifferently. Commander, please stop joking. She's still not worthy of being my opponent. Someone on Phoenix Rain's level might be, but not her. Well, in any case, don't take the match too seriously. Just defeat her casually. Save some cards for the rest of your opponents. Otherwise, you'll have trouble fulfilling your agreement with the Flower of Seven Sins. Yan Tianxing, the FFF Adventurer Team's commander, said as he glanced at the several cloaked players beside the stage. Commander, rest assured, I'll claim the championship and leave those upper echelons speechless, Yi Luofei confidently declared before walking towards the stage. When the Flower of Seven Sins had tried to recruit her, she had given the organization a condition. She required that they turn FFF into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, not just the Black Dragon Empire. However, a large amount of resources would be required to do so. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had agreed to her condition, the organization had offered one of its own. She must secure the championship in this ranking competition. Yi Luofei didn't think too much about the condition. After all, not only had the Flower of Seven Sins given her a top-tier epic staff upon her joining, but it had also sent her into 2 legacy spaces, allowing her to improve tremendously. She had even broken through to the Void Realm, pushing her 5 senses to their very limits. When Yi Luofei and Zhao Yueru stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Not only were they gorgeous, but they were also highly venerated experts. I've always heard that Zero Wing is a one-man guild. I never thought that it would have an expert such as you. I had planned to challenge your guild leader during my previous trip to Stone Forest Town, but I never actually met him. After this match, please convey my request to guild leader Black Flame. Tell him that I'd like to challenge him. The time and location are up to him. Yi Luofei spoke to Zhao Yueru softly. The Flower of Seven Sins had actually given her 2 conditions. If she completed one of them, the organization would agree to her condition, pushing FFF to the heights of God's domain. Obtaining the championship was the first condition. The second was to kill Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame. Moreover, the second condition was available long-term. She had watched Black Flame's battle videos. While he was a monster, she was confident of defeating him. The moment Yi Luofei finished speaking, an uproar shook the arena. What's this? Yi Luofei just publicly challenged Zero Wing's guild leader. This is interesting. I wonder if Black Flame will accept the challenge. If he does, I have to watch it. As expected of the Frost Empress, she dares to challenge the Sword King. Everyone here was quite familiar with the name Black Flame. After all, he ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. The Secret Pavilion had even given him the nickname Sword King. When he had received it, it had caused quite a stir throughout God's Domain. However, while the crowd cheered over the matter, Zero Wing's members wore ugly expressions. Fierce Snake and the others who sat below the main stage were furious. A measly vice commander of an adventurer team had dared to issue their guild leader a challenge. Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Luo Yifei's blatant challenge was no different than spitting on Zero Wing's reputation. She simply wasn't taking Zero Wing seriously in the least. Ha ha ha, nicely done. As expected of someone the Flower of Seven Sins has acknowledged. Nine Dragons Emperor laughed in his VIP room. Black Flame really is famous everywhere, Phoenix Rain muttered, sighing as she looked at Zero Wing's room. Although she did not believe that Yi Luofei could defeat Black Flame, this challenge humiliated Zero Wing, Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. If Yi Luofei defeated Zhao Yueru, the challenge would deal an even greater blow to the guild's reputation. You wish to challenge our guild leader? Zhao Yueru's gaze chilled as she glared at Yi Luofei. Unfortunately, you still aren't qualified. 1419. Difference. In Equipment, Chapter 1419, Difference in Equipment. As soon as Zhao Yueru finished speaking, she released Frost Flame's Wrath's aura. As a fragmented legendary weapon, Frost Flame's Wrath could exude a frightening pressure. Once a player equipped it, they could actively suppress this aura, making the staff look like an ordinary item. At the same time, this aura could strengthen the player's aura. With the liberation of Frost Flame's Wrath's aura, Zhao Yueru's aura underwent a sudden transformation. Fire and ice-type mana surged towards her in a frenzy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. How can a player have such a powerful aura? Is she really the Flame Witch I've heard about? Why does it seem like the space around her is darker? The participants below stage felt a powerful pressure weigh them down when Zhao Yueru released Frost Flame's Wrath's aura. Some participants had even taken an unconscious step back. The waiting participants weren't the only ones surprised. The various large guilds' upper echelons in the VIP rooms were shocked as well. If a player's aura could be so powerful, ordinary players would find it taxing to endure, not to mention fighting while under the aura's pressure. Guild leader, the staff you gave to Yuriru, could it be? Although Gentle Snow suspected that Frost Flame's Wrath might be a fragmented legendary weapon, she wasn't certain. After all, fragmented legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Even now, no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining one. Hence, the likelihood of Shi Feng possessing a second fragmented legendary item should be abysmally low. That's right, it is indeed a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, it is a top-tier fragmented legendary staff suitable for elementalists, Shi Feng confirmed, nodding. Gentle Snow was speechless as she processed Shi Feng's nonchalant explanation, overwhelmed by shock. Very few people likely had a better idea of how powerful a fragmented legendary item was than her. After all, her current armor was fragmented legendary equipment. It was due to the Seven Luminaries' battle armor that she could contend with peak experts. At the moment, she was only a refinement realm expert. She was worlds apart from Super Guilds' peak experts, yet with the power of fragmented legendary equipment, she compensated for the difference in their combat standards. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary item Zhao Yueru wielded was a weapon, the item that provided the largest boost to a player's combat power. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Shi Feng had agreed to Crimson Fox's bet without hesitation and why he had remained so calm throughout the competition. If peak experts from super guilds participated in this ranking competition, it'd be no different than adults bullying children. Thus, the various superpowers only sent in their newbies that they had nurtured internally. Otherwise, all the players from the various large guilds and adventurer teams would be able to do little more than watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, although the match had begun on the main stage, neither side hurried to attack. Rather than the expected indifference, surprise colored Yi Luofei's face. She had never expected to feel such an intense pressure from a refinement realm expert like Zhao Yueru. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. I've really underestimated Zero Wing to think the guild had hidden an expert like you, Yi Luofei commented seriously as she watched her opponent. After getting a good look, however, Yi Luofei smirked as she continued. However, you can only rely on this empty aura. It might be effective against ordinary experts, but it is useless against me. Saying so, Yi Luofei activated her berserk skill. She then began to chant incantations as she wrote runes in the air. Yi Luofei's chanting speed was extremely quick. She wasn't slower than Zhao Yueru in the least. Moreover, compared to Zhao Yueru's chants, Yi Luofei's pronunciation was more accurate. Furthermore, not only did she draw her runes as easily as a graffiti artist, but she also had no inconsistencies. What precise triple-speed casting! Blue Phoenix was shocked as she watched the terrifying amount of mana gather around Yi Luofei. Unlike skills, spells had additional variables known as incantations and runes. Meanwhile, due to these two aspects' special characteristics, one could determine the spell's completion rate based on the amount of mana that gathered around the caster even before the spell fully activated. The fact that more mana gathered around Yi Luofei despite both combatants' triple speed casting proved that her skill completion rate was higher. Naturally, her spells would be more powerful. Not one to be outdone, Zhao Yueru had activated Power of Darkness at almost the same time as Yi Luofei activated her Berserk skill, increasing all her basic attributes by 100%. Similarly, Zhao Yueru followed up with triple speed casting. A moment later, both elementalists completed their spells. Waving their staffs simultaneously, they gestured to their opponents. 3 magic arrays suddenly formed behind both elementalists. Normally, Zhao Yueru was limited to double speed casting. She could only triple speed cast due to Frostflame's Wrath. However, she was limited to the most basic Tier 0 spells for her third cast. This time, she had chosen Flame Barrage. As for her other 2 spells, she went with the Tier 1 Flame Spear and Tier 1 Flame Chains. The former possessed extreme destructive power, while the latter had a certain degree of destructive power while allowing her to restrict her enemy. On the other hand, Yi Luofei, who had relied on her own abilities to triple speed cast, had chosen Tier 1 spells for all 3 casts, Frozen Web, Frost Prison, and Ice Blast. Despite both being elementalists, one woman controlled fire and the other manipulated ice, creating a dazzling scene on the stage. Although you're very strong, it's a pity that your skill completion rates are too low. Your triple speed casting is a mere facade compared to the real deal. Yi Luofei smiled calmly as she watched Zhao Yuru's flames. She then controlled her ice-type spells to meet Zhao Yuru's spells. Unlike melee players, a clash between magical class players did not rely on one's control of their body. Rather, it relied on one's control over an external object. Many of God's domain's spells were ranged. If a magical class player lacked control of their spell, it would be very difficult to hit a moving target. When fire and ice collided, a series of explosions erupted across the stage. Half of the stage transformed into a flaming hell, while the other half had become an icy nightmare. The results were extraordinarily spectacular. However, when their spells clashed, Yi Luofei, who had been confident of her victory, revealed a grim expression. She currently wore 2 pieces of epic equipment, a shirt and a pair of shoes. Her staff was also epic rank, increasing her completion rate with ice-type spells to a certain degree. She could almost achieve an 80% completion rate with all 3 of her spells. No matter how she looked at it, Zhao Yueru's completion rates shouldn't exceed 70%. Yet when she pitted her spells against her opponents, her spells were crushed, and Zhao Yueru's spells maintained a significant amount of their power as they continued towards her. This outcome was simply inconceivable. What Yi Luofei didn't know was that Frostflame's Wrath improved ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Although Zhao Yueru had used Tier 1 and Tier 0 spells, they instantly became Tier 2 and Tier 1 spells with Frostflame's Wrath's buff. Even if her skill completion rates were no more than 70%, Tier 2 spells far surpassed Tier 1 spells with 80% completion rates. Facing the incoming flames, Yi Luofei had no choice but to dodge them with Blink. After all, magical class players weren't like melee players. Their attribute point allocation was different. Dodging multiple attacks at once was very difficult for magical class players, following which Yi Luofei ran around the stage, becoming a more difficult target for her opponent. Unfortunately, this meant that she couldn't triple speed cast. She could only rely on double speed casting. In contrast, Zhao Yueru could stand still and attack Yi Luofei freely. Occasionally, she was forced to dodge an unavoidable spell with Blink, but otherwise she could easily triple speed cast. Very quickly, Yi Luofei found herself running on fumes, finding fewer opportunities to retaliate. At the same time, Zhao Yueru shaved away her HP with her spell's residual damage. After 15 seconds, Yi Luofei's HP fell to 50%. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru, who had only occasionally failed to dodge an attack, still had over 90% of her HP. The difference between these fighters was obviously at a glance. I'll admit that your combat standards are higher than mine. Unfortunately, if you can't defeat me despite that advantage, how are you qualified to fight my guild leader? Zhao Yueru quipped as she stopped her attack suddenly. Seeing Yi Luofei's sorry state, she smiled as she continued, I've grown bored of exchanging spells with you, and I believe that my guild leader has grown impatient with our fight. How about we end this match now? Saying so, Zhao Yueru lightly tapped the butt of Frostflame's Wrath on the ground. Immediately, a blue and red dual-colored magic array formed on the ground as an astonishing amount of mana surged towards it. Following which, a 4-meter-tall cheetah emerged from the magic array. Crimson fire covered the cheetah's head, paws, and tail, while a frosty mist radiated from its body. This cheetah was none other than the Frostflame cheetah summoned by Frostflame's Wrath's 3rd activatable skill. 1420. Overwhelming Power. Chapter 1420. Overwhelming Power. The tall and mighty Frostflame cheetah's appearance stupefied everyone in the arena. What? Aren't magic scrolls banned? How did she summon such a powerful monster? That's not right. The system should have imposed the correct restrictions on the stage. She must have summoned the monster with an item's skill. Crap. Even an elementalist can summon such a powerful monster? How is this supposed to be a fair fight? The Mount Frostflame's Wrath summoned was 1 tier higher than the player that summoned it. Since Zhao Yueru was a Tier 1 player, the Frostflame cheetah she had summoned was a Tier 2 lord. Normally, soloing a lord-ranked monster of the same level wasn't a problem for peak experts like Yi Luofei, but if one summoned a lord-ranked monster during a one-on-one PvP battle, their opponent would be at an overwhelming disadvantage if they couldn't do the same. Furthermore, Zhao Yueru had already proven that she had an advantage over Yi Luofei. Now that she had gone a step further and summoned the Frostflame cheetah, Yi Luofei's chances of winning were non-existent. However, Yi Luofei had no intentions of giving up just yet. She immediately responded by casting the Tier 1 curse, Extreme Frost Waterfall, and the Tier 1 spell, Frost Barrier. Walls of solid ice began to form around Zhao Yueru, trapping her within. Meanwhile, a massive blue magic array appeared above her, gusts of cold air blasting down from the array. Zhao Yueru didn't attempt to dodge the incoming cold air. Instead, she waved Frostflame's Wrath and used the Tier 1 spell, Flame Dragon's Dance. Immediately, a crimson magic array formed beneath Zhao Yueru's feet. Two serpentine dragons of fire then emerged, intertwining as they flew to meet the frost gusts of air. Boom, 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 boom. When ice and fire tangled, white mist filled the space above Zhao Yueru. Not only did Flame Dragon's Dance crush Yi Luofei's Extreme Frost Waterfall, but the high temperature also melted the ice walls trapping Zhao Yueru. In the end, Yi Luofei's spells failed to deal even a single point of damage. Even a Tier 1 curse is useless? Yi Luofei was dazed for a brief moment after watching her Extreme Frost Waterfall fail. A Tier 1 curse rivaled Tier 2 spells. Such a spell could even injure Lord-ranked monsters, yet such a powerful attack had been utterly useless against Zhao Yueru's Tier 1 spell. The various guilds' upper echelons in their VIP rooms were stunned. A Tier 1 spell crushed a Tier 1 curse? Just how wide is the attribute gap between these two? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru incredulously. There was only one possible explanation. The gap between the women's attributes was just massive, enough to make up for the difference in tiers. Yet, based on the reports, Yi Luofei should have at least 3 epic items on her. With her high level, the woman's basic attributes should be near the peak of God's domain. Even if some players had higher attributes, there should be a limit to how high those attributes could go. After all, epic items were not cabbages that could be purchased at the local market. Sure enough, weapons provide a higher buff than a piece of equipment. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh as she watched her friend's incredible performance. If it were up to her, she'd have a difficult time defeating Yi Luofei without activating 2 full Berserk, yet Zhao Yueru easily triumphed despite having a single Berserk skill. Of course, the fact that both women were elementalists was part of the reason. When both combatants were of the same class, the difference between their strength depended on the individual's combat standards, attributes, and skills. However, the main reason for such a gap was the massive difference between their equipment quality. Moreover, Zhao Yueru currently had 3 epic items on her. Among the players in this ranking competition, one could count the number who had 3 epic items on one hand. Hence, Yi Luofei's defeat was natural. As everyone recovered from their shock of seeing Zhao Yueru's attack, the Zero-Wing representative commanded her Frost Flame Cheetah to pounce on Yi Luofei. Although the Frost Flame Cheetah was only a Lord-ranked monster, it still posed a significant threat to Tier 1 experts. This was especially true for magical classes, who were not fond of speed-type monsters. Yi Luofei was forced to turn her spells against the Frost Flame Cheetah while keeping an eye on Zhao Yueru's movements. Seeing the cheetah distract Yi Luofei, Zhao Yueru revealed a smile and waved Frost Flame's Wrath before pointing it to the sky. A large magic array then covered over half of the stage as it manifested above the fighters. The waiting participants gasped. Despite being below the stage and knowing that they were safe from the current battle, the participants felt the threat of death loom over them. Even a fool could tell that Zhao Yueru had cast a large-scale destruction spell. Die. Zhao Yueru abruptly swung down her staff. Immediately, the entire stage trembled as the area's ice and fire-type mana went berserk. This move was none other than Frost Flame Hell, one of Frost Flame's Wrath's activatable skills. When activated, it dealt a combination of ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius every second for 10 seconds. With the Frost Flame Cheetah keeping her busy, Yi Luofei had no hope of escaping the AoE in time. Noticing the wave of fire and cold air surge towards her, Yi Luofei activated Frost Barrier, becoming invulnerable to all attacks for a short time. However, despite having upgraded the spell to Tier 1, it would only last for 8 seconds. She was simply delaying the inevitable. The seconds ticked by quickly. When the 8 seconds were finally up, the Frost Barrier shattered, and the rampaging ice and fire-type mana killed Yi Luofei instantly. As Frost Flame Hell dissipated, the spectators could see how miserable a large portion of the stage looked. Silence filled the waiting area below the stage. Although the system had announced the victor, none of the waiting participants cheered. Watching this match had inspired a deep despair in every one of them. They all thought that Zhao Yueru had simply been too cruel. First, Zhao Yueru had summoned a Tier 2 Lord to distract her opponent. Then she used a large-scale destruction spell to end the match. Even with a skill that provided invulnerability, Zhao Yueru's spell would eliminate any opponent unless their life-saving skill lasted for more than 10 seconds. As for closing in on Zhao Yueru and facing her in close quarters, such a strategy would be suicidal with the woman's ability to triple speedcast. The closer one was to the spellcaster, the harder spells were to dodge. Players would also have to deal with a Lord-ranked monster harassing them. Who could possibly beat Zhao Yueru in a one-on-one? Her power was overwhelming. To deal with someone like Zhao Yueru, one would need an ally or the ability to summon a powerful monster with their weapons or equipment. Otherwise, the woman was nearly invincible. She lost? Yan Tianxing could not help his bitter smile as he watched Zhao Yuru on the stage. He had never imagined that a monster like Zhao Yuru occupied the Black Dragon Empire. When she got serious, she could even render a peak expert like Yi Luofei utterly powerless. When Yi Luofei resurrected below the stage, her gaze shifted to her previous opponent. Her declaration to challenge Black Flame was nothing more than a joke now. She still found it hard to believe that she had been defeated so easily. Now, she more or less understood why the Flower of Seven Sins' second condition was long-term. She had assumed that the second condition would be easier to fulfill than the first, but looking at it now, it was obvious that the second condition was, by far, the more challenging. In the Flower of Seven Sins' opinion, she wouldn't be capable of defeating Black Flame for some time, hence, the organization had set this condition. 1421, Dragon's Graveyard. Chapter 1421, Dragon's Graveyard. As Zhao Yueru descended from the stage, the waiting participants instinctively stepped aside, opening a path for her. They had heard that she had killed a dark player twice after some dark guild had provoked her, dealing a heavy blow to the guild. While experts like themselves had assumed that had been a joke, they'd have to rein in their courage to stop trembling if Zhao Yueru even glanced their way. They had to be careful around her. Should they accidentally annoy the woman, they might die the moment they left the city. The Flame Witch is too awesome. She might even secure one of the top 10 spots. Top 10? More like top 5. The combination of that Lord-ranked monster and the large-scale destruction spell is invincible in a duel. Only a handful of participants may be able to close in on the Flame Witch before she activates the combination attack. Aside from those few, she can likely blast everyone to smithereens. The Frost Empress was pretty unlucky this time. If she hadn't come across the Flame Witch, she might have ranked among the top 15, yet now she won't even stand among the top 50. With the Flame Witch on Zero Wing's side, Zero Wing should get a spot among the top 5 guild rankings. Unlike the participants below the stage, the audience in the stands fell into a heated discussion about Zhao Yuru. They were all curious to see what the woman's rank would be in this competition. As for Yi Luofei, who had been defeated, they couldn't help but lament for her misfortune. Damn it, why did things end up like this? Crimson Fox cursed as he watched Zhao Yuru step down from the main stage. To think they've hidden a trump card like Zhao Yuru all this time, Zero Wing is quite cunning. Guild leader, what should we do now? Lonely Castle, the shield warrior beside Crimson Fox, asked anxiously. The higher one ranked in the competition, the more points they would receive. Moreover, the point scale was steep. Players that ranked between 1000th and 501st would receive 5 points. Players' points would double if they ranked between 500th and 249th, increasing to 10 points. Meanwhile, players that made it to the third round would be awarded 20 points, 50 points if they reached the fourth round, and 100 points for the fifth round. Although both experts, Nine Dragons Emperor had sent to assist Crimson Castle, had made it to the fifth round, Nine Dragons Emperor had stated that the 2 players would be lucky to make it into the top 16, the seventh round. Reaching the seventh round only awarded 300 points, yet if Zhao Yueru ranked among the top 4 players, she would receive 600 points. Her points alone were more than the total those 2 experts could earn. If Zhao Yueru were lucky and made it into the finals, she would be awarded 1,000 points. She could earn more points than Crimson Castle's 5 representatives together. For now, hand the epic items Nine Dragons Emperor loaned us to those 2 experts. Our priority is to ensure that both reach the 7th round. As for Zero Wing, it is still unknown whether or not Zhao Yueru makes it to the semifinals. If she encounters one of those few melee experts, she could lose. If she faces Yan Tianxing, her success will immediately come to a halt, Crimson Fox said as he glanced at Yan Tianxing, FFF's commander. Before Yi Luofei had risen to prominence, the FFF adventurer team had stood at the top in the Black Dragon Empire due to Yan Tianxing. Even before God's Domain launched, Yan Tianxing had been a famous peak expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. Now, he was the number 2 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire. Hell Prison, who had attempted to assassinate Yi Luofei, only ranked 4th on the Black Dragon Empire's assassin ranking list. Hell Prison alone was capable of rendering the Empire's various large guilds helpless. Meanwhile, Yan Tianxing was even more powerful than the assassin. Hence, the Empire's guilds feared and respected the FFF adventurer team. Understood. Lonely Castle saw the reasoning in Crimson Fox's words. Although it was possible that Zhao Yur could rank among the top 5, it was only a possibility. If she were unlucky, she might encounter an expert that could counter her combat method in the next round and eliminate her. Unfortunately, while Crimson Fox's hope was nice, the reality was far from it. As the competition progressed, Zhao Yuru secured impressive victories during her 6th and 7th matches, making her way into the quarterfinals. She was only 1 round away from ranking among the top 4 competitors. In contrast, Crimson Castle's progress halted in the 7th round. In the end, the guild only racked up 630 points. With that score, Crimson Castle could easily rank among the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guilds. To Crimson Castle, it was a result worth celebrating. However, Crimson Fox, Crimson Castle's guild leader, felt no joy. After all, as long as Zhao Yuru won her next match, Crimson Castle's fate in Hidden Fog Town would meet its end. If Crimson Castle couldn't take control of Hidden Fog Town, the threat it posed to Zero Wing would decrease drastically. If that happened, Nine Dragons Emperor would turn away from the guild. Without Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle's dream of becoming a first-rate guild would remain a dream. After all, Crimson Castle was relatively weak among the second-rate guilds. A titan like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only offered support due to its threat to Zero Wing. Please, don't let her pass. Crimson Fox silently prayed as he watched the screen above the stage. At the end of each round, the system would randomly generate pairings for the new fight. Seeing the player IDs flicker on the virtual screen, Crimson Fox's heart began to pound. Once the quarterfinals pairings were determined, he was ecstatic. Wonderful. The heavens haven't forsaken Crimson Castle. Crimson Fox was overjoyed when he saw that the first match was a fight between Zhao Yueru and Yan Tianxing. As long as Crimson Castle won its bet with Zero Wing, its status as a first-rate guild was guaranteed. A first-rate guild. Countless guilds dreamed of achieving such glory. The Flame Witch is in danger now. Yan Tianxing ranks second among assassins and is known for his speed. The Flame Witch won't be able to execute her combination attack so easily against him. Even if the Flame Witch loses, she'll have nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she has a class disadvantage. But Yan Tianxing's win isn't certain. It isn't so easy to close in on an elementalist who can triple casting. If his timing isn't right when he closes in on the Flame Witch, he might die instantly. The Flame Witch's damage is no laughing matter. She even instant-killed a shield warrior while full HP and shield wall active. Killing a glass cannon like Yan Tianxing would be a piece of cake for her. Everyone cheered and chatted as they watched Zhao Yueru and Yan Tianxing approach to the main stage. As the timer above the main stage began to count down, Yan Tianxing turned towards Zero Wing's VIP room and announced, "Guild leader Black Flame, this humble man has heard that your guild intends to auction adventure houses in Stone Forest Town. If I win this match, would you allocate a slot for the FFF adventurer team? Of course, if I lose, I will hand over 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the dragon's graveyard." When Yan Tianxing finished speaking, the venue fell silent, dumbfounded by his bet. Everyone's first reaction was to question his intentions. Shouldn't he be trying to avenge Yi Luofei? Shouldn't he have made some valiant remark about defeating Zhao Yueru? Yet, the FFF's commander, one of the Black Dragon Empire's famous top adventurer teams, had just publicly declared his intention of garrisoning in Stone Forest Town. Garrisoning in Stone Forest Town wouldn't have been overly surprising. A top adventurer team occupying a guild town was always good news for the guild. Yet based on Yan Tianxing's request, it seemed as if the right to garrison in Stone Forest Town was extremely precious. He had even bet 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the right. The treasure map he had gambled was even related to the dragon's graveyard. This was just ludicrous. 1422, Forbidden Lands Treasure, Chapter 1422, Forbidden Lands Treasure, What's going on? Has Yan Tianxing lost his mind? If I recall correctly, Stone Forest Town has a relatively effective battle arena. Some of the top-ranking participants in the previous competition had gone there as well. But what's so good about the town? Does he really have to go this far? Isn't it just a guild town? FFF is one of the top 5 adventurer teams in our empire. Even first-rate guilds would beg FFF to occupy their towns. I'm pretty sure FFF can gain access to Stone Forest Town just by asking. What? Don't you know? Many experts are trying to train in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. I've heard that the advanced combat rooms are super amazing. They can create a perfect replica of the player that enters the room. The replica can even execute all of the player's skills and spells at 100% completion rate. Those rooms are more effective than fighting an expert of the same caliber. That's right. Firecloud Fox's Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena and used the advanced combat rooms multiple times. Both managed to rank among the top 500 in this competition. Their performance was significantly more impressive than last time. Remnant Cloud's combat power has improved so much that he even beat his old rivals. Stone Forest Town doesn't only have its battle arena, it also has an advanced auction house with a built-in bartering function. Due to the battle arena and the advanced auction house, Stone Forest Town has become Star Moon Kingdom's undisputed #1 guild town. I've heard about that too. Many top and well-known adventurer teams in Star Moon Kingdom and several neighboring kingdoms are trying to garrison in Stone Forest Town. Unfortunately, Zero Wing only plans to open 5 adventurer houses to the public. The various adventurer teams are frantically collecting funds. When the time comes, the competition for those adventurer houses will be intense, though it is surprising that even an adventurer team like FFF is interested in the town. For a time, many people, both in and outside of the arena, discussed Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town. Many of the Empire's players began to gain some understanding of the guild town. When the advanced combat rooms in particular came up in conversation, many expert players' eyes shone with excitement. Players were more interested in improving their skill completion rates than fighting experts of the same caliber. Most layers of their standards plateaued around 80% skill completion rates. Only after achieving an 85% skill completion rate could they truly exert 100% of their skill's power and effects. Now that they knew they had an opportunity to improve their skill completion rates, why would they ignore it? While the players in the spectator stands discussed Stone Forest Town, the various guilds' upper echelons in the VIP rooms glared at Yan Tianxing. Has Yan Tianxing lost his mind? He's using the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map as a wager. Doesn't he know what the Dragon's Graveyard is? When the upper echelons heard the proposed bet, their eyes became bloodshot with anger. While the majority of the Black Dragon Empire's guilds didn't know about the Dragon's Graveyard, first and second-rate guilds such as theirs had investigated the area. Naturally, they had some understanding of the treasure map. One of the reasons for the Black Dragon Empire's names was the Dragon's Graveyard within its territory. According to legend, the Dragon's Graveyard had been home to the Black Dragon tribe. However, for some unknown reason, that location had become a dragon graveyard. Dragons were known for their love of treasure. Needless to say, dragons' habitats would contain unimaginable treasures. Although the Black Dragon Empire had embarked on several expeditions into the Dragon's Graveyard, the Empire had eventually given up on the map and labeled it a forbidden land due to the severe losses it suffered during such expeditions. If one had a treasure map for the area, they could gain frightening wealth. To solidify this assumption, their guilds had secured an astonishing bounty after exploring the Dragon's Graveyard's outer region. Upon reaching level 50, drop rates from monsters decreased drastically. The quality of dropped weapons and equipment also decreased. When killing level 50 Great Lords, players generally only obtained a single piece of level 50 mysterious iron equipment. However, it was a different story in the Dragon's Graveyard as its level 50 Great Lords dropped level 50 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, a treasure map was akin to a treasure chest, but unlike treasure chests, players had to hunt down their prize after obtaining the map. Fortunately, the extra step meant greater rewards. Treasure maps weren't differentiated by rank either. Rather, the value of a treasure map was based on the danger of its location. As a forbidden land, the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map would likely lead to more than one epic item. Why wouldn't they be jealous? The only problem was the graveyard's severe environment. Upon entering the map, players' combat power would fall below 10%. Players would also find it difficult to activate Tier 1 skills and spells. Generally, they were limited to Tier 0 abilities. Players had to pay a hefty price to deal with a level 50 Great Lord. Furthermore, Great Lord-ranked monsters were common in the Dragon's Graveyard. There were also quite a few Grand Lords. Commander? Yi Luofei, who watched from below the main stage, stared at Yan Tianxing with confusion. Did you really have to expose that item just for an adventurer house? The FFF adventurer team had been on many adventures. It had uncovered many opportunities as well. Among the various opportunities, the greatest had been their acquisition of an epic-ranked item called the True Orb from an ancient ruin. With this orb, Yan Tianxing even had a high chance of defeating the Black Dragon Empire's #1 assassin. They had obtained the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from a dark gold treasure chest in the same ruin. One could just imagine how valuable it was. Yi Luofei couldn't understand Yan Tianxing's decision. Even if their adventurer team wanted to occupy Stone Forest Town, they could compete for the opportunity in the auction. With the FFF adventurer team's financial strength, they were likely to win a slot. This gamble was just unnecessary. Guild Leader, the Dragon's Graveyard, is a super large-scale map in the Black Dragon Empire with extremely abundant resources. The treasures in the area are extraordinary. However, due to the harsh environment, most large guilds have struggled to pioneer the map, Gentle Snow explained. Yan Tianxing is quite generous. Shi Feng could not help but laugh. He must know that the competition for the garrison slots is going to be intense. But by using the treasure map as bait to convince me to agree to the bet, isn't he worried about losing it? Naturally, no one in God's domain understood the Dragon's Graveyard better than him. According to his memories, there were a total of 3 treasure maps for the Dragon's Graveyard, which corresponded to the outer region, the inner region, and the map's core, respectively. Meanwhile, the treasures in each of these areas were better than the last. The wealth one could gain in the outer region was the equivalent of several dark gold treasure chests. It was rumored that the items one could find in the inner region were the equivalent of 2 or 3 epic treasure chests. As for the core, the treasures there were the equivalent of 1 or 2 inferior legendary treasure chests. Although Shi Feng had no idea of which treasure map Yan Tianxing possessed, the items in the outer region were already hard to come by, much less those in the inner and core regions. Since he wants to gamble, I have no reason to reject his offer. Shi Feng then contacted Zhao Yueru and ordered, "Agree to the bet." Understood. Zhao Yueru nodded. "You don't need to hold back," Shi Feng added. "Can I really use that move?" Zhao Yueru was confused. However, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Before the competition had begun, Shi Feng had forbidden her from using all of her strength in battle. His reasoning was very simple. Every additional trump card she had was an advantage. Their priorities in this competition were to defeat Crimson Castle and earn enough points to rank among the top 3 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. "Yes, he is very strong. If you hold back, you might lose," Shi Feng confirmed. Hearing that she could go all out, Zhao Yueru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shifted her gaze towards Yan Tianxing. My guild leader has agreed to your conditions so long as you don't regret making them later on, Zhao Yuru said, smiling. I have never gone back on my word before. Besides, I made the bet in front of so many people, Yan Tianxing responded, smiling. Since we have an agreement, let us begin. Saying so, Yan Tianxing activated his berserk skill and vanished as if he had never existed in the first place. 1423, Flame Witch. Chapter 1423, Flame Witch. The instant Yan Tianxing activated stealth and disappeared, Zhao Yueru summoned the Lord-ranked Frost Flame Cheetah beside her. She then proceeded to double speedcast. Tier 1, Spell Flame Orb. Tier 1 Spell, Flame Rain. Both spells were AoE attacks, and among the best Zhao Yueru had to locate a stealthed assassin. As long as a player could reveal an assassin, the stealthed player's combat power would decrease by half. An assassin's most powerful advantage was its assassination capabilities. The first strike was particularly powerful. In a confrontation, however, they were even weaker than berserkers and swordsmen. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire swept across Yan Tianxing's previous location. But even after the two spells decimated the stage, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. The Flame Witch reacted so quickly, but she still couldn't expose Yan Tianxing. How fast is he? As expected of the second-ranked assassin in the Empire, his concealment technique is amazing. Despite seeing him the moment he disappeared, I still can't lock onto his aura. I even activated Enhanced 5 Senses, yet I can't detect him either. The participants below the stage were shocked as they watched the sea of fire engulf the stage. By the time the match began, Zhao Yuru had already begun casting her spells. There had only been a 2-second delay before her attack struck Yan Tianxing's starting location, yet neither AoE had revealed the assassin. What shocked these players even more was the man's concealment technique. The magic barrier around the main stage contained attacks within. Meanwhile, observation and perception skills wouldn't be affected. Despite the waiting participants activating their perception skills, no one could detect Yan Tianxing. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. These skills' specific purpose was to counter the stealth skill. Zhao Yuriru had also activated her own perception skill, which allowed her to detect all stealth players within a 40-yard radius. Generally, if magical class player allowed a stealthed assassin to ambush them, they'd die instantly. Only plate armor classes with high HP and defense could survive an assassin's first barrage. She could not allow her opponent to close in. A futile struggle. Yi Luofei, who stood below the stage, smiled as she watched Zhao Yuru. The true orb Yan Tianxing had obtained improved assassin strength tremendously. The commander wouldn't have challenged Shadowlight, the #1 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire, without it. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could do anything against that man. Meanwhile, one of the true orb's effects increased stealth-related skills by 100%. This halved the effectiveness of other players' perception-related skills. As a result, perception skills with a 40-yard range would only detect Yan Tianxing when he was within 20 yards. Although the difference was only 20 yards, it could determine whether or not a player died. Within that range, assassins could use shadow steps, appearing directly behind a player. Yan Tianxing quietly circled to 25 yards behind Zhao Yuru, but he didn't rush in to attack. Although shadow steps allowed him to appear behind Zhao Yuru instantly, Zhao Yuru was an elementalist. If she reacted quickly enough, she could use an invulnerability skill or blink to escape. He needed to find her blind spot, leaving her no opportunity to defend herself. However, Zhao Yuru was no greenhorn. Every player had weak points and blind spots, and it was especially true for their backs. Hence, Zhao Yuru had stationed the Frost Flame Cheetah behind her. Not only would this hinder Yan Tianxing's vision and boost her defense, but she could also launch a powerful counterattack on the off chance Yan Tianxing attacked or stunned her. For a time, all anyone could see was Zhao Yueru standing in the center of the stage with the Frost Flame Cheetah watching her back as she launched one Tier 0 spell after another. Meanwhile, Yan Tianxing continued to circle his opponent, searching for an opportunity to strike. After nearly 3 minutes, Yan Tianxing could not help but admire Zhao Yueru's tenacity. The elementalist left him no openings. The Frost Flame Cheetah in particular posed a huge problem. It seems that I'll have to use that move. Yan Tianxing smiled bitterly as he examined Zhao Yuru's impeccable defense. Suddenly, Yan Tianxing split into 2 identical copies with the same attributes. The 2 clones were impossible to differentiate. Both copies remained stealthed. This move was one of the True Orb's skills, True Phantom. It allowed the user to summon a doppelganger that had 100% of the player's attributes and every skill the user had learned. The skill had a 3-minute duration. If either the doppelganger or the main body survived the duration, the user would as well. When Yan Tianxing had activated True Phantom, Zhao Yuru had ceased her bombardment. Taking a deep breath, she examined her surroundings. Since you don't want to come out, I'll force you to. Zhao Yueru waved Frostflame's wrath. With Zhao Yueru as the center, a translucent barrier ballooned outward. In the blink of an eye, the barrier enveloped a radius of 100 yards, half of the stage. This was Frostflame's wrath's second active skill, Frostflame Space. When activated, its effects would resemble that of a domain. Yan Tianxing immediately felt his attributes decrease. In the blink of an eye, he only had 70% of his total attributes remaining. In contrast, Zhao Yueru's aura had grown significantly more powerful. What? Yi Luofei stared at his enemy in shock. Suddenly, two more Zhao Yuerus appeared on the stage. One of them wore flaming red robes, while the other was clad in icy blue. These two doppelgangers possessed 100% of the caster's attributes, and both radiated a terrifying aura of their own. Die. Yan Tianxing quickly realized how severe his situation was. If Zhao Yueru and her two doppelgangers bombarded the stage randomly, they would find him. Immediately, Yan Tianxing responded with shadow steps, appearing behind Zhao Yueru's real body. He thrust his silver daggers towards the woman's head and back. His actions were utterly silent and without a hint of killing intent. So fast. Despite her 5 senses pushed to their limits, the Flame Witch only noticed that she was under attack after the assassin's daggers were moving. However, when Yan Tianxing's daggers were only an inch away from reaching Zhao Yuru, the latter vanished and reappeared 15 yards away. Close one. Zhao Yuru breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Yan Tianxing, whose figure had finally appeared. If not for this being a match and her heightened senses, she would have fallen prey to the man's daggers. However, as soon as relaxed her guard a little, another Yan Tianxing appeared behind her. Tier 1, Taboo Skill, Hidden Blade. The Yan Tianxing vanished again before immediately reappearing before the elementalist. Before Zhao Yuru could react, 6 black shadows flew towards Zhao Yuru's heart, each attack dealing over 30,000 damage. The woman's HP instantly plummeted to 0. What? Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded when they saw Zhao Yuru hit the ground. Who could possibly avoid such an attack? Despite everyone's belief that the match was over, the bell never signified its end. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuru's doppelganger smiled from beside her real body. Both responded by waving their staffs. 1424, Cataclysmic Spell, Chapter 1424. Cataclysmic Spell, she's not dead? This is a lie, right? Didn't he kill her main body? When the two Zhao Yurus raised their staffs on the stage, the audience looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they saw the clone's smiles, chills crawled down their backs, and they couldn't help the thought that she really was a witch. God's domain had many doppelganger skills to offer, but they had never heard of one that allowed the doppelgangers to continue moving after the main body had died. Impossible. Could she also? Yi Luofei stared at the elementalist clones in red and blue in shock. The situation had also caught Yan Tianxing off guard. 2 magic arrays appeared behind each of the 2 Zhao Yurus, and immediately, the ice and fire-type mana on the stage went berserk as it formed a tornado of frost and flame. Like a whale inhaling water, the 4 magic arrays devoured the mana. 4 walls of ice trapped the assassin clone that had killed Zhao Yuru's original body. At the same time, flames emerged from the ground and swept down from the sky, completing Yan Tianxing's confinement. Without warning, the frost flame cheetah pounced on the other Yan Tianxing. Since the man had already left stealth, his combat power had decreased by half. Although the frost flame cheetah couldn't kill Yan Tianxing, it was more than enough to distract him for a moment. Realizing the danger he was in, Yan Tianxing hurriedly controlled his copy within the walls of ice and used wind steps, taking advantage of the brief invulnerability effect the skill provided to block Zhao Yueru's fire spell. He then used Shadow Assault on an ice wall in an attempt to break free from the frost barrier. Yet, before his 2 daggers could reach the frost barrier, an ice wall appeared and blocked his weapon's advance. When his daggers struck on the ice wall, they merely cracked it. They did not shatter the barrier. If he wanted to shatter the ice wall, he would need to attack again. Although Ice Wall was only a Tier 0 spell, it was as strong as a Tier 1 spell due to Frost Flame's Wrath's buff. Ordinary players couldn't even shatter a Tier 0 ice wall easily, much less a Tier 1 ice wall. Although Yan Tianxing was a peak expert, at the end of the day, the assassin class didn't specialize in strength. If he were a peak berserker expert, however, he might have a chance of shattering a Tier 1 ice wall with a single attack. After Wind Steps' brief invulnerability ended, Yan Tianxing reluctantly activated Vanish before shattering the ice wall before him. But Zhao Yueru had no intention of letting the man escape. Without chance or runes, she cast another ice wall to block Yan Tianxing's path. Vanish only provided 1 second of invulnerability. When that second ended, the flame-type Zhao Yueru threw 2 Tier 1 fire spells into the frost barrier. Without any invulnerability skills left and his shadow steps still on cooldown, Yan Tianxing had nothing left to counter the incoming fire spells. In addition, the Flame Witch's 2 spells were AoEs and impossible to block with his weapons. As a result, the 2 flame spells, enhanced by Frost Flame's Wrath to Tier 2 spells, killed the Yan Tianxing in the frost barrier instantly. Now, only the Yan Tianxing the Frost Flame Cheetah had pinned down remained. What a brutish way to fight. Crap. Wouldn't this be considered quadruple casting? Her 2 doppelgangers could actually double cast. It wasn't much different than if she had cast 4 spells simultaneously. Moreover, all 4 spells were under her full control. To make matters worse, all 4 spells were overwhelmingly powerful. A doppelganger? Zhao Yuru muttered as she watched the Yan Tianxing in the frost barrier disappear before turning to the assassin retreating from her. Revealing a smile, she muttered, "Do you think you're safe just because you put some distance between us?" Immediately, Zhao Yueru's ice and fire-type doppelgangers began to double-cast again. With Yuan Tianxing's speed, he'd be difficult to trap with Frost Barrier again. Hence, Zhao Yueru didn't use the same approach. Instead, she switched to Tier 1 spells that focused on crowds. In the next moment, over 70 fire arrows, fireballs, ice spears, and ice arrows formed behind the doppelgangers. These spells then flew towards their target. Everyone fell silent as they watched the ice and fire-type spells fill the sky. Moreover, Zhao Yueru's control over these spells was exceptionally precise. Despite Yan Tianxing moving so quickly that he left behind after-images, most of the elementalist's spells struck the assassin. As a result, Yan Tianxing was forced to block the incoming attacks with his weapons and had no choice but to use wind steps to defend himself. However, while Yan Tianxing's speed was astonishing to ordinary players, to Zhao Yueru, whose physique had improved by 50% thanks to Frost Flame Space, Yan Tianxing wasn't particularly fast. At best, he was only as fast as an ordinary expert. She had no issues landing her attacks. Meanwhile, the agility-specialized assassins couldn't easily block spells with Tier 2 power. Yan Tianxing's HP fell with each hit he took. It was only a matter of time before his opponent carved it all away. As they watched, the participants below the stage felt goosebumps cover their skin. How was this a one-on-one fight? It wasn't any different than facing a 20-man magical team's bombardment. Who could survive such ruthless attacks? In the past, these players had assumed that the assassin class countered magical classes, but Zhao Yueru had destroyed that idea. She had actually hidden her strength during our fight? Frustration and rage burned in Yi Luofei's gaze as she glared at Zhao Yueru. She wasn't particularly frustrated about her defeat. After all, she had suffered countless losses before becoming famous, but this was the first time she had met someone who could best her while hiding so much of their prowess. Moreover, she and her opponent were nearly the same age. On the stage, Yan Tianxing struggled to hold on and was forced to use Vanish, disappearing again. If Zhao Yueru discovered him before his skills cooldowns finished, now that he had used his trump card, he'd be powerless against the woman's attacks. However, if he could stay hidden until his skills were available again, he could turn the battle around. "I've been waiting for you to use this move." Despite her opponent vanishing, Zhao Yueru didn't panic. She licked her lips playfully as she said, "Let's put an end to this match." If the main body died after she used Frost Flame Space, she wouldn't be able to use any of her weapon or equipment skills. She could only use the skills and spells she had learned. However, the ice and fire-type doppelgangers didn't have that restriction. They even had spells she didn't. The most powerful of these spells was the combination spell, Frost Flame Oblivion. Frost Flame Oblivion was a curse that was one tier more powerful than its user, though its power could not exceed Tier 5. Upon using Frost Flame Oblivion, the Frost Flame Space would disappear. As Zhao Yueru was a Tier 1 player, Frost Flame Oblivion had the power of a Tier 2 curse. Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers chanted an incantation in unison while moving towards their target's previous location. As they did, golden divine runes began to appear across Frost Flame Space's translucent barrier, illuminating the arena. The area's ambient mana decreased rapidly as it flowed into Frost Flame Space. This increased the mana density inside the barrier to a frightening level. The spectators outside of the main stage squirmed uncomfortably as the venue's mana density decreased. What kind of spell is that? What is she trying to do? Although the audience didn't understand the elementalist's actions, goosebumps covered their bodies. It felt as if Armageddon were coming for them. Moreover, this feeling grew as time passed. Meanwhile, Yan Tianxing felt the sensation intensely from inside the Frost Flame Space. She couldn't be. A possibility suddenly dawned on Yan Tianxing. Immediately, he dashed towards Zhao Yueru. Sadly, he was already too late. The ice and fire-type doppelgangers only needed 2 seconds to cast Frost Flame Oblivion. By the time Yan Tianxing had felt that something was amiss, the 2 doppelgangers had channeled the spell for over a second. The assassin could never cross 50 yards and launch an attack in that time. Let's end this. Both doppelgangers pointed their Frost Flame's wraths towards the sky as a pillar of fire and a pillar of cold air shot upward, striking the magic barrier. Suddenly, the Frost Flame Space cracked as the horrific power of ice and fire annihilated everything within the space. Yan Tianxing was obliterated. Cracks continued to spread across the barrier. The area within Frost Flame Space only calmed after 5 seconds. Nothing was left. Yan Tianxing, the Frost Flame Cheetah, and Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers, they all disappeared. However, after the Frost Flame Space faded, Zhao Yueru's main body reformed on the stage. At the same time, the bell signifying the end of the match rang, while the large screen above the stage displayed the victor. Zhao Yueru, 1425 No. 1 Elementalist. Chapter 1425 No. 1. Elementalist. When Zhao Yueru's name appeared on the screen above the main stage, the venue fell silent as everyone turned to the Elementalist incredulously. They wouldn't have been so shocked if Zhao Yueru had simply defeated Yan Tianxing. But the woman had displayed overwhelmingly destructive power. If she were capable of disintegrating everything within a 100-yard radius of herself, who could ever challenge her in a one-on-one PvP match? With that terrifying spell, who could possibly stand up against the Flame Witch? Crap. She beat the second-ranked assassin just like that? Is she an NPC? With such frightening strength and spells, the Flame Witch won't have any issues winning the championship. That's right. Even if she doesn't win, she should rank first on the Empire's Elementalist ranking list. I never thought that Zero Wing had an expert like this. No wonder Zero Wing had become Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. I'm sure it won't be long before Zero Wing joins the ranks of first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Zhao Yueru had inspired shock and awe in the crowd. With such an AoE powerhouse, other guilds would have to think twice before starting a war with Zero Wing in the fields. Zhao Yueru's firepower alone could likely rival that of a 100-man expert team. We lost? Crimson Fox stared at Zhao Yueru in a daze. At this point, he truly regretted challenging Shi Feng to a bet. He hadn't imagined that Zero Wing had hidden a trump card like Zhao Yueru. Now, Crimson Castle had lost all hope of obtaining Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would become Lakeheart City's undisputed overlord once it secured the town. Even with Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle could never compete with Zero Wing. Guild leader, are we really going to give up on Hidden Fog Town? Lonely Castle asked, reluctance coloring his face. Give up? Crimson Fox shook his head as he suddenly thought of an idea. Sneering, he said, while it is true that Crimson Castle has to give up on capturing Hidden Fog Town, that doesn't mean that other guilds cannot try. Notify the other guilds immediately and tell them to prepare the necessary manpower. Although we cannot offer any of our forces, we can supply information, weapons, equipment, and siege tools. Understood. Lonely Castle smiled as he listened to Crimson Fox's plan. Hidden Fog Town wouldn't be easy to raid. Even if Crimson Castle couldn't act, they could keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands if several third-rate guilds worked together with the support of Crimson Castle's items and information. If they succeeded, Nine Dragons Empire wouldn't forsake their guild. As long as they retained the man's support, Crimson Castle could develop into a first-rate guild eventually. After resurrecting below the stage, Yan Tianxing glanced at Zero Wing's VIP room. Commander, Yi Luofei was at a loss for words as she looked at Yan Tianxing, who wore a bitter smile. It was obvious that he had valued Stoneforest Town's garrison rights. Unfortunately, not only had he failed to obtain that right, but he had also lost 10,000 magic crystals and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map. I had thought that this was an opportunity, but Zero Wing really is as unfathomable as the rumors say, Yan Tianxing said as he shook his head dejectedly. He then smiled as he continued, it seems that we'll have to see to some more preparations. Commander, why is Zero Wing's Stoneforest Town so important to you? It is just a town in a small kingdom. How could it possibly be any better than Super Guild's towns? With our team's strength, we shouldn't have any problems occupying one of their towns. Why should we bother with Stoneforest Town's 5 garrison slots? Yi Luofei was astonished. She had been flabbergasted when he had sent her to compete for a private house in Stoneforest Town. Now, Yan Tianxing was adamant of obtaining Stoneforest Town's adventurer houses. It is only natural that you don't have a great opinion of Stoneforest Town. I only found out the truth from a friend. When the time comes, adventure teams like ours won't be the only ones competing for those slots. Some superpowers are preparing for the auction as well, Yan Tianxing quietly explained. He had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, so he had many expert acquaintances. Among them, a few were upper echelons in certain superpowers. Their information networks far surpassed any first-rate guilds. How is that possible? Isn't it just a kingdom's town? How could it even tempt superpowers? Yi Luofei exclaimed. Stoneforest Town might not have attracted their attention in the past, but times have changed. Zero Wing now has the advanced auction house and the advanced combat rooms. The auction house offers items that are usually very difficult to find on the market, while the combat rooms can even help peak experts grow stronger. Why wouldn't these benefits tempt superpowers? Yan Tianxing explained. If not for Stoneforest Town's nigh impenetrable defenses and the support from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various superpowers would have likely sent their forces to capture it. Now that Zero Wing intends to auction off 5 adventurer houses, these various superpowers cannot miss the opportunity. Furthermore, the adventurer teams that set up in Stoneforest Town will be required to sign a contract with Zero Wing. There is no doubt that the contracted adventurer teams will receive exclusive benefits. If these superpowers join the competition, the auction will be unimaginably intense, so we'll have to begin preparing right away. Realization dawned on Yi Luofei as she listened to her commander's explanation. She was stunned. She hadn't expected a recently established guild to be capable of nurturing a town that could elicit the various superpowers' desire. Although it was hard to believe, she trusted her commander fully. After all, Yan Tianxing was the one who had introduced her to the Flower of Seven Sins. The fact that Yan Tianxing knew upper echelons of a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins proved how amazing the man was. Meanwhile, in one of the VIP rooms on the second floor, Nine Dragons Emperor wore an exceedingly ugly expression. In contrast, Phoenix Rain's group celebrated. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing, is so full of surprises. With an expert elementalist like Zhao Yueru, we'll have a much greater advantage in the contest for Thunder Island. Having her defend a tower will be far more effective than sending 3 to 5 peak experts, Blue Phoenix said. No wonder Ye Feng was so confident. Zero Wing had this trump card hidden. Zhao Yueru's power surprised Phoenix Rain as well. Due to the limited number of slots for Thunder Island's contest, it was very important that they brought experts who were strong individually. This was especially true for strategic experts like Zhao Yueru. A powerhouse like her would be much more effective than 10 top-tier experts. While the various large guilds recovered from their shock of watching Zhao Yueru fight, Shi Feng received 10,000 magic crystals in Zero Wing's VIP room and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from Yan Tianxing. Upon receiving his winnings, Shi Feng opened the treasure map. He was very eager to learn which area Yan Tianxing's treasure map covered. He had never heard of the FFF adventurer team obtaining treasure from the Dragon's Graveyard in the past. Rather, the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine, and the super first-rate Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had secured the map's treasures. Hence, Shi Feng was surprised to hear that the FFF adventurer team had obtained a treasure map for the area so soon. Treasure maps in God's domain were generally unique items. Each hidden treasure would only have a single corresponding treasure map. Without the corresponding treasure map, no one would find the hidden goods. These treasures were hidden in special spaces, and the map was the key to accessing them. 1426. Instant Fame, Chapter 1426, Instant Fame. After unfurling the treasure map, Shi Feng inspected its attribute panel. The information displayed confused Shi Feng. Aside from the words Dragon's Graveyard, the treasure map didn't have any information to display. There wasn't even a general map for the Dragon's Graveyard. Guild leader, is there a problem with the treasure map? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed the strange expression on Shi Feng's face. There is indeed a problem, Shi Feng said, chuckling. This treasure map requires a master-ranked appraisal. When he tried to inspect the treasure map forcefully, the system notified him of the requirement. Master ranked? Gentle Snow was astonished. Although one could easily find appraisal shops in NPC cities, the NPCs working in these stores were, at best, advanced appraisers. It was impossible to find a master appraiser in these shops. Although a lot of players had taken on the appraiser subclass, their progress was extremely slow. After all, players had to appraise a large number of top-tier items to gain proficiency. Even the various large guilds had only nurtured a few advanced appraisers. As for master appraisers, it was very difficult for every subclass in God's domain to reach the master rank. However, what truly surprised Shi Feng was not the fact that the treasure map needed a master appraiser, but that it had to be appraised to begin with. Based on what he had heard in the past, the maps leading to the Dragon's Graveyard's 3 great treasures hadn't needed appraisals. One could just inspect them. Could this treasure map lead to something other than the 3 great treasures? Shi Feng's curiosity grew. Immediately, he activated Omniscient Eyes to inspect the treasure map. Fortunately, Omniscient Eyes could rival a master-ranked appraisal. After 20 seconds, the treasure map's information began to reveal itself. What? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the displayed information. As he had guessed, the treasure map Yan Tianxing had given him didn't lead to one of the 3 great treasures. This map wasn't even a treasure map, it was a map to the Dragon's Graveyard's secret land, the Dragon's Nest. This secret land was far more valuable than the 3 great treasures. Unlike the treasures, which would disappear once someone claimed them, players could periodically enter the secret land an indefinite number of times. Like the Sea Dragon's secret land, one could obtain all sorts of precious items in the Dragon's Nest. Yet, funny enough, Yan Tianxing had treated this item like a typical treasure map. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng realized that it was to be expected. After all, secret lands were incredibly rare. On the other hand, treasure was common in large maps like the Dragon's Graveyard. If a player obtained a map with the words Dragon's Graveyard, it wouldn't be unusual for them to assume it was just a treasure map. Guild leader, it couldn't be a fake, could it? Gentle Snow thought of a possibility when she saw Shi Feng's surprise. There were many treasures in God's domain. However, there was also a large number of fakes. In fact, a large majority of the treasure maps players obtained weren't real. It is. Shi Feng nodded. I knew Yan Tianxing couldn't be that generous. Gentle Snow sighed, somewhat disappointed. If Zero Wing could obtain the Dragon's Graveyard's treasures, it would significantly help the guild's development. If an adventurer team like FFF used the treasure, it might even elevate the team's overall strength to a whole new level. How could he have been willing to gamble such a precious item? This isn't a treasure map. It's a map to a secret land in the Dragon's Graveyard, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw Gentle Snow's dejected expression. What? It's a map to the Dragon's Graveyard's secret land? How is that possible? Gentle Snow's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, she even thought Shi Feng was playing a trick. take a look for yourself, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then passed the secret land map to Gentle Snow. It's real. If Yan Tianxing finds this out, he'll lose his mind. Gentle Snow's eyes sparkled as she looked at the map. Needless to say, a secret land in a forbidden area like the Dragon's Graveyard would be high quality. Moreover, the reward for clearing a secret land for the first time would most likely rival or even surpass the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure. Although subsequent visits wouldn't yield as many benefits as the first, the secret land could be raided indefinitely. In the long term, the income from exploring the secret land would exceed the 3 great treasures. However, this map had a flaw. The secret land would be very challenging to reach. The Dragon's Nest was located in the Dragon's Graveyard's inner region. Moreover, it was very close to its core. Currently, the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were struggling to explore the outer region, much less the inner area. Before they could reach the secret land, the monsters in the inner region would likely wipe them out. However, Gentle Snow did not know that Shi Feng had already prepared to visit the Dragon's Nest. While the other large guilds might have trouble reaching the inner region, the same could not be said for Shi Feng. After all, he had the all-rounded device. He didn't need to worry about the low mana density in the Dragon's Graveyard. Moreover, the Dragon's Nest only opened once a week. They still had 2 days until the next reset. It would be a huge waste not to visit the secret land. The only problem was that he needed more all-rounded devices. After Zhao Yueru's match with Yan Tianxing, the competition proceeded as usual. With each match, the audience's passion grew. After all, aside from Zhao Yueru, the weakest players who made it to the quarterfinals had reached the Flowing Water Realm. However, faced with Zhao Yueru's unreasonable Frost Flame space, even peak experts would succumb to death. In this competition, players' cooldowns would reset upon finishing a match, and this included their weapons and equipment skills. As a result, Zhao Yueru could use Frost Flame Space and Frost Flame Oblivion in every one of her matches. If her main body remained alive, she could use Frost Flame Hell as well. With the stage's limited amount of space to move around, her opponents had no hope of dodging both of her large-scale destruction spells. In the end, Zhao Yueru had won the championship, becoming the greatest dark horse in the competition this time around. At the same time, the Flame Witch's name resounded throughout the Black Dragon Empire as Zhao Yueru became the Empire's #1 elementalist. As for this uproar's main perpetrator, Zhao Yueru found this situation somewhat unbelievable. If this had been a competition of combat standards, she wouldn't have made it into the top 30, yet she had won the competition with the help of the Frost Flame's wrath. The strength of a fragmented legendary weapon had her mesmerized. Unsurprisingly, Zero Wing had become the #1 guild in this ranking competition and obtained the invitation to participate in the Secret Pavilion's upcoming internal auction. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums were ablaze with activity. Nobody could have imagined that a previously unknown guild would rise to become the competition's top guild. Zhao Yueru's astonishing prowess fascinated the Empire's players. She was the perfect combination of beauty and violence. Zero Wing will definitely rise in the Black Dragon Empire now. I heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting members in Lakeheart City. I'm going to apply when I have time. For a time, players swarmed Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City. Far more players wanted to join the guild than Gentle Snow had anticipated. To accommodate more members in the branch guild, she began her preparations to capture Hidden Fog Town, using this opportunity to develop her corner of Zero Wing. Big Sis Snow, over 10,000 third-rate guild members who are allied with Crimson Castle, have secretly gathered at the guild's residence in Lakeheart City. Moreover, this number is rapidly climbing. By the looks of it, it seems as if they intend to rush towards Hidden Fog Town. Unknown players have also ambushed many of our members grinding near the town. I suspect that this is Crimson Castle's doing. Crimson Fox is quite persistent. Since he can't take action openly, he's moving against us in secret. Gentle Snow frowned as she listened to her subordinate's report. Clearly, their previous agreement with Crimson Castle had been a farce. They're moving in secret? Revealing a faint smile, Shi Feng reasoned, it seems that if we don't teach these guilds a proper lesson, they'll assume that Zero Wing is easy to bully. Since Crimson Fox has gone back on his word, he can't blame me for refusing to show mercy. 1427. Causing a Storm with One Sentence. Chapter 1427, Causing a Storm with One Sentence. Snow, have someone compile a report on Crimson Castle for me. To be precise, I want information on the towns the guild controls. The more detail, the better, Shi Feng ordered. Detailed information on Crimson Castle's guild towns? Gentle Snow couldn't help her growing confusion. Very quickly, however, she thought of a possibility. Shocked, she asked, Guild leader, do you intend to raid one of their guild towns? Raid one of Crimson Castle's towns? Shi Feng shook his head. Chuckling, he said, no, I want to raid them all. If this had happened earlier, Shi Feng wouldn't have many options to deal with Crimson Castle. At most, he'd be able to weather a battle of attrition. However, things had changed. Now, he was rich. Not only had he made a killing from the Zero Wing auction, but he had also obtained a frightening profit from Stone Forest Town's battle arena and auction house. Right now, players were almost always signing up to join the battle arena and auction house. Including the 10,000 magic crystals he had won from Yan Tianxing, he had over 190,000 on hand. During the war with Heaven's Burial and the Monster Army, he only had around 50,000 magic crystals prepared. It had been impossible to maximize his war weapon's power. If he had had enough magic crystals during those battles, he would have easily won the war. Now that he had over 190,000 magic crystals, Crimson Castle was simply trying to get itself killed by daring to provoke him. He was even confident of capturing a first-rate guild's town with the resources he had available, let alone a second-rate guild like Crimson Castle. Raid all of Crimson Castle's towns? Shi Feng's declaration shocked everyone in the VIP room. A guild town was vital to a guild's development. Hence, guild towns were generally heavily fortified with static defenses and many players, making them very difficult to capture. One would need to prepare quite a bit to capture a guild town, yet Shi Feng had decided to take all of the towns under Crimson Castle's control. This was insane. Snow, get the branch guild's main force members ready, and spread the news. I want every guild in the Black Dragon Empire to know. We'll take action as soon as you've gathered the information I requested, Shi Feng instructed. We're not hiding our intentions? Gentle Snow was dazed for a long moment after listening to Shi Feng's command. When raiding an enemy guild town, one generally kept their operations a secret. It would give a force the greatest chance of success, yet Shi Feng wanted to declare his intentions publicly. It was no different than saying, I'm going to raid you, so you best get ready. However, since her guild leader had given her the order, she had no choice but to follow through. Although Nine Dragons Emperor quietly backed Crimson Castle, taking over the guild's towns would be a piece of cake if Zero Wing got serious and mobilized all of its elite and expert players. After all, Zero Wing had an overwhelming advantage over Crimson Castle in terms of both quality and quantity. Only, doing so would strain Zero Wing's funds. Meanwhile, before the players in the arena left the venue, Gentle Snow had tasked her subordinates to make the announcement, stating Zero Wing's plans to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns in the Lakeheart City region. The news caused an uproar throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Zero Wing plans to attack Crimson Castle? Didn't Crimson Castle lose its bet to Zero Wing? Does the guild have to be so ruthless? No. I've heard that a few third-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have mobilized their forces to cause trouble around Hidden Fog Town. It is clear that they are trying to keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing's likely infuriated. Even so, isn't this unwise? Guild towns aren't that easy to raid. The majority of Zero Wing's forces are stationed in Starmoon Kingdom. With them so far away, it'll be even more difficult to capture Crimson Castle's towns. The players on the forums discussed the matter heatedly. Almost nobody was optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Although Zero Wing had a branch guild in Lakeheart City, it lacked strength in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild simply wasn't on the same level as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting players from Starmoon Kingdom to Lakeheart City was costly. In addition, Crimson Castle was allied with 4 other second-rate guilds. Those guilds would lend Crimson Castle aid if it were attacked. Even the Empire's first-rate guilds would struggle to raid one of Crimson Castle's towns. And even if success were possible, none of these guilds would be willing to pay the price. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Do they think that our town's defenses are just for display? Crimson Fox, who had long since returned to his guild's residence, laughed when he heard the news. He had planned to fight it out with Zero Wing slowly, but it would seem that preparing for such had been a waste. Although the 2 towns Crimson Castle controlled were not particularly popular among the general populace, both were close to ore and herb-rich maps, and the guild and its 4 allies used them as resource warehouses. Naturally, he had invested plenty of resources in the town's defenses. Each town had 8 defense turrets, magic barriers, and other war weapons. Even a 200,000-man elite army wouldn't pose a threat to the towns. Furthermore, the 4 second-rate guilds had constructed temporary guild residences in both. Their members could reinforce the towns at a moment's notice. Even if Zero Wing mobilized all of its elite members, it could never capture their towns. Guild leader, we've just received a message from Nine Dragons Emperor's people. He said that he will send a 200-man expert team to protect both towns. Each team will also have 6 gnome cannons, Lonely Castle reported. Nine Dragons Emperor has also offered to ignore our previous failure, allowing Crimson Castle to remain the 5 guilds' leader if we give Zero Wing a good beating. Go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's messengers and let Nine Dragons Emperor know that he can rest assured. Unless the sun rises from the west, Zero Wing's members should not even think about setting foot in Crimson Castle's towns, much less capture them, Crimson Fox responded confidently. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Black Dragon Empire, Phoenix Rain nearly jumped in surprise when she received the news. She had never expected such insanity from Zero Wing. She immediately contacted Shi Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, do you really plan to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns? Phoenix Raid asked seriously. That's right, Shi Feng nodded. I beg of you to discard the idea. Nine Dragons Emperor is Crimson Castle's backer. Moreover, he instructed his subordinates to create resource warehouses in both towns. He's already stationed his personal Shadow Dragon Legion in the town's long-term as well, Phoenix Rain explained. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the 3 trunk card legions under Nine Dragons Emperor's command. Among the 3 legions, Martial Dragon's War Dragon Legion was the strongest. Although the Shadow Dragon Legion's overall strength was weaker than the War Dragon Legion, it was fond of large-scale battles. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor had sent his men to protect Crimson Castle's 2 towns. Zero Wing had just made a name for itself in the Black Dragon Empire. Before accumulating sufficient strength, it was unwise to raid these 2 towns. The Shadow Dragon Legion? Shi Feng had heard of the Legion before. In response, however, he simply chuckled and thanked the woman. "Thank you for your warning, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I will be careful. I still have much to tend to, so if there's nothing else, I'll be disconnecting the call now." Saying so, Shi Feng ended their conversation. What is this man thinking? When Phoenix Rain had seen Shi Feng's calm expression, she wondered if Shi Feng actually understood how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trunk card legions were. Any superpower's trunk card legions could annihilate an elite army of tens of thousands. Furthermore, the Shadow Dragon Legion specialized in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow finished gathering information on Crimson Castle's guild towns and handed the report to her guild leader. 1428, Aqua Rose's class. Change, Chapter 1428, Aqua Rose's class change guild leader. Both towns have been heavily fortified. Each town has 8 defense turrets. Normally, each town also has over 15,000 players. Including the other 4 second-rate guild's members, there should be over 20,000 players residing in the towns. Crimson Castle has also employed high-quality NPC guards. Of the 1,000 NPCs in each town, over 60 are Tier 2. Capturing these towns won't be easy. Moreover, as soon as we attack, the other guilds will send reinforcements. Based on our estimates, each town should have over 100,000 players. We'll likely have to use everything Zero Wing has to capture them. Gentle Snow briefly explained the situation in the towns. She had been shocked to learn about their defenses. First-rate guilds towns usually only had half a dozen or so defense turrets. After all, these defensive structures were expensive to build. Hiring high-tiered NPC guards wasn't cheap either. Generally, a town had a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 0 NPCs. Guilds only hired stronger guards if the town were particularly important. Yet, both of Crimson Castle's towns had impressive defenses. Zero Wing couldn't even strike the weaker town first, using its success to damage Crimson Castle's morale. Good. Instruct both the main force and the Dark God's Legion to set out. Since it's closer to Lakeheart City, we'll target Green Rain Town first, Shi Feng said, and nodded after glancing through the information. We're only mobilizing our main force and the Dark God's Legion? Gentle Snow was stunned. Was this a joke? Together, Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion only had over 1,000 members. Even if they were experts, sending 1,000 plus players to raid a guild town was reaching for the impossible. Of course, why would we need so many people just to raid a town? Shi Feng asked Gentle Snow curiously. The woman was speechless. They were going to raid a town protected by tens of thousands of players. Yet in Shi Feng's eyes, they were just heading out to exterminate a bunch of common monsters. However, once Shi Feng had given the order, Gentle Snow had no choice but to dispatch the 2 forces. As Shi Feng prepared to lead his army to Green Rain Town, he received a communication request from Aqua Rose. "Why are you out so soon?" Shi Feng asked. It had only been a few days since Aqua Rose and the others had begun to challenge the Sea God's legacy. None of them should have returned this soon. "I'm not fast. Time in the legacy space is different from God's domain. 4 days inside is the equivalent of 1 in God's domain," Aqua Rose explained. After entering the legacy space, the time flow difference had shocked her. If not for the lack of EXP from the monsters inside, she would have leveled up a few times. Instead, she was still level 50. "Well, how did it go?" Shi Feng asked. The Sea God's legacy contained 10 individual legacies. Any one of them could improve a player's strength tremendously. Hey, take a look at this," Aqua Rose said as she waved an icy blue crystalline staff. Streams of water rotated around it, and the staff itself radiated a faint trace of divine might. "Could you have—" Shi Feng could not help his shock as he stared at the staff. "That's right. I've obtained the Sea God's legacy and have officially become a Tier 2 player," Aqua Rose announced in delight. She had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the Sea God's legacy. Fortunately, she had consumed the Moonlight Fruits before entering the legacy space, slightly increasing her physique. With Refinement Realm combat standards, she was able to clear the legacy trial. Not only had she obtained the Sea God's legacy, but she had also acquired the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type weapon specifically made to amplify the Sea God's legacy strengths. Unlike ordinary growth-type weapons, the Sea Dragon Staff could reach fragmented legendary rank. It would help Aqua Rose display the full potential of the Sea God's legacy. Shi Feng was dazed for a moment. The Sea God's legacy. He had only hoped that Aqua Rose or one of the others would obtain the Sea God's Guard legacy. He hadn't been terribly optimistic that one of them would actually obtain the Sea God's legacy. After all, the Sea God's legacy even surpassed peak legacies. It was extremely difficult to obtain. "Guild leader, you're going to raid a town, right? Can I join you?" Aqua Rose asked. "Of course you can," Shi Feng said, laughing. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have summoned her to join the battle. He was not certain of exactly how powerful the Sea God's legacy was. He only knew that the legacy's owner would be an absolute overlord at sea, invincible among opponents of the same tier and level in naval combat. Naturally, he was curious to see how powerful Aqua Rose could become with the Sea God's legacy at her command. Wonderful, I'll head over right away, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Lake Heart City region, Green Rain Town. Since Zero Wing had announced its intention of raiding Crimson Castle's guild towns, the normally lackluster Green Rain Town brimmed with players. Crimson Castle and its allies weren't the only players in the town. A large number of independent players and members of the various major powers in the Black Dragon Empire had made the trip to watch the upcoming guild war. The reason these spectators had gathered here instead of in Blackhorn Town, Crimson Castle's other town, was Zero Wing's announcement that it would raid Green Rain Town before moving on. Zero Wing is really bold. When others try to raid a town, they try to keep their movements secret, yet Zero Wing publicly declared its plan to raid Crimson Castle's towns and which town it had hit first. It's likely that Zero Wing wants to show off its strength and frighten the other guilds by ensuring the players are here to watch. However, doing so will make raiding Crimson Castle's towns much more difficult. Zero Wing is trying too hard to appear powerful. Even if Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, it has only recently started to develop its branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild still lacks various aspects. Waging a war against Crimson Castle right now is foolish. I've heard that the other 4 second-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have dispatched 150,000 elite members to Green Rain Town. Including Crimson Castle's 30,000 elite members, there are 180,000 elite players fortifying the town. Taking into account their terrain advantage, Zero Wing isn't likely to succeed even if it sends every one of its members in the Empire. In the end, Zero Wing will embarrass itself by attacking Crimson Castle. The players resting in Green Rain Town's bars merrily discussed the upcoming war. Zero Wing had already become the center of attention in the Black Dragon Empire after winning the ranking competition. Following its declaration of war, even more players began to watch the guild. Although the Empire's various guilds frequently clashed, very few were willing to raid an enemy guild town. After all, guild towns were easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without an absolute advantage, no guild would be foolish enough to raid an enemy's town. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle and its allies' upper echelons had gathered in a captivating room within the guild's Green Rain Town residence. Guild leader Fox, our guild's members have arrived. They will be at your command. A dignified level 45 shield warrior reported to Crimson Fox, who lounged in the guild leader's throne. If that is not enough, our 4 guilds can still mobilize an additional 60,000 elite members. We'll put Zero Wing through the ringer. Good. As long as we injure the guild and make 9 Dragons Emperor happy, we'll all receive even more resources in the future, Crimson Fox said, smiling. With over 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town, not even a superpower had any hope of a successful raid, much less Zero Wing. As long as they devastated Zero Wing's army, the guild's development in Lake Heart City would suffer. Guild leader, our scouts have reported that Zero Wing's members are on the way. Lonely Castle, who stood behind Crimson Fox, whispered in the man's ear, "They're finally here?" Crimson Fox smiled. He then asked, "How many are there?" "There seems to be only a little over 1,000 players," Lonely Castle replied, uncertain. 1429. Give it a thorough beating. Chapter 1429. Give it a thorough beating. When Lonely Castle finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lonely Castle with astonished expressions. They all thought that the shield warrior had to be joking. "What did you say?" Thinking he had heard wrong, Crimson Fox asked for confirmation. "They only sent 1,000 plus members?" The several hundred assassins we've sent out to scout have confirmed this. Zero Wing hasn't dispatched anyone beyond those 1,000 plus members. However, all of those members are rapidly approaching Green Rain Town on mounts. They'll likely arrive in a little over 10 minutes. Lonely Castle understood that he could not convince Crimson Fox with words alone, so he played the video his subordinates had sent him on the virtual screen above the table. The recording displayed over 1,000 players atop their mounts. However, unlike other guilds, the majority of Zero Wing's members rode Thunderwolves. Their charge was impeccable. Moreover, every player's level on the team was very high. The lowest leveled among them was level 45. Furthermore, their weapons and equipment weren't the least bit inferior to the upper echelons in the meeting room. A single one-horned black tiger led this team of players. Black flames and arcs of blue electricity danced around the tiger's paws. Despite only watching a video of the creature, every one of these powerful players felt an indescribable pressure weigh them down. As for the man atop this black tiger, he was none other than Zero Wing's famous guild leader, Black Flame. Crimson Fox stared at the screen, dazed for a long moment. While he had seen arrogant guilds before, he had never seen a guild as arrogant as Zero Wing. They treated the 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town as nothing more than a paper tiger. How is this possible? Zero Wing only sent 1,000 plus members? Has Zero Wing lost its mind? This is the siege battle that Zero Wing promised us? They dare come at us with such a small force? Are they tired of living? These players couldn't help but laugh as they watched the video. The contingent Zero Wing had dispatched might consist of nothing but expert players, but siege battles were different from field battles. The power an expert could exert was considerably limited, not to mention every guild town had a large number of NPC guards. NPC guards weren't monsters. If an ordinary expert player tried to take on a Tier 1 NPC, they'd suffer a one-sided beating. Furthermore, Green Rain Town's NPCs were all level 70 and above. The town even had level 70 Tier 2 NPCs. Even without the 180,000 elite players and the town's defensive structures, the 1,000 NPC guards could easily annihilate Zero Wing's small force. Zero Wing is pretty bold. They dare to attack Green Rain Town with just so few players. Don't they know what death means? At this moment, a burly man wearing silver armor stood up and said, "Guild leader Fox, leave this to a mortal dynasty. There's no need for Crimson Castle to bother with this small group from Zero Wing. It's about time we teach Zero Wing that the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom are not the same. Brother Brighthouse doesn't need to dirty his hands. Let the Shadowlight tribe deal with this. We'll finish Zero Wing's members off before they even get close to Green Rain Town," the handsome man beside Brighthouse said, laughing. Before Crimson Fox could comment, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons voiced their enthusiasm to take the lead against Zero Wing's force. As Crimson Fox attempted to reply, a black-clad man beside him spoke up. "None of you need to get involved. Leave these people to the Shadow Dragon Legion." The moment this black-clad man spoke, the upper echelons fell silent. On the surface, Crimson Castle was in charge of this war. In reality, however, this black-clad man was in command. The man was none other than Shadowtooth, the commander of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion. He was also known as the War Dragon. Not only had Shadowtooth risen to fame much earlier than Martial Dragon, but he had also left plenty of intense battle records in multiple large-scale virtual reality games. This man had participated in hundreds of guild wars, and every time he took the field, he secured overwhelming victories. Hence, he had earned the nickname War Dragon. Individually, he wasn't any weaker than Martial Dragon, although the latter was more well known due to his status as an up-and-coming monster in the virtual gaming world. Since Shadowtooth had declared his intentions, the upper echelons surrendered the fight for the prestige of defeating Zero Wing. "I'll have to trouble Brother Shadowtooth then." Crimson Fox repeatedly expressed gratitude after listening to the commander's declaration. The Shadow Dragon Legion was very famous in the virtual gaming world. The Legion's experts had fought in countless battles alongside Shadowtooth. Although these players were only top-tier experts individually, they could exert tremendous power on the battlefield. With only a handful working together, they could easily take down peak experts. This was also the reason that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers disliked dealing with the 1,000-man Legion. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's 1,000-plus contingent quickly spread throughout Green Rain Town, causing an uproar. Is Zero Wing trying to be funny? And to think they made such arrogant claims earlier. Now that they realize that Green Rain Town is impossible to raid, they've only sent 1,000 members to try to gloss over their insults. I had thought that Zero Wing was some awesomely powerful guild, but it seems that it has nothing more than this. This could be their wisest move. If Zero Wing truly tried to raid Green Rain Town, it'd suffer heavy losses. How boring. I'm heading back to level up. The spectating players in the town were disappointed. They had hoped to watch an interesting battle, but this was just a farce. At the same time, Zero Wing lost the prestige it had earned in the Black Dragon Empire. As players prepared to leave Green Rain Town, Shi Feng's group reached a hilltop 15,000 yards away. Snow, have the main force members guard the mountain pass below us. Everyone else, secure this area. Do not let anybody reach this position. You have my permission to kill any disobedient players, Shi Feng instructed as he gazed down at the distant town. Shi Feng's instructions confused his party members. They were still so far away from Green Rain Town. What was the point in securing such a distant location? Once Zero Wing's members spread out and surrounded the hill, Shi Feng took 2 intermediate monopulse cannons and a movement-type defensive magic array from his bag and began to set them up. Guild leader, you're not thinking of decimating Green Rain Town? Aqua Rose could not help her surprise when she saw the 2 intermediate monopulse cannons. Abundant resources were available near the town, but if they turned these massive cannons against it, they'd cripple Green Rain Town. Although Green Rain Town is a strategic location, Zero Wing does not have much use for it. Moreover, with the town's powerful defenses, this is the perfect opportunity to test how effective the intermediate monopulse cannons are in a siege. Why else would I have deliberately announced our intention to attack Green Rain Town? Shi Feng asked seriously. Hearing Shi Feng's explanation, Gentle Snow was speechless. The reason behind his announcement had been to test the intermediate monopulse cannon's effects. If Crimson Castle's upper echelons knew about this, they'd likely have a heart attack. A moment later, Shi Feng finished setting up the 2 intermediate monopulse cannons and the movement-type defensive magic array, filling them with magic crystals. Once he had confirmed that everything was in place, Shi Feng issued his command, aim for Green Forest Town and beat the hell out of them. 1430. Destroying the town's defenses. In one high, Chapter 1430, destroying the town's defenses in one hit. A large number of guild players had been stationed atop Green Rain Town's ramparts. At the base of the walls, the Shadow Dragon Legion stood in neat, orderly rows. As expected of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card Legion, its members are so strong. Just looking at them makes me shudder. Guild Leader Fox, with them here, you won't have to lift a finger. The Shadow Dragon Legion will bring a swift end to Zero Wing's force. That's right, it's a pity that we won't get to join in. I'd like to show Zero Wing how powerful our guilds truly are. The various upper echelons on the ramparts chatted merrily as they gazed down at the Shadow Dragon Legion. Even if there weren't 180,000 elite players protecting Green Rain Town, Zero Wing's 1,000-man army would fail. After all, the NPC guards weren't just for display. Unfortunately, since the Shadow Dragon Legion had wanted the front line, their guilds had lost the chance to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone to improve their reputations in the Empire. Suddenly, Lonely Castle walked up to Crimson Fox and reported, "Guild Leader, a report just came in. For some reason, Zero Wing's members have stopped their advance and fortified a hill some distance away from the town. They've locked down the area around the hill. We sent several assassins to investigate, but they've all died." Hearing this, Crimson Fox and the other upper echelons were stunned. Why are they fortifying that hill? The same question floated in everyone's minds. This was the first time they had encountered such a shameless guild. Zero Wing had boldly announced its plan to raid Green Rain Town, yet after such claims, it had only dispatched a little over 1,000 members. Now, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing's members had decided to halt their advance halfway. They're not approaching? Crimson Fox's lips curled. It seems Zero Wing's upper echelons still have some brain power. They realized that charging into the town would be suicidal, so they decided to wait for us to come to them? Guild Leader, should we send some of our people? Lonely Castle asked. No need. We'll let the Shadow Dragon Legion deal with it. We can save ourselves from the trouble of being called out for bullying, Crimson Fox said, laughing. Although he did not know what Zero Wing was trying to do, in front of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. At the end of the day, Crimson Castle would win this war, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Black Dragon Empire would be ruined. However, as the Shadow Dragon Legion prepared to set off for the hill, two spiraling black and white beams appeared in the distance. Both beams struck the magic barrier around Green Rain Town a split second after they appeared, tearing through it as if it were paper. Boom! In the end, the two massive beams plowed through the town's center. Two towering pillars of light rose from the craters, expanding until each covered a 500-yard radius. One could see these pillars even from tens of thousands of yards away. Both pillars gradually dissipated, leaving two 40-meter-deep craters. Everything that had been caught within the light pillars had disappeared. What? For a moment, every player in Green Rain Town was dumbfounded as they stared at the void the light pillars had left. The various guild upper echelons stared with wide eyes. What had happened? Was the sky falling? Not even Crimson Fox knew what had just transpired. Although the defensive magic array protecting Green Rain Town was only basic rank, it could survive Tier 3 attacks, yet it failed to resist the two beam attacks. Investigate that attack immediately, Crimson Fox bellowed. Crimson Fox's heart bled over the buildings the attacks had just destroyed, not to mention the number of players that had died. Crimson Castle's members exploded into action. Guild Leader, it seems that those two beams came from the hilltop Zero Wing occupies, Lonely Castle said as he pointed towards the hill. So you're saying that is Zero Wing's doing? A chill ran down Crimson Fox's spine as he stared at the hilltop, astonishment flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "How is this possible?" He had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly, so he knew that Zero Wing possessed powerful war weapons. However, the hill Zero Wing occupied was over 10,000 yards away from Green Rain Town. According to the reports, Zero Wing's war weapons should only have a maximum range of around 3,000 yards. What Crimson Fox did not know was that the intermediate monopulse cannon's range was actually 20,000 yards. However, although the cannons could cover so much distance, the beams were straight-line attacks. Hence, the height of these cannons' location would determine their actual range. From the top of Stone Forest Town's magic tower, they could cover around 3,000 yards. Meanwhile, the hill Shi Feng had chosen was far taller than his magic tower, increasing the cannon's range significantly. Guild Leader, what should we do? Lonely Castle could not help but shudder when he learned that Zero Wing was responsible for the attack. With that kind of range and destructive power, the intermediate Manipulse cannons were a guild town's nightmare. If they allowed Zero Wing to fire those weapons a few more times, Green Rain Town would fall. Kill them, send everyone to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Do not let Zero Wing fire those cannons again, Crimson Fox shouted, paling with anger. Regret tore at his heart. Had he known that Zero Wing possessed such frightening tools of destruction, he would never have let things go this far. With such weapons, destroying a town would be a piece of cake for Zero Wing. Understood. Lonely Castle immediately organized Crimson Castle's forces to set out towards Zero Wing's position. When the other upper echelons saw the two craters that defiled Green Rain Town and thought about Zero Wing directing those weapons towards their own towns, they shuddered with fear. This, Guild Leader Fox, something urgent has come up in our guild that requires our immediate attention. I'm afraid we must go. Guild Leader Fox, our guild leader has found a rare boss and is in need of manpower. Since you have things under control here, we'll be taking our leave. Immediately, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons took out return scrolls and fled. A moment later, all of the allied guild's members vanished from Green Rain Town, leaving only Crimson Castle's members and a bunch of confused independent players. Crimson Fox nearly had a stroke as he watched the crowd disappear. Hadn't they declared that he wouldn't have to take action himself? 1431. Aqua Rose takes action. Chapter 1431. Aqua Rose takes action. When the intermediate mana pulse cannons had struck Green Rain Town, the resulting devastation hadn't only shocked the various second-rate guilds members. The spectating players retrieved their own return scrolls to flee the town as well. Everyone was afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would strike again. They might not be so lucky in the next assault. None of them were willing to throw their lives away just to watch a battle. Active the Guild War Order. Seal off that hill. I don't want to see any of Zero Wing's members leave this place alive. Crimson Fox lost his composure as he glared at the distant hilltop. In the next moment, Crimson Castle locked down Green Rain Town's map. Return scrolls were rendered ineffective, and players were forced to rely on other means to escape. Once Crimson Fox had issued his orders, he led an army of 10,000 players in a charge towards their enemy. This was his only option left. If he continued to do nothing, he would be slaughtered. With the intermediate mana pulse cannon's power, Green Rain Town would only last a few more hits, yet the town's defense turrets couldn't reach Zero Wing. He had no choice but to lead his own forces to stop Zero Wing. However, the Shadow Dragon Legion had reacted long before Crimson Fox. Shortly after the intermediate mana pulse cannons had attacked, Shadowtooth had led the Shadow Dragon Legion in its own charge. Guild Leader, a team of 1,000 players are approaching. They're less than 1,000 yards away. They are very well equipped, and although they aren't wearing a guild emblem, they don't look like independent players. A ranger, Negative Life, reported as he used eagle eyes to scout. A strong 1,000-man team without a guild emblem? Could it be the Shadow Dragon Legion? Shi Feng suddenly recalled Phoenix Rain's warning. The Shadow Dragon Legion might not be as strong as Nine Dragons Emperor's War Dragon Legion, but it was far more famous. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had once dispatched the Shadow Dragon Legion to capture an intermediate city under a top-tier, first-rate guild's control. Naturally, said guild had the support of powerful corporations and plenty of powerful experts. Although it hadn't been a super first-rate guild, it had been beyond ordinary first-rate guild's reach. Yet, the Shadow Dragon Legion had single-handedly captured the intermediate town. Cities and towns were different. Both basic and advanced towns lacked defenses, but as soon as they became cities, their defenses would undergo a qualitative transformation. With a core magic array, not only could guilds suppress their enemies, but they could also enhance their own forces. The core magic array's buff was even more powerful than the magic towers. Moreover, the various large guilds generally put everything into their city's development. The defensive structures one could build in an intermediate city were far beyond that of a town. A guild could construct hundreds of defense turrets in its city, as well as all sorts of advanced defensive structures. Furthermore, well-funded first-rate guilds generally protected their intermediate cities with powerful magic arrays. It would take several shots from an advanced mana pulse cannon to break such a barrier. If the magic array had adequate energy, it might even be beyond an advanced mana pulse cannon's power. Yet, the Shadow Dragon Legion had captured the intermediate city. News of the successful siege had shocked the various large guilds. During that time, only a few of God's Domain's first-rate guilds had intermediate cities, while most guild cities were basic rank. As a result, the various first-rate guilds had been terrified of the Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion? Isn't that one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she heard Shi Feng's comment. Nine Dragons Emperor has been secretly using Green Rain Town as a resource warehouse, so he has probably stationed the force there to protect the town, Shi Feng explained. Guild Leader, I don't think it'll be easy to take on the Shadow Dragon Legion and Crimson Castle's forces at the same time. Shadowtooth, the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander, is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin. Based on our information on him, he has a top-tier epic short sword called Magic Breaker. It can cut through magic barriers like a hot knife through butter. Our magic array isn't likely to hold the Legion back, Gentle Snow said worriedly. They had considered the possibility of Crimson Castle's forces charging to meet them, but as long as they had enough magic crystals, their movement-type defensive magic array shouldn't have any issues holding back Tier 4 attacks. Unfortunately, it was a different story if Shadowtooth's Magic Breaker got involved. Without the defensive magic array's protection, they wouldn't survive an army of tens of thousands of elite players. Guild Leader, leave Shadowtooth to me, Aqua Rose suddenly suggested. As long as I take him down, we can proceed with activating the defensive magic array. But, although Gentle Snow tried to argue, Shi Feng beat her to it, saying, All right, I'll leave him to you. Send everyone else to stop the Shadow Dragon Legion's advance. Don't let anyone near the cannons. The intermediate mana pulse cannons might be powerful, but they had obvious weaknesses. First, they could be moved freely. Second, like all war weapons, their defense was paper thin. Even a tier 0 player could easily destroy them. Hence, the various large guilds usually avoided using war weapons offensively. Guild leader, this, Shi Feng's decision astonished Gentle Snow. Shadowtooth was an old monster with many years of fame. Even Nine Dragons Emperor treated the man with respect. His title as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin wasn't just for show either. Even a peak expert like Yan Tianqing would struggle to survive a handful of moves against Shadowtooth. Yet, Shi Feng had just sent Aqua Rose to deal with the assassin alone. She'd be lucky to survive, much less kill the man. They'd only have a small possibility of defeating Shadowtooth if she, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru worked together. Relax. If Shadowtooth reveals himself, leave him to Aqua. You all should focus on the Shadow Dragon Legion's other experts. At the end of the day, that is still one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. The Force has plenty of Refinement Realm experts. Even with our berserk skills, we don't have much of an advantage, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Not only was Aqua Rose a tier 2 player now, but she also had the Sea God's legacy. Since she had offered to take on Shadowtooth, she was confident in defeating him. If her victory weren't possible, it wouldn't be too late to send Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru as reinforcements. Suddenly, Negative Life announced, Guild leader Crimson Castle has sent an army of over 10,000 players. The Shadow Dragon Legion's members are also spreading out. By the looks of it, they plan to split into 4 groups. They sure reacted quickly. Alright, let's fire a round at Crimson Castle's members first, Shi Feng ordered when he noticed the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown coming to an end. Aqua, Snow, Yueru, Negative, lead teams of 200 players and intercept the Shadow Dragon Legion. It's about time we teach this legion that Zero Wing shouldn't be provoked. Understood. Zero Wing's members couldn't help their growing excitement. Fighting a trump card legion from a super first-rate guild would be far more fun than fighting a bunch of elite players. The Shadow Dragon Legion soon reached the foot of the hill after splitting into 4 groups. In the next moment, a black-clad man dashed ahead of the groups towards the magic barrier protecting the hill. Upon reaching his target, the man swung the dull gray short sword at the barrier. Pung! Instantly, he shattered the movement-type defensive magic array, the stored energy within dissipating. In addition, the magic array was forced into a 5-minute cooldown. The commander's magic breaker really is impressive. Zero Wing's members must be stunned. Not only will they die here, but will also claim their 2 war weapons. As the Shadow Dragon Legion members discussed the vanishing barrier, a mesmerizing beauty appeared on the opposite side. This woman stood alone on the path leading up the hill. She wielded a dark blue crystal staff and radiated an incredible aura. This woman was none other than Aqua Rose. 1433. Overwhelming Power. Chapter 1433. Overwhelming Power. Just before Shadowtooth's magic breaker bit into Aqua Rose's back, layers of water began to peel away from the woman like a blooming lotus flower. When magic breaker encountered the flower petals, not only did its advanced halt, but it also bounced off. She blocked it? Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the water curtain before him. Magic breaker was designed to do just that, destroy magic barriers. It also weakened spells by 50%. Even an elementalist's strongest tier 1 defensive spell, Frost Barrier, would only last 1 hit against his weapon. Yet, when he slashed at the thin layer of water, it felt as if he had hit rubber. He couldn't pierce the water curtain no matter how hard he tried. With Aqua Rose in the center, the spell formed a pool of water with a 70-yard radius. Although the water was only knee-deep, Shadowtooth could feel it restricting his movements. Although he struggled, he couldn't adapt to the watery environment. It was as if the pool rejected his existence. Not only did his basic attributes immediately decrease by 30%, but his physique also visibly weakened. This move was none other than Aqua Precinct, a tier 2 legacy domain spell Aqua Rose had learned. However, since she was using the spell on land, it couldn't display its full potential. Even so, the spell would reduce all enemies' basic attributes by 30%, physique by 20%, and movement speed by 30%. However, the truly impressive effect wasn't its ability to weaken enemies. Rather, it was perfectly suited to both offense and defense. Unlike Ice Wall or Frost Barrier, which required incantations, Aqua Rose could easily form a maximum of 3 water curtains to protect herself with just a thought. Each water curtain had the properties of a tier 2 defensive spell. With all 3 layers, the water curtains could even block tier 3 spells. Aqua Precinct's offensive capabilities were even more impressive. Although the attacks weren't AoEs, Aqua Rose could control a maximum of 12 water snakes to strike her opponents. Each water snake's strength was the equivalent of 140% of the caster's intelligence. Let's take this fight seriously. Standing on the water's surface, Aqua Rose smiled at Shadowtooth. As she spoke, 12 8-meter-long water snakes manifested around the caster. From afar, it looked as if Shadowtooth were facing 12 great lords. Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute had already been extremely high, but after obtaining the Sea God's Legacy and the Sea Dragon Staff, each of her water snakes possessed strength on par with a great lord of the same level. Moreover, unlike a great lord, the water snakes didn't have HP. As long as Aqua Rose was alive and her Aqua Precinct was in place, they would fight. If this were a naval battle, the 12 water snakes would have double the strength. Even a tier 2 player with an active berserk skill would struggle to defeat one. Impossible? What kind of spell is that? Just who is she? The watching Shadow Dragon Legion members were stupefied. The sight of these 12 serpents was petrifying. How was this a PvP fight? Shadowtooth was practically trying to solo a boss. Die. Aqua Rose showed no mercy as she controlled the 12 snakes to strike at Shadowtooth. As the water snakes flew towards him, Shadowtooth felt as if he were watching a massive waterfall pour down on his head. Immediately, Shadowtooth activated his berserk skill and tried to avoid the approaching attacks. However, the water snakes were astonishingly fast. They crossed a dozen yards and reached the assassin almost instantly. As a domain realm expert, Shadowtooth had a perfect grasp of the snake's trajectories, but he wasn't fast enough to move out of harm's way in time. In the end, one of the snakes slipped past his defenses. Fortunately, Shadowtooth reacted quickly enough to block the attack with Magic Breaker. Due to Magic Breaker's passive, spell-weakening effect, the water snake's attack wasn't nearly as powerful. In the end, its attack was slightly weaker than a High Lord's of the same level. Although Shadowtooth's basic attributes had diminished, his strength after activating his berserk skill could still rival that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. He didn't have much of an issue blocking the attack. Though the impact had slid him backward, he had only lost around 400 HP. It wasn't a considerable amount to an assassin with 44,000 HP in total. For a time, the two combatants engaged in a battle of attrition. Aqua Precinct was unlike other spells, where one only needed to invest mana when they cast the spell. Rather, the domain spell fed off of the user's mana to sustain itself. In exchange, the spell did not have a cooldown or duration. Players could turn it on and off freely. That wasn't to say that Aqua Rose could maintain the Aqua Precinct indefinitely or a long time. The spell consumed a frightening amount of mana every second. Based on her remaining mana, Aqua Rose had about 3 more minutes with the spell. Of course, she could drink an advanced mana recovery potion to restore her mana during the battle. Shadowtooth was in a similar situation. Although he continued to lose HP throughout the battle, each attack only devoured 300 or 400 HP. He could easily replenish the lost HP with an advanced regeneration potion. As a result, the battle was locked in a temporary stalemate. I didn't expect to find an expert like you in Zero Wing as well. No wonder that little girl is trying to recruit your guild. Shadowtooth constantly tried to close in on his opponent. While the battle raged between Aqua Rose and Shadowtooth, the fight stunned Zero Wing's members atop the hill. In their eyes, both players were absolute monsters. If any one of them had to face Aqua Rose or Shadowtooth, they'd likely die in an instant. Sure enough, a domain realm expert isn't easy to deal with. Shadowtooth's prowess even surprised Shi Feng. Aqua Rose was a tier 2 player and wielded the Sea God's legacy, yet the assassin bridged the gap between their levels, tiers, and classes with his techniques. Aqua Rose only had a minor advantage. However, Aqua should have exhausted a lot of mana by now. It's about time she took things seriously. Unfortunately for Shadowtooth, while techniques could supplement for one's flaws, there was a limit to how much they could help. Not even domain realm experts were an exception. Take things seriously? The Vice Guild leader isn't fighting with everything she's got? Fierce Snake was confused when he overheard Shi Feng's muttering. He had only ever witnessed a fight of this level when Zhao Yueru had faced Yan Tianxing. In fact, Shadowtooth was much stronger than Yan Tianxing. The fact that Aqua Rose, who didn't have a cataclysmic spell like Zhao Yueru's Frost Flame Oblivion, could suppress a monster like Shadowtooth was astounding. Yet, Shi Feng had indicated that she wasn't using her full strength. Even if he heard it from Shi Feng, Fierce Snake found it hard to believe. As Fierce Snake struggled over the revelation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath. Suddenly, dark fog began to surround her body. The intensity of her aura skyrocketed. Could it be she hasn't activated a berserk skill? Shadowtooth's expression darkened when he sensed Aqua Rose's rampaging aura. During Shadowtooth's brief moment of surprise, a water snake managed to slip his notice. By the time Shadowtooth snapped out of it, he had no choice but to block the attack with Magic Breaker. Boom! The impact threw the assassin over a dozen yards away, his HP decreasing by over 4,600. The water snake's attack power had exceeded the limit he could block. In God's domain, players could reduce incoming damage by blocking the attack, but the opponent's strength was significantly higher than one's it could break through one's block threshold. If that happened, players would receive a considerable amount of damage despite their defense. 1434 Power of a Tier 2 Class. Chapter 1434 Power of a Tier 2 Class. After the water snake had sent him flying, Shadowtooth had been forced to take 6 steps back when he landed even after readjusting his posture in the air. His Magic Breaker hummed as it vibrated. From that one attack, Shadowtooth had lost over 10% of his HP on the spot. The snake's strength had clearly increased. How is she suddenly so strong? Has she been hiding her strength? The Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked as they watched Aqua Rose approach Shadowtooth. Despite having activated his Berserk skill, Shadowtooth had failed to block an attack. If they told the other members from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they'd be called raving lunatics. Yet, it had just happened. Is this the difference between tiers? Gentle Snow was slightly surprised to see Shadowtooth in such a miserable state. Although she had known that there was a fairly large gap between Tier 1 and 2, she had never imagined that the gap would be this large. With Tier 2 attributes and spells, in addition to a legacy that even surpassed peak legacies, Aqua Rose overwhelmed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin, rendering the latter utterly powerless. However, Aqua Rose had no intention of giving Shadowtooth time to catch his breath. Immediately, she controlled the 12 water snakes to continue their assault. Seeing the incoming water snakes, Shadowtooth felt his scalp tingle. Previously, he had been able to defend himself with Magic Breaker, but now he couldn't even block an attack. Dodging the snakes was also impossible. After another brief exchange, Shadowtooth lost over 9,000 HP to 2 more water snakes. Now, he had less than 50% remaining. It would only take a few more hits to send him to the afterlife. Everyone, charge! Shadowtooth gnashed his teeth and issued the command. He turned to a slim assassin in dark gray leather armor and shouted, "Speeches, find a way to silence her." At this point, he knew that he was no match for Aqua Rose, but this wasn't a competition, it was a real battle. He couldn't order a retreat just because he couldn't defeat the woman. Since one player wasn't enough to deal with Aqua Rose, they needed to fight as a unit. When Shadowtooth ordered the attack, the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked. Although this was not the first time their commander had asked for help dealing with a lone opponent, he generally only did so when they faced monster-level existences. This was the first time he has requested assistance against an unknown expert. In other words, Shadowtooth had acknowledged Aqua Rose's strength. While the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked, they still joined the fight without hesitation. The healers in the back immediately responded by casting Truth Shield on their commander. They sent a couple of healing spells at the same time, raising Shadowtooth's HP to full. Meanwhile, over a dozen assassins snuck around to Aqua Rose's back. The remaining ranged classes began to launch their attacks. Although the hillside path was narrow, there was enough room for dozens of ranged players to move within range while maintaining some distance from the Cursemancer. You're finally sick of watching? Rather than panic as dozens of spells and arrows rained down on her, Aqua Rose revealed a calm smile as she said, "Unfortunately, you are too late." Before anyone knew it, Aqua Rose had finished drawing several dozen lines of runes in the air. She then stabbed her staff into the ground and twisted it. Responding to her command, a massive magic array covered the ground, covering a 100-yard radius. During her fight with Shadowtooth, she had subtly moved closer to the other Shadow Dragon Legion members. However, she hadn't expected Shadowtooth to help her out, calling his allies to join him within her attack range. After gaining the Sea God's legacy, she had learned 3 Tier 2 spells. The strongest among them was Aqua Precinct. Aside from that, she had the Tier 2 curse, Annihilation Torrent. With the Sea Dragon Staff's buff, Annihilation Torrent could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. Crap, everyone retreat. Shadowtooth had a bad feeling when he saw the magic array under his feet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, a torrent of water descended from the sky. Not only did the waterfall shatter all of the attacks against Aqua Rose, but it also formed a massive tidal wave once it crashed to the ground. The tidal wave spread out in a ring, devouring everything in range. In the blink of an eye, the wave swallowed Shadowtooth and his allies. Although some players had reacted quickly enough to activate invulnerability skills, Annihilation Torrent lasted for 10 seconds. Not even those skills could save them. After 10 seconds, none of the 200-plus Shadow Dragon Legion members were anywhere to be seen. Instead, weapons and pieces of equipment which could even tempt top-tier experts had taken their place. Is the Vice Guild leader also a monster? The Zero Wing members watching from the hilltop stared in shock as they watched Aqua Rose wipe out a quarter of the Shadow Dragon Legion by herself. Originally, they thought that Zhao Yuuru was the strongest trump card Zero Wing had hidden. They hadn't expected Aqua Rose's power. Not only had she killed over 200 of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts, but she had also claimed the life of its #1 assassin. With such an impressive battle record, she could easily rank among the top 100 of the God's Domain experts list. While these players cheered for their Vice Guild leader, a figure suddenly appeared in the devastation her Annihilation Torrent had left. This figure was none other than the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander, Shadowtooth. What? He's still alive? Everyone was astonished to see the man. They had all seen Aqua Rose's large-scale destruction spell hit Shadowtooth, and they had watched the attack take his life, yet he stood before them. I never expected to find an expert like you in Zero Wing. I give up. The Shadow Dragon Legion will withdraw. However, you won't be so lucky next time, Shadowtooth declared as he glanced at Aqua Rose. Immediately, he activated Vanish and disappeared. Aqua Rose's Annihilation Torrent had, in fact, killed him. However, he carried a super-rare Resuscitation Scroll, a treasure he had obtained in an ancient ruin. The scroll would automatically revive a player and restore their HP to full upon death. The scroll also spared the player from the typical death penalty. He had hoped to save the scroll for the contest on Thunder Island. He had never thought that he would have to waste it in a place like this. He only had a total of 3 resuscitation scrolls. Among them, he had given one to 9 Dragons Emperor. Now that he had used one here, he only had one left. He couldn't afford to continue this battle with Aqua Rose. After all, the resuscitation scroll activated passively. It would activate as soon as the player carrying it died. It would not care about the player's desires. If she killed him a second time, he would lose this life-saving trump card. Shortly after Shadowtooth fled, the rest of the Shadow Dragon Legion followed. It was obvious that they had given up on this siege. When Crimson Fox and his army, who had just reached the battlefield, saw the Shadow Dragon Legion's retreat, confusion flashed in their eyes. What was happening? 1435. Slaughter. Chapter 1435. Slaughter? Why is the Shadow Dragon Legion retreating? Look, the Shadow Dragon Legion is missing a lot of members. What? The Shadow Dragon Legion actually lost to Zero Wing? Crimson Castle's members were stupefied as they watched the fleeing Shadow Dragon Legion. After all was said and done, the Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. Although it only had 1,000 members, even a 10,000-man army from a first-rate guild would be powerless against the Legion. Particularly in narrow terrains such as this, a 1,000-man legion could exert its strength to its full potential. Yet, Zero Wing's 1,000-plus army had defeated this legion. Guild leader, the Shadow Dragon Legion has retreated. What should we do? An indescribable sense of shock gripped Lonely Castle's heart. Useless garbage. Didn't they tell us to leave everything to them? Crimson Fox ground his teeth as he glared at the distant Shadow Dragon Legion. Since we can't rely on the Shadow Dragon Legion, we'll deal with this problem ourselves. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take on an army of 10,000 elites. There were always rumors in the virtual gaming world about superpowers trump card legions of 1,000 men slaughtering 10,000 men armies from first-rate guilds. But they were just that, rumors. When it really came down to a fight, the victor was never guaranteed until the end. Advance. Surround the hill. Do not let a single Zero Wing player leave this place alive, Crimson Fox commanded. Immediately, all 15,000 plus Crimson Castle elites surged towards Zero Wing's hill. However, when Crimson Castle's army was only 1,000 yards away from the hill, 2 beams of light descended from above. Before these players could react, the black and white beams slammed into Crimson Castle's army, following which 2 pillars of light rose into the sky. Even Green Rain Town's players could see the spectacle. When the 2 light pillars faded, they revealed 2 large, empty clearings in the middle of the army. Despite the fact that Crimson Castle's members had spread out, the 2 attacks had claimed over 6,000 lives. Although these 2 shots had cost Shi Feng 4,000 magic crystals, he considered the exchange worthwhile since he had killed so many players. Zero Wing. Crimson Fox's eyes turned bloodshot when he realized how many of his guild members had vanished. However, although Crimson Fox was furious, his companions didn't share the same sentiment. Rather than rage, fear flashed in these players' eyes. With just 2 shots, Zero Wing had annihilated 1/3 of their forces. If Zero Wing fired the cannons a few more times, their army would be devastated. Elsewhere, when the Shadow Dragon Legion saw the fading light pillars, they were relieved to escape the attacks. If not for their commander ordering the retreat when he had, the intermediate monopulse cannons would have claimed their lives. They finally understood how pointless it was for a guild to focus on quantity over quality. Collecting war weapons was far more important. Commander, are we really abandoning Green Rain Town? A Shadow Dragon Legion member asked Shadowtooth. 9 Dragons Emperor had personally tasked them with Green Rain Town's protection. If they packed up and left now, they would most likely have to face the man's wrath. What else are we supposed to do? Fight them? Angrily, Shadowtooth snapped, the only person to blame here is that fool Crimson Fox. If he hadn't resorted to petty tricks to stop Zero Wing from capturing Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing wouldn't have decided to make an example of Crimson Castle. Zero Wing isn't what it was in the past. Notify the other guilds under our control, tell them that unless they have a way to deal with those cannons, they should keep their heads down. He hadn't wanted to interfere with the arrangement between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle in the first place, but since the guild had come knocking on Green Rain Town's door, it had forced his hand. In the end, not only had he failed to stop Zero Wing, but he also lost over 300 Shadow Dragon Legion members in a few minutes. It had been a heavy blow to the Legion. What are you all afraid of? These kinds of attacks have a long cooldown. Zero Wing only has 1,000 players. If we finish them off quickly enough, they won't have a chance to fire those cannons again, Crimson Fox bellowed. Although the intermediate mana pulse cannons were powerful, he had a rough estimate of their cooldown. 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed between the first attack and the second. In other words, the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown should be 4 to 5 minutes long. This was more than enough time for a 10,000-man army to wipe out 1,000 players. Crimson Fox's reasoning shook his players from their frightened daze. Reclaiming their confidence, they dashed for the hillside paths. Guild leader, they're advancing again, Negative Life reported through the team chat. Everyone, maintain your positions. Hold the enemy off for as long as possible. Crimson Fox's determination didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. The man had no more paths of retreat. If he let Zero Wing attack unhindered, he'd lose Green Rain Town and his army. The guild leader had to fight. However, climbing the hill wasn't so simple. Zero Wing's main force and Dark God's Legion members were stationed around the hillside paths. With the terrain, they had the advantage. As for trading the established paths for the steep slopes, doing so was suicide. This was also Zero Wing's main reason for choosing this hill. Otherwise, he would have chosen a farther location. After all, the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a maximum range of 20,000 yards. With Aqua Rose and the others guarding the 4 available hillside paths, the hill was like an impenetrable fortress. The path Zhao Yueru's team guarded was especially atrocious. With MTs at the forefront, Zhao Yueru could attack freely. Even when Crimson Castle's MTs activated their life-saving skills, receiving all sorts of damage absorption buffs, the Flame Witch's powerful fire-type spells killed them instantly, giving Crimson Castle's healers no time to help their companions. With each volley, Zhao Yueru claimed 2 or 3 dozen lives. All Crimson Castle's members could do at this point was trade blow for blow. However, both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion had consumed Sea God's blessings, increasing all of their resistances by 100 points. With their inherent defense and magic resistance, they didn't even lose more than 4,000 HP from a direct hit. Furthermore, the MTs blocked the majority of the incoming attacks with their shields. The blocked attacks were lucky to deal over 100 damage to Zero Wing's MTs. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow fought like a literal war goddess as she faced Crimson Castle's members. After receiving the Truth Shield from one of the clerics in the rear, she dashed into the group of MTs on her path and started a massacre. With Whirlwind Slash, she sent over a dozen MTs flying. Although Crimson Castle's ranged players tried to bombard the Snow Goddess, she dodged the majority of their attacks. Even if she failed to dodge an attack, none of them dealt more than 2,000 damage thanks to her 7 Luminaries battle army and the Sea God's blessing. After activating 7 Luminaries' domain, she was even more of a juggernaut. Aqua Rose's path was a simpler scene. The 12 water snakes she summoned with Aqua Precinct were practically invincible. No matter how many Crimson Castle members came at her, she sent them all flying. Her mana was the only problem, but the guild's oracles and druids easily solved the problem, supporting Aqua Rose by replenishing her mana. Including the advanced mana recovery potions, she should have no problems maintaining Aqua Precinct until the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown completed. Time passed very quickly. After a few minutes, Crimson Castle had lost nearly 3,000 members, with 80% of the army's MTs dead. With most of its meat shields gone, Crimson Castle had to rely on their melee players to break Zero Wing's blockades. In contrast, Zero Wing had only suffered around 20 casualties thus far. It's about time we give Crimson Castle a taste of Zero Wing's true power. When Shi Feng saw more reinforcements from Crimson Castle coming from Green Rain Town, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a large number of miniature ballistas. 1436. Everlasting Moment. Chapter 1436. Everlasting Moment. Charge. Keep moving forward. Their healers should be running out of mana. Once they run out, we'll take the hill, Crimson Fox shouted, his eyes bloodshot. At this point, he had completely disregarded the potential losses. However, as Crimson Fox had said, Crimson Castle's ruthless charge was a huge burden on Zero Wing's healers. The healers relentlessly cast every healing spell they had available. Their mana consumption rate was even greater than during a boss raid. In a normal boss fight, they only needed to focus on the team's MTs. Now, however, they had to heal everyone. If they lost their focus, their companions could die. In fact, the 20-plus casualties Zero Wing suffered so far were the result of something distracting the healers. Seeing Zero Wing's healers running low on mana, Crimson Castle's members grew even more fervent with their attacks. Zero Wing's members struggled. Fighting 10,000 pigs would be a challenge, not to mention 10,000 players with skills. If not for their superior combat techniques, weapons, and equipment, Crimson Castle's members would have already overrun the hill. Guild leader, although we have 20,000 more members on the way, are we really going to duke it out with Zero Wing? Lonely Castle asked. His heart ached as he watched his guildmates die in droves. These players were all elite members from the guild. Even if they defeated Zero Wing, Crimson Castle would likely suffer grievous losses. It would be utterly helpless if Zero Wing decided to attack again. We don't have a choice. If we lose Green Rain Town, Crimson Castle will be in an even worse position, Crimson Fox said as he looked towards the hilltop, helplessness gripping his heart. If he had known that Zero Wing was capable of this level of warfare, he would never have played such petty tricks. Unfortunately, it was too late for his regret. If Crimson Castle won this battle, although it would damage the guild's morale, it would still have a chance to make a comeback. In contrast, if Crimson Castle lost, the guild would forever lose its position in Lakeheart City. It wouldn't even be surprising if the guild disbanded as a result of losing Green Rain Town. He was certain that Zero Wing wouldn't last much longer. After all, their enemy had only dispatched a 1,000-man team. Zero Wing must be dreaming if it thought it could triumph over an elite army of tens of thousands with such a small force. However, as soon as Crimson Fox finished speaking, 2 more black-white beams of light descended from the hilltop. With the chaos of battle as a distraction, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons had finished their cooldowns before anyone had realized it. The two beams struck Crimson Castle's army once again. Although the attacks weren't as effective as last time, the two beams still erased nearly 3,000 Crimson Castle members. The rampaging survivors instantly fell silent. Compared to the cannon's physical destruction, the mental blow was devastating. Endure it. More reinforcements will arrive soon. Crimson Fox tried to placate his guild members. Once they're here, we'll prepare Zero Wing for its funeral. None of the drops from their members need to be reported or handed over to the guild, and I'll award any player who kills a Zero Wing member 1,000 GCPs. Killing an upper echelon will earn you 50,000 GCPs. Crimson Castle's members cheered when they heard the potential rewards. Although Crimson Castle's GCPs weren't particularly valuable, 1,000 points were still the equivalent of a little over 1 gold. 50,000 points were worth around 50 plus gold. It was enough money to purchase a common mount or a piece or two of top-tier equipment. However, following the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks, dozens of flaming arrows cascaded down from the hilltop. These were the exploding arrows from the miniature ballistas. Although the exploding arrows were much weaker than the intermediate mana pulse cannons, there were far more of them, and they had a shorter cooldown. To ensure the fall of Green Rain Town, Shi Feng had prepared 50 miniature ballistas, following which, explosions shook the ground amid Crimson Castle's army. The guild's members transformed into streaks of light. A single volley had claimed over 500 lives. As they watched their comrades die, the survivors also noticed a magic barrier spread out from the hilltop. The barrier blocked every attack from Crimson Castle's members, protecting Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's members easily attacked the players beyond the barrier. However, this wasn't the worst part. Without warning, a level 72 tier 3 demon with fiery wings had appeared over Crimson Castle's army. Gathering mana in its palms, the demon created a fireball the size of a small mountain before hurling it at unsuspecting players. Instantly, over 100 players vanished. Impossible. Crimson Fox couldn't believe his eyes. How could Zero Wing be so strong? With such overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities, not even a 100,000-man army could defeat Zero Wing's 1,000 players, much less his 10,000 players. The last attack had shocked Crimson Castle's members so badly that they had forgotten to continue their attacks. They all knew how powerful magic barriers were. As long as a magic barrier had enough mana, and none of the attacks exceeded its endurance limit, it would remain in place indefinitely. Zero Wing dares to take the Shadow Dragon Legion so lightly. Watching from afar, fear and rage flashed in Shadowtooth's eyes. He had led one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's bona fide trump card legions against the guild, yet Zero Wing hadn't even bothered to use everything it had during their fight. It felt as if their enemy had only been playing with them. It's about time we end this battle. Shi Feng smiled when he saw Crimson Fox in the distance. He then activated Phantom Kill and Space Movement. He stepped into the spatial tier. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng appeared above Crimson Fox. The sky split. That's Black Flame. What is he trying to do? Crimson Castle's members were surprised to see the figure emerge from the spatial tier. They couldn't help but gasp when they got a clear view of the man. Black Flame. Although Shi Feng's appearance surprised Crimson Fox, he reacted quickly and retrieved 2 tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag. Sneering, he growled, "You dare stand before me? You must be trying to die." Over 15 yards separated the two guild leaders. Crimson Castle's top-tier experts surrounded them. He even had a tier 3 defensive scroll and tier 3 single-target attack scroll. Killing a peak expert should be a piece of cake. Die. Crimson Fox unfurled the tier 3 single-target attack scroll. However, Shi Feng responded immediately by using Instant Strike, appearing before his enemy and brandishing Killing Ray, Shadow Blade. Suddenly, a single streak of blue light, surrounded by 9 streaks of black light, shot through Crimson Fox, who still wore his sinister smile, and devoured all of the man's HP. Crimson Fox hadn't even activated the unfurled magic scroll. Everyone who saw Shi Feng's attack speed gasped. As Crimson Fox collapsed to the ground, he dropped a pair of gloves and a stone fragment that emitted a faint pressure. Without hesitation, Shi Feng pocketed both items. He then switched position with his doppelganger and cancelled Phantom Kill, disappearing as if he had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle's nearby experts stood there in a daze. It was as if time had frozen for these experts. 1437, Black Dragon Empire Shocked. Chapter 1437, Black Dragon Empire Shocked. This is a lie, right? He actually disappeared? Is he a ghost? Crimson Castle's members stared in shock at their guild leader's motionless body. Everything had happened too quickly. Shi Feng had appeared and taken Crimson Fox's life before anyone had realized it. He then vanished without a trace. After Shi Feng had left, these players were silent for a long moment. When they finally snapped out of their daze, their complexions turned deathly pale as they looked toward Shi Feng, who had returned to the hilltop. Fear dominated Crimson Castle's members. They had stood over 1,000 yards away from the mountain to avoid getting caught in the shockwaves from the intermediate monopulse cannon's attacks. Originally, they had assumed that they were safe. However, Shi Feng only needed a moment to teach them how foolish that hope was. If Shi Feng could easily kill an expert like their guild leader despite over 1,000 yards between them, killing them all would be child's play. Today, they finally learned what a real expert was. They could never use numbers to overwhelm this level of strength. Vice guild leader, do we continue the battle? The guild's experts turned to the shield warrior, Lonely Castle. Now that Crimson Fox, their commander and guild leader, was dead, the army fell into disarray. They still hadn't destroyed Zero Wing's magic barrier, and a constant stream of exploding arrows still rained down. Even with 20,000 reinforcements, they would be marching to their deaths. We retreat, Lonely Castle said, shaking his head dejectedly as he stared at Shi Feng, who stood at the top of the hill. The strength Zero Wing had displayed was simply mind-boggling, and with their guild leader dead, Lonely Castle wasn't confident of defeating the enemy guild. Hearing Lonely Castle's order to retreat, Crimson Castle's members breathed a sigh of relief. They abruptly scattered, fleeing the battlefield like madmen. When Crimson Castle's reinforcements caught wind of the order, they too fled into the surrounding wilderness, not daring to set foot in Green Rain Town again. The guild members in Green Rain Town began to evacuate, afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would obliterate them if they weren't fast enough. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's victory spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire. Although guilds fought each other every day in the Empire, large-scale siege wars were rare. After all, no guild wanted to lose an advantage. These guilds avoided all-out wars, unless absolutely necessary. Many of the Empire's players had been watching the battle between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle. Not even the latter's tens of thousands of elite members in Green Rain Town were a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team. No matter how they looked at it, the outcome was incomprehensible. Hence, news of the war had spread much quicker than usual. Did you hear? Crimson Castle was defeated. What's going on? Crimson Castle actually lost? Didn't Zero Wing only dispatch 1,000 players? That can't be possible, right? After all, Crimson Castle has an elite army of tens of thousands. They weren't a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team? Are Crimson Castle's members idiots? You guys might not realize it since you weren't there, but I watched the battle personally. Zero Wing had used some kind of war weapon to shatter the town's defensive magic array in a single hit and kill several thousand players instantly. The second-rate guilds that had allied with Crimson Castle pulled their forces from the town on the spot. Although Crimson Castle sent its army to meet its enemy, Zero Wing's war weapons wiped out 1/3 of its forces before Crimson Castle could even reach the guild. Zero Wing even used a fleet of miniature ballistas to bombard Crimson Castle's forces with flaming arrows. Against so many war weapons, not even several 100,000 elite players would have a chance, much less tens of thousands. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums burned with conversation. Some people had even uploaded battle videos of Zero Wing's assault on Green Rain Town. Everyone who saw the two massive craters in Green Rain Town was stupefied. At the same time, they also understood why Crimson Castle had lost. What a joke. With a few more attacks of that scale, Green Rain Town would fall to ruin. Crimson Castle hadn't had any hope of winning. In fact, that battle couldn't be called a fight. This had simply been one-sided bullying. The number of miniature ballistas Zero Wing had employed in the end had been particularly ridiculous. How was a player army supposed to stand against so many war weapons? Meanwhile, the recording of Crimson Fox's death at Shi Feng's hands showed the Black Dragon Empire's players what a Sword King truly was. So, that is Zero Wing? Everyone's eyes glowed when they watched Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Although Zero Wing's performance in the ranking competition had been frightening, it had only proven that the guild had powerful experts. To the Black Dragon Empire's players, Zero Wing had a long way to go before it could compare to the other large guild's foundations. However, after watching today's battle, everyone believed that Zero Wing deserved the rank it won in the competition. With so many weapons of war, who would possibly dare provoke the guild? For a time after the momentous battle, more of the Empire's players tried to join Zero Wing. Now that they were certain of Zero Wing's rise in the Empire, they knew that it'd be far more difficult to join the guild if they didn't do so now. If they did not join now, it would become much more difficult to do so in the future. At the same time, the Empire's various large guilds held emergency meetings. The goal of these meetings was simple: notify everyone to avoid provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances. At the same time, they began to reorganize their priorities, focusing on exploring ancient ruins to obtain more war weapons. Shi Feng had no idea that due to this war, he had taught these guilds an important lesson. The number of members a guild had would no longer be important in guild wars and siege battles. Defensive magic arrays and war weapons would decide victory. With these armaments, even a 1,000-man team could easily capture a guild town. Meanwhile, every player had fled Green Rain Town. Only the town's NPCs remained. Guild leader, are we going to take over Green Rain Town now? Gentle Snow's excitement grew when she saw the defenseless guild town. From the time they had arrived, the battle had only lasted a little over 10 minutes, and they had captured a guild town while only suffering minor losses. Moreover, Green Rain Town was in a resource-rich area. With this town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting herbs and ores. We're going to destroy it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. But guild leader, it's a ready-made town. If we claim it, we can save on construction costs, Aqua Rose hurriedly advised when she heard Shi Feng's plan. What a joke! It was clear that Crimson Castle must have invested at least several tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, Green Rain Town was a high-resource town. Many guilds would love such an opportunity. If not for Nine Dragons Emperor's secret support, the Empire's first-rate guilds would have long since tried to raid the town and claim it for their own. Yet, Shi Feng wanted to abandon it. This was insane. There's no need to get caught up in this town. We have a much better option, Shi Feng said, smiling. He then took a blood-red stone that radiated a faint pressure from his bag. This was the stone that had dropped from Crimson Fox's body. 1438, Frightening Harvest. Chapter 1438, Frightening Harvest. A better option? Gentle Snow looked at the blood-red stone in Shi Feng's hand curiously. The stone was the size of a fist. If not for the faint pressure radiating from it, it would be easily mistaken for an ordinary red gemstone. This isn't just an ordinary stone, it's actually made of red luminary stone. Seeing the doubt on Gentle Snow's face, Shi Feng smiled and explained. You know what red luminary stone is. It's far more valuable than magic crystals. It's also a superconductive ore, only second to the 7 luminaries crystals. But what does this stone have anything to do with a resource town? Gentle Snow asked curiously. I haven't finished. This stone is made of red luminaire stone, but it's not complete. Originally, the Black Dragon Empire had created teleportation gates leading to 33 neutral maps outside of the Empire's borders. These locations were the reason the Empire had flourished during the past. However, the teleportation gates had been destroyed during a rebellion, and the teleportation cores that powered the gates had gone missing. With this teleportation core, we can construct a stable teleportation gate in a guild town within the Black Dragon Empire, as long as we collect a bottle of temporal sand and 200,000 magic crystals. We can use the teleportation gate to travel to the neutral map recorded within the core. Shi Feng explained the teleportation core in detail as he gazed at the stone in his hand. During the Black Dragon Empire's early days, the Empire had stood shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great empires. If not for the rebellion and the teleportation gate's destruction, the Black Dragon Empire would have been the 5th strongest empire in God's domain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained 7 of the 33 teleportation cores in the past. As a result, the pavilion had secured an abundance of resources and eventually grew to rival veteran super guilds. Shi Feng had never expected to obtain one of these cores by killing Crimson Fox. There were only 33 of these teleportation cores in the Black Dragon Empire, each one linked to high-resource neutral map. Due to the nature of these maps, teleportation arrays couldn't reach them. Players usually had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to these areas. If one had a means to teleport to a particular map, they'd have a monopoly on the map's resources. Shi Feng had considered capturing Green Rain Town, but the town's resources paled in comparison to the teleportation core. As long as Zero Wing captured Hidden Fog Town and constructed a teleportation gate, it'd have access to a large amount of resources, focusing a fraction of those resources into the town's development. They didn't need Green Rain Town, it would just be an additional expenditure for the guild. They didn't need to worry about fending off other major powers contesting for the town either. Teleport to a neutral map? Guild leader? Are you joking? Gentle Snow stared at the stone in Shi Feng's hand in shock. She had been playing God's Domain for quite some time now. As a member of the guild's upper management, she kept up on various information about the game. Naturally, she had an acute understanding of the importance of neutral maps. Neutral maps were not under human control. They weren't suitable for human settlements either. However, these locations shared a similar aspect. They had a ridiculous amount of resources, far beyond those found in empires and kingdoms. One could find rare and valuable resources in practically every corner. However, neutral maps were extremely dangerous. They were also far from any civilization. Traveling to and from these areas was troublesome. Furthermore, it was difficult for players to remain in these maps for long periods. As a result, players' harvest was limited. A teleportation gate connected to a neutral map was as good as taking control of that map. One could send players through the gate freely. Not only was it convenient, but it would also help guild towns attract players and the resources they had to offer. One could just imagine how frighteningly valuable the core was. Not even 5 Green Rain Towns would be worth as much as a single teleportation core. Once Zero Wing set up the teleportation gate, it could develop in the Black Dragon Empire without worry, even if it had to face fierce competition from the Empire's other large guilds. Take a look at it yourself. Shi Feng then shared the teleportation core's introductory text with Gentle Snow. The text referred to the stone as a teleportation core, as Shi Feng had explained. However, there was no mention of its connected location. It only stated that it could be used to construct a teleportation gate leading to an unknown location. After reading the introductory text, Gentle Snow began to search through Zero Wing's database. She quickly found information regarding fallen teleportation gates that had existed within the Empire. These gates had led to 33 different neutral maps. This discovery rendered Gentle Snow speechless. She even wondered if Shi Feng were some kind of robot. It was astonishing how much information he knew. The information about the Black Dragon Empire's teleportation gates was fragmented. If not for Shi Feng's explanation, she wouldn't have learned anything about these gates. Although the teleportation core was a wonderful item, there was a major problem: the bottle of temporal sand and the 200,000 magic crystals. She had never even heard of the temporal sand. Without the temporal sand, the teleportation core was just a paperweight. Leave the teleportation gate to me. You just need to worry about securing Hidden Fog Town and completing your Tier 2 promotion as soon as possible. You've seen the gap between Tier 1 and 2 for yourself. The sooner you complete your promotion quest, the easier leveling up will be, Shi Feng said. He was fully aware of the teleportation core's flaws. The required 200,000 magic crystals were enough to choke a first-rate guild. It was already difficult to make ends meet, much less save up. A guild would require a tremendous amount of time to collect so many crystals. The other problem was the temporal sand. Temporal sand was counted by the grain, and each bottle contained 500 grains. Every grain was extremely valuable. Each had sold for 20 gold or more in the past. During its peak, these temporal sand grains had even sold for over 50 gold each. Moreover, there wasn't nearly enough supply to keep up with demand. Aside from its relation to the teleportation gates, temporal sand gains were also used as valuable materials in crafting various epic items. When one used temporal sand in an item's production, not only could it increase the success rate, but it could also enhance the item's attributes. Moreover, the more temporal sand the crafter used, the greater the final product's enhancements would be. Hence, temporal sand had been highly sought after in God's domain. However, he only knew of 2 methods to obtain temporal sand in the Black Dragon Empire. Fortunately, he was considerably familiar with one method. He could purchase them from Countess Katie Green in Lakeheart City. It seems like it's time to pay another visit. 1439. Revisiting the Countess's Mansion. Chapter 1439. Revisiting the Countess's Mansion. Black Dragon Empire. Black Dragon City. People crowded the streets in the city's prosperous trade area. Level 42 and 43 experts were everywhere. Players atop mounts were also a common sight. In the luxurious shops lining the streets, one could easily find level 40 secret silver weapons and equipment. A few shops even had level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment on display in their windows. Although more players in God's domain reached level 40 by the day, level 40 weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Many players that had reached level 40 had to continue using level 35 equipment. Players who obtained even a piece of level 40 secret silver equipment were overjoyed. As for level 40 dark gold equipment, such items were even hard to find in Kingdom's auction houses. Hence, seeing level 40 dark gold equipment on display in the shops here was incredible. Only, the level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment were ridiculously expensive. Their prices were at least 3 times higher than the market price. It was obvious that these shops had no intentions of selling the items, only using them for promotion. Meanwhile, an 8-story tall guild hall dominated the center of the trade area. From the building's top floor, a player could gaze upon the city as if they were its emperor. In the guild hall's top floor hall, 9 Dragons Emperor read a report he had just received from a subordinate. The players next to this intense player felt an intense pressure weigh on their shoulders. They felt as if they had been submerged in water, as they even struggled to breathe. Zero Wing. 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes were icy as he read the report. Does Black Flame think he can afford my enmity just because he has Phoenix Rain backing him up? Not long ago, Zero Wing had utterly destroyed both of the towns under Crimson Castle's control. Although most players didn't know that he, in fact, controlled both of the towns from the shadows, the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were fully aware of the fact. Destroying these resource towns was the equivalent of a slap to the face. Yet, 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't do anything about it. Both towns had belonged to him personally, not his guild. If he tried to mobilize the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power against Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain would certainly get in his way, but sending his personal forces against the offending guild was dangerous. Zero Wing was no longer a monster to be taken lightly. Without the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundations, neither the intermediate mana pulse cannons nor the movement-type defensive magic array would be easy to deal with. The guild had items that could cope with Zero Wing's war weapons, but they were under the Great Pavilion Master's control. Unless he became the next Great Pavilion Master, he wouldn't have access to these items. Marshal, tell Beast Emperor that I accept his offer, but I have one condition. He must help us destroy Zero Wing. 9 Dragons Emperor instructed his general in a frosty tone. Pavilion Master, if you agree to Beast Emperor's conditions, it will likely affect the situation at Black Dragon City. On the off chance that the Great Pavilion Master investigates the matter, Marshal Dragon could not help his surprise to hear the order. It doesn't matter. Beast Emperor needs some more time to deal with issues on his side. By the time he's ready, the contest on Thunder Island will be over. By then, I could be the Great Pavilion Master. Who could possibly stand in my way? 9 Dragons Emperor said, smiling confidently. All right, enough. Just pass my answer on to that old man. Understood. Marshal Dragon immediately left the hall. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in black robes and bandages was in the middle of a ceremony in a canyon surrounded by evil energy. As he led the ritual, the mana density around the man was several times higher than when Stone Forest Town's obelisk had activated. Flameblood, whose skin had turned dark gray, suddenly approached the black-clad man. Temple Master, we just received a message from 9 Dragon Emperor's men. The Dragon Pavilion Master has agreed to our conditions. However, in return, he wants us to eliminate Zero Wing, Flameblood said with a smile. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. Beast Emperor stopped chanting when he heard the news. He continued, I will gladly accept this condition. Tell 9 Dragons Emperor that as long as I complete my quest, neither Zero Wing nor his rival Phoenix Rain will be a problem. He already bore a deep-seated hatred for Zero Wing. Due to Black Flame, not only had his evil demon army suffered a massive loss, but he had also lost an evil god's apostle slot. If given the opportunity, he'd make the guild pay. Only, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to infuriate 9 Dragons Emperor to such a degree. Despite his numerous attempts to ally with 9 Dragons Emperor, the man had refused his offers. The refusals put in him a bit of a predicament. Although he was an evil god's envoy, he hadn't accumulated enough power to be a threat to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing would inevitably lend him a hand. With Heaven's Burial helping him in Star Moon Kingdom and 9 Dragons Emperor supporting him in the Black Dragon Empire, he now had over a 70% chance of completing the quest he had received from the Evil God's Temple's Great Temple Master. Meanwhile, Lakeheart City's main street was quite lively. It was no less active than Black Dragon City's trade area. This was all because Zero Wing had destroyed Crimson Castle's 2 guild towns. This thorough and spectacular victory proved Zero Wing's prowess to every player in the city. It was obvious that given enough time, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire would grow to stand on equal footing with, or even surpass, the Empire's first-rate guilds, becoming the second most powerful guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Many independent players and experts in the Empire had rushed to Lakeheart City in hopes of joining Zero Wing and its prosperous future. Even some of the Empire's well-known adventurer teams wanted to join the guild. Not only was the guild frighteningly powerful, but it also had the battle arena in Stone Forest Town. At this point, due to the ranking competition's results, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become famous throughout the Black Dragon Empire. According to the statistics some players had compiled, the public had discovered that many of the Empire's top-ranking experts had trained in the battle arena. To be precise, they had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms. The Advanced Combat Room was a sacred training grounds that all expert players dreamed of accessing. Among the players that had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon had displayed the greatest improvements to their combat standards. During the previous ranking competition, Remnant Cloud had only risen to the top 100 of his class, yet he had ranked among the top 50 in the latest competition. Furthermore, this last ranking competition had included far more powerful experts than those in the past. Many of the previous top 100 experts didn't even make it into the top 200. Graceful Moon's performance had also been surprising, ranking among the top 100 of her class. Due to these two players' performances, Stone Forest Town's popularity in the Black Dragon Empire had skyrocketed despite Zero Wing's lack of effort to promote the town. As Shi Feng strolled down Lakeheart City's main street, he wore a new appearance thanks to the demon mask. With his Nightwalker's cape's concealment, not even high-tiered NPCs he had encountered before should be able to recognize him. During his previous visit to Countess Katie Green's mansion, the Countess had thrown him into a trial of God. Now that he had the Nightwalker cape, he should be able to visit the Countess again. As Shi Feng approached the Countess's mansion, the golden stigmata's pulsing grew more intense. It reached a peak when he finally stood before the building. She shouldn't be able to notice it, right? Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng stepped through the mansion's main entrance. 1440 Tier 5 Sacred Magic. Nye, Chapter 1440, Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Sir, this is the Countess's mansion. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. As soon as Shi Feng set foot in the compound, an elderly man in a black suit appeared before him. Outsiders are prohibited? Shi Feng was curious as he looked at the old man. Milton Countess's steward, human, level 140, HP 55 million. Although this was a countess's mansion, Countess Katie Green was the proprietress of many of the Empire's black market shops. She often had business with many NPC merchants, hence, she never restricted entry to her mansion. He hadn't encountered a single servant during his previous visit, yet entry was now restricted. It was clear that the Countess had grown cautious. If he did not deal with this situation properly, he might further agitate the Countess. She might even move her base of operations elsewhere. Fortunately, he had the Nightwalker's cape. The Countess wouldn't easily see through his disguise. Hello, I've heard that the Countess is interested in mana stones. I have quite a few on hand. May I know if I can speak with her ladyship? Shi Feng said as he revealed his Demon Hunter title. The Demon Hunter title granted him the authority of a world noble. As such, he enjoyed the status of a noble throughout all of God's domain's human territories. With this title, he could even gain access to a duke's home. So, you are Lord Demon Hunter. Please, follow me. Milton immediately adopted a respectful attitude upon seeing Shi Feng's title. The old man then led Shi Feng into the mansion. In the past, Countess Katie Green had been quite famous in the Black Dragon Empire. There were two reasons for her renown. The first reason was Countess Katie Green's ownership of the black market in Black Dragon Empire's Abyss City. Abyss City was like Star Moon Kingdom's Evernight City in that it was also a dark city. Countess Katie Green's black market shop in the city offered players a variety of high-quality items, some of which could even tempt super guilds. However, it was not easy to purchase the items from this shop. To gain access, one first needed sufficient favorability with the Countess. Players would only be able to purchase items after becoming members of the shop. Meanwhile, the shop didn't accept coins or magic crystals as payment. Rather, one had to haggle and offer items of equal value. The second and most important reason for the Countess's fame in the Empire was related to her stock of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly rare. Normally, players only had a chance of obtaining a few grains from super large-scale team dungeons. Depending on the dungeon's difficulty, the drop rate would vary. However, even normal mode super large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. These dungeons were generally reserved for large guilds and a small number of well-known and top adventurer teams. Due to its rarity and many uses, temporal sand was an extremely valuable commodity. Normally, the various large guild reserved it as a strategic resource. Fortunately, one could purchase temporal sand from Countess Katie Green, but there was a limit of 100 grains per day. As for the exchange rate, a single grain of temporal sand cost 1 mana stone. This price was a testament to the grain's value. When players had realized this in the past, it had caused a commotion that had shaken God's domain. Eventually, though, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had monopolized this privilege. Since no one knew about temporal sand yet, this was a good opportunity for Shi Feng to build up his stock. Luckily, he had accumulated quite a few mana stones thus far. As for the 7 treasures, he would cautiously investigate the matter. After all, as a countess in the Black Dragon Empire, her status was extraordinary. The countess was a more powerful individual than he was. Naturally, one couldn't just open a shop in Abyss City without enough strength. Countess Katie Green was capable of rivaling Weissman, White River City's magistrate. Her combat power was at the peak of Tier 4. A measly Tier 2 player like Shi Feng had no chance against the woman. A short moment later, under Milton's lead, Shi Feng arrived before a quiet, elegant indoor garden on the mansion's 3rd floor. A beautiful woman in a luxurious crimson dress relaxed in the garden's center. She sipped from a teacup as she read an ancient tome. The woman gave off a peaceful aura. As the aura swept over him, Shi Feng felt as if nature itself had embraced him. The feeling was intoxicating. Why is she so strong? Shi Feng stared at Countess Katie Green in shock. He had met the Countess many times in his previous life. However, the Countess had always been a level 180, Tier 4 Sky Knight. Now, however, her statistics revealed that she was a level 180, Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference was like heaven and earth. If a Tier 4 NPC could dominate and protect a major NPC city, then a Tier 5 NPC could move through a kingdom's capital unhindered. A Tier 5 NPC was an absolute overlord. Normally, one only encountered such existences in imperial capitals. Encountering one in other major NPC cities would rely entirely on luck. Yet, this countess had become one such mythical powerhouse. When Shi Feng thought about the 7 treasures fragment in this woman's hands, a hint of despair gripped his heart. Even if he became a level 180 Tier 5 player, he still couldn't defeat the countess, much less at level 57. NPCs and players were on different levels. NPCs had a far more difficult time reaching new tiers. When they succeeded, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, the higher the tier they reached, the more strength they would acquire. Right now, well-equipped Tier 2 players might be capable of defeating an ordinary Tier 2 NPC of the same level. However, after reaching Tier 4, only peak experts and above could face Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, a peak expert must be equipped with at least 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items to have a chance. Otherwise, fighting one-on-one with a Tier 4 NPC would be suicidal. Unlike players, NPCs had an easier time obtaining top-tier equipment. Players had to struggle for every piece of epic equipment they wore, but NPCs could get what they needed as long as they had enough money. Tier 5 NPCs typically wielded at least 1 legendary item. If a Tier 5 player didn't have the same, they could never stand against an NPC of the same tier. Hence, Tier 5 players had usually formed parties to deal with a Tier 5 NPC. I hear that you have a lot of mana stones? Katie Green asked softly as she set her book down and turned to Shi Feng. Yes, your ladyship. Shi Feng nodded. At the same time, he celebrated the fact that he had obtained the Nightwalker's cape. Thanks to its effects, the Countess had failed to see through his disguise. She didn't seem to detect the Golden Stigmata's aura on him either. If he were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. How many do you have? Katie Green asked. If you have enough, I am willing to offer a generous trade. Shi Feng was slightly confused to hear Katie Green's interest. He hadn't expected her to want mana stones so fervently. She had never shown such interest in the past. Could my previous visit have caused this change in her? The only explanation Shi Feng could think of was the revelation of his identity as the War God's Temple's representative during his previous visit. After giving the matter some thought, he stated, I currently have 100 mana stones. Will that be enough? He had prepared the 100 mana stones to purchase the temporal sand. He hadn't brought any extra with him. It seemed as if he had blundered. 100? Alright, what do you want for them? Katie Green nodded, clearly satisfied with the amount. If you don't know what items you're looking for, I can offer a few valuables for you to consider. Of course, I will only accept mana stones for these items. Saying so, Katie Green gestured with a hand. Suddenly, a stone table rose from the ground, covered in all sorts of dazzling items. Every item radiated a faint pressure. 1441, Treasure of Time. Chapter 1441, Treasure of Time. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the items on the table. In the past, the only item the Countess had offered for trade was the temporal sand, yet now she had offered over 10 items. Moreover, none of these items were any less valuable than the temporal sand. As expected of the proprietress of Abyss City's black market shop, she even has an item like this. Shi Feng's gaze couldn't help but drift to a leaf of lambskin parchment. Although the temporal sand was very valuable, players could obtain it from other sources. However, encountering the lambskin parchment on the table depended on luck. This parchment was none other than the magic thruster design. The various large guild would go crazy over this item. The magic thruster was capable of increasing a ship's movement speed by 30%. To naval players, this item was a godsend. Unlike on land, there were far fewer teleportation points available out at sea. If players wished to travel to a particular island to level, they generally had to travel by boat. A 30% increase to movement speed would undoubtedly save players a lot of travel time. Moreover, there were many sea monsters in the ocean. If an ordinary boat encountered a boss-grade sea monster, escape was practically impossible. With the magic thruster, however, even an ordinary boat had a high chance of getting away safely. Players were even more likely to escape if they had an ordinary speedboat or better. Hence, magic thrusters were highly sought after. Even players with cheap ships would be desperate for one. The magic thruster's only drawback was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear after being used for a certain amount of time. Moreover, depending on how much mana it uses, the magic thruster's duration would differ. The smaller a ship was, the less mana it would cost to enhance its movement speed and vice versa. As an example, on an ordinary speedboat, the magic thruster could last for 48 hours. However, the magic thruster was not cheap. Even once the price had stabilized on the market, each thruster had sold for 1 gold, 50 silver in the past. It wasn't an item ordinary players could afford. Generally, only powerful adventurer teams and guilds had purchased the item to augment their high-quality ships. With the speed boost, they could travel to more dangerous locations and reap greater rewards. Shi Feng had never thought that Countess Katie Green would willingly offer such a precious design for exchange. Only, the price was slightly high. The Countess wanted 1,000 mana stones for the design. Even though Shi Feng could synthesize mana stones with the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't a cheap endeavor. Each mana stone required 50 magic crystals. In other words, that design would cost him 50,000 magic crystals. Although he had accumulated quite a sum recently, he had spent a lot of his crystals during the fight against Crimson Castle. After taking into account his personal expenditures, he only had enough magic crystals to purchase 2 designs. For a moment, Shi Feng wasn't sure what to do. Magic crystals were invaluable to Zero Wing. Without them, its war weapons would be useless. If he spent all of the guild's reserves to purchase the magic thruster designs, he would regret the decision should the guild come under attack. Oh, right, I have another item for sale. Seeing Shi Feng's hesitation, Katie Green smiled. She then retrieved a dark gray bracelet and placed it on the table. I happened to come across this treasure by chance. However, it's no longer useful to me. If you can afford it, this item can be yours. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the dark gray bracelet. The bracelet looked ordinary, like nothing more than a string of dark gray beads. However, the golden stigmata indicated that it was one of the 7 treasures. Unfortunately, due to severe damage, it was only an epic item, Bracelet of Time. Epic rank item. This bracelet had once possessed the frightening power of time. Unfortunately, it has sustained heavy damage. Additional active skill. Temporal Sand can produce temporal sand by absorbing mana stones. No cooldown. Each mana stone produces 2 grains of temporal sand. After sustaining damage and being tainted by evil energy, the evil energy within will taint the item's wearer as well. Drops on death. This is one of the 7 treasures? Shi Feng stared at the Bracelet of Time in shock. Although mana stones were expensive and difficult to obtain, temporal sand was far more valuable. It also had far more uses. Practically every lifestyle class could use it. Meanwhile, by using the Bracelet of Time, one only needed to invest 1 mana stone to obtain 2 temporal sand grains. It was certainly a profitable exchange. He had always wondered how the Countess got her hands on so much temporal sand. It turned out that it was thanks to one of the 7 treasures. However, it seemed that his previous visit had interrupted Katie Green's plans, forcing the Countess to collect a large number of mana stones and convert them into temporal sand as quickly as possible. However, the Countess's asking price was exorbitant. She wanted for 100,000 mana stones for the bracelet. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, synthesizing 100,000 mana stones would cost him 5 mils in mana stones. With Zero Wing's current net income, it would take months to save up that many magic crystals. As for stealing the Bracelet of Time, even if Shi Feng had 100 lives, he would not dare do so. Countess, May I know if I can trade mana stones for these items if I visit you in the future? Shi Feng asked. If Countess Katie Green had only offered this bracelet of time on a whim, it would be out of his hands. If she were selling it long-term, however, he would have a chance to purchase it. As long as he obtained the manatite vein on Karna Island and maintained his hold on the rapidly developing Stone Forest town, he could collect 5 million magic crystals given enough time. He was only afraid that the Countess's offer was a one-time chance. Hearing Shi Feng's question, Katie Green fell silent for a moment. Following which, she replied, "The other items will be available in the future, but I don't want to hold on to this bracelet for long. I am prepared to sell it on the black market to the highest bidder in a month. If you can gather 100,000 mana stones before the auction, I'll sell it to you instead." A month, huh? Shi Feng frowned. Although it was good news that the Countess wasn't only offering the bracelet right now, the time limit wasn't. Aside from giants like super guilds, collecting 5 million magic crystals in a month was a dream. The various large guilds spent a large amount of magic crystals every day. Even powerful first-rate guilds could only save 4 or 5,000 crystals per day. Unless he could save up around 170,000 magic crystals each day, gathering 5 million in 1 month would be impossible. As Shi Feng racked his brain for a solution, Katie Green smiled and said, "If you are interested in the Bracelet of Time, I can give it to you even if you don't have 100,000 mana stones. You see, I've recently encountered a little trouble. If you help me deal with this problem, I am willing to offer the bracelet as compensation." 1442. Another method. Chapter 1442, Another method. I just need to help you with this problem? Shi Feng gave the Countess a confused look. He hadn't expected another option to be available. Honestly, even a super guild would be hard-pressed to collect 5,000 magic crystals within a month. Even with the manatite vein, it would be a challenge. Sadly, it'd be impossible to obtain 100,000 mana stones any other way. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to have a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Without the Philosopher's Stone, a guild's main source of mana stones would be bosses in 100-man dungeons. Having their alchemists synthesize mana stones would be impractical. As well, doing so would even bankrupt a super guild. That's right, I need someone to help me retrieve an item. However, the item is in a somewhat special location. The higher a visitor's tier is, the more dangerous the location is. Since you are only tier 2, you should have a chance of securing the item, Katie Green said, nodding. Suddenly, however, she chuckled softly and said, "But before you go, you'll have to pass a test of strength. Countess, I am willing to give it a try." Shi Feng agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Naturally, he couldn't afford to turn it down. Besides, the quest was far more reliable than affording the unrealistic price of 5,000 magic crystals. Throughout their conversation, Shi Feng had understood one thing. The later he discovered Countess Katie Green's ownership of the Bracelet of Time, the harder it would be to obtain it. She had already stated that the quest would become more dangerous as one reached higher tiers, lowering the player's chances of success. Good. Follow me. Katie Green then stood and walked towards a dark corridor in a corner of the indoor garden. The corridor was narrow and the only light came from candles set in intervals. As they ventured further down the corridor, the air became colder. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, they arrived in an empty hall. A set of locked steel doors loomed at the end of the room. The steel doors were entirely covered in frost. Even though Shi Feng's ice resistance was high, he was still cold. If a player with lower ice resistance came here, they'd freeze to death. Not bad. You've endured this far without my help. You have passed the first test. Katie Green nodded in approval when she noticed the cold barely affects Shi Feng. Your second test is next, a test of your combat power. As Katie Green spoke, a silver magic scroll appeared in her hands. She unfurled it and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a silver magic array appeared before the Countess, gathering the surrounding mana. A moment later, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature manifested in the middle of the array. This humanoid figure wore silver armor and carried a greatsword that radiated frosty air. Unlike ordinary humans, dark green flames danced in the figure's eyes. Hell Knight Undead, Great Lord level 57, HP 115,000, kill this Hell Knight, and you will pass the second test, Katie Green said as she gestured towards the Hell Knight. System. You have accepted Katie Green's second test. Quest content, clear the second test. Your reward will vary depending on your evaluation. Before Shi Feng could even read the system notification, the Hell Knight roared and unsheathed the greatsword from its back. It dashed straight for Shi Feng, giving him no time to prepare. The Great Lord ranked Hell Knight crossed the 20 yards separating them in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving before Shi Feng, the Hell Knight brandished its greatsword, the weapon transforming into 3 streaks of silver light as they flew towards the swordsman. The Hell Knight had completed the entire process as smoothly as flowing water. The Hell Knight moved like an expert with years of combat experience. There were no excess movements in its actions. High intelligence. Shi Feng was surprised to see the sword lights moving towards him. He had assumed that he'd have to face a weakened Great Lord, but the Hell Knight's combat techniques were clearly superior to ordinary Great Lords. The Great Lord had obviously reached the half-step refinement realm standard. In response, Shi Feng countered with Killing Ray. Dang, 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 dang! Sparks scattered as a series of clangs echoed throughout the empty hall. Shi Feng was forced back by 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, 3 damages of over 1,500 appeared above his head. In contrast, the Hell Knight remained unharmed. Shi Feng's counterattack had only paused the Great Lord's attack. After the initial clash, Shi Feng knew that he was no match for the Hell Knight's strength. In fact, there was a large gap between them. What power! Shi Feng began to take this fight seriously as the Hell Knight charged towards him once again. He immediately executed Void Steps, vanishing. Although Shi Feng had only clashed with the Hell Knight for a moment, he had gained a rough prediction of the monster's standards. Not only did the Hell Knight have the strength of a Grand Lord, but its reactions and speed also ranked near the top among Great Lords of the same level. If not for his 3 fragmented legendary items, it would have already killed him. Not a bad technique. Unfortunately, it is useless against the Hell Knight. When Shi Feng had disappeared, Katie Green had been slightly surprised. However, she shook her head and chuckled. The Hell Knight wasn't a living being, and although it could see, it could also rely on its ability to detect living beings during a fight. Even if Shi Feng's footwork technique removed him from his opponent's sight, he couldn't erase his aura as a living creature. Unless he entered a different space entirely, the Hell Knight could keep track of him. Indeed, even after Shi Feng had vanished, the Hell Knight showed no signs of hesitation. The massive creature thrust its greatsword into the ground. Suddenly, dozens of ice swords rained down from above, targeting a seemingly unoccupied location. Peng, peng, peng. Before the ice swords struck the ground, their trajectories diverted as if they had encountered an invisible wall. At the same time, Shi Feng reappeared. Each ice sword carried 100% of the Hell Knight's strength. As a result, Shi Feng lost a little bit of his HP each time he deflected an ice sword. In less than a second, he had lost over 20,000 HP. While Shi Feng dealt with the descending ice swords, the Hell Knight pulled its weapon from the ground and ran at the swordsman. As it reached Shi Feng, it swung its greatsword skillfully, matching the timing of its swings with the final 8 ice swords. Each of the monster's swings targeted Shi Feng's blind spots. This must be his limit. Not bad. His score should be above 70. Seeing Shi Feng's HP near 0, Katie Green prepared to cast a buff. There was no doubt that the Hell Knight was strong. Even a peak, Tier 3 NPC of the same level would struggle in a fight against it, much less a Tier 2 player. She hadn't wanted to lend Shi Feng a hand until now because she wanted to see how long the player would hold his ground against the Great Lord. As for her requirement for killing the Hell Knight, she had merely said that to ensure that Shi Feng would fight with everything he had, actually killing the Hell Knight would take a miracle. After all, the Hell Knight was an advanced combat servant she had obtained after plenty of trials. Every count and countess in the Black Dragon Empire longed for one themselves, but only she had control of an advanced combat servant. Just before Katie Green stopped the battle, a blue light flashed before the Hell Knight's descending greatsword. Suddenly, the Hell Knight flew through the air. Its remaining 8 ice swords shattered instantly. Golden, divine runes wrapped around Shi Feng's entire body, and his aura had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. This was none other than the Heavenly Dragon's power. Shi Feng hadn't intended to use Heavenly Dragon's power so soon, but the Hell Knight was far more powerful than he had expected. If he continued to hold back, he would only get himself killed. Alright, let's begin the second round. Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the Hell Knight, which had finally regained its footing, and advanced. 1443 Advanced Combat, Servant, Chapter 1443, Advanced Combat Servant. After upgrading Heavenly Dragon's breath, not only did Heavenly Dragon's power increase Shi Feng's strength, but it also increased his agility. Shi Feng reached the Hell Knight almost instantly, brandishing Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray as he executed Sword's Orbit. A galaxy of stars glittered around Shi Feng, intertwining as they bombarded the Great Lord, which had just gotten back on its feet. Although the Hell Knight's combat standards were at the half-step refinement realm, it was a child in Shi Feng's eyes. He easily grasped the monster's blind spots and attack trajectories. Shi Feng could have easily dodged the Hell Knight's attacks, but he had chosen to repulse them instead. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength was slightly higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Hence, he was stronger than the Hell Knight. If he chose to dodge the incoming attacks, he would only reduce his opportunities to deal damage. Boom, 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 one sword light after another clashed with the Hell Knight's greatsword, the resulting impacts forcing the Great Lord back and preventing it from stabilizing its posture. After 6 consecutive attacks, the Hell Knight lost its grip on its weapon as the greatsword flew from the monster's hands. Die! Shi Feng activated Flame Burst, a blinding glow enveloping his blades. He assaulted the defenseless Hell Knight with a series of devastating blows. 164-8788, 331478, 332,015. All 15 attacks found their marks, causing the Great Lord's HP decrease at a tremendous rate. In an instant, the Hell Knight had lost 20% of its HP. Meanwhile, Flame Burst's terrifyingly destructive power sent the Hell Knight crashing into the frozen steel doors, and they shuddered upon impact. Taking advantage of the Hell Knight's incapacitated state, Shi Feng hurriedly activated Lightning Edge. He couldn't normally use the attack in a high-speed battle due to Lightning Edge's 0.5-second channeling time, but the injured Hell Knight had collapsed to the ground. He had more than enough time to activate the skill. Numerous silver sword lights danced before Shi Feng, forming a silver river that flowed towards the Hell Knight. 244-678, 243-1067, Lightning Edge's powerful assault incapacitated the Hell Knight once more. The Great Lord was defenseless as the countless sword lights bit into its flesh. After 5 seconds, the Hell Knight only had 2/3 of its HP remaining. Despite dealing 2 successful blows, Shi Feng had no intentions on relaxing his offense. The moment Lightning Edge ended, Shi Feng appeared before the Hell Knight and swung the Abyssal Blade down towards the Great Lord. However, the Hell Knight quickly responded. At a critical moment, it reclaimed its greatsword and used it as a shield, blocking Shi Feng's blade. Unfortunately, while it had held off the Abyssal Blade, it couldn't do anything about the 9 sword shadows that had appeared around it. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Blade. In the end, all 9 shadows carved into the Hell Knight, devouring the Great Lord's HP at a rate visible to the naked eye. He's overwhelmed it? Surprise flashed in Countess Katie Green's eyes as she watched Shi Feng dominate her Hell Knight. She had never thought that a mere Tier 2 player of the same level could surpass her advanced combat servant. Not even she could have done so when she had been Tier 2. Soloing a Great Lord of the same level was difficult for a Tier 2 class. Great Lord's HP was simply too high. These monsters' battle recovery alone was enough to overwhelm a Tier 2 player. However, Katie Green didn't recognize Shi Feng for the monster he was. Despite only being a Tier 2 player, Shi Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. Although none of them were weapons, their overall effects were astonishing. Moreover, the Hell Knight wasn't actually a Great Lord of the same level. After all, it only had 15 million thousand HP. An ordinary level 57 Great Lord should have at least 40 million HP. If not for the Hell Knight's strength and high combat standards, Shi Feng could have easily defeated it without a berserk skill. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, suppressing the Hell Knight was a piece of cake. Interesting, truly interesting. He had held back so much of his strength. Katie Green's lips curled into a smile as she watched Shi Feng shave off the Hell Knight's HP. However, I'm afraid that the unstable power of a berserk skill isn't enough to defeat my Hell Knight. When the Hell Knight's HP fell to 30%, it released a sudden and deafening roar. Its silver armor shattered, causing such a powerful shockwave that even Shi Feng had to step back. As the silver armor fell away, it revealed the Hell Knight's crimson skin. Shi Feng also noticed dark blue, divine runes all over the Hell Knight's tough hide, radiating a daunting pressure. The green flames in the monster's eyes also turned dark blue, its chilling gaze causing Shi Feng to shudder. It's gone berserk? Shi Feng went on the defensive as he watched the Great Lord transform. This monster was like a completely different being compared to the Hell Knight from a second ago. Berserk? Katie Green smiled. Shaking her head, she said, "This is not some kind of berserk mode. It is merely liberating its power. I specifically make the creature wear the armor to suppress most of its power." Advanced combat servants weren't like monsters and puppets. They fought their way to victory in the black market's death arena. Servants that won 20 consecutive matches in the arena became basic combat servants, while those that won 50 consecutive matches were intermediate combat servants. A combat servant would only rise to advanced rank after winning 100 consecutive matches. Hence, combat servants were generally stronger than beings of the same tier. Needless to say, a Tier 3 advanced combat servant was extraordinarily powerful. This was why the other counts and countesses in the Black Dragon Empire wanted their own advanced combat servant. However, advanced combat servants were incredibly expensive. Every one was a combat genius. Most nobles couldn't afford one. They generally settled for a few intermediate combat servants. After the Hell Knight removed its armor, its attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. Its rank had also increased from Great Lord to Grand Lord. Without the armor, the Hell Knight's mobility increased as well. Now, its combat standards had reached the refinement realm. "I wonder how long you'll last against it," Katie Green chuckled. So far, Shi Feng had displayed more strength than she had expected. He had earned 100 points in his evaluation just by forcing the Hell Knight to abandon its armor. However, this had only fed the Countess's curiosity, and she wanted to see how far this player could go. So, this is the test to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Shi Feng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the Hell Knight slowly approach. Having the power to solo a Grand Lord of the same level was ridiculous. Moreover, this Grand Lord's combat standards were on par with Refinement Realm experts. When the Hell Knight raised its greatsword, Shi Feng took in a deep breath. Shouting, Shi Feng activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation, his attributes skyrocketing once more. He then swung the Abyssal Blade to meet the incoming greatsword. When the two weapons collided, sparks illuminated the dark hall. The resulting shockwave sent dust and debris into the air. What? The Countess's mouth twitched when Shi Feng blocked the Hell Knight's attack. He was still holding back? After the clash, the Hell Knight was forced to take 5 steps backward. In contrast, Shi Feng hadn't moved an inch. He then dashed at the Grand Lord. Although Shi Feng's strength wasn't as high as mythic monsters of the same level after activating twofold berserk, he wasn't far from it. The Hell Knight, which was only a Grand Lord, was no match for him. Without using any skills, Shi Feng effortlessly broke through the Hell Knight's defenses with only sword's orbit. As slash after slash split the Hell Knight's iron-like skin, the monster's HP plummeted. When only 1% of the Hell Knight's HP remained, a golden light enveloped the monster. The Hell Knight transformed into a stream of blue smoke that flowed back into the magic scroll in Katie Green's hands. System, congratulations. You have completed Katie Green's second test. 1444 Rewards of SSS Rank. Evaluation. Chapter 1444, Rewards of SSS. Rank evaluation. Following the system notification of the test's completion, Shi Feng received another system notification. System, test evaluation, 200 points. Test evaluation rank, SSS rank. Rewarding 20 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, 300 mils in EXP, and Countess Katie Green's favorability increased by 30 points. It's just a test, yet it awarded so many legacy skill points? The system notification astonished Shi Feng. Generally, players were lucky to get 1 or 2 legacy skill points after completing a high-rank hidden quest, yet he had received 5 points after qualifying for the quest. One could easily imagine the bountiful rewards from the quest itself. To think you would actually defeat my Hell Knight, you really are a shocking adventurer, Katie Green, who stood some distance away, said with satisfaction. I'm even more confident that you can get the item for me. Since you've passed my test, take this as a gift. Saying so, the Countess revealed a blue gemstone with a chilling aura. The moment this gemstone appeared, the already chilly temperature dropped further. The surrounding mana gathered to the stone in a frenzy, forming a vortex. Is that the Azure Source Stone? Shi Feng exclaimed when he saw the mesmerizing gemstone in Katie Green's hand. God's domain had many kinds of attribute gemstones. However, the attribute source stones were a rank above. Attribute source stones were worth thousands of gold, but unlike attribute gemstones, players could only equip one of each kind of source stone. Although attribute gemstones only increased a specific attribute, attribute source stones could increase 2 or more. Take the Azure Source Stone, for example. Not only did it increase physique by 5% when equipped, but it also increased ice resistance by 20%. An Azure Source Stone could have easily gone for 6,000 or 7,000 gold in the past, but only a fool would sell one. Normally, one would have traded an Azure Source Stone for a piece of epic equipment with high attributes. It is, indeed. Moreover, it's an intermediate Azure Source Stone, Katie Green said, nodding. With this item, you'll have an easier time fetching my item. You don't have enough ice resistance right now to survive the area. An intermediate Azure Source Stone? Shi Feng could not believe that Katie Green was actually so generous. Attribute Source Stones were divided into 4 ranks: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Peak. Basic attribute source stones alone were incredibly valuable. In the past, a top-tier expert would be lucky to equip 1 or 2 basic attribute source stones. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shadow had only acquired a single intermediate attribute source stone. Unlike gemstones, one couldn't increase an attribute source stone's rank by synthesizing lower-ranked stones. These treasures could only be obtained from Grade 1 Forbidden Lands. As for basic attribute source stones, they could be found in Grade 2 Forbidden Lands. Though only dark gold treasure chests and mythic ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them, yet Katie Green was generous enough to give him an Azure Source Stone. Intermediate Azure Source Stone, only one can be equipped at a time. Equipment requirement, level 50, all attributes plus 120, increases physique by 8%, increases ice resistance by 30%. The attribute bonus from one Azure Source Stone was already higher than that of top-tier level 50 dark gold equipment. Furthermore, it boosted physique and ice resistance. After receiving the intermediate Azure Source Stone, he replaced one of his Tier 3 strength gemstones without hesitation. What Shi Feng didn't know was that the Countess had intended to give him the basic Azure Source Stone before he had surprised her with his performance. Not only had Shi Feng's basic attributes increased after equipping the Source Stone, but his 5 senses sharpened as well. When he had first entered the hall, he had felt slightly cold, but now he didn't feel it at all. Very good. Now, I'll send you to the Ice Crystal World. Once you're there, collect 10 eternal ice crystals for me. Bring them back, and the Bracelet of Time is yours, Katie Green explained, nodding in approval as Shi Feng relaxed, no longer affected by the room's temperature. System, you have accepted Countess Katie Green's epic-ranked main storyline quest, Ice Crystal World. Quest content, collect 10 eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal World. Quest reward, Bracelet of Time. Why is this an epic-ranked main storyline quest? A frown pulled at Shi Feng's lips when he read the system notification. Main storyline quests could significantly affect a kingdom or empire. These effects could be beneficial, but they could also be damaging. They were far more difficult than other quests of the same rank. Although the quest location wasn't a forbidden land on the God's Domain continent, the Ice Crystal World was a forbidden land. Only now did Shi Feng understand why Katie Green had told him that the higher one's tier was, the more danger they would face in the quest location. The Ice Crystal world was a world of its own and highly opposed to visiting life forms. The stronger the life form was, the more rejection they would face. Upon entering the world, various aspects would attempt to suppress the newcomer. At the same time, foreign life forms entering this world would possess unique auras. Meanwhile, the stronger this aura was, the easier it would be to attract the old monsters of the Ice Crystal world. Not even Tier 5 NPCs were a match for those old monsters. Tier 6 gods weren't even allowed to enter. Alright, I'll open the teleportation gate now. I can only maintain the gate for 1 or 2 seconds, so you need to be fast. Otherwise, you'll have to wait another month before I can open the gate again, Katie Green warned Shi Feng. In other words, Shi Feng only had one opportunity to challenge her quest. If he failed, he would have to earn 5 million magic crystals to purchase the Bracelet of Time. I understand, Shi Feng nodded. Inwardly, though, he felt some contempt towards the Countess. Other players might not know what eternal ice crystals were, but he did. It was rumored that the eternal ice crystal contained eternal power. Eternal power was crucial in helping NPCs reaching Tier 6. In the past, many players with Dark Gold personal guards had only been able to upgrade their NPCs to Tier 5. It was due to the lack of eternal power that these guards had never crossed that final hurdle. Hence, items containing eternal power like the eternal ice crystal had been priceless in the past. One could only have traded rare materials or items of equal value for them. Yet, this woman wanted him to obtain eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal world. How could they possibly be that easy to acquire? Moreover, she wanted 10 of them, but Shi Feng couldn't care less right now. Zero Wings simply wasn't equipped to collect 5 million magic crystals. He had no other choice. If he succeeded, he would obtain one of the 7 treasures, and with the golden stigmata, he could use the item better than Katie Green. Once Shi Feng had prepared himself, Katie Green began to chant an incantation. Immediately, mana surged towards the shut, steel gates, slowly forcing them open. A stable, spatial tunnel formed beyond the open doors. Hurry, Katie Green shouted. Ignoring his weakened state, Shi Feng activated Windwalk and jumped into the spatial tunnel, departing the icy hall. 1445 Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1445, Ice Crystal World. Inside a snow-capped canyon, a party of 6 fought a level 48, High Lord ranked Ice-Toothed Tiger. Ice-Toothed Tiger, elemental creature, High Lord level 48, HP 31,031,000. A level 45 shield warrior wielding a crimson longsword and aqua blue buckler stood before this 5-meter-tall monster, and despite its size, it was powerless against the player. Regardless of how the Ice-Toothed Tiger tried to attack the shield warrior, the latter blocked the blows and found gaps to strike, using his skills to deal 6,000 to 7,000 damage per hit. The shield warrior's party members were also quite capable. Not only were they all level 44 and above, but their skills and spells also dealt over 10,000 damage. Their normal attacks alone dealt over 3,000 damage. Everyone, the boss is almost dead. Increase your damage output. Make sure you dodge its AoE skill, the shield warrior named Solitary 9 said calmly as he blocked another of the Ice-Toothed Tiger's attacks. Commander, relax. This isn't our first time killing an Ice-Toothed Tiger, a level 44 white-clad summoner a short distance away scoffed. The rest of the party members nodded. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger's HP reached 30%, its snow-white fur turned vermilion as it went berserk. Its size and attack speed increased as well. A moment later, icicles began to rain down from the sky, covering a 50-yard radius around the Ice-Toothed Tiger. Seeing this, Solitary 9 shouted as he activated Shield Wall. He then skillfully dodged the descending icicles and focusing on defense. Despite the boost to the Ice-Toothed Tiger's strength and speed, it still couldn't break through Solitary 9's defense. In the end, all of its attacks met the shield warrior's round shield, significantly reducing its damage. At the same time, the female druid in the back waved her dark green staff as she cast Healing Wind. Although the shield warrior was her main target, the rest of her party received a healing buff, gaining over 1,500 HP every second. This kept everyone's HP above a safe level. Every player in the party launched a fierce assault. As a result, the High Lord's HP decreased rapidly. From 30%, it very quickly dropped to 15%. When the High Lord's HP reached 10%, these players launched every skill they had. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger only had 2% of its HP remaining, several scorching flame spears flew in from a distance, striking the High Lord and devouring its remaining HP. As the Ice-Toothed Tiger collapsed, it dropped 5 items. Confused, the party members turned towards the flame spears' origin. A 20-man team stood in the snow some distance away. A male elementalist wielding a Tier 2 magic scroll seemed to be its leader. This elementalist smiled at the 6 party members. Featherwind, what is the meaning of this? Solitary 9 demanded with an ugly expression. What is the meaning of this? The elementalist named Featherwind chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I'm kill stealing. What else would I be doing? Our guild leader admires you and has invited you and your adventurer team to join our matchless family. If you decline, the Aurora Sword Adventure team will never again find any success in Cold Wind City. The female druid named Yanya growled from behind Solitary 9. You guys are going overboard. Since Big Brother Solitary has already determined that we won't get involved with the struggle between your guilds, we won't join either side. Because of Matchless Family's harassment, their adventurer team had ventured to this deserted area to level, yet these people had followed them so far from Coldwind City to steal their boss. Overboard? Featherwind laughed. Winner takes all in this place. Now that the competition over Coldwind City has reached its peak, our guild leader will not allow any mishaps. Of course, our guild leader highly values experts like Brother 9. If Brother 9 joins our guild, he'll at least become the lead MT for one of our main forces. Yet our guild leader has waited for so long and still Brother 9 refuses. Since we can't recruit you, we'll make sure no one can have you. This is your last invitation. Brother 9, will you join us or not? You, how can you do such a thing? Anxiety tightened Yanya's chest. The Matchless Family was one of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds. It had plenty of experts under its command. If it really decided to move against their Aurora Sword adventurer team, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother 9, before you answer, think this through carefully. Otherwise, the people around you might have some unexpected accidents. Who knows? If they're not careful, they might even fall back to level 0, Featherwind threatened, smiling. Yanya and the other party members' expressions darkened. Although they were strong, Matchless Family had too many experts. If they were ambushed, they would definitely die. But they couldn't leave Coldwind City. In the end, this merciless guild would pick them off. Aren't you afraid that we'll just join Centurion Dynasty? Solitary 9 asked, his tone as cold as the snow beneath his feet. One of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds was Matchless Family, while the other was Centurion Dynasty. It was due to the competition between these guilds for control of the city that the Aurora Sword suffered. You're free to join those bastards, of course, but don't think that you'll leave this place alive. As Featherwind finished speaking, he waves his hand. At the same time, he pulled an ancient, pitch-black scroll which radiated a heart-rending evil from his bag. Suddenly, over 100 players from Matchless Family began to appear around Solitary 9's party. These players had concealed their presence with a group invisibility scroll. However, the shield warrior was far more afraid of the magic scroll in Featherwind's hand than he was of the players surrounding them. To think you even prepared a Dead Soul scroll, you people from Matchless Family think too highly of me, Solitary 9 said, smiling bitterly as he stared at the black scroll. The Dead Soul scroll was a special magic scroll that could curse a target player. If the player died within a certain amount of time, their death penalty would multiply, and they would lose between 3 and 5 levels. Most guilds saved the super rare scroll for important targets. Of course, I've already told you how important you are to our guild leader. As proof, he personally ordered me to use this scroll, Featherwind said, chuckling. Well, what is your decision, Brother 9? However, as Solitary 9 contemplated his options, a black vortex appeared in the sky above him. A black shadow shot down from the vortex, landing between the Aurora Sword Party and Matchless Family's tyrants. This shadow was none other than Shi Feng. This is the Ice Crystal world. Shi Feng could not help but glance around him. Immediately, he discovered the players engaged in a confrontation. Every one of these players stared at him in shock. Although Shi Feng had heard about the Ice Crystal world, he had never visited it. However, he wasn't surprised to find players here. After all, it wasn't unusual to find players in other worlds. Take the Dark Den, for example. Despite being home to demons, many players lived there. What did surprise Shi Feng were the players' levels. All of these players were at least level 44. There were even quite a few level 45 players. Who are you? Don't you realize that Matchless Family is trying to conduct business here? Featherwind haughtily demanded. 1446 Instant Kill. Chapter 1446. Instant Kill. Hearing Featherwind's question, Shi Feng turned to look at the man. Although Featherwind was a level 45 elementalist, his equipment was ordinary for his level. Only half of his equipment consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment, while the other half consisted of level 40 fine gold equipment. As for the other level 44 players, only a small number possessed 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, while most didn't even have one. It was astounding to see. At this stage of the game, at least half of the equipment worn by the various large guilds experts should be level 40 dark gold rank. It wasn't even surprising to see an expert in a full set of dark gold equipment. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40, so the demand for better equipment wasn't that high yet. Could the drop rate for level 40 equipment be low here? Shi Feng guessed. God's Domain had many other worlds. Generally, expert players started to encounter these worlds after reaching level 40. Each world had a different development model. In the Dark Den, for example, players used different playstyles from those in God's Domain. Leveling up must be easier in the Ice Crystal world. In return, though, the drop rate for equipment was lacking. Shi Feng glanced around him again. Although he had just arrived, he easily inferred what was going on. Banditry was common everywhere, after all, although large forces fighting over a measly level 48 High Lord were still considerably rare. Of course, Shi Feng was more interested in the Ice-Toothed Tiger's loot than he was in the situation before him. Not a single weapon or piece of equipment lay among the boss's loot. In fact, 4 of the 5 items that had dropped were materials, while the last was a Tier 2 magic scroll. Most players would curse their bad luck for such drops, but the High Lord's loot was shockingly attractive to a master forger like Shi Feng. The 4 materials were extremely valuable, and the most valuable among them was the Arctic manatite. This treasure was even difficult to obtain from a manatite vein. A single ingot of Arctic manatite would have sold for over 50 gold in the past. It was a necessary material for producing epic-ranked weapons with ice effects. Shi Feng was also surprised to find that his weakened debuff from activating twofold Berserk was gone, though his Berserk skills were still on cooldown. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Featherwind's gaze turned frosty as he glared at Shi Feng. He had only asked for the swordsman's identity due to his sudden appearance. Even with his observation skill, Shi Feng's data listed as unknown. Since he was dealing with an unfamiliar player, he had mentioned his guild's name to gauge Shi Feng's reaction. Matchless Family was one of Coldwind City's 2 major guilds. Everyone in the region recognized the name. The only power capable of competing with the guild was Centurion Dynasty. However, Shi Feng seemed unaffected. The man even ignored him, Matchless Family's vice-guild leader. This was the first time he had encountered this situation since joining God's Domain, let alone Solitary 9, Aurora Sword's commander, even Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, would not dare to disregard his existence. Is this guy a fool? Or is he scared senseless? He actually dares to ignore our vice-guild leader. This guy is dead. After angering our vice-guild leader, he'll probably have to delete his account. Matchless Family's members watched Shi Feng with ridicule and pity. They still remembered the adventurer team that had refused to leave their guild's leveling spot after Featherwind had warned them not to linger. In the end, Featherwind had led a force to slaughter the adventurer team over a dozen times. Those players had only lingered for about 10 seconds. Now, the mysterious man before them ignored Featherwind entirely. Not even the heavens could save him now. Suddenly, Solitary 9 sent Shi Feng a whisper. Friend, you best reply to his question and get out of here. He is the vice-guild leader of Matchless Family. He can easily eliminate anyone in Coldwind City. Coldwind City? The vice-guild leader of Matchless Family? Shi Feng turned to Featherwind in surprise. Hearing Solitary 9's warning, he realized that this world wasn't like the Dark Den. This world had NPC cities, and, by the looks of it, this Matchless Family guild seemed to rule over Coldwind City. However, the fact that a large guild's vice-guild leader wore such poor equipment shocked Shi Feng. Even the upper echelons in Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds were fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment, much less the vice-guild leaders. It seemed that the equipment standards here were far more than a little inferior to those in God's Domain. It's too late for you to realize your mistake. When Featherwind saw Shi Feng's surprise, he sneered and said, I'll bury you alongside Solitary 9 and the others. Saying so, Featherwind activated the Dead Soul Scroll. Suddenly, a magic array appeared above Shi Feng and the party from Aurora Sword. They all felt an evil presence wrap around them, and a special debuff appeared in their status windows. Soul Lock Death Penalty multiplied. Effect will persist after player has died. Duration, 12 hours, the Dead Soul Scroll. Surprise flashed in Shi Feng's eyes once again when he saw his status window. The Dead Soul Scroll was a super rare magic scroll and the best tool to destroy an enemy. Not only did the scroll lack side effects, but it was also an AoE, which made it impossible to dodge. If players died within the 12 hours, they would suffer a far more severe death penalty than normal. Meanwhile, the more times a player died during the debuff's duration, the heavier the penalty would become. Targets weren't even safe in NPC cities, and when they logged out of the game, the duration would pause until they logged back in. Only after 12 hours in God's Domain would players be free of the debuff. Hence, the Dead Soul Scrolls were even as valuable as Tier 3 Summoning Scrolls. Most players avoid using them unless they had a deep hatred for their target. Friend, I truly apologize for this. I did not expect to drag you into my mess with Matchless Family. I'll do my best to open a path for you. Try to escape, Solitary 9 hurriedly said. He then turned towards his teammates and said, you guys have to try to get away too. He was a shield warrior. He could never escape so many players without some special tool. He could only help his allies get away. Commander? Big Brother Solitary? The other 5 party members worried for their commander. They were very familiar with Solitary 9's strength. If he focused on getting away himself, he had some hope, but he had given that up to help them escape. Should Solitary 9 die, it would take a very long time to recover the lost EXP and equipment. Escape? Shi Feng smiled and shook his head. He then slowly approached Featherwind. What is he trying to do? Yanya watched this newcomer in confusion. He's not trying to beg for mercy, is he? What a fool. That's Featherwind. If begging for mercy worked, he wouldn't have killed so many players in Coldwind City. Aurora Sword's members were flabbergasted as they stared at Shi Feng. Featherwind was well known for his ruthlessness in Coldwind City. He was a vicious person that never accepted apologies. What? You want to beg for mercy? Featherwind sneered at Shi Feng as the man moved closer. As everyone waited for the swordsman's reply, Shi Feng vanished. Where is he? Featherwind searched his surroundings. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen a swordsman disappear like an assassin. In the next second, however, Shi Feng reappeared beside Featherwind. Before anyone realized it, 2 sword lights blossomed on Featherwind's mage robes. The man's vision darkened as his lifeless body dropped to the ground. 1447, monster, like mysterious expert. Chapter 1447, monster-like mysterious expert silence dominated the area as every player stared at Featherwind's motionless corpse. Although Shi Feng had not used any impressive techniques or skill, everyone was petrified. They even forgot to breathe. What just happened? The Vice Guild leader is dead? Just what did he do? Everything had happened so quickly that by the time they reacted, Featherwind, a top-tier expert and Matchless Family's Vice Guild leader, was already dead. He died? He died? This is impossible. That's Featherwind we're talking about. He might not rank among the top 10 in Coldwind City, but he is still a top-tier expert in the top 20. How could an expert like that die so quickly? Even Lifeless Thorn, Coldwind City's #1 expert, couldn't achieve such a feat. Could he be Lifeless Thorn? Lifeless Thorn is a berserker. That guy is a swordsman. There's no way he's Lifeless Thorn. Commander, do you know who that guy is? Even Aurora Sword's members were astonished. One of Coldwind City's top 20 experts had died in one hit. If news of this matter got out, it would shock everyone in the city. Solitary Nine stared at Shi Feng in confusion, his mind spinning to figure which expert in Coldwind City this man was. As for the possibility of Shi Feng being from somewhere else, that was practically impossible. The only way in or out of the Coldwind City region was through the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for players. Current players couldn't even enter the map, much less cross through it. This was why the city's players were so afraid of Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty. Should they provoke either power, their life in Coldwind City would become a living hell or end completely. However, no matter how Solitary Nine racked his brain, he couldn't match any of the city's experts to Shi Feng. Even Cleansing Whistle, the strongest swordsman in Coldwind City, was only ranked 6th. Moreover, Cleansing Whistle was a woman, not a man, making it impossible for her to be the mysterious swordsman expert before him. I'm not sure either, but you should get ready. We'll use this opportunity to escape in a moment, Solitary Nine said in the team chat after pondering the situation for some time. Now that Featherwind was dead, the 100-plus experts from Matchless Family had lost their commander. Hence, they had a high likelihood of escaping. Moreover, they had an expert like Shi Feng to hold the line, which further increased their chances. Featherwind had over 30,000 HP. Although he was an elementalist, the fact that Shi Feng had killed him without using skills meant that he could kill an MT of the same level with a handful of attacks. If Shi Feng's attack speed was high enough, he could even finish off an MT before the enemy healers could react. As long as no one could pin the swordsman down, their party could safely retreat. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members snapped out of their daze. Their leader had died, yet they had stared blankly at the killer for so long, they all discarded their fear and pounced on Shi Feng. Die. Brat, you're dead. You dare kill our Vice Guild leader? From today on, we'll hunt you to the end of the world. The Matchless Family's experts charged at Shi Feng. They were so focused on killing the newcomer that they ignored Aurora Sword's members. They all understood that if news of this reached Coldwind City, they could kiss their lives goodbye. If they let Shi Feng escape after killing Featherwind in front of them, what hope did they have of mingling in Coldwind City? Fireballs, frost arrows, and arrows flew toward Shi Feng from all directions. Watching from a distance, Solitary Nine's expression darkened. Not even a shield warrior like himself could block so many attacks at a time. He'd be lucky to block 60 or 70% of the attacks. If dozens of attacks hit him at once, he'd only last a few seconds even with shield while active. However, a galaxy of stars suddenly formed around Shi Feng. These stars crushed the various spells and arrows as they came within 10 yards of the swordsman. It was as if the stars had formed a magic barrier around Shi Feng. No matter how many attacks flew toward Shi Feng, none of them hit their mark. In fact, the bombardment hadn't even reduced Shi Feng's HP by a single point. What kind of skill is that? Every player watching was stupefied. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng had deflected a volley, Matchless Family's dozens of melee players moved in to strike. Charge, chop, shadow assault, flame slash. One skill after another collided with Shi Feng's sword's orbit. Pang, pang, pang. The moment these melee players encountered sword's orbit, they were thrown backward like cannonballs. Some nearly lost their grip on their weapons from the powerful impact. Moreover, these melee players had lost a visible chunk of their HPs. Even the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors lost over 2,000 HP, and they had only received the damage from assaulting Shi Feng with their shields. The other classes lost around 4,000 HP. 4,000 damage would even reduce an MT's HP by 1/10. How is this possible? Solitary Nine and his companions watched, dumbfounded. Don't be afraid of this trash. We have healers to recover our HP. I refuse to believe his skill can last forever. A member from Matchless Family shouted to his team. The other members nodded in response. They eyed Shi Feng from the sidelines, waiting until the duration of whatever skill he was using came to an end. What? You don't want to play anymore? Shi Feng shook his head and chuckled when he saw his opponent's hesitation. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He had simply focused on defense to get a better idea of these players' combat standards. He had only instant-killed Featherwind to instill shock and fear into these players. Now that the enemy commander was dead, the remaining 100-plus experts were little more than test subjects to help him understand players' standards in the Ice Crystal world. following which, Shi Feng advanced and instantly appeared before a level 44 shield warrior, the sacred sword in his hand smoothly descending from an angle that the shield warrior couldn't evade. So fast, the shield warrior raised his shield in a panic. At the same time, his feet also unconsciously took a step back. The instant killing ray met the fine gold-ranked shield, it left a scar in the metal, and the resulting impact threw the player over a dozen yards away. The shield warrior's HP fell by over 2400, following which, Shi Feng brandished his swords at the nearby MTs. Without exception, he sent every MT flying. Monster, he isn't a player, he's a monster. Matchless Family's members were petrified as they watched Shi Feng toss about their MTs. Normally, they were lucky to land blocked attacks that dealt over 100 damage during duels with these MTs, yet they received over 2000 damage from Shi Feng's attacks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the man's damage would be if they failed to block an attack. It seems the Ice Crystal World's players don't just have inferior equipment, but their combat standards are lower than players in God's domain as well. After clashing with Matchless Family's members several times, Shi Feng gained a general understanding of these players' combat standards. Following which, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground and glanced at the frightened players before him, saying, "My experiment is over. Let's start the real battle. Abyssal Curse, Skywheel Sword." Suddenly, a dark fog bound every player within 30 yards of Shi Feng. As these players tried to activate their control removal skills, countless divine swords descended from above. Shi Feng then followed up with Killing Ray's Summon Lightning, dealing 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius. In the blink of an eye, almost every player within Summon Lightning's range turned to ash and disappeared, leaving weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. Only a few MTs and the players who had fled the attack's radius had survived. 1448. Shocking Cold Wind City, Chapter 1448. Shocking Cold Wind City, who is he? An expert like this guy was hidden in Cold Wind City all this time? The Aurora Swords party members who had been about to flee were stupefied by the scene before them. They had never seen such a massive gap between players' strength. Even Zerg tactics would crumble against Shi Feng. A second ago, over 100 players from Matchless Family had Shi Feng surrounded. Now, however, only a dozen or so players were still standing. These players were only alive because they had reacted quickly enough, activating their life-saving skills upon realizing the severity of the situation. Otherwise, they too would have been electrocuted and turned to ash with their dead companions. Monster, run. No one knew which player had shouted, but upon hearing the word run, every surviving Matchless Family member turned and fled as if a pistol had gone off to sign the start of some race. They all knew that if they fled as a group, none of them would get away, but Shi Feng couldn't catch them all if they ran in different directions. However, contrary to expectations, Shi Feng didn't immediately run after the feeling players. He simply sheathed his two swords and activated Chilling Field. Chilling Field covered a 50-yard radius. Upon activation, the skill enveloped every fleeing player. 9. Dark gray swords appeared above the guild players. As Matchless Family's members focused on escape, they did not manage to react to the incoming attacks in time. As a result, the dark gray swords pierced their hearts with zero resistance, plundering the little HP they had remaining. After 2 waves of attacks, the last of Matchless Family's players transformed into particles of white light and disappeared, leaving only weapons and equipment in their places. Is he really a swordsman? Solitary 9 was thunderstruck as he watched the instantaneous slaughter. Among the dozen or so survivors, the closest had been 20 yards from Shi Feng, while the farthest had been over 35 yards away, yet even from such a distance, Shi Feng obliterated them effortlessly. With such attack capabilities, could anyone escape this man's wrath? Solitary 9's party members stared at Shi Feng, shock and fear dancing in their eyes. Although they had encountered plenty of experts before, they had never felt so powerless before one. It had taken Shi Feng only a few moves to wipe out over 100 experts from Matchless Family. When they had first seen the swordsman, they hadn't thought much of him. However, chills crawled down their spines as they watched Shi Feng calmly collect the loot littering the snowy ground. It was as if the thing walking towards them was some prehistoric beast, not a player. As Shi Feng collected the dropped weapons and equipment, each item surprised him more than the last. Only a small fraction of the loot was system-made. Most of the weapons and equipment were crafted items. The lowest rank among these items was secret silver, while the highest quality items were dark gold rank. Every weapon and piece of equipment was level 40. Currently, even Zero Wing's prided Candlelight trading firm could only mass-producing level 40 mysterious iron weapons and equipment. Only the top-ranking lifestyle players were capable of crafting level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, they could only craft a limited amount. One of the reasons for the low production volume was material rarity. Another reason was the low success rate, which resulted in high production costs. Rather than waste time trying to procure rare materials, most players simply purchased their weapons and equipment in the auction house. The fact that the majority of the weapons and equipment Matchless Family's members had dropped were player-made was inconceivable. The development of weapon and equipment production on God's Domain's continent was already quite fast, yet it was nothing compared to Ice Crystal World. While Shi Feng collected the scattered items, Solitary 9 took the initiative to approach the man. "Friend, thank you for earlier. If not for you, Matchless Family's members would have killed us." "I am Solitary 9, the commander of the Aurora Sword Adventurer team," Solitary 9 introduced himself. "If you have any problems in Coldwind City, please feel free to contact me." Although Aurora Sword wasn't one of Coldwind City's top adventurer teams, it was relatively well known. The team had over 100 members in total, and although they were strong enough to make major changes in the city, they could deal with minor issues. The other party members nodded eagerly. They both feared and revered Shi Feng. If they spread the news about what had happened here, it would cause chaos in Coldwind City. Matchless Family was a peerless organization in Coldwind City, yet Shi Feng had slaughtered over 100 of its experts by himself. He was a monster-like existence. Countless players dreamed of befriending an expert like him. Coldwind City? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng asked, "Can you tell me a little about the situation in Coldwind City?" He had practically no understanding of the ice crystal world, let alone any clues leading to eternal ice crystals. Now that Katie Green had sent him here, if he did not acquire the required eternal ice crystals within a month, he would have a far more difficult time obtaining the Bracelet of Time. The first thing he needed to do was learn about the situation here. Once he did, he'd have an easier time searching for the eternal ice crystals. "Tell you about Coldwind City?" Solitary 9 was taken aback. He quickly recovered from his surprise and asked, "Could it be that you're not a player from this region?" The others were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that unless one crossed the snow rift, it was impossible to leave or enter the Coldwind City region. "That's right, I'm not from this area." Shi Feng nodded, feeling no particular need to hide the truth. After all, players in other worlds didn't always stay there. As they reached higher levels, the system would gradually integrate them into the rest of the game. Besides, it's not like they could do anything about his origin. Realization dawned Solitary 9 and the others. It was no wonder why they had never seen a monster like Shi Feng in Coldwind City. However, Solitary 9 and his companions couldn't help their rueful sighs. Solitary 9 was one of the top 3 MTs in Coldwind City. He should rank near the top in other regions as well, but they had never imagined that other regions would have experts like this swordsman. It was easy to surmise that the expert standards in other regions were much higher than in Coldwind City. This revelation was a mental blow. At the same time, though, they were eager to leave their city and explore other maps. Only, Solitary 9 and the others did not know that Shi Feng was not from a different region in the Ice Crystal world. Rather, he had come from God's Domain's continent. Even in his home region, Shi Feng only ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. Following which, Solitary 9 explained some basic details and the general situation in Coldwind City. Meanwhile, an uproar shook Coldwind City. Matchless Family's failed attempt to annihilate the Aurora Sword Adventurer team had already reached the public. Not only had the guild member failed to kill a single player from the group, but hundreds of its experts had also been eliminated by some passing swordsmen. 1449. Becoming Famous. In Coldwind City, Chapter 1449, Becoming Famous in Coldwind City, Matchless Family's guild residents, over a dozen upper echelons occupied the residence's meeting room, an extraordinarily tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man on the guild leader's throne was the cause for this tension. This middle-aged man wore a suit of azure armor. Although he said nothing, the pressure he radiated chilled the room. Even a passing glance from this man felt like that of some ferocious beast. This middle-aged man was none other than Thundering Sky, Matchless Family's guild leader. In Coldwind City, one word from him could easily decide whether a player lived or died. Right now, Thundering Sky's blood boiled with rage. "Can someone tell me where this person came from?" Thundering Sky frowned as he watched Shi Feng's battle video. "It's been so long since the incident, yet none of you know anything about him?" "Guild leader, we've launched a full investigation on the player. However, we have yet to uncover any information about him," one of the upper echelons answered, cold sweat chilling his forehead. Immediately after Featherwind died, the Elementalist had sent them an offline message ordering them to focus all of their resources on investigating Shi Feng. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing about the swordsman. It was as if the man had suddenly appeared. "This player has already killed over 100 of our members, but we don't even know his name? Garbage, every one of you." Thundering Sky bellowed. "Continue searching. Mobilize everyone. I want this person found. Since he dares to disrespect Matchless Family, then he shouldn't even dream of surviving in Coldwind City. Understood?" Everyone nodded and notified the guild's members to search for the swordsman. For a time, every member of Matchless Family hunted for Shi Feng, killing intent igniting their hearts. Centurion Dynasty also held a meeting to discuss the situation. Interesting, truly interesting. That person actually annihilated Featherwind's expert team. "I don't think even Lifeless Thorn could do that, Sky Slicer," Centurion Dynasty's guild leader said, laughing as he watched Shi Feng's battle video. Matchless Family had been humiliated. Not only had the guild failed to kill Solitary 9, but it had also lost over 100 experts. Most importantly, a single player was responsible for all 100+ deaths. This had dealt a huge blow to Matchless Family's reputation. After all, winning a 1-on-5 expert battle was impressive. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn should only be able to handle a dozen or so experts at a time. Yet, Shi Feng had faced over 100 experts, and his victory had been overwhelming. Naturally, anyone who watched Shi Feng's battle video would realize that the man was very powerful. However, those who had only heard about the massacre would assume that Matchless Family's experts were nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, a female elementalist in white mage robes asked, "Guild leader, what should we do next? Since the Matchless Family wants to kill this player, we have to do the opposite," Sky Slicer said, laughing. "Rain, find him. Tell him that the Centurion dynasty would like to welcome him with open arms." "What if he refuses?" Swirling Rain asked. "Refuses?" Sky Slicer snorted. "That's not an option. We're talking about Matchless Family after all. Even if he is strong as an individual, he can't take on the whole guild. He'll only be safe if he joins us." "Understood." Swirling Rain then bowed and left the meeting room. Both of Cold Rain City's large guilds began their search for Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the city's players were dumbfounded. "What's going on? This person is awesome." Both large guilds are actually offering a high price for information about his whereabouts. Not even Lifeless Thorn has ever elicited such a reaction. There's no helping it. Although Lifeless Thorn doesn't belong to any guild, his adventurer team, Waveheart, is a top adventurer team with over 3,000 members. It has over 300 experts. 3 of the city's top 10 experts belong to the adventurer team as well. The guilds would have to weigh their options seriously before moving against Lifeless Thorn. He killed so many of Matchless Family's players. The guild won't rest until they kill him back to level 0. Both guilds are offering such a high price. They're already offering 2 gold for any information about the man's current location. In Cold Wind City, no one, aside from Centurion Dynasty, dared to provoke Matchless Family. Independent players often resented the 2 large guilds. Unfortunately, since both guilds were so powerful, they had no choice but to endure their suffering. Hence, when they had heard the news of Shi Feng slaughtering over 100 experts from Matchless Family, they quietly celebrated. As the city's players chatted about the recent events, 7 players arrived in the teleportation hall. These players were none other than Shi Feng and the party from Aurora Sword. After Solitary 9 had offered a general explanation of Cold Wind City, Shi Feng had decided to pay the city a visit. Hence, Solitary 9 had given Shi Feng a few return scrolls for Cold Wind City so that he could return via teleportation alongside his people. Cold Wind City was the only NPC city in this particular zone. The city's player population exceeded 2,000, and each of the large guilds had over 100,000 members. It was why the 2 guilds were able to rule over Cold Wind City. If Shi Feng wanted to find more information about the Eternal Ice Crystals, Cold Wind City's library was undoubtedly the best place to do so. All of God's Domain's libraries collected information about their home locations. As soon as Shi Feng's group left the teleportation hall, gasps erupted from the players outside of the building. "Crap, isn't that the expert that killed the Matchless Family's experts?" "What? Does he not know that the guilds have mobilized their forces to find him? He must be insane. He actually ventured into the city. Does he think Matchless Family is afraid of attacking him within the city walls?" That might be the case. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the guild. Some time ago, some guy had provoked a few of Matchless Family's members. In the end, they killed him over 10 times inside the city. The matter was only resolved after he paid the guild 10 gold and every weapon and piece of equipment he had. "Quick, notify Matchless Family." These players were stupefied as they watched Shi Feng stroll down the street, admiring the scenery. From time to time, Shi Feng even entered a shop to browse its merchandise. After so recently provoking Matchless Family, this man dared to show his face in Cold Wind City. From a certain perspective, Shi Feng deserved to be called Cold Wind City's #1 player. Shortly after Shi Feng's arrival, news reached both large guilds. "What? He's shopping in the trade area? Are you sure?" Sky Slicer could not help his shock upon hearing the latest report. "I'm absolutely sure. I've compared his face to the person in the video," the assassin confirmed, nodding seriously. "I'll head there immediately, notify the main force members, and tell them to gather in the trade area as soon as possible." Sky Slicer hurriedly instructed after digesting the information. Meanwhile, in Matchless Family's residence, when Thundering Sky received the news of Shi Feng's appearance, he nearly shattered his desk. "Daring bastard, after killing my subordinates, he still dares show his face? Notify every expert in the guild and tell them to hurry over. Halt all operations and quests temporarily." Thundering Sky bellowed. 1450 City of Crafters. Chapter 1450, City of Crafters, Cold Wind City Trade Area. "Commander, more people are tailing us now. Matchless Family's probably found out about our return already. Should we notify Big Brother Ye Feng about?" Yanya asked worriedly as she glanced at the players stalking them. News of the slaughter of Matchless Family's members had already spread throughout the city. Yet now, the main culprit boldly walked down the city streets without a care in the world. It was a slap in the face to the guild. Once the Matchless family's members arrived, they would not leave without a fight. Thousands of players from Matchless City resided in the city. Killing a single player would be child's play for the guild. Furthermore, their group still had the soul lock debuff. Solitary 9 nodded in response to Yanya's question. Based on his understanding of Matchless family, the guild would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. It wouldn't hesitate to take action against Shi Feng even in the city. Although he trusted in Shi Feng's strength, Matchless family had the home ground advantage. Regardless of how powerful the man was, he was at a disadvantage. Solitary 9 walked up to Shi Feng and whispered, "Brother Yi Feng, why don't we head to the library? I'm afraid that if we linger around here any longer, Matchless family's members will find us. Dealing with them will be troublesome." Troublesome? Curious, Shi Feng asked, "Do players have full power over the city?" Solitary 9 hadn't gone into the management style in the Ice Crystal World's NPC cities. If these cities were like the Dark Den's shelters, where players had full authority to determine a city's rules, they would indeed have some trouble to deal with. That's not the case. Matchless family just has a lot of members inside the city, Solitary 9 said, shaking his head. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Solitary 9's reply. He then pointed at the Cold Wind auction house a short distance away and said, "That's all right then. I've already visited most of the shops, so let's make a trip to the auction house before we head to the library." This, Solitary 9 was speechless. The man even wondered if Shi Feng understood what he meant by a lot of members. Cold Wind City was the Matchless family's main headquarters. The guild could easily gather over 10,000 players at a moment's notice. Centurion Dynasty was the only existence capable of contending with the guild in the city. "Commander, what should we? Forget it. We'll just accompany him until the end." Hopefully, Thundering Sky can keep his cool and avoid doing anything rash. As Solitary 9 watched Shi Feng leisurely approach the auction house, he struggled with various complex feelings. He could not understand what was going through Shi Feng's mind. However, since Shi Feng had saved his and his teammates' lives, he could not escape by himself. He could only pray that Matchless family did not do anything too reckless. After all, they were currently standing in the heart of the city. Patrolling NPC guards were everywhere. If it really came down to a fight, Matchless family would not have too much of an advantage either. Upon entering the auction house's main hall, the sight of players hawking their items greeted Shi Feng. Selling cheap, top-tier level 40 fine gold weapons. 10 gold per item. Get a 5% discount if you buy 2. Selling refined meteorite, copper for 3 gold per stack. Selling frost steel ore for 1 gold per stack. The players selling items in the hall outnumbered the shopping players. The items these players were selling shocked Shi Feng. On the God's Domain continent, even the cheapest level 40 fine gold weapon could sell for 15 gold or more, yet players here were offering the same for 10 gold each. Moreover, they were all player-made weapons. With how high current demand was for level 40 fine gold weapons in his world, he could easily turn a massive profit if he bought and resold these player-made weapons. As for the refined meteor copper, the rare forging material currently sold for 30 silver per ingot. Moreover, it was very difficult to purchase. Each stack containing 20 ingots sold for 6 gold, yet these players were selling each stack for half that. The various forging materials sold in the hall were all significantly cheaper than those in God's Domain. In addition, this world had an abundance of forging resources. Even empires famous for producing ores paled in comparison to the Ice Crystal world. This place is really impressive. It's a pity that I don't have a way to return once I leave. I guess I have no choice but to stock up on rare materials before I depart. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked through the various items these players offered. If he could travel between the Ice Crystal world and the God's Domain continent, he could earn more income from reselling items than what he earned from Stone Forest Town. Moreover, he could rely on the large quantity of materials to nurture the Candlelight Trading Firm's forgers. If luck would have it, he might nurture a few master forgers. After all, creating new items required experimentation with various materials. With so many rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, one could experiment to their heart's content. This was most likely the reason that the standard of Cold Wind City's forgers was far above those in the Candlelight Trading Firm. Based on Solitary 9's explanation, the Ice Crystal world should have other NPC cities. As players reached higher levels, Cold Wind City's guilds began to prepare to challenge the Snow Rift. It was only a matter of time before Cold Wind City's players encountered cities in other regions. At this point, Shi Feng suspected that the Ice Crystal world had birthed the game's first master forger. However, purchasing a large amount of materials required a lot of coins, but he hadn't been carrying many when he had come to the Ice Crystal world. His only option was to make money by selling the Matchless family's secret silver and fine gold items for a low price. Unfortunately, the dark gold items were precious to Zero Wing, so Shi Feng intended to hold on to them for now. After Shi Feng finished putting the loot from Matchless family up for sale, he left the auction house and made his way to the library. Seeing Shi Feng finally willing to leave this risky location, Solitary 9 and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as they left the auction house, they were greeted by a shocking scene. Players crowded the street, and every one of them wore Matchless family's guild emblem. With a rough glance, they easily counted over 10,000 players. Matchless Family's members radiated killing intent as they glared at Shi Feng's group, scaring off any unrelated players. What's going on? Does Matchless Family plan to monopolize the auction house? You don't know? Some expert killed a bunch of their members. They've come to deal with him. Do they need to go to such lengths, though? Why would they dispatch so many people just for one player? The domineering display frightened the independent players on the street. Among the Matchless Family members present, the lowest leveled member was level 43. Their equipment was awe-inspiring as well. Has the Matchless Family lost its mind? Solitary 9 felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought that, at most, Matchless Family would send around 1,000 experts. He hadn't expected Thundering Sky to be mad enough to dispatch a 10,000-man army. Not even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, could elicit such a reaction. However, after Matchless Family's members had gathered in front of the auction house, another commotion shook the street. Another player army slowly approached from the other end of the street, and although this army was smaller than Matchless Family's, it still included around 3,000 players. These new arrivals wore Centurion Dynasty's guild emblem. For a time, experts from both of Cold Wind City's large guilds stood before the auction house's entrance, following which, both guilds' leaders pulled away from the crowd. Both men looked at Shi Feng. "You're the expert that killed Featherwind?" Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer asked in almost perfect unison. The spectating players were stupefied. Chapter 1451, Obliterated. That guy is so amazing. Both guild leaders actually came looking for him. Just who is he? The distant spectating players were shocked to see the two men. Solitary 9, who stood behind Shi Feng, was at a loss for words. Both Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer were top-tier existences in Cold Wind City. Normally, they were very difficult to meet, yet these two had gathered here due to Shi Feng. "That's right. What business do you have with me?" Shi Feng calmly replied to the guild leader's question. An army of 10,000 players might be shocking to ordinary players, but not even a million-player army could surprise Shi Feng. Besides, they were still inside an NPC city. Good. I never thought you would have the guts to admit it. Thundering Sky's face twitched in anger as he glared at Shi Feng's calm composure. "I am Thundering Sky, the guild leader of Matchless Family. Since you admitted to killing my guild's experts, that makes things simple. Hand over every item and piece of equipment you have and let me kill you once, then we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk." "Guild leader, aren't you letting this brat off too lightly?" The guild leader's demand confused his upper echelons. They had assumed that Thundering Sky wouldn't rest until he forced this newcomer to delete his account. He had just offered to let Shi Feng off with such a light punishment. "Enough, I have my reasons." Thundering Sky shot his subordinates a withering glare, immediately silencing them. What these guild upper echelons did not know was that Thundering Sky was far more interested in Shi Feng's weapons and equipment than he was in avenging Featherwind. After watching the swordsman's battle video, he realized that the man's basic attributes were ridiculously high. Not even Thundering Sky was confident of killing Featherwind in one hit. After all, Featherwind's weapons and equipment were considerably good. The Elementalist's HP was also over 30,000. PvP battles were different from those with monsters. A player's damage would scale down when they struck another player. Killing expert players of the same level was very difficult, yet Shi Feng had done it. Moreover, he had thrown level 44 and 45 shield warriors with his normal attacks. His strength could definitely rival that of a great lord of the same level. With such powerful attributes, Shi Feng had to have more than one top-tier weapon or piece of equipment. He might even have something Thundering Sky could use. However, if they killed this man while the Soul Lock debuff was active, Shi Feng would only drop a few pieces of equipment. On the off chance that he had stored his items in the bank, they would lose any chance of obtaining them. Ha ha ha, fellow friend, ignore this man's foolish demands. If you join Centurion Dynasty, I guarantee that no harm will come to you within the Cold Wind City region, Sky Slicer said as he sent a contemptuous glance at Thundering Sky before turning back to Shi Feng. "In addition, I'd like to offer you the position as our guild's main force vice commander." "Insane. This is madness. I didn't hear wrong, right?" Sky Slicer actually offered so much to an unknown expert? They haven't even been that generous to Lifeless Thorn? Sky Slicer's voice had been quite loud, so the spectating crowd had heard every word. The offer confused them. A guild's main force was a guild's core of power. The main force generally only answered to the guild leader. Not even vice guild leaders had the authority to mobilize the main force. Hence, the main force's commander was even more important than the vice guild leader. Although the vice commander wasn't as important, it was still a crucial role. Sky Slicer had offered Shi Feng such an important position right off the bat. "Slicer, do you intend to make an enemy of Matchless Family?" Thundering Sky shouted, enraged. Although he had expected Sky Slicer to oppose him, he hadn't expected the man to be so brazen about it. "Have our guilds ever been friendly?" Sky Slicer sneered. Their two guilds had fought countless battles against each other, and neither feared their rival. Now that he had an opportunity to suppress his rival's momentum and recruit a powerful expert, he couldn't miss the chance to kill two birds with one stone. Good, I'll take care of your Centurion dynasty as well. Thundering Sky's expression darkened. Immediately he commanded, everyone attack. Yes, let's see who is afraid of whom. Sky Slicer also commanded his guild members to fight. For a time, the Matchless family and Centurion dynasty's members slaughtered each other inside the city. Due to so many players involved, the NPC patrols couldn't quell the incident quickly. They could only clear out the fighting players, little by little. Both guilds' members fought with everything they had, fully intent on annihilating their enemy. Now that players were reaching higher levels, it was only a matter of time before they could raid the Snow Rift. To compete with guilds in other NPC cities, they first needed to deal with Cold Wind City's problems. Otherwise, they would have to face enemies on both fronts. The entire street had transformed into a battlefield. Spells and arrows blotted out the sky, and explosions and screams filled the air. Unfortunately, as Centurion Dynasty had brought fewer members, Matchless family quickly suppressed its players. As a result, the former guild's members were forced to retreat. Of course, Matchless family couldn't eliminate their rivals' members as Centurion Dynasty's reinforcements began to arrive. All Matchless family could do was push the other guild back. Shortly after the battle had begun, the dead players' weapons and equipment littered the street. Even experts were forced to use their life-saving skills. The weaker players died before they could even react as numerous attacks struck. The spectators were stunned. This fight helped them realize just how weak an individual was compared to a guild. Even the well-known adventurer teams were nothing. Very quickly, Sky Slicer was forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Matchless family's members surrounded the auction house. Do you think that we can't touch you just because Centurion Dynasty wants to lend a helping hand? Thundering Sky sneered at Shi Feng, who had not participated in the battle. I guarantee you that no one can protect you in the Cold Wind City region. If you hand over all of your weapons and equipment now, I can still let you off the hook. If you try to retaliate, I'll eliminate you, Solitary 9, and his group hiding behind you. The watching crowd gasped when they heard Thundering Sky's threat. They all knew that Thundering Sky was a man of his word, but they hadn't expected him to be ruthless enough to target Solitary 9's group as well. However, as soon as Thundering Sky finished speaking, Shi Feng, who had maintained a relaxed posture, unsheathed Killing Ray. He then casually walked towards Thundering Sky, who stood 50 yards away from him, as if he were just taking a stroll through his own backyard. What? He actually dares to defy Thundering Sky? Is he insane? Even Matchless family's members were stunned. Setting aside Thundering Sky's individual prowess, the man was surrounded by hundreds of his experts. These subordinates would likely kill the swordsman before he got close to their guild leader. You asked for this. Thundering Sky frowned. He hadn't thought this newcomer would be so foolish. He gestured with a hand and ordered, "Kill him." The instant Shi Feng was within the ranged player's reach, over 100 spells and arrows flew towards him, forming a tight wall that left no room for Shi Feng to dodge. However, Shi Feng raised the sacred sword and swung it forward. Lightning edge. Suddenly, countless arcs of blue lightning streaked towards the incoming spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the lightning destroyed everything in a 50-yard cone. I am only one person. However, you can't just kill me because you want to, Shi Feng calmly stated as he watched Thundering Sky and his numerous subordinates transform into particles of white light. 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Chapter 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Silence. It seemed as if time had stopped. The fighting players from both guilds froze as they stared at the particles of light that had once been Thundering Sky and his subordinates. All of a sudden, a large, empty space had opened on the crowded street. Even now, faint arcs of electricity flickered around the clearing. In a single move, Shi Feng had killed hundreds of Matchless family's players. Thundering Sky, who ranked among Cold Wind City's top 10 players, had died before their eyes. He hadn't even put up the slightest fight before he had died. It was hard to believe that an ordinary-looking swordsman with a blue longsword had been responsible for this. When Solitary 9 and the others who stood behind Shi Feng saw this, they could not help but gasp, the corners of their lips twitching slightly. They already knew that Shi Feng was very powerful, but it now seemed that Shi Feng hadn't taken his fight with Featherwind seriously. Just who is this guy? The corners of Sky Slicer's eyes twitched as he stared at the empty clearing a short distance away. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Shi Feng had been a magical class player. However, this was the first time he had seen a swordsman in God's domain possessing such a powerful skill. Moreover, this skill had such a short channeling time, giving the skill's targets no time to react. How is this possible? The guild leader died? Matchless family's members were at a loss. Everything had happened too quickly. He killed our guild leader. We can't let him get away. That skill must have a long cooldown. He can't use it again anytime soon. Kill him. Suddenly, Matchless family's members turned their attention away from Centurion Dynasty as they charged at Shi Feng. A guild leader was directly connected to the guild's reputation. The fact that this man had killed their guild leader instantly humiliated every one of them. If they did not kill Shi Feng right now, Matchless family's reputation would suffer. This would severely impact their guild's development. Damn it, Matchless family's players have lost their minds. Tension gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the players swarm towards him. However, before the Matchless family's members reached their group, Shi Feng pointed Killing Ray at the approaching crowd. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth. The white light vaporized any player it touched. In the blink of an eye, several hundred more players had died. After using Dragon Breath, Shi Feng followed up with Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 minute. Everyone within the skill's range felt as if they had plunged into a muddy swamp. Following which, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade, increasing his attack range. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where is he? As the crowd recovered from the shock and fear Shi Feng's Dragon Breath had inflicted, the man had disappeared. They could not help their growing confusion. However, before anyone had realized it, Shi Feng had reappeared among Matchless family's members. He lightly swung his 2 swords at the nearby enemies. Boom! A tornado formed around Shi Feng. Following which, all players within 15 yards of Shi Feng collapsed, staring at their empty HP bars in a daze. Not even the MTs with high HP had escaped Shi Feng's wrath. Following which, Shi Feng advanced once again. This time, however, he didn't execute void steps. Instead, he left numerous afterimages trailing behind him as he moved forward. At the same time, he brandished his swords without a care in the world, slaughtering every player that came within 15 yards. None of the players within his range escaped death's embrace. In fact, they couldn't even block or dodge the swordsman's attacks. One after another, Matchless family's members transformed into particles of light. Shi Feng looked like a god of death as he claimed these players' lives. Nobody could even slow him down. Although the guild's ranged players tried to stop Shi Feng, their attempts were little more than a joke. They couldn't even keep up with Shi Feng's movements with their eyes, much less land an attack. They could only watch as particles of light floated in the air. He can't be a player. He must be a demon in disguise. He's a monster in human skin. We need to run. After a brief moment, Shi Feng had killed another several hundred players. Panic overwhelmed Matchless family members as they watched Shi Feng reap their allies' lives. At this point, they had forgotten about avenging their guild leader and restoring their guild's reputation. They could only think of getting as far away from Shi Feng as possible. They had never seen such a terrifying player before. Compared to Shi Feng, the strongest boss monster they had ever faced looked cute. After all, they had some hope of damaging a boss. Against Shi Feng, however, they couldn't even resist. How was this supposed to be a PvP battle? This was just a one-sided massacre. Like frightened rats, the thousands of Matchless family members scattered and fled in all directions. The players watching from a safe distance were stupefied. Before today, they had seen thousands of players pursue a single person. They had never watched one player chase after a 10,000-man army. This scene had shattered everything they had thought they knew about God's domain. Isn't he a little too strong? Just who is he? Solitary 9 was beyond shocked. An individual having the power to suppress an entire guild only ever happened in his dreams, yet he watched as that dream became a reality. What Solitary 9 did not know was that, while Coldwind City's players might be stronger than those in God's domain as forgers, their weapons and equipment were nothing in comparison. To prove this point, not one player from Matchless family dropped an epic weapon or piece of equipment. The best they had was level 40 dark gold equipment. On the other hand, Shi Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. He was also a tier 2 player. With both advantages, the difference between Shi Feng and his opponents was horrifying. As the other players from Aurora Sword watched Shi Feng's massacre, an indescribable excitement bloomed in their chests. They were fully aware that Shi Feng was a player. They fully intended to boast to their friends that they had met such a powerful expert. After around 30 seconds, the originally clogged street was empty of players. Only Shi Feng and a bunch of weapons and equipment remained. The survivors from Matchless family had long since fled the battlefield. Despite so many items covering the street, none of the spectators moved forward to steam them. On the contrary, they distanced themselves from the loot, making sure that at least 100 yards lay between them and the nearest item. As for the NPC guards, they spared Shi Feng little more than a glance before pursuing Matchless family's surviving members. In NPC cities, the NPC guards would target the side that attacked first. Matchless family members had teamed up before surrounding Shi Feng. If any member of the team attacked, they would implicate the entire team in the crime. Hence, within a fixed amount of time, Shi Feng could kill as many members of the team as he wanted without receiving any punishment from the system. Even if this mechanic hadn't existed, Shi Feng could have simply found a secluded location and altered his appearance with the demon mask. With Nightwalker Cape's passive concealment effect, not even high-tiered NPC guards could touch him. After crushing Matchless family members, Shi Feng didn't hurry to collect his loot. Instead, he smiled as he turned to Sky Slicer, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Guild Leader Slicer, now that the problem has been dealt with, may I know what business you have with me?" 1453, Unexpected Harvest, Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. As Centurion Dynasty's members watched Shi Feng walk towards them, their breath caught and cold sweat drenched their backs. It felt as if a prehistoric beast approached, not a player, and they desperately wanted to turn and flee. One man had inspired thousands of Matchless family's members to run like frightened rats. If someone had told them of such a thing happening in the past, they would have laughed it off. Now, however, they could not find it in themselves to laugh. They had clashed with the other guild many times, and both were roughly on the same level. Since Shi Feng could suppress Matchless Family by himself, naturally, he wouldn't have any issues doing so to Centurion Dynasty. Skyslicer wore an ugly expression. Had he known something like this would happen, he would not have poked his nose into the situation. Brother Expert, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only came here to recruit you because I have a grudge against Matchless Family. If I had known that Brother Expert was so powerful, I would not have meddled in your affairs. For this offense, I am willing to pay 10,000 magic crystals as compensation, Skyslicer respectfully told Shi Feng. His previous pride had faded like smoke. What a generous offer, Solitary 9 quietly exclaimed. In his opinion, Skyslicer was insane to offer 10,000 magic crystals as an apology. Even a well-known adventurer team like Aurora Sword had only accumulated 2,000 magic crystals thus far. Meanwhile, magic crystals were an indispensable resource in Cold Wind City. For example, lifestyle players needed the crystals when producing weapons and equipment. To increase their production success rate, they would spend magic crystals on renting special workshops in their respective lifestyle associations. There was also the Divine Colosseum, and training there cost a lot of crystals. Magic crystals were nearly impossible to save. Although there were quite a few ways to obtain magic crystals in Cold Wind City, handing over 10,000 magic crystals would deal a considerably painful blow to Centurion Dynasty. However, Solitary 9 wasn't a guild leader, so he couldn't understand Skyslicer's thought process. If an expert of Shi Feng's caliber decided to target Centurion Dynasty and randomly ambush its main force or elite members, the guild would break under the loss. Moreover, Centurion Dynasty couldn't do anything to Shi Feng. If such a situation lasted for a long time, it could cripple the guild. The 10,000 magic crystal offer also served to put some distance between Centurion Dynasty and Shi Feng. 10,000 magic crystals? Shi Feng was slightly confused. The resources in Cold Wind City were far more abundant than he had assumed. Both Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family would only be third-rate guilds on God's Domain's continent. Giving away 10,000 magic crystals would likely bankrupt the guild. However, based on Skyslicer's expression, he only felt a slight pang at the loss. When the guild leader saw the small frown forming on Shi Feng's face, he realized that the other party wasn't particularly satisfied with the compensation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If Brother Expert doesn't find the compensation satisfying, I can include this map as well?" Saying so, Skyslicer took out an ancient, tattered animal skin. Although the hide was quite old, it emitted a faint pressure. Although there was only a trace of this pressure, everyone seemed to fear it. "This is Divine Might?" Shi Feng stared at the animal hide in Skyslicer's hands in surprise. Divine Might was an aura unique to gods. Any item that radiated the energy wouldn't be ordinary. Furthermore, this item had manifested in the Ice Crystal world. Although this other world's rank was quite high, it could only accommodate up to Tier 5 creatures. Tier 6 gods were barred from this world. The fact that such an item, once used by God, had manifested here made it even more valuable. "Brother Expert, what do you think?" Skyslicer asked, smiling when he saw Shi Feng's interest in the animal hide. He had obtained this animal hide some time ago, but although he recognized it as valuable, he had no way to reveal its secrets. Using it to appease Shi Feng and improve his relationship with the man wasn't a bad trade. "Deal." Shi Feng nodded. His goal in traveling to the Ice Crystal world was to obtain eternal ice crystals, not to dominate Cold Wind City. He had no reason to clash with the local guilds. If not for Matchless Family's determination to pick a fight, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Hearing Shi Feng's reply, Skyslicer breathed a sigh of relief. He then handed over the 10,000 magic crystals and the animal hide. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, Shi Feng decided to sell the items to Skyslicer for coins and various rare materials. Weapons and equipment took up an entire slot by themselves in a player's bag space. However, materials didn't. One slot could hold multiple articles of the same item. By selling the weapons and equipment for materials, Shi Feng could maximize the number of items he brought back to God's Domain. Naturally, Skyslicer was more than happy to accept Shi Feng's offer. The Matchless Family members that had cornered Shi Feng earlier consisted of the guild's elites and experts. Most of the players that had fallen to Shi Feng had been experts, hence the weapons and equipment they had dropped were considered top tier in Cold Wind City. Through this transaction, Shi Feng had obtained close to 8,000 gold in rare materials. If he resold these materials in his home world, he could easily earn over 20,000 gold. However, Shi Feng wouldn't sell all of the materials even for a single payment of 20,000 gold. These rare materials could help the candlelight trading firm's forgers improve quickly. The trading firm might even manage to nurture a master forger. After obtaining the materials, Shi Feng quickly made his way to Cold Wind City's library. Meanwhile, news of Shi Feng's triumph over the Matchless Family quickly spread throughout Cold Wind City, shocking the resident players. "That guy is so awesome. Not only did he suppress Matchless Family by himself, but even Centurion Dynasty treated him with respect. I wish I had half his strength." After this, Lifeless Thorn will have to relinquish his position as Coldwind City's #1 expert. I wonder if this expert is accepting disciples. If he is, or plans to start an adventurer team or guild, I'll be the first to apply. For a time, Coldwind City's players heatedly discussed this newcomer. Meanwhile, a man wearing ice blue armor and wielding a purple spear faced off against a level 54, Great Lord ranked demonic Frost Wolf in the Snow Rift, Coldwind City's forbidden land. Despite the Frost Wolf's upper hand in speed and strength, it was helpless against this indifferent man. On the contrary, the player repeatedly restricted its movements. Because of this one man, the 20-man team following him easily dealt with the demonic Frost Wolf. Less than a minute after the fight had begun, the demonic Frost Wolf collapsed and dropped several items. The team members watched as their experience bars rose quite a bit. While the team rested, a heroic-looking female swordsman turned to the indifferent man, who rested with his eyes closed. Giggling, she said, "Lifeless, didn't you say that you're the strongest player in Coldwind City? It seems that you have a rival now." "A rival?" Lifeless Thorn's eyes opened when he heard these words. Shaking his head, he said, "Coldwind City's experts are clueless. They're nowhere near being a suitable rival for me." "I'm not talking about them," the female swordsman, Cleansing Whistle, responded. Revealing a leisurely smile, she said, "Weren't you boasting about how powerful you are? Do you think you can stand against 10,000 elites from Matchless Family? You got to be kidding. You're talking about 10,000 elite players." Lifeless Thorn rolled his eyes. "Then why do you claim to be invincible in Coldwind City? Here, take a look at this." Not long ago, a swordsman expert single-handedly suppressed Matchless Family's army. Centurion Dynasty even offered him a gift as an apology, Cleansing Whistle said, giggling as she sent a copy of Shi Feng's battle video to Lifeless Thorn. Although Lifeless Thorn wanted to refute Cleansing Whistle's words, he couldn't help his shock as he watched the battle video. How can there be such a powerful expert in the city? Well, hadn't you said something earlier about the swordsman class being crap? Now you know how powerful swordsmen are, Cleansing Whistle said, feeling a little proud when she saw the man's shock. He is powerful. He is on an entirely different level than I am, Lifeless Thorn straightforwardly admitted. The assassin's admission stunned Cleansing Whistle. She had thought the news would shake Lifeless Thorn's confidence, allowing her to get some payback for his insults towards her class. Before Cleansing Whistle could say more, Lifeless Thorn stood and took a return scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Cleansing Whistle asked curiously. "Do you really have to ask?" "I'm going to look for that expert," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are you mad? We wasted all that time to get here, yet you're going back, just like that." Cleansing Whistle was astonished. However, ignoring her words, Lifeless Thorn activated the return scroll. He then transformed into a streak of light as he left the snow rift. Seeing this, Cleansing Whistle and the other team members had no choice but to take out return scrolls and head back as well. Meanwhile, in Coldwind City's Nobles District, Shi Feng impatiently took out the animal hide Sky Slicer had given him and carefully inspected as he traveled in an advanced carriage. 1454 Treasure that Surpasses Epic Rank. Chapter 1454, Treasure that Surpasses Epic Rank. It's no wonder why Sky Slicer couldn't do anything with this. When Shi Feng tried to inspect the hide, he was only able to learn its name, Tattered Animal Hide. The item displayed no further information. Although this animal hide radiated a faint trace of divine might due to time, it was damaged beyond recognition. The images and words that had been inscribed on the item were nearly impossible to discern. Fortunately, Shi Feng was confident that he was even more skilled at analyzing items than a master appraiser. I wonder what this item is exactly. Shi Feng then activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the hide once more. The moment he tried to do so, a loading bar appeared above the item. Watching the loading bar, Shi Feng was astonished. How is this possible? Just what kind of item is this? When he used Omniscient Eyes to appraise dark gold items, the process took no more than 10 seconds, yet this scrap of hide required 30 seconds. Not even epic items took so long to appraise. As the seconds ticked by, the process restored the images and words on the animal hide. By the time the loading bar was full and disappeared, the originally tattered hide seemed as if it had regained its vitality as it began to restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the tattered animal hide looked brand new. This is an ancient shrine? Shi Feng gave the leather an incredulous look. Big brother Ye Feng, has something happened? Yanya asked from beside Shi Feng. Everyone in the carriage was curious, looking to Shi Feng for an explanation. This man had remained calm even when he stood against an army of 10,000 players, yet he stared at the hide Sky Slicer had given him in surprise. "It's nothing. I'm just satisfied with the transaction with Sky Slicer," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although Shi Feng had brushed the matter off verbally, inside he was ecstatic. Ancient shrines were considerably old in mysterious locations. No one knew who had built them, yet every large-scale otherworld had them. Ancient shrines were extremely dangerous, guarded by powerful monsters. They were also crowded with traps. Even so, players residing in large-scale otherworlds swarmed to these ancient shrines like madmen. This was because ancient shrines housed the passage to travel from their other worlds to God's domain's continent. As Otherworld's experts grew more powerful, they would find clues leading to these ancient shrines. They would then search for the shrines' locations before exploring their interiors. Eventually, they would find God's domain. However, this process normally only started after players reached level 100. The maps that contained these ancient shrines were generally high-level areas. Moreover, the ancient shrines themselves were very well hidden. The animal hide Sky Slicer had given him was a record of all of the locations of and information about the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrines. This item would save players a lot of time. Only now did Shi Feng understand why it had taken an unusual amount of time to appraise the animal hide. There was no doubt that the ancient shrine map in his hand was worth far more than a measly epic item. After all, whoever possessed this map would have full access to the Ice Crystal World. As long as he developed the path to one of the ancient shrines, he could freely transfer resources between the Ice Crystal World and his homeworld. The benefits of reselling these items could even tempt super guilds. The sooner he opened this path, the more benefits he'd obtain. According to the ancient shrine map, the easiest ancient shrine to reach was in a level 50 to 70 map. This map was a forbidden land that connected the various NPC cities in the Ice Crystal World. For Coldwind City, this map was the Snow Rift. Only, the map indicated that the Snow Rift's ancient shrine lay under its core region, so it would be extremely difficult to locate. By the time anyone discovered the hidden map, Ice Crystal World's mainstream players would have exceeded the recommended level. With this map, my trip here has certainly been worth it. Shi Feng began to formulate numerous plans as he inspected the ancient shrine's location. He had come to the Ice Crystal World because of a quest. Originally, he would have had to wait until someone from the Ice Crystal World activated an ancient shrine's teleportation gate to return to this world after finishing his quest. Moreover, that was dependent on whether or not the player who discovered the shrine would publish the teleportation gate's location. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ice Crystal World unless he found another teleportation gate on God's Domain's continent. However, things had changed. If he could activate an ancient shrine before he left, he would travel between worlds unhindered. This would give Zero Wing an advantage. Moreover, unlike the Dark Den where he could only take one person with him, the ancient shrine's teleportation gates wouldn't have such a restriction. Of course, he'd have to pay the teleportation fee. Incredibly powerful NPCs guarded ancient shrines' teleportation gates, and each of these NPCs determined the fees based on how much distance separated the two worlds. Generally, the fee ranged between 20 and 50 magic crystals per person. Although Shi Feng had once encountered a gate that charged 1 mana stone per person, usually only independent elite and expert players could afford to travel back and forth between worlds. However, the cost was nothing compared to the potential profits guilds could gain. After all, every other world had its own specialty resources that were extremely rare in God's domain. If guilds had to pay a small teleportation fee to obtain these precious resources, they would be more than happy to part with the cost. Right now, opening a path to the ancient shrine was far more important than obtaining eternal ice crystals to Shi Feng. As long as he activated the ancient shrine, he'd accept failing the quest and losing his chance to trade eternal ice crystals for the Bracelet of Time. He could simply rely on the Ice Crystal World's resources to earn 5 million magic crystals within a month and purchase the Bracelet of Time for the originally stated price. It seems I'll need to make a trip to this ancient shrine later. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng carefully inspected the information on the animal hide. No one should ever underestimate an ancient shrine. Based on his memories, an ancient shrine required a considerable amount of time to raid and conquer, and he was alone in the Ice Crystal World. It wouldn't be easy to clear a path. As for the eternal ice crystals, Shi Feng intended to visit the library before making his decision. If he could find a way to obtain the 10 eternal ice crystals, he would save a massive amount of magic crystals. After looking at the ancient shrine map for some time, Shi Feng felt his head ache. The ancient shrine in question would be extraordinarily difficult to raid. Only now did he understand why the various otherworld's large guilds required a month to clear out a single shrine. Even a low-level ancient shrine, like the one located below the Snow Rift, was guarded by a level 70 mythic monster. Even the Snow Rift's final boss was a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked 9-headed Earth Dragon. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Alone, he could never defeat a level 70, mythic-ranked boss. When Shi Feng finished examining the ancient shrine map, he turned to Solitary 9 and asked, "Brother 9, would you to help me with something?" "Help you?" Solitary 9 asked, confused. "Yes. I wish to establish an adventurer team in Coldwind City," Shi Feng stated. 1455 Adventurer Team established. Chapter 1455. Adventurer Team established. Establish an adventurer team? Big Brother Yi Feng, are you joking? For a moment, everyone in the advance carriage looked at Shi Feng in surprise, wondering if they had misheard. Shi Feng had previously expressed his lack of interest in establishing his own force. He had only come to Coldwind City from another region to complete a quest. Yet, this man had just stated that he wanted to establish his own adventurer team. They were both confused and excited to hear this. If Shi Feng formed an adventurer team, it would undoubtedly flourish. In addition, during the previous battle, Shi Feng had made a name for himself in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have any issues establishing a guilds, much less an adventurer team. They could already see players lining up to apply. "What do you need our help with?" Solitary 9 asked, practically glowing. He had already decided to join any force this man established. After all, Shi Feng's strength and combat standards were far more impressive than his own. Watching Shi Feng's battle had opened the doors to a completely new world for him. Unfortunately, Shi Feng hadn't shown any interest in setting up his own force, so he hadn't asked the swordsman about it. He had only hoped to form a close relationship with the swordsman and find an opportunity to seek Shi Feng's guidance. Now, however, he didn't need to do so. He could simply join Shi Feng's adventurer team. His goal in establishing an adventurer team was to improve his combat standards by delving into God's domain's various ruins and dungeons. He did not like participating in the struggles between guilds. Most importantly, he had always hated the way Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty had operated. Hence, he had established the Aurora Sword Adventurer Team. He had thought that he and his companions could join Waveheart Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team if the guilds put too much pressure on Aurora Sword. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "I'd like to ask your help in advertising and organizing the adventurer team's recruitment." After giving the matter some more thought, he continued, "I don't need a lot of people for the team. 3,000 or 4,000 members will be enough. Official members will have to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least, though the requirement will increase as time goes on." Cold Wind City had its own Divine Coliseum, and although it wasn't connected to those in other cities, it wouldn't affect players' evaluations. The 5th floor? Yanya's jaw dropped. Big Brother Ye Feng, very few people in Cold Wind City will be able to meet that requirement. Most experts can only reach the 4th floor. Yanya was one of Aurora Sword's top-ranked experts, but even she had only recently made it to the 5th floor. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, we could let players take another set of tests before joining the adventurer team, Shi Feng said. He then took out the list of Zero Wing's test criteria when recruiting members, displaying it for Solitary 9 and his party. Not all talents in God's domain were powerhouses. Rather than only recruiting those who were already strong, they could also look for players with potential. Players with potential would become reserve members for the moment. Reserve members would then be tested and judged based on their improvement speed. They could become official members once they reached a certain standard. If not, they would have to resort to the primary test, reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Although this two-stage process was tedious, it helped Zero Wing avoid missing out on potential experts. Of course, there was a minimum requirement to become a reserve member. Players had to reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. At this stage of the game, the Trial Tower's 4th floor was still a fairly difficult hurdle for players. However, as player standards continued to improve, more of them would reach the 4th floor. If a player could not even reach the 4th floor, there was no point for them to take the test to become a reserve member. Even so, Shi Feng's requirements stunned Solitary 9 and his companions. In Cold Wind City, players who could reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor were generally recruited to become elite members in one of the 2 major guilds, yet they would only be reserve members in Shi Feng's adventurer team. Once the city's players found out about this, they'd call him a madman. After all, how could an adventurer team offer more benefits than a guild? Convincing 1,000 people to join this man's adventurer team would be immensely difficult, much less 5,000 people. "Brother Ye Feng, what do you intend to call your adventurer team?" Solitary 9 asked. The adventurer team's name? Shi Feng thought about how others had called him an Ashura. Being intensely uncreative, he replied, "Let's call it the Ashura Adventurer Team." At first, he had considered simply calling it the Zero Wing Adventurer Team. After all, he had planned to use this adventurer team as reinforcements for Zero Wing's core members. However, after giving the matter some thought, he gave up on the idea. After all, many of God's domain's experts disliked the restrictions guilds imposed on their members. Instead, he could invite the experts that refused to join Zero Wing to his Asura Adventurer Team. This way, the Asura Adventurer Team could collect independent experts who disliked guilds, forming a symbiotic relationship with Zero Wing. "Then, Brother Ye Feng, can my Aurora Sword Adventurer Team join yours?" Solitary 9 asked anxiously after taking a deep breath. "Of course. It'll help me out quite a bit if you join. As long as your team members can meet one of the 2 requirements, they are welcome," Shi Feng said, smiling. He already had a rough estimation of Solitary 9's strength. He had also listened to Yanya's comments on the matter. Not only was Solitary 9 one of Cold Wind City's top 3 MTs, but he had also reached the last stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. He was only a step away from the 7th. Although he didn't know any advanced combat techniques, he was not that far from the half-step refinement realm. In Zero Wing, he could easily rank among the guild's top 10 MTs. It was quite impressive. Furthermore, Solitary 9 hadn't received any official training like Zero Wing's core members had. The man had reached that standard of his own power. If Solitary 9 were offered sufficient training and guidance, he could easily reach the half-step refinement realm. Given enough time, reaching the refinement realm wouldn't be much of an issue. As such a capable expert, why wouldn't he welcome Solitary 9 into his adventurer team? Unfortunately, he'd have no choice but to let go the Aurora Sword members who couldn't meet the recruitment requirements. It was important that an organization adhere to its own rules, otherwise the organization would lose its members' trust. I understand. Solitary 9 replied. The Asura Adventurer team wanted experts. He'd have no choice but to compensate the Aurora Sword members who didn't make the cut. Following which, Shi Feng and his new companions drew up a list of benefits that the Asura Adventurer team would offer its members. With such a high recruitment requirement, not many players would apply if they didn't offer appropriate benefits. Before they realized it, their advanced carriage had arrived before Cold Wind City's library. What a marvelous library. As soon as Shi Feng alighted from the carriage, he could not help but stare at the mountainous building before him. Compared to White River City's library, Cold Wind City's was a giant. The building was well over 300 meters tall. It was large enough to fill 3 sports arenas. At the same time, the library felt ancient like some long-lost ruin. Following which, Shi Feng activated his Demon Hunter title and approached the entrance. The 4 NPC guards by the doors glanced at Shi Feng as he passed by, showing no intention of stopping the swordsman. Elsewhere, Solitary 9 published the recruitment information for the Asura Adventurer team on Cold Wind City's official forums. At the same time, Yanya and the others saw to the necessary arrangements to spread the news throughout the city. Very quickly, news about Shi Feng's and Adventurer team reached every player in Cold Wind City. What? He's actually trying to establish an Adventurer team? When Thundering Sky, who had recently resurrected, received the news, his expression darkened. 1456 Adventurer Team's Benefits. Chapter 1456. Adventurer Team's Benefits. Guild Leader. Quite a few of our members have withdrawn from the guild as soon as they heard the news. If we don't do something to stop this, I'm afraid that we'll lose more of our members, Featherwind cautiously reported to Thundering Sky. The battle at the auction house dealt a massive blow to Matchless Family's reputation, and because of that, the guild had lost over 1,000 elites and experts. Yet, despite such huge losses, Matchless Family couldn't do anything about them. After all, the guild was utterly helpless against Shi Feng. To make matters worse, Shi Feng had decided to establish his own adventurer team. They couldn't afford to provoke Shi Feng when he stood alone, but they could still avoid the man. Matchless Family had over 100,000 members. Even if Shi Feng were more powerful, he wouldn't be able to damage the guild's foundations if their members spread out. If he had an adventurer team under his control, however, Matchless Family would likely have to face thousands of players in the future. It'd become even harder to deal with this expert. Damn it, just who is he? Why haven't we heard of this guy before? Thundering Sky's expression twisted as he read the latest report. If not for Shi Feng's sudden appearance, their plans wouldn't have been interrupted, and he would have secured his hold on Cold Wind City. Guild leader, should we contact those people? Featherwind asked softly. It can't be helped. At this rate, Cold Wind City will either end up in Centurion Dynasty's hands or the Asura Adventurer team's. Since they've taken Cold Wind City from me, I won't let them have it either, Thundering Sky growled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Contact them. Tell them that Matchless Family is willing to join their guild. However, we require that they destroy Centurion Dynasty and the Asura Adventurer team. Although Cold Wind City's players couldn't travel to other NPC cities right now, they could communicate with players in these cities offline. An upper echelon from Hecate, a large guild in another NPC city, had contacted Matchless Family, stating Hecate's interest in purchasing the guild. Initially, Thundering Sky had hesitated. After all, Hecate was far more powerful than Matchless Family, controlling more than 5 NPC cities. Hecate even ruled over Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal world's largest NPC city. Thundering Sky wasn't confident of Matchless Family's survival should it insult this massive guild. He had hoped to solidify his control over Cold Wind City before anyone cleared the Snow Rift. Even if his city were connected with other NPC cities, he'd more or less have the power to withstand outside forces. Now that he had lost any hope of becoming his city's overlord, joining Hecate was his best choice. Once the passage opened, with Hecate's secret support, Matchless Family would send both Centurion Dynasty and Shi Feng to meet their maker. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Featherwind then logged out of the game and disappeared from the office. Elsewhere, after splitting up, Solitary 9 and the others took the 3,000 gold Shi Feng had given them to purchase a considerably large plot of land from the city hall. They then visited the Adventurers Association to begin their residence's construction. Although the residence was not as luxurious as a guild residence, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Hopeful applicants had already surrounded Asura's residence. Over 4,000 players waited for their evaluation, and this was only the beginning. As expected of the adventurer team established by Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Asura's residence is even larger than Waveheart's. That's right, I bet it won't be long before Asura becomes the #1 adventurer team in Cold Wind City. While the crowd waited for the application process to start, Solitary 9 emerged and posted the recruitment requirements at the entrance. As Asura's recruitment standards went public, many players were shocked. Is the Asura adventurer team crazy? Only those who reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor qualify to join? Do they not know what it means to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor? What? Even those who can reach the 4th floor have to deal with further testing? If I had that kind of strength, I would have joined a guild as a core member. Why would I even bother joining an adventurer team? Is this really an adventurer team? Why do I feel like its recruitment requirements are harsher than a large guild's? With these standards, I doubt that Asura will even recruit 1,000 members. No, it might not even get 500 members. Is the Asura adventurer team toying with us? Crap. Isn't this just an adventurer team? Who would be desperate enough to deal with this crap? When the players outside Asura's residence saw the requirements, some laughed, some cursed, and others simply turned and left. Everyone thought that the Asura adventurer team was mad. As far as they knew, Asura's recruitment requirements were even higher than a first-rate guild's, not to mention Coldwind City's guilds. With such high requirements, only a small number of players throughout the Ice Crystal world would bother to join the adventurer team. After all, Asura was merely an adventurer team. It couldn't offer any significant benefits. An adventurer team just existed to give players an easier time forming teams and parties to raid dungeons and explore ruins. Expert players never needed to worry about finding party members. Furthermore, the Asura adventurer team had only recently been established. Even with an expert like Shi Feng, without dungeon raid or ruin exploration results, expert players were less inclined to consider an adventurer team. Commander, players have stood outside our doors for quite some time now, yet only a few have applied. What should we do? Yanya stated at the crowd outside in frustration. Yanya, stop calling me commander. Now that we've joined the Asura adventurer team, Ye Feng is the commander. I am simply one of Asura's party leaders, Solitary 9 said. Regarding the recruitment issue, the commander has stated that if people don't apply, we'll reveal this benefit to the public. He had mentioned the possibility of this awkward situation to Shi Feng, and after giving the matter some thought, the man had decided to raise the team members' benefits. Any official member of the Asura adventurer team could use contribution points to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment, as well as the opportunity to learn various combat techniques. What? Co-commander? Is that true? Yanya exclaimed when she heard this. Being able to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment from the adventurer team was already impressive. Even Coldwind City's experts only had a few dark gold items on them. Usually, only guild's core members had any access to such items, yet the Asura's official members could bid on these items. However, the dark gold items paled in comparison to the combat techniques. Most players knew something about combat techniques, mysterious techniques that could significantly improve one's combat power. Unfortunately, very few players actually knew any of these techniques. In fact, neither of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds had any players that had learned a combat technique. Yet, the Asura adventurer team offered to teach its members various combat techniques. This felt like a dream. The commander made the decision, so don't worry about it. In any case, publish the information outside. Solitary 9 nodded. He too had been surprised when he had heard Shi Feng's decision, following which Yanya ran to the notice board outside the residence's entrance and published this shocking announcement. 1457 Clue to Evolution. Chapter 1457 Clue to Evolution. Coldwind City's library. As soon as Shi Feng entered the library, he felt as if he had just stepped into a different world. The library didn't contain any books whatsoever. Instead, the hall included a starry sky and organized shrubbery. Creeks and bridges snaked through the main hall. From time to time, one caught sight of glittering, translucent balls of water rising from the creeks before they dispersed into tiny drops. All of these creeks originated from a single location, the massive water ball hovering in the center of the hall. Not even Star Moon City's library was this beautiful. What an amazing library. It's fully automated with the use of magic water balls. The mana density is double that of outside. If players could practice their spells in here, their learning efficiency would double, maybe triple. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he sensed the building's mana. However, Shi Feng was surprised to see only a few magical class players in the library. At a glance, he only counted 200 to 300 players. It was an abnormally small number for a library. What he didn't know was that one had to become a baron before they could enter Coldwind City's library. If not for Shi Feng's The Demon Hunter title, the level 180 NPC guards at the entrance would have chased him away. He didn't give the matter too much thought, though. He approached the central water ball and began to search for information on the eternal ice crystals. It was far more convenient to search through the magic water ball than it would be to leaf through numerous books. There sure is a lot of information here. Shi Feng was astonished when his search for the eternal ice crystal came back with over 100 results. Normally, he'd be lucky if he got 10 or so results for a particular search. Fortunately, it was usually enough information to find the item they wanted, yet hundreds of entries mentioned the eternal ice crystals. This almost guaranteed that he could find the crystal's location, following which Shi Feng browsed through the information. How was this possible? What Shi Feng found shocked him. The eternal ice crystal was actually a mana crystal. Only, due to the ice crystal world's influence, the power of frost tainted these mana crystals, transforming them into eternal ice crystals. These crystals could be found in the ice crystal world's various forbidden lands, but only Great Lord-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Unfortunately, these bosses wouldn't drop complete eternal ice crystals. Rather, they had a very low chance of dropping ice crystal fragments. One had a 50% chance of successfully synthesizing 10 ice crystal fragments into one completely eternal ice crystal. No wonder she gave me a month for this quest. It's certainly not going to be easy. Shi Feng frowned. Although the Snow Rift was a forbidden land, it didn't have many field bosses. Considering the low drop rate and the 50% success rate, it would take a long time to obtain one eternal ice crystal, much less 10. I guess I need to hurry. Now that he knew that eternal ice crystals were actually mana crystals, he had even more reason to obtain them. He also needed mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Although the Tier 1 Abyssal Blade was plenty powerful, particularly when it came to compatibility rate, its basic attributes weren't quite on the level of top-tier epic weapons. He wanted to evolve the Abyssal Blade, but he hadn't found any mana crystals, so he had been forced to set the matter aside for some time. If he could evolve the Abyssal Blade once more, he'd be more confident of defeating the Ancient Shrine's guardian boss. Armed with this new information, Shi Feng was glad he had decided to establish an adventurer team in Coldwind City. He wouldn't have had any hope of collecting enough eternal ice crystals in time if he were alone. Following which, Shi Feng left the library and hurried towards Asura's residence. Shortly after the Asura adventurer team had published the new benefits, the crowd outside the team's residence went into an uproar. What? Members can trade contribution points for combat techniques. Asura is actually willing to teach combat techniques. Not even the city's two large guilds offer that benefit. Although Coldwind City had many experts, only a handful had learned combat techniques. These experts treated these techniques like family heirlooms, refusing to teach any outsider. But the general public knew how powerful combat techniques were. A player with a combat technique could easily defeat one without. Moreover, unlike skills and spells, players could improve their combat standards while they learned a technique. This was yet another reason that experts refused to teach others their techniques. They adamantly refused all sorts of payment for the training. Yet, the Asura adventurer team wanted to teach its members various combat techniques. The news stunned countless players. None of them doubted the validity of Asura's offer. As Coldwind City's #1 expert, Shi Feng certainly knew many combat techniques. There wasn't anything surprising about him teaching his members one or two of these techniques. Moreover, the more powerful an expert was, the more they would value their promises. After a short moment, players crowded the previously empty registration area. The crowd even included players who had yet to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. These players begged Solitary 9 to give them a chance and let them become reserve members. For a time, Solitary 9 and the other players manning the registration area were incredibly busy. More players had come to apply than they had expected. Even 5th floor experts were rushing to put in their applications. Among these experts, many had been main force members from well-known adventurer teams or experts from the two large guilds. In less than 30 minutes, Asura had over 100 official members and 500 reserve members. Unfortunately, Solitary 9 rejected every player who hadn't yet reached the trial tower's 4th floor, telling these players to return after they did so. News of the Asura adventurer team's offer to teach its members combat techniques quickly spread throughout the city. It became a hot topic among these players, and many expressed their intention to join the organization. The city's two large guilds suffered headaches because of this. They had planned to ridicule Asura for its high recruitment requirements, but now they were only frustrated over the new adventurer team. If Asura gathered enough experts and taught them combat techniques, there was no doubt that the adventurer team would become Coldwind City's overlord. Guild leader, I've notified Hecate. However, more than 500 players have already joined Asura. At this rate, Asura will rule the city long before Hecate opens a path to Coldwind City, Featherwind said, shocked as he overlooked the statistics he had recently received. This won't do. We'll go and find Waveheart. Even if we have to pay a high price, we have to form an alliance with the adventurer team and convince them to deal with Asura, Thundering Sky said as he stood. He had hoped to avoid allying with Waveheart to deal with Asura, but it'd be enough if the adventurer team helped Matchless Family survive until Hecate arrived. Guild leader, a report just came in. Waveheart's Lifeless Thorn has led a team to Asura's residence. By the looks of it, Lifeless Thorn plans to take action, Featherwind said, smiling coldly at the latest report. Lifeless Thorn was a battle maniac. Since his debut in Coldwind City, not a single expert he had challenged had lasted more than 5 moves. Eventually, he had become Coldwind City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. Not even the city's main guilds could do anything against the man and were forced to ignore his existence. He's making a move? Thundering Sky could not help but laugh. This is going to be interesting. Let's go. We're heading to the residence to watch this play out. 1458, Demigod-Ranked Expert. Chapter 1458, Demigod-Ranked Expert Coldwind City, Asura Adventurer Team's residence. As soon as Shi Feng stepped out of the advanced carriage, he was greeted by a sea of people crowding around the residence's entrance. It was even more lively than an imperial capital's auction house. Why are so many people here? Shi Feng was confused to see such a large crowd. Around a dozen people stood before the registration area, the leader of which was a man in icy blue armor holding a purple spear in his right hand. Although this man stood in silence, the surrounding players had distanced themselves from him, creating a wide, open space clearing. Aside from this man's companions, no player dared to move within 20 yards of him. I hadn't expected Lifeless Thorn to visit. Why do you think he's here? Do you really need to ask? He's here to issue a challenge. Lifeless Thorn was Coldwind City's #1 expert. Now that someone has usurped his position, he must be here to reclaim his status. Indeed, I've heard Waveheart members talk about how bored he is because he hasn't been able to find someone who can put up a decent fight. He's been spending time in the Forbidden Land to open a path to other NPC cities so he can find new experts to challenge. I wonder which of the two experts will win the duel. You can't figure that out on your own? Lifeless Thorn is definitely going to win. He's invincible in Coldwind City. On the other hand, the mysterious swordsman has only made a name for himself recently. I wonder if that swordsman will accept Lifeless Thorn's challenge? The spectating crowd discussed the potential duel between Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn. They all anticipated the fight between these two powerful experts. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn, has grown stronger again. He's replaced his old weapon too. His last weapon was a top-tier, level 45, dark gold spear called Meteor Spear. It had been crimson red, and I've heard that Lifeless Thorn had found it in a dark gold treasure chest. It seems that he had earned quite the harvest from the snow rift, Featherwind said, smiling as he gazed at the purple spear in the berserker's hand. That damnable swordsman is in trouble. If Lifeless Thorn gets serious, not even Skyslicer and I would have any hope against him. That's why Hecate's been urging us to do everything we can to recruit him. It's a pity that he isn't interested in joining a guild. I doubt he even would have joined Waveheart if not for the help in obtaining better weapons and equipment, Thundering Sky said as he tried to sort out a tangle of complex emotions. He had always treated Lifeless Thorn like the biggest thorn in his side, but even Hecate had warned him not to provoke the man. Now, Lifeless Thorn would finally be of some use to him. Lifeless, I already told you that our commander isn't here. Standing here is pointless. If you want to challenge the commander, I'll let him know once he's finished his tasks and returns. Solitary 9 growled, frustrated with Lifeless Thorn obstructing the registration area. Solitary 9 had personally experienced this man's power. The gap between them was massive. Despite being one of the top 3 MTs in Coldwind City, he had only lasted 3 moves against Lifeless Thorn. From start to end, he had been powerless to retaliate. Moreover, their duel had been over a month ago. Now, Lifeless Thorn radiated an even more frightening feeling. With a single glance from the man, Solitary 9 felt as if he trudged through a muddy swamp, his movement growing sluggish. On the surface, the 2 large guilds ruled over Coldwind City. In reality, however, these guilds only operated as they wished because of Lifeless Thorn's disinterest in struggles over power and resources. Since the Berserker blocked off the registration area, who would be bold enough to come forth to apply to Asura? That won't be a problem. I have plenty of spare time. If I can't face him today, then you can contact your commander and inform him of my challenge, Lifeless Thorn said, smiling. He can choose the time and place. It doesn't matter to me. 9. You know that Lifeless is a battle maniac. Once he has made a decision, nothing can stop him. Just contact your commander, Cleansing Whistle advised. In reality, she too was curious to see who would win a fight between Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn might have claimed that he wasn't a match for the newcomer, but he was simply being humble. She was fully aware of the man's true power. Not only had he obtained the top-tier, epic weapon, Thunder Spear, but he had also obtained the Lightning Saint's Legacy, a peak legacy. Even throughout the Ice Crystal world, Lifeless Thorn could rank near the top. How could he possibly lose to some unknown swordsman? You guys. As Solitary 9 struggled with his frustration, a deep voice reached him from down the hall. All right, I accept your challenge. Everyone immediately turned towards the voice. Commander? Solitary 9 gave Shi Feng the confused look as he approached. Shi Feng had told him that he needed to concentrate on finding certain information, and they shouldn't disturb him unless it were of the utmost importance. Hence, he had avoided contacting the commander. Ha ha ha, you've finally shown yourself. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shi Feng, who hid his name and appearance. His eyes shining with fighting spirit, he said, I knew an expert like you wouldn't refuse a challenge. The crowd had gasped when they heard Shi Feng's answer. They hadn't expected the Ashura Adventurer team to accept the challenge. I'll agree to your challenge, but a simple duel would be too boring. Why don't we place make a bet? Shi Feng asked, smiling. Even during his previous life, he had heard of this man. One of the 12 sacred berserkers, Lightning Warrior. Lifeless Thorn had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 berserker god. This player had become so famous in the past because he had provoked the Super Guild, King's Return. Although the guild eventually killed him, his defeat had been glorious. During the final battle, King's Return had dispatched 3 Tier 5 players to suppress Lifeless Thorn, yet he had killed one of these Tier 5 players before he had fallen. In the end, a Tier 6 god-ranked expert had joined the fray, and Lifeless Thorn had faltered and died. Lifeless Thorn's rise to prominence had been extremely fast. Although he had been incredibly famous in his own otherworld, he had only become truly renowned after venturing to God's Domain's continent. Once there, he had caused quite the commotion as he had challenged and defeated one expert from the God's Domain experts list after another. It hadn't taken him long to rank among the top 50 on the list. If not for the fact that he had remained a solo player, refusing to join any organization, he wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 5. If he hadn't been so stubborn and simply joined some random first-rate guild, he would have likely become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Shi Feng had never thought that he'd encounter Lifeless Thorn in the Ice Crystal world. He was truly blessed. In the past, Lifeless Thorn had never joined a guild, but now that Shi Feng had established his own adventurer team, he could attempt to recruit the Berserker. It'd be almost as good as convincing the man to join Zero Wing. If Shi Feng succeeded, he'd have yet another powerful supporter. 1459 Battle for Number 1, Chapter 159, Battle for Number 1. A bet? Smiling, Lifeless Thorn responded without hesitation. That won't be a problem. Even if you hadn't offered, I would have. I just wonder if you're brave enough to accept my wager. When they heard Lifeless Thorn's reply, Waveheart's members sent Shi Feng provocative glances. At the same time, their gazes contained a hint of pity. They acted as if they already knew this bet's outcome. Solitary 9 finally realized what was happening. Quickly, he whispered to Shi Feng, "Commander, you must not agree to his bet. He wants your combat techniques." Not long ago, he had challenged every expert in Cold Wind City who had their own combat technique and forced the defeated to teach him. That's why he's become so powerful. Combat techniques? Realization dawned on Shi Feng. He had been confused by how fast Lifeless Thorn had accepted his offer. Now, he knew why the man was so eager. He had proposed the bet to create an opportunity where he could recruit Lifeless Thorn into the Asura Adventurer team. He hadn't expected this Berserker to have designs on him as well. Combat techniques were precious in God's domain. The various large guilds that had their own only taught their most important members. Everyone else would have to rely on others' battle videos, either mimicking those with combat techniques or creating their own. Shi Feng now understood why Lifeless Thorn had risen so quickly on God's domain's continent. "You're the one who suggested a bet. Are you chickening out?" Lifeless Thorn ridiculed as he glanced at Shi Feng. "I have no issues. I'll accept your wager as long as it is within my capabilities to fulfill." Every core member in Zero Wing could learn the guild's combat techniques. Even if Lifeless Thorn didn't want to gamble combat techniques, if he joined Asura, he could easily purchase them with enough contribution points. Good. Hearing Shi Feng's reply, Lifeless Thorn hurriedly said, "My request is simple. If I win, you teach me that special footwork technique you used earlier. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want." Ordinary players would have watched Shi Feng's battle against Matchless Family as entertainment. They wouldn't have examined the swordsman's skills. However, he had realized that Shi Feng's disappearing act wasn't the result of a skill, but due to the man employing a special footwork technique to fool his opponent's eyes. He had never even heard of such powerful footwork before. Compared to this combat technique, those he had learned were garbage. Although Asura had declared that its members could purchase combat techniques with contribution points, he was fully aware that there were differences between techniques. This swordsman would never let his adventurer team's members trade CP for such an effective footwork technique. This guy really has a big appetite. He's actually aiming for Big Brother Yifeng's unique combat technique right off the bat. He is shameless. Yanya stared at Lifeless Thorn with contempt. Solitary 9 and the others nodded in agreement. They had a rough understanding of combat techniques as well. For example, offensive combat techniques were the most common, while defensive combat techniques were much rarer. Footwork and breathing techniques were the rarest, capable of enhancing a player's maneuverability. If a player learned one of those, their combat power could reach a whole new level. Yet, despite understanding the value of such a technique, Lifeless Thorn shamelessly asked for it. "That's all?" Shi Feng asked. "Yeah, that's all I want. Do you accept?" Lifeless Thorn nodded, curious about Shi Feng's calm reaction. "I don't have any problems with that. My request is pretty simple as well." "If I win, you have to join the Asura Adventurer team," Shi Feng said, smiling. "Deal. I'll join Asura if you can defeat me," Lifeless Thorn agreed without hesitation. "However," he continued, "to ensure that our duel is fair, we'll use balance mode." An uproar ripped through the crowd when they heard this. "Lifeless Thorn, aren't you asking for too much? Not only have you asked for a powerful combat technique if you win, but you dare to ask for balanced mode? You're Cold Wind City's #1 expert. How is this fair?" Solitary 9 cursed. In a balanced mode PvP, the opponent's basic attributes would equalize, and any level or tier suppression would be rendered useless. Normally, players only use this mode if they wanted to compare their techniques. "Although I like PvP, I have no interest in one-sided oppression," Lifeless Thorn declared righteously. After watching Shi Feng's battle video, he realized how high the swordsman's basic attributes were. He definitely wasn't a match for the swordsman. Although he was proud of his strength, he wasn't blindly confident. "Alright, let's use balanced mode." The suggestion didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. If Lifeless Thorn could not tell the difference between their basic attributes despite watching his battle video, he wouldn't want to recruit the man for the Asura Adventurer team. Good. Let's sign a contract then. Hearing Shi Feng's consent, Lifeless Thorn pulled out a contract he had prepared earlier. All it was missing was Shi Feng's signature. After reading through the contract, Shi Feng signed it. With the main god system as the judge, no one could deny the duel's outcome. Following which, Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn headed to one of the Divine Colosseum's combat rooms. The combat room, which could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, was full. The large screen in the main hall would live-stream the duel. Almost every player in Cold Wind City with nothing better to do made their way to the Divine Coliseum to watch the match. This duel would determine Cold Wind City's true #1 expert. No one wanted to miss this. Asura's commander is pretty arrogant. He dares to face Lifeless Thorn in balanced mode. He'll humiliate himself, Cleansing Whistle stated, smiling faintly at Shi Feng, who stood in the arena. That's right, Brother Lifeless's split spear is no laughing matter. Even Shadowless, the city's second-ranked expert, couldn't evade it after activating a berserk skill. Now that Brother Lifeless has the Thunder Spear, his split spear is even stronger. He can probably instant-kill Shadowless now, a level 45 shield warrior said, nodding. While Waveheart's members merrily chatted, the timer above the stage began to count down. As if he had become someone completely different, Lifeless Thorn began to release a bone-chilling killing intent. The look in his eyes had changed as well. He felt like a ferocious beast. Tension gripped the stage as the seconds ticked by, and the players in the stands felt stifled. The moment the timer reached 0, Lifeless Thorn activated twofold Berserk, his aura becoming explosively intense. The Berserker knew he couldn't afford to be careless against Shi Feng. If this fight had happened before he had obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, he would have hesitated to challenge Shi Feng. The swordsman's combat techniques were clearly superior to his. He would have been asking for a beating if he had challenged the man to a balanced mode duel. However, peak legacies granted legacy berserk skills, which could be used in conjunction with ordinary berserk skills. If he activated twofold berserk, his basic attributes would exceed Shi Feng's by leaps and bounds. Even if Shi Feng's combat standards were superior, the swordsman could never make up for the gap in attributes. I have a hidden class. Don't blame me for hiding it. You only have yourself to blame for being careless. I'll gladly take that footwork technique now. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shi Feng before activating charge and advancing. 1460. Complete Suppression. Chapter 1460. Complete Suppression. After activating charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20-plus yards separating him and Shi Feng. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 after images at Shi Feng from different angles. It was impossible to find the real weapon among the fakes. How has his split spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp. When he had dueled Lifeless Thorn, the Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image, forced to rely on luck and hope he blocked the real weapon. Yet, the Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless's twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprised Waveheart's members. Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent's. Since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Shi Feng would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this, yet he refused to give Shi Feng any time to adapt. With so many advantages, the Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel. As the numerous spear images were about to devour Shi Feng, a blue light flashed before him, following which a loud explosion shook the arena, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear had stopped an inch from Shi Feng's neck. Impossible. Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless's split spear. Why did it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up? The other Waveheart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with split spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky. Of course, nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn. However, the Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed split spear again, sending another 20-plus spear images thrusting at Shi Feng. Before the spear images reached Shi Feng, another blue light flashed. This time, the Thunder Spear stopped several centimeters away from Shi Feng's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Waveheart's members watched Shi Feng in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected Lifeless's split spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Shi Feng, the swordsman located the real Thunder Spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Shi Feng took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind Slash, his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the berserker. Dang! A loud clang echoed throughout the venue, following which Shi Feng reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Shi Feng hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry. As expected of the Lightning Warrior, his reactions are so fast. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating killing ray. Split Sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone. Against Shi Feng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment, the immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques. To Shi Feng, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player, Lifeless Thorn's split spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent. In a clash of techniques, the player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, it was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his split spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique. However, combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills. Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his split spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts, it was more than enough time. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Ashura's commander will definitely lose, Featherwind excitedly announced. Good, as expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. If Shi Feng lost, Lifeless Thorn would be Coldwind City's undisputed #1 expert. The Ashura adventurer team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Coldwind City. As the upper echelons of Coldwind City's large guilds sighed with relief, Shi Feng walked towards his opponent. You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and 9 Dragon Slash. Suddenly, the intensity of Shi Feng's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms manifested around him. You have a hidden class as well? Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Shi Feng's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents, even if his techniques were inferior. However, based on the man's aura, Shi Feng's basic attributes were now much higher than his. His opponent's 12 phantom swords even outnumbered his prided adjudication spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Shi Feng appeared before him and lightly swung Killing Ray. Tier 2 legacy skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared. As if time had frozen, silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Coldwind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. 1461. Abyssal Blade evolves. Chapter 1461. Abyssal Blade evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won just like that? So fast. I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process. After watching the duel, the expert players that had hesitated over joining the Asura adventurer team swore that they would join. Just who is this guy? Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Shi Feng descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Shi Feng and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Asura adventurer team lording over Coldwind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Asura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Waveheart intends to do now. Yanya and the other Asura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered, and a new legend was born in Coldwind City. Asura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Coldwind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost? He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Shi Feng had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his adjudication spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks. In the end, nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Shi Feng. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Shi Feng. I sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Asura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer, Lifeless Thorn said. Ask away. I'll answer as best as I can, Shi Feng offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region, Shi Feng acknowledged, not bothering to hide the truth. The conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's Domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Shi Feng, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. I knew it. Eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked, Are there a lot of experts where you come from? A lot. Too many to count, Shi Feng responded after giving the matter some thought. Shi Feng realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks. Of course, Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on 2 fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help. Then, can you take me there? I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Asura Adventurer team. I won't join any other power. Hearing Shi Feng's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Asura to develop elsewhere, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. In reality, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well, but he couldn't return to God's Domain until he collected the Eternal Ice Crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine yet. We'll leave once you finish your task? Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more, the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them, Shi Feng explained. Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away. Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. Hold on a minute. Before you go, take a look at these. Shi Feng snatched the impatient berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for Void Steps. This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you. Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique, which Shi Feng taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Asura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is, shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Shi Feng to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged towards Asura's residence. In a few short hours, Asura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so many experts made it easier for Shi Feng to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000 plus Asura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way, he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others' help. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Shi Feng could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow, using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments. He had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence, he claimed 1 ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 Great Lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so Grand Lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord-ranked field bosses. On the bright side, since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Shi Feng constantly slaughtered bosses. Shi Feng only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on divine providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals. During this period, Shi Feng had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' levels skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Shi Feng had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn in his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the Eternal Ice Crystals. I hope this will work. Shi Feng took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the Eternal Ice Crystals as the evolution material. 1462 Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Chapter 1462 Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Even after Shi Feng selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Shi Feng frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Shi Feng was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, replacement evolution material detected, Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the Eternal Ice Crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Abandon the power of frost? Although he was confused, Shi Feng ecstatically clicked Continue. Suddenly, the 10 Eternal Ice Crystals in Shi Feng's hands shattered, 2 clouds of smoke, one black and one white, emerging from their remains, following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Shi Feng, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Shi Feng felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state. After evolving, the Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now, the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes, Shi Feng exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade one-handed sword, magic weapon attack, power plus 1720. All attributes plus 1720, attack speed plus 1000. Attack speed plus 1 ignore. Levels plus 118 attacks have 60% chance to cause 220% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 2. Can be evolved, devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 2, instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute 30 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration, 5 seconds cooldown, 40 seconds additional active skill 3, 9 dragons / Tier 2, instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration, 30 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 2, prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown, 20 minutes additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 8 hours. The famed smith Ulysses personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects had become much stronger than an epic weapon's. The Abyssal Bind's strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the ancient shrine have increased by 10%. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternal ice crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall. Now, all he had to do was collect the required 10 eternal ice crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the ancient shrine. After Shi Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Shi Feng held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1,000 HP each second. What is this thing? Shi Feng was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered. Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Shi Feng looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Shi Feng could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet, this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1,000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Shi Feng clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled, one system notification after another reached his ears before Shi Feng could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement. A player has activated the new expansion pack, Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement. This new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4 hours. System, you have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Shi Feng was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update. However, Shi Feng didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. 1463 Origin Weapon. Chapter 1463 Origin Weapon. When Shi Feng tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him. As he read the text, Shi Feng was stunned. This is an elemental source? Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Source of True Frost contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 luminaries crystals, and these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but it would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second, and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Shi Feng had used in the past had been refined by a Grandmaster Forger who used an elemental source. To obtain the weapon, he had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's domain. Although hiring a Master Forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grandmaster. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Shi Feng now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players. That had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game. After the first elemental source had appeared in the game, the crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk. At first, everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Shi Feng then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Shi Feng opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set. Before Shi Feng had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin, a series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Shi Feng left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the Ice Crystal World and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible, he had remained in the game for 3 days straight. They're finally willing to let go, huh? Shi Feng smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow. Recently, nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that Gentle Snow had finally captured Hidden Fogtown. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly. But Shi Feng wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations. Once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts, Ouroboros' training center would become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space. As Shi Feng browsed through the other messages, his virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix Rain. Shi Feng reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wing's members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Shi Feng asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with Nine Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason, something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected. Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him. Now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Blackflame can lend me a few experts on the raid, Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Shi Feng. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yuuru, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin her guild had found. Shi Feng was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins. Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Shi Feng asked after calming down. We've activated the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest, Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd ask such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Shi Feng. After giving the matter some thought, he said, if you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it. However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtained during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships' construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Shi Feng's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, that's a level 50 to level 60 grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Shi Feng understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. 1464 Mutated Magic Array, Scroll, Chapter 1464, Mutated Magic Array, Scroll, Phoenix Rain, hesitated for a moment after hearing Shi Feng's answer. Nine Dragons Emperor had activated the quest for the ancient ruin before she could, so he had a considerable advantage in the raid. Hence, she had decided to borrow experts from Shi Feng. After all, the resources inside the ancient ruin would be of considerable help to the contest on Thunder Island. An ancient ruin was like a land of treasure. It was a type of secret land. By completing special quests, one could obtain a key to open the secret land's gates. Since Nine Dragons Emperor had completed the activation quest, he had obtained the first key. As a Grade 1 ancient ruin, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team to enter with 1,000 members. In addition, there was a time and level limit. The ancient ruin hid bountiful treasure, and one could obtain as many items as they wanted within the allotted time. Players raiding the ancient ruin for the first time would gain the most. Only, Shi Feng's asking price was a little too high. She had already invested a lot of manpower and resources, yet this man wanted 20% of the harvest. Most importantly, the Sunset Forest was a Grade 1 ancient ruin. It would be far more difficult to raid than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. She wasn't confident that Zero Wing had the strength to raid the ancient ruin. Take some time to consider the matter. In any case, Sunset Forest will activate on the same day as the contest for Thunder Island, with one in the morning and the other at night. There's still some time, Shi Feng said. You know the activation time? Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Sunset Forest's activation time was a secret. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only learned about it after obtaining the secret land key. The activation time was also the reason that she was so anxious. If she could claim the ruin's treasures, she could boost her force's combat power, increasing her chances of success on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush to gather experts. I've read about it in an ancient tome. The tome also mentioned something about the final guardian boss, Shi Feng said casually. In reality, he had never read about the ancient ruin in any book, but certain ancient tomes did mention various ruins in the game. He had used the lie as a way to convince Phoenix Rain that he had a method to raid the Sunset Forest. An ancient tome? Realization dawned on Phoenix Rain. The great pavilion master had learned about the Sunset Forest from some ancient book as well. Only after his research had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion investigated the ancient ruin and its activation quest. It wasn't unusual to learn that Shi Feng had learned about the Sunset Forest in the same way. All right, I agree to your offer. However, the precondition is that you can actually raid the Sunset Forest. That's only natural. Shi Feng nodded. All right. We'll meet up tomorrow in Apocalypse City, Phoenix Rain responded before disconnecting the call. Following which, Shi Feng started to prepare. First, he sent Melancholic Smile a message, getting her to send some people around the continent to purchase elemental sources through they couldn't spend more than 300 gold per item. That price was the equivalent of an epic ranked material item. If the price exceeded that amount, others could become suspicious. After taking care of that, Shi Feng notified Aqua Rose to lead a team to a neutral map, the Flaming Rain Mountains, to grind for flame potions. The potion was necessary to raid the Sunset Forest. As Shi Feng finished delegating and waited patiently for God's Domain's system update to finish, a call came in from Liang Jing. Head instructor, the White Tiger Dojo has sent someone to see you again. The representative has stated that the White Tiger Dojo has agreed to your conditions and would like to invite you to discuss the details, Liang Jing reported. They've agreed? Shi Feng suddenly remembered his conversation with the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan regarding his price for nurturing their experts. He then revealed a smile and said, Tell the representative that I've doubled my price. They can take it or leave it. Even if the White Tiger Dojo had talented members, training them to take on the Trial Tower's 6th floor wouldn't be a simple task. Nurturing 500 6th floor experts for 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't a worthwhile trade. Had the White Tiger Dojo agreed to his offer earlier, he would have stayed true to his word. However, times had changed. Understood. Liang Jing nodded. Following which, Liang Jing conveyed Shi Feng's decision to Xie Wen, who had waited in a reception room. What? Double the price? Xie Wen was dumbfounded when he heard the decision. He shouted, Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Does he really doubt that the White Tiger Dojo can train its own experts? I apologize, but this is our head instructor's will. I can't do anything about his decisions, Liang Jing said. In reality, she was curious about what business Shi Feng had with the White Tiger Dojo to warrant one visit after another from a genius like Xie Wen. Good, just wait, he'll regret this decision. Xie Wen then left in a fit of rage. After 4 hours, Shi Feng returned to his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's Domain. Upon entering God's Domain, Shi Feng contacted Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others, having them select experts from the Adventurer team to form a 100-man team. He then used a return scroll to teleport to Cold Wind City. He had planned to help Lifeless Thorn and the others level up some more before raiding the ancient shrine, opening the teleportation channel. But Phoenix Rain's request had forced him to move his plans up a few days. While he had been out killing the Snow Rift's field bosses, he has sent some people to the library to research the ancient shrine. Because of them, he now had a better understanding of the area. After returning to Coldwind City, Shi Feng returned to the adventurer team's residence and retrieved a large amount of materials. He then began to produce the 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array. He and his team had zero chance of defeating the Guardian boss in a head-on confrontation. He had planned to use magic arrays to suppress the boss and rely on Zerg tactics to distract it while damaging it with miniature ballistas. However, the situation had changed. He now had the source of true frost, which was also why he had made his promise to Phoenix Rain. Elemental sources contained a purer energy than that in 7 Luminaries crystals. Naturally, said energy was useful in many aspects, the most beneficial of which was in forging weapons and equipment. Similarly, elemental sources could be used in crafting magic arrays. A magic array would receive a massive power boost if crafted with an elemental source. Unfortunately, they were one-time use items, and using such a rare material was the epitome of extravagance. But Shi Feng couldn't care less. The sooner he opened the teleportation channel, the sooner he could open trade between God's Domain's continent and the Ice Crystal world. Doing so would be far more profitable than Stone Forest Town. In the quiet workshop, Shi Feng retrieved one material after another. He then began to produce magic array scrolls. Very quickly, Shi Feng had a stack of 9 magic array scrolls. When he reached the final step, adding magic crystals to the scrolls, Shi Feng stopped abruptly and took a deep breath. Rather than selecting the magic crystals, he retrieved the source of extreme true frost from his bag. The moment Shi Feng did so, his arm froze solid. He very quickly placed the elemental source in the center of the scrolls. The source of extreme true frost gasified rapidly. Streams of cold mist flowed into the stack of magic array scrolls, following which the scroll's power began to increase. By the time the magic array scrolls absorbed every drop of power from the elemental source, the workshop's temperature had dropped drastically. Even with his high ice resistance, Shi Feng couldn't help but shiver. The originally dark purple magic array scrolls lightened to an icy blue. Had Shi Feng not been prepared using Earth Dragon skin as the scroll's base material, the magic array scrolls would have exploded from so much energy. Shi Feng waited until the turbulent power within the magic array scrolls calmed before storing them. Magic array scrolls produced with elemental sources are pretty impressive. I wonder how the effects have changed. Shi Feng clicked to inspect the new 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array scrolls. 1465 top tier 8-piece say, chapter 1465 top tier 8-piece set. So this is the power of an elemental source. Shi Feng stared at the icy blue scroll's attribute panel in shock. The 9-star Polar Domain was an intermediate magic array. Normally, it had no problems containing and suppressing Great Lord-ranked monsters. It was even somewhat effective against Grand Lords. Of course, mythic monsters could easily break free with a few attacks. However, after improving the 9-star Polar Domain with the source of extreme true frost, the magic array had undergone a heaven-defying change, although it still required 9 players to activate and maintain it. Now, it could suppress trapped enemies' attributes by 70%. It could even weaken a mythic monster by as much as 50%. Most advanced magic arrays could barely suppress a mythic monster's attributes by 30%. Now, the mutated 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array could rival a Master Magic Array. It's a pity that it's only a one-time use item. It would be great if I could use it a few more times. Shi Feng was slightly disappointed. With such a powerful magic array, he could lead Zero Wing's main force to a neutral map, hunting its various mythic-ranked field bosses. The harvest they could gain from securing the first kills would be beyond imagination. However, Shi Feng only played with the idea. He knew full well that the main god system would not permit such a thing. After he finished the scrolls, Shi Feng hurried to Coldwind City's Forging Association, intending to upgrade his team's equipment. The Forging Association in Coldwind City was different from those on God's Domain's continent. Similar to Coldwind City's library, the Forging Association was ancient. It was likely older than Starmoon Kingdom itself. However, it was due to this Forging Association that the Ice Crystal world's crafting standards were significantly higher than in his homeworld. At first, Shi Feng had assumed it was due to the abundance of rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, but in truth, that was only part of the reason. The real reason for these players' success was the Forging Association. The Forging Association here could rival Titan City's Lifestyle Association. Only, it lacked the massive databank and high mana density. In addition, the Forging Association in Coldwind City had the Forging Guidance System, which allowed players to purchase one-time use forging designs with magic crystals. For level 45, fine gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 10 and 50 magic crystals. For level 45, dark gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 100 to 150 magic crystals. Although these one-time use designs were expensive, they gave players an advantage that wasn't available to those who learned from the real forging designs. These players could increase their success rates with magic crystals. For fine gold weapons and equipment, players could increase their success rate to a maximum of 25%. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players could increase it to 15%. This was a considerable boon to advanced forgers. With the 15% bonus on top of their original success rate, an advanced forger could easily achieve an overall success rate of 30% or above when forging a dark gold item. If one avoided mistakes during the forging process, they could craft one dark gold weapon or piece of equipment for every 3 tries. However, while mass-producing fine gold items was easy, the same couldn't be said for dark gold items. It was far more difficult to obtain the necessary materials, which generally dropped from high-level great lords and grand lords. Not every team could kill monsters of such caliber. It was also more difficult due to the required amount of magic crystals. To increase one's forging success rate with dark gold weapons or equipment by 15%, they'd have to pay an additional 100 magic crystals. Including the cost of the forging design, each attempt could easily cost anywhere from 200 to 250 magic crystals, and that was excluding any magic crystals required to produce the item itself. While coins were easy to earn at this stage of the game, magic crystals were not. Although Cold Wind City's players had an abundance of fine gold weapons and equipment, they lacked dark gold ranked items. Only the city's 2 large guilds had a substantial stock. Fortunately, Shi Feng wasn't concerned about either issue. During the last 3 days, he had spent his time killing level 50+ great lords and grand lords, obtaining a large stock of materials. As for magic crystals, he still had over 30,000 on him. That was more than enough to produce weapons and equipment. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service?" An NPC receptionist greeted Shi Feng sweetly. "I wish to rent a special mana forging room for 2 hours, Shi Feng stated. The mana forging rooms had greater mana density than the average forging room. Though they weren't on the level of a meditation room of the same rank, they could improve a player's concentration. "Understood, sir." "That will be 50 silver, the NPC receptionist said as she offered Shi Feng the key. Handing over the 50 silver coins, Shi Feng grabbed the key and went to the Forging Association's top floor. The Ice Crystal World's forging guidance system is amazing, Shi Feng thought as he opened the forging guidance system for the special mana forging room. Previously, he had thought that the forging guidance system only offered fine gold and dark gold weapon and equipment designs. Now, he discovered that it also sold set equipment designs. As Shi Feng wondered why he hadn't seen anyone in Cold Wind City wearing fine gold or dark gold set equipment, his eyes fell on the design's price tags. The designs for level 45, dark gold equipment only cost 100 magic crystals. To purchase the designs for 6 pieces, one would have to spend 600 crystals. However, the design for a 6-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment cost 100 crystals, 2,500 crystals for an 8-piece version. Moreover, the design was a one-time use item. It would disappear regardless of the player's success. Not even a first-rate guild's leader would mess around with so many magic crystals, much less guilds like Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family. Based on Magic Crystal's market price, each attempt to forge an 8-piece dark gold set equipment would cost over 700 gold. Moreover, the forging success rate for set equipment was much lower than that of individual items of the same level and rank. Even the forging guidance system only allowed players to temporarily increase their forging success rate by 7% for a price. An advanced forger would be lucky if their base success rate reached 8% with level 45 dark gold set equipment. Most would have a total success rate of only 15%. With such a low chance, it'd be a miracle if a forger succeeded once with every 10 tries. Even wealthy guilds and players wouldn't dare waste their money so extravagantly. With this, my trip has definitely been worth the trouble. Shi Feng's eyes glittered as he gazed at the various dark gold set equipment designs the forging guidance system displayed. It would be very difficult for an advanced forger to produce a dark gold set equipment, but to a master forger such as Shi Feng, it'd be easy. His base success rate had already reached 20%. Including the Book of Forging, the Mysterious Flame, the Master Forger's Insignia, and the Black Steel Insignia, he could easily achieve a success rate of more than 35%. With the forging guidance system, that would put his forging success rate at over 42%. Following which, Shi Feng bought the design for an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment for shield warriors and began to craft. Shi Feng started to refine and shape one material after another. Due to the Abyssal Blade, the density of the ambient mana rose even higher, increasing his concentration. Before Shi Feng knew it, he had produced the Protector set. This set's attributes are really powerful. No wonder it costs 2,500 magic crystals per attempt. Shi Feng was astonished as he inspected the Protector set's attributes. The set's basic attributes could already rival that of individual level 50 dark gold equipment. The set effects would greatly enhance a shield warrior's skills as well. Following which, Shi Feng forged one of each of the following sets: Burning Fire set, Courage set, and Icicle set. All 3 were 8-piece level 45 dark gold set equipment and were meant for the Berserker, Guardian Knight, and Swordsman classes respectively. After producing the 4 sets, Shi Feng couldn't bear to push his luck. Producing the 4 sets had already cost him over 15,000 magic crystals. If he tried to forge more, he'd run out of magic crystals. He could only select a few level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment to craft at this point. After forging over 40 items, Shi Feng noticed that his 2-hour session was almost over. He packed up and hurried to the Snow Rift to meet up with Lifeless Thorn and the others. The Snow Rift's core was in the middle of a mountainous region. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and the other team members had gathered there. Commander, I've selected the required members. We are ready to move out on your command, Solitary 9 reported upon seeing Shi Feng approach. We have also investigated the cave entrance's guardian boss. It is a level 67 Grand Lord. Its speed, attack power, and perception are extraordinary. We sent one of our scouts ahead, and the boss discovered him before he was within 150 yards of the monster. He died instantly. Even though our MTs tried to tank it, we only lasted 2 hits. With our team's current strength, I'm afraid, fear filled everyone's hearts. The strongest boss they had ever fought was only a level 60 Grand Lord, and they had already witnessed this level 67 boss's power. To put it simply, its destructive power was terrifying. I understand, Shi Feng said after watching the battle video Solitary 9 had sent him. He then took the weapons and equipment he had forged from his bag and said, for now, put these on. We'll raid the boss once you've gotten used to them. We're replacing our equipment? Every member of the team stared at Shi Feng in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted them to replace their equipment. They already wore the best in Cold Wind City, and they were used to their old weapons and equipment. These are, Commander, how did you get these? However, when these players saw the items Shi Feng had given them, their eyes widened in shock. 1466. First Kill Jackpo. Chapter 1466. First Kill Jackpot. How is this possible? Both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were stupefied by the items Shi Feng had brought them. If Shi Feng had revealed a bunch of level 45, dark gold weapons and equipment, they would have only been surprised at how many dark gold items he had obtained. But when they saw the 4 dark gold sets, as far as they knew, Cold Wind City didn't have a single available dark gold set, not to mention level 45 dark gold set equipment. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had succeeded to forge a full set, yet Shi Feng had brought 4. Moreover, they were all 8-piece sets. 9, Lifeless, Whistle, and Madness. You 4 will be the team's main force, so put these sets on, Shi Feng instructed his players after glancing over the team. After the Asura Adventurer team had developed for some time, Lifeless Thorn had finally persuaded Dark Madness, Waveheart's commander, to join. As a result, the rest of the Waveheart Adventurer team had followed his lead, helping Asura become Cold Wind City's bona fide #1 adventure team. At this point, Asura had over 2,000 official members with over 10,000 reserve members. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had so many experts. Moreover, due to Dark Madness becoming a member, they had solved the problem of Asura's main force lacking MTs. Dark Madness, the city's #1 Guardian Knight, was the reason Waveheart had become Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. Due to his presence, Waveheart had easily raided one powerful dungeon and field boss after another. Hearing Shi Feng's orders, the 4 nodded enthusiastically before joyfully replacing their old equipment with the 8-piece sets. No one on the team complained. After all, these 4 players' strength was irrefutable. If their team wanted to get the most out of the dark gold ranked sets, the best players among them should use the items. Don't be jealous. I will reward whoever reaches the refinement realm with even better dark gold set equipment, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw the other team members' envious expressions. Commander, are you serious? Everyone breathlessly turned to Shi Feng. These 8-piece dark gold sets were the best available in Cold Wind City. They dreamed of obtaining such a set, not to mention even better equipment. Of course. I always keep my word. As long as you reach the refinement realm, you can come to me directly, Shi Feng said, nodding. He wasn't lying. The sets he had given to Lifeless Thorn and the others were merely level 45, dark gold set equipment. Meanwhile, he could head to Titan City and purchase the level 50, dark gold ranked magic light set equipment design. In the past, he had only been an advanced forger, so it would have been very difficult to forge the set. But no, he was a master forger. It'd be easy as long as he had enough materials. When the team members heard Shi Feng's confirmation, an intense fighting spirit burned in their eyes. They were even more inspired to reach the refinement realm. After a quick break to switch out the old equipment with the new, Shi Feng prepared his team to raid the 3-headed Frostwolf, the cave entrance's guardian boss. 3-headed Frostwolf elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 67, HP 130,000, 30 million rewards, 30 million. Despite the upgrade to better weapons and equipment, these players stared anxiously at the 3-headed Frostwolf standing over 20 meters tall as their hearts began to pound. Although their basic attributes had increased, defeating a Grand Lord that was over 20 levels higher than they were was unrealistic. 9. Dark, you'll be on support. Everyone else, spread out alongside the boss, Shi Feng commanded the team as he watched the sleeping Frostwolf. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and activated Demon Summoning. With the team's current strength, it was impossible to raid the ancient shrine. However, he had the Bible of Darkness, so he could, more or less, make up for the lack. Following which, a massive demon gate appeared before Shi Feng. A Tier 3 demon wielding a dark blue greatsword then emerged. Fear Demon, Dark Creature, Demon level 73, HP 23,000, 23,000, 23,000 Villion. When the Fear Demon arrived, Lifeless Thorn and his companions gasped, wary of the human-like creature. Although the Fear Demon wasn't as powerful as the three-headed Frostwolf in terms of attributes, its intellect was much higher. To players, a high-intellect monster with low attributes was far more frightening than a dumb monster with high attributes. Don't be afraid, this demon is under my control, Shi Feng hurriedly explained. The Fear Demon will tank the Frostwolf. You just need to deal as much damage as possible. Commander, this is your summoned creature? Solitary 9 and the others were astonished. Shi Feng had already impressed them when he had defeated Matchless Family's 10,000-man army by himself, and now they found out that he could summon such a powerful demon. These players only recovered their wits after some time. They then moved into position. Once everyone was where they needed to be, Shi Feng commanded, "Charge!" Suddenly, the Fear Demon's wings shuddered. It moved within the three-headed Frostwolf's perception range in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the Frostwolf woke, Shi Feng's directed the Fear Demon to use the Tier 3 skill Darkness Blade. 3 massive blades of shadow appeared above the Guardian boss, smashing into the drowsy Grand Lord's heads a moment after. 1576, 577, 174, 5374, 1945, 1345. Each subsequent blade dealt more damage than the previous, slamming the boss who had just stood up back to the ground. So powerful. Why does it seem like the commander doesn't need us to deal with this three-headed Frostwolf? The team members gasped when they saw the damages above the Frostwolf's heads. In a single attack, the boss had lost nearly 5% of its HP. Awoo! The three-headed Frostwolf opened its eyes after it hit the ground, revealing 3 pairs of menacing crimson eyes. Glaring at the Fear Demon, the Guardian boss spread its jaws. Each of the three-headed Frostwolf's mouths fired a beam of frost simultaneously, freezing everything before the Grand Lord. The Fear Demon froze instantly, losing over 2,000 HP. To demons who possessed very high magic resistance, the damage was horrific. The three-headed Frostwolf then advanced, quickly reaching the demon and swiping its claws. Boom! As the dust cleared from the explosion, it revealed a massive crater where the Fear Demon had stood. The Frostwolf's attack had shaken the Asura member's willpower. Fortunately, the Fear Demon had broken free from the ice and used its greatsword to defend itself in time, only receiving several tens of thousands of damage. Seeing this, Asura's members grew nervous. Compared to the battle before them, their previous fights had been child's play. Only a few players on the team had remained calm. Lifeless Thorn had even made his way to the three-headed Frostwolf's rear, using Chop with his Thunder Spear. As Lifeless Thorn attacked, one instance of over 10,000 damage appeared above the Grand Lord's head after another. Meanwhile, Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Cleansing Whistle dealt around 8,000 damage with their attacks. Although they couldn't compare to the Fear Demon's damage, theirs was better than their companions, who only dealt around 4,000 damage. Meanwhile, Shi Feng arrived by the three-headed Frostwolf side. Thundering Flash, Thunderflame Explosion, Shadow Blade, Flame Burst. Shi Feng landed a series of skills, each of his attacks dealing over 100,000 damage. His damage was only second to the Fear Demon's. For a time, the three-headed Frostwolf and Fear Demon fought fiercely. Although the Fear Demon was no match for the Grand Lord, it received constant healing from the healers at the rear and could continue to tank the Guardian boss, allowing everyone else to chip away at the Grand Lord's HP. 70%, 50%, 30%, time passed quickly. From the beginning of the battle to its end, the Fear Demon kept the three-headed Frostwolf occupied, preventing the Grand Lord from dealing any significant damage to the rest of the team. Even when the boss entered its berserk state, the team easily coped, with the Guardian Knights casting Protection Blessing on the Fear Demon. When the three-headed Frostwolf had less than 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and ended its life with Flame Burst. When the three-headed Frostwolf's HP reached 0, its 3 heads released agonizing wails that echoed throughout the canyon. The boss then disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind over 100 items in its place. The Grand Lord's death also granted more EXP than Shi Feng had expected, and several team members leveled up on the spot. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the three-headed Frostwolf, the King of the Icefields. Rewards doubled. 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. Chapter 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. The boss dropped so many items. We hit a jackpot. Is this for real? This is the first time I've seen a jackpot. Look, there are weapons and equipment among the loot. Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family will die from envy when they hear about this. Everyone gaped at the miniature mountain of items. Although they were shocked that they had actually killed the three-headed Frostwolf, its loot was even more astounding. In God's domain, monsters at level 50 and above would have drastically reduced drop rates. Even the monsters in forbidden lands like the Snow Rift usually dropped 4 or 5 items. Moreover, the majority of those items were materials. When they had farmed level 60 Grand Lords, they had only obtained 10 or so items from each boss. Yet, this Grand Lord ranked three-headed Frostwolf had dropped over 100 items. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone, rest up. We'll enter the cave soon, Shi Feng said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw his team members' excited expressions. The weapons and equipment a level 67 Grand Lord were about as tempting as a level 45 dark gold set equipment. It was common knowledge that monsters beyond level 50 rarely dropped good weapons or equipment. This was particularly true for the Ice Crystal world. Although the forging guidance system offered forging designs for level 50 plus items, they were far more expensive than the level 45 variants. Most importantly, one's forging success rate would drastically decrease when attempting to craft such high-level items. It was already far more difficult to forge level 50 fine gold equipment than it was to forge the level 45 version, much less level 50 plus dark gold equipment. Among the 100 plus items, over 60% consisted of materials for forging level 50 plus weapons and equipment. There were also over a dozen Master Mana Recovery Potions, Master Recovery Potions, and Attribute Gemstones of various kinds. 5 Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 2 Tier 3 Magic Scrolls. One of the Tier 3 Magic Scrolls was a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, and the other was a defensive magic scroll. 5 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment and 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment had also dropped. However, among these dropped items, one caught Shi Feng's eye, a thick golden book. The book's cover didn't offer any clues about its contents. However, when Shi Feng examined the book, he was ecstatic. What a surprise! I never thought that a mere gatekeeper would drop this thing. My trip to the Ice Crystal world has been pretty profitable. Shi Feng's eyes shone as he gazed at the golden book. The book was neither a design nor a recipe. It wasn't some sort of treasure map or special item either. It was only a skill book. However, despite being only a skill book, it was even more valuable than the super rare Berserk skill books. Players had collectively referred to this kind of book as a combination skill book in the past. Combination skill books had been as valuable as epic items. Shi Feng had tried to bid for a combination skill book in the past, but in the end, a first-rate guild had won the book for 50,000 magic crystals. Shadow had only saved 30,000 magic crystals. Shi Feng had never expected to obtain a combination skill book from killing the three-headed Frostwolf. Multiple players could learn from a single combination skill book. Some only allowed 2 players to learn the skill, while 3 to 5 players could learn from others. If players activated a combination skill with the specified number of players, they could exert frighteningly destructive power with the skill. In the past, this had been the various large guilds' main method of dealing with powerful bosses. After all, God's Domain had many incredibly powerful monsters. Even with the aid of magic arrays, players were no match for these bosses. During these situations, combination skills worked wonders. However, combination skills' strength and effects varied. For example, combination skill books that could sell for tens of thousands of magic crystals generally contained skills that required 4 or 5 players to activate. With such combination skills, even Tier 1 players could severely injure mythic monsters, becoming far more powerful than Tier 3 magic scrolls. Generally, one could only obtain combination skill books from mythic monsters or dark gold treasures found in level 60 maps and above. He never thought that he would actually get one from a Grand Lord. Following which, Shi Feng inspected the skill book. Triple Frostmoon combination skill requires 3 melee classes to activate, a single target attack skill that requires 3 players. Shi Feng's excitement grew after reading the introduction. Normally, 2-man combination skills only allowed players the power to overcome a single tier. Meanwhile, Tier 1 players could even injure Grand Lords with a 3-man combination skill. Based on the market prices in Shi Feng's previous life, the Triple Frostmoon skill book could easily sell for over 20,000 magic crystals. Combination skills were different from magic scrolls in that they were not one-time use items. They could be used indefinitely, although they did have a cooldown. 3 Tier 1 players using a combination skill were as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. The skill could even be used multiple times during a boss battle. A skill like this could significantly increase a team's overall combat power. However, Shi Feng had no intention of learning this combination skill himself. Instead, he gave it to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness. Commander, if we learn this skill, what about you? After Solitary 9 read the Triple Frostmoon's introduction, he realized how powerful the skill was. It was the equivalent of Tier 1 players being able to use Tier 3 skills limitlessly. If Shi Feng took the lead during the activation process, he could exert even more power with the skill. I have a Tier 3 demon. Moreover, I can't always accompany you in dungeon and boss raids. If you 3 learn the skill, the team will be even stronger, so it's better if you learn it, Shi Feng explained. The Triple Frostmoon needed 3 people to activate. It wouldn't work if one of the players were missing. Meanwhile, he frequently operated solo, which made it impossible for him to exhibit the combination skill's true potential. He had no choice but to pass the skill up. Lifeless Thorn and the others were already considerably strong. Their lack of suitable weapons, equipment, and combat experience were the only things holding them back. However, after spending time under his guidance and watching his demonstrations over the past few days, Lifeless Thorn and the others had significantly improved their monotonous attack methods, raising their combat standards by leaps and bounds. Right now, Lifeless Thorn's combat standards were nearly on par with Aqua Rose and Gentle Snows. With a combination skill, his ability in dungeon raids might surpass the two women's. Hearing Shi Feng's explanation, Solitary 9 and the others finally agreed. To someone who could summon a Tier 3 demon, a 3-man combination skill was superfluous. After everyone in the team had rested, Shi Feng led them into the cave and followed the map towards the ancient shrine. The shrine's exact location was hidden. Although the map indicated that it was within the cave's interior was complex. The cave system was like a natural maze. If not for the map, Shi Feng might not have found the ancient shrine's cave in the first place, much less locating the shrine itself. The team frequently ran into frenzied monsters that attacked without hesitation after they entered the cave. They even ran into the occasional Grand Lord. Although these Grand Lords weren't as strong as the three-headed Frostwolf, they weren't easy to deal with. The team had to bide their time as they slowly whittled down the boss's HPs. After 10 hours of exploring the cave system, Shi Feng and the others finally reached a dark cavern. During their journey, they had killed 8 level 65 Grand Lords and countless chieftains and lords. These monsters had done nothing but provide an abundance of EXP. At this point, Lifeless Thorn and a few others were level 50, and Shi Feng was only a step away from reaching level 59. However, this was all due to the team securing these monsters' first kill. Disappointingly, these monsters hadn't dropped as much loot as the three-headed Frostwolf. They had only dropped level 60, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment. Combined, these items' total value was nothing compared to the Guardian boss's loot. A towering purple gold shrine sat in the center of the dark cavern. It radiated a sacred aura, and as players gazed up at the shrine, they shuddered. When Shi Feng and his companions moved within 500 yards of the shrine, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient shrine. As they were alerted of the system notification, a magic array appeared on the ground in front of the shrine, illuminating the cavern. Following which, a 10-meter-tall humanoid robot emerged. The instant this humanoid robot appeared, everyone, including Shi Feng, felt a stifling pressure weigh them down. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn paled under this pressure. The weaker team members nearly lost their footing. Titan Warrior, Ancient Shrine Protector, Mechanical Lifeform, Mythic Level 70, HP 360,360,000, Rating a Mythic. Chaptering 1468, Rating a Mythic, Mythic. Before they even checked the Titan Warrior statistics, the pressure it radiated overwhelmed the team. Now that they had seen its information, they were shocked. No one throughout Coldwind City, not even an expert like Lifeless Thorn, had ever seen a mythic monster. Now that they stood before one, they were terrified to stand within 500 yards of the Titan Warrior, not to mention attempt to fight the thing. This was the first time they had felt anything like this since they joined God's domain. Their minds screamed at them, warning that if they proceeded, they would dance with death. Commander, this monster is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke a monster like this yet. Do we have to fight it? Solitary 9 asked, his complexion ashen. Before he had encountered the Titan Warrior, he had thought that it might be possible for their team to defeat a mythic monster. However, after experiencing the Titan Warrior's near-tangible killing intent and absolute power, he knew that Tier 1 players had no hope against it. The Titan Warrior's battle recovery alone would regenerate 3,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If their team couldn't deal over 720,000 damage each second, their team would never kill it, even if the Titan Warrior stood there and watched them try. This wasn't a battle. This was a suicide mission. A mechanical life form? Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he watched the Titan Warrior. Although he had known that the final Guardian boss would be a mythic monster, he hadn't expected it to be a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms were famed for their high defense, strength, and magic resistance. Because of these stats, they were known to be the best guard monsters available. Even super guilds struggled against mechanical life form bosses since they couldn't take advantage of their collection of high-tiered magic scrolls and mana pulse cannons. Even magic arrays had little effect against these creatures. Players could only defeat a mechanical life form with brute strength. There simply weren't any loopholes. Commander, are we still going to fight that thing? Lifeless Thorn asked hesitantly. Before they had come here, Shi Feng had told Asura's upper echelons that they could travel to another world if they finished this quest. They wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Coldwind City, but as they faced an insurmountable mythic monster, even Lifeless Thorn felt helpless. This wasn't some random dungeon. If they died in this cave, they would lose an entire level. At their level, recovering the lost EXP would take a lot of time. Let's make an attempt, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Lifeless Thorn and the others were slightly confused. Shi Feng took a Tier 2 summoning scroll from his bag and summoned a Tier 2 Gale Cheetah. He then used Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while he directed the Gale Cheetah to circle the boss. He wanted to test the Titan Warrior's reaction and turning speed. Although mechanical lifeforms had high defense and strength, they also had a glaring weakness, slow reaction and turning speed. Of course, this was only compared to monsters of the same rank. A mythic, ranked mechanical life form's reaction and turning speed should be higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. As his doppelganger approached the Titan warrior, Shi Feng sat down and focused on controlling his summoned twin. 400 yards, 300 yards, when the doppelganger moved within 200 yards of the guardian boss, the previously immobile mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes, revealing two dazzling crimson orbs. It advanced on the doppelganger so quickly that by the time the watching crowd reacted, the boss had crossed 40 yards. When the boss had moved, it had created a massive crater where it had originally stood. It looked like a cannon had bombarded the area, so fast. Upon seeing the Titan warrior approach, Shi Feng immediately had his doppelganger activate defensive blade. In the blink of an eye, the boss reached the doppelganger, swinging its colossal greatsword down at the invader. The moment the greatsword began to descend, the doppelganger jumped out from the weapon's path. However, the Titan warrior nimbly adjusted its attack trajectory halfway through the swing, slicing at the doppelganger who had yet to land. Boom! Immediately, a deep gash over 30 yards long tore through the ground. Although Shi Feng's doppelganger had nullified the attack with defensive blade, the boss's strength was overwhelming. The impact threw the doppelganger over 20 yards away. Asura's members gasped. Even Lifeless Thorn wore a grim expression. It was just too fast. His eyes couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior's speed. Even against the three-headed Frostwolf, Lifeless Thorn had been able to keep up with the Grand Lord's attacks, but he couldn't even see the Titan warrior's afterimages. He had no doubt that he wasn't capable of dodging an attack if he were on the receiving end of that mythic monster's greatsword. Its reaction speed is quite impressive. At the very least, our reaction speed will have to be on par with a Grand Lord to block and dodge its attacks. The outcome hadn't particularly surprised Shi Feng, and he continued to analyze the Titan warrior. After he tested the boss's reaction speed, he controlled the Gale Cheetah to attack the mythic monster from behind with the Tier 2 skill Gale Blade. Numerous blades of wind assaulted the Titan warrior's backside, each dealing over 10,000 damage. The Guardian boss instantly shifted its attention to the Gale Cheetah. The Titan warrior spun around in less than half a second. It raised its weapon, cleaving down at the summoned creature. Although Shi Feng had tried to direct the Gale Cheetah to circle the Titan warrior as soon as it finished its attack, he was too late. He couldn't even control the feline to defend itself in time. In the next moment, a streak of white light struck the Gale Cheetah, throwing it and devouring several millions of HP. Shi Feng's doppelganger then appeared behind the Titan warrior, activating Shadow Blade. After landing a barrage of attacks, the doppelganger reclaimed the boss's aggro. After a split second, the boss tossed the doppelganger again. After repeating this process several times, the Titan warrior killed both the doppelganger and the summoned creature. After killing the trespassers, the Titan warrior calmed and returned to its original position. Everyone was stunned speechless. The Titan warrior was too fast and too powerful. Even with their life-saving skills active, this Guardian boss would likely kill Solitary 9 and Dark Madness instantly. We'll need to be roughly as fast as a Grand Lord to avoid its counterattacks. After watching the monster for some time, Shi Feng had analyzed all of the Titan warrior's aspects. He then turned to his team. Although raiding this Titan warrior will be dangerous, our chances of defeating it aren't non-existent. He then pulled 10 miniature ballistas from his bag. Unfortunately, since the war weapons were precious to his guilds, he hadn't brought too many with him. War weapons? The Asura team members were dumbfounded to see the miniature ballistas. Guilds generally reserved these weapons for guild wars, yet Shi Feng intended to use them to kill a monster. He had even brought 10 of these war weapons with him. Let my demon tank the Titan warrior. The rest of you will attack from 500 yards away. Try to move around and attack from behind it as much as possible, Shi Feng said. He then pointed to a group of magical class players and instructed, "You 9, come to me. Each of you will take one of these scrolls and stand in these locations. When the fight begins, move within 100 yards of the boss and activate the magic array," following which each player began to prepare for the battle. As for Shi Feng, he used the Bible of Darkness to summon a second demon. The mutated 9-star Polar Domain magic array should significantly lower the Titan warrior's attributes. With 2 Tier 3 demons keeping it busy, they might just be able to kill the mythic monster. Of course, it was only a theory. Whether or not they actually succeeded would depend on the magic array's effect. If the Titan warrior were still too powerful, he'd have no choice but to give up and wait until his team members completed their Tier 2 promotions. A moment later, everyone moved into position. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng controlled the 2 Tier 3 demons to charge at the Titan warrior from different directions. In response, the Titan warrior charged towards the first demon that entered its perception range as quickly as a violent gale. "Move out," Shi Feng commanded. Following his commands, the 9 magical class players closed in on the Titan warrior. 1469. Godly Control, Chapter 1469. Godly Control. As soon as the summoned Tomahawk demon moved within the Titan warrior's perception range, the mythic monster rushed up to meet the demon, its greatsword rapidly descending. Even though Shi Feng saw the weapon through the Tomahawk demon's vision, it was too fast to evade. He could only direct the demon to lift its battle axe to block the greatsword. Pung. The impact instantly threw the Tomahawk Demon over 30 yards away, and although it had blocked the attack, it still lost tens of thousands of HP. Before the demon could land, the Titan warrior had appeared behind it, swinging its greatsword once again. Although Shi Feng had tried to maneuver the demon to defend itself, it suffered a brief numbness from the first impact. As a result, its reaction speed had fallen considerably, and it couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior. As the greatsword descended, the weapon tore through space itself. Tier 4 Skill Spatial Rend. This time, the Titan warrior's attack struck the Tomahawk Demon squarely. In a single attack, the Tomahawk Demon, which had over 25,000 HP, lost nearly 1/5 of that total. The watching players were stupefied to see such destructive power. Even a Tier 3 demon was powerless against the Titan warrior. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Shi Feng remained unfazed. A battle between monsters wasn't like one between monsters and players. When monsters fought players, their attacks would deal less damage to make up for the difference in HP. However, there was no such dampening effect during a battle between monsters. Naturally, the Titan warrior dealt horrific damage to the summoned demon. It was a system mechanic that prevented players from using summoned creatures or NPC guards to toy with powerful bosses. Moreover, the Tomahawk Demon was only Tier 3, whereas the Titan warrior was a Tier 4 mythic. Due to the tier suppression, the Titan warrior's attacks were enhanced to a certain degree. There was also the fact that demons generally had much lower HP than monsters of the same rank. So, he really wasn't surprised to see a Tier 4 skill destroy 1/5 of the Tomahawk Demon's HP. Following which, the Titan warrior dealt one blow after another. Despite the Tomahawk Demon's attempts to defend itself, its HP fell rapidly. In seconds, the demon had less than 50% of its HP remaining. Fortunately, the 9 magical class players had surrounded the Titan warrior. "Begin," Shi Feng shouted. With Shi Feng's command, the 9 players unfurled the magic array scrolls and began to chant the required incantations. Suddenly, an icy blue magic array appeared above all, enveloping the Titan warrior inside it completely. The cavern's mana rampaged as it surged towards the array's core, following which, a blue magic barrier manifested, enclosing the Titan warrior within. Boom. The instant the barrier took shape, a layer of mist wrapped around the guardian boss's body. Its joints began to freeze, and its basic attributes rapidly decreased. 90%, 80%, 70%, so this is the power of an origin magic array. Shi Feng could not help his surprise at seeing how much the barrier weakened the mythic monster. In the blink of an eye, the Titan warrior's basic attributes had fallen to 60%. Although it wasn't as high as the stated 50%, it was impressive. After all, mechanical life forms had very high magic resistance. In fact, Shi Feng hadn't expected to reduce the Titan warrior's attributes by as much as 40%. Even better, the magic array's freezing effect had slowed the boss's movements. Unfortunately, despite the suppression, the Titan warrior still overwhelmed the Tomahawk Demon. Only, its HP didn't fall as fast. That didn't even do much? Lifeless Thorn and the others stared at the boss, dumbfounded. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Tomahawk Demon died, as expected of a mythic monster. Even with the suppression, a Tier 3 demon still can't put up much of a fight. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. However, this wasn't unexpected. Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel and fed it 5,000 magic crystals to activate world projection. The Ring of Gospel's skills were not considered magic arrays and could stack with the 9-star polar domain. The Titan warrior's attributes fell further, however the decrease wasn't as significant as the first. In the end, the Titan warrior still had 50% of its original attributes. Titan warrior, Ancient Shrine Protector, Mechanical Life Form, Mythic level 70, HP 180,000, 180,000, million 80,000, continuing its assault, the Titan warrior brandished its greatsword, sending several sword lights at the Tomahawk Demon. Suddenly, the Fear Demon flew into the fray, meeting the Titan warrior's greatsword with its own. Dang, dang, dang. A series of clangs shook the cavern. Although both the Tomahawk Demon and the Fear Demon were forced to retreat over a dozen yards, they had blocked the boss's attacks. The two demons had only lost a few tens of thousands of HP, which wasn't considerable when their maximum was over 20,000. They blocked every attack? Shocked gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the battle between the demons and the mechanical life form. Logically, the two Tier 3 demons shouldn't be able to keep up with the mythic monster, even if the Titan warrior's attributes had been suppressed by 50%, yet they had blocked every one of its attacks. The commander is awesome. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Shi Feng in shock, watching him control the two demons from afar. The other team members might not have realized what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse. Although the Tier 3 demons weren't a match for the Titan warrior and even began to show signs of momentary paralysis after blocking the attacks, Shi Feng had controlled them to alternate. Doing so had allowed the paralyzed demon a split second to recover. Although the technique sounded simple, without a precise grasp of the Titan warrior's timing and perfect control of the two demons, it was impossible to perform. Shi Feng's control was godly. Lifeless Thorn had neither seen nor heard of such a combat technique. After training under Shi Feng and improving drastically, he had thought he was close to reaching the swordsman's standards, but seeing the man in this fight, he realized that the gap between them was much larger than he had expected. What he didn't know was that blocking the Titan warrior's attacks was impossible for the demons if they simply alternated. Their performance had only been possible due to world projection weakening the mythic monster's physique, slowing its reaction speed. If not for world projection, the demons would have been defeated despite working together. Once the demons secured the Titan warrior's aggro, Shi Feng commanded, "Everyone, attack." Immediately, Lifeless Thorn and the others who operated the miniature ballistas fired one exploding arrow after another at the guardian boss. Shoo, 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 shoo. The arrows crossed the 500 yards between the miniature ballistas and the boss in a breath. In the end, all 10 exploding arrows pierced the Titan warrior's back and sides. Damages of over 100,000 appeared above the Titan warrior's head, significantly reducing the mythic monster's HP. Although the sight overjoyed Asura's members, Shi Feng couldn't bring himself to celebrate the outcome. Even after losing 50% of its attributes, the Titan warrior's battle recovery restored 100,000 HP every 5 seconds. Although the miniature ballista attacks had dealt more damage than that, it hadn't been by much. At this rate, it would take the team hours to whittle down the Titan warrior's HP. Meanwhile, world projection only lasted 10 minutes. While Shi Feng tried to think of a solution, the Titan warrior didn't wait around. Abruptly, it thrust its greatsword into the ground. 4-meter-tall figures then began to rise, one after another. Earth and Spirit, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord level 70, HP 10,001,10,000. In seconds, 4 Earth and Spirits stood before the team. Crap, how is this even fair? Is this a joke? We're doomed. Asura's members gaped when as the boss summoned reinforcements. The Titan warrior was already terrifying on its own, yet it could summon 4 Grand Lords. Suddenly, the 4 Earthen Spirits dashed for the miniature ballistas 500 yards away. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players easily exploit a loophole. Shi Feng frowned at the Earthen Spirits. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag. 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Anna and Kite appeared shortly after Shi Feng activated the Summon Guard scrolls. Although it had been some time since Shi Feng had last summoned the NPCs, neither personal guard had leveled up much. Anna was only level 76, whereas Kite was level 75. Kill those Earthen Spirits, Shi Feng commanded. Although Anna and Kite were only Tier 2 NPCs, one was an epic guard, and the other was Dark Gold rank. On their own, they were more than capable of soloing a Great Lord of the same level. Although the Earthen Spirits were Grand Lords with the 9-star Polar Domain and World Projection Suppression, they were only as strong as ordinary Great Lords. Neither of his personal guards should have any issues dealing with the Earthen Spirits. Following their master's command, Anna began to chant an incantation while Kite dashed towards the closest Earthen Spirit. While inside the 9-star Polar Domain, the Earthen Spirits were trapped. They could only bombard the magic barrier, but even the Titan warrior would struggle to destroy the strengthened 9-star Polar Domain, much less these weakened elementals. When he arrived before an Earthen Spirit, Kite swung one of his longswords. Dozens of wind blades bombarded the Earthen Spirit, each dealing 40,000 damage. By the time Kite's attack ended, the elemental had lost 1/10 of its HP. As a result of this attack, all 4 Earthen Spirits shifted their attention to the NPC. Although Kite's combat standards were superior to the Earthen Spirits, the latter had the advantages of higher attributes and numbers. Kite had no choice but to focus on defense. As he was forced to retreat one step after another, Anna finished her chant. Suddenly, a Tier 3 Golden Giant and 10 Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared around Kite. These summoned creatures easily pulled 2 of the Earthen Spirits' aggro, alleviating the pressure on the NPCs. With both guards working together, they quickly got the upper hand in the fight. It was only a matter of time before the 4 Earthen Spirits died. Just what rank are those personal guards? They can actually suppress 4 Grand Lords. How are those NPCs levels so high? Just who is the commander? Asura's members, who had begun to despair, were dumbfounded. Although they had seen players with personal guards in Coldwind City before, those NPCs had been very weak and of little use to players. They couldn't compare to Anna and Kite's strength. Everyone prioritized the Earthen Spirits. We'll deal with the Titan warrior afterward, Shi Feng hurriedly instructed as he glanced at the elementals. Lifeless, move your group forward and use your combination skill from the side. Tier 1. Skills and spells were almost no threat to the Earthen Spirits and the Titan warrior, but the combination skill was a different story. If Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness used Triple Frost Moon, the skill would be as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. It should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the weakened mechanical lifeform, let alone the elementals. The players manning the miniature ballistas turned the weapons towards the Earthen Spirit Kite tanked, launching a volley of exploding arrows at the Great Lord. When the exploding arrows struck, the Earthen Spirit instantly lost 1/5 of its HP. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness led 3 healers as they advanced. Unlike ordinary skills, a combination skill had an optimum formation. The closer the users were to that formation, the stronger the skill would be. Lifeless Thorn's group were among Cold Wind City's top experts. The trio quickly reached Kite's Earthen Spirit, forming a triangle around it. They then activated Triple Frost Moon simultaneously. Immediately, 3 crescent beams of light converged on the Earthen Spirit. Boom! The moment the 3 beams collided, they created a towering pillar of silver light that extended to the cavern's ceiling, devouring the elemental. The Earthen Spirit, which had less than a quarter of its HP remaining before the attack, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. Every player that saw the attack was stunned by its power. Lifeless Thorn's group was no exception. Only Shi Feng remained unfazed. In fact, he had expected the result. Combination skills were extraordinarily rare. If a team had one, it would elevate the team's damage output to a whole new level. Needless to say, the effects of such a skill against the Earthen Spirit, which had been suppressed to a Great Lord standard, would be marvelous. However, although combination skills were very powerful, their cooldowns were long. These cooldowns generally lasted a minute or longer. The Earthen Spirit's death granted the team members a large amount of EXP. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord hadn't dropped any items. On the bright side, with one Earthen Spirit down, it became much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Less than 1 minute had passed between the first elemental's death and the last. When the team saw their overall damage, they felt as if they were dreaming. "Everyone, focus your on fire the Titan Warrior," Shi Feng shouted once the Earthen Spirits were gone. "Lifeless, only jump in after Triple Frostmoon's cooldown has ended. Understood." The team turned towards their last and largest target. With Anna and Kite's help, the team's overall damage output increased by a large chunk. As a result, the Titan Warrior's HP steadily fell. 98%, 90%, 90%, time passed quickly. Throughout the battle, Shi Feng focused on controlling the 2 demons, distracting the Titan Warrior. When the demon's HP fell below 30%, he moved forward and activated Life Domain, healing all allies within a 50-yard radius by 10% every second for 30 seconds. The rest of the team bombarded the mechanical lifeform with attacks. While Triple Frost Moon was on cooldown, Lifeless Thorn's group used Tier 2 magic scrolls to attack. By the time World Projection's duration ended, the Titan Warrior only had 63% of its HP remaining. Shi Feng then fed the Ring of Gospel another 5,000 magic crystals and activated the skill once more. However, with this investment, Shi Feng ran out of magic crystals. When the Titan Warrior's HP reached 30%, the mythic monster bellowed and tossed its greatsword away. It then retrieved the 2 crimson sabers from its back and changed its attack pattern. Although its attack power had declined, its attack rate had doubled. Shi Feng had already struggled with maneuvering the 2 demons to block the Titan Warrior's attacks, but the sudden change overwhelmed him. As a result, the demons' HPs began to plummet. Even when Kite and the Golden Giant tried to help, they only slowed the draining HP slightly. When one demon's HP fell below 50% and the other fell below 30%, the Titan Warrior merged its twin sabers. It pointed its weapon at the demon with less than 30% of its HP. Suddenly, a scorching red beam of light shot forward, tearing through the demon and only stopping after it crashed into the magic barrier. Even the magic barrier trembled when the beam struck. The Fear Demon died on the spot. The Tomahawk Demon received some damage from the resulting shockwave as well, its HP falling to 31%. With only 1 demon remaining, Shi Feng had a harder time blocking the Guardian boss's attacks. The Tomahawk lost 2% of its HP or more every second. Seeing this, Shi Feng realized that this fight had reached a critical moment. He immediately turned to Anna and commanded, "Activate Angel Summoning." The NPC didn't hesitate to start the incantation. When the Tomahawk Demon's HP fell below 10%, a white-winged Valkyrie descended onto the battlefield. Her wings shuddering slightly, she arrived before the Titan Warrior, her golden spear sweeping towards the mythic monster. A golden flash blinded the players, and the impact threw the incomparably powerful Titan Warrior over 30 yards away, a damage of over 1,000 appearing above its head. Before the Titan Warrior could react, the Valkyrie stood before it again, thrusting her Spear of Thunder into the mythic monster's heart, devouring a large chunk of its HP. "Attack with everything you have," Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. Abandoning his control over the Tomahawk Demon, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before dashing towards the Titan Warrior. Following suit, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness also activated their Berserk skills and charged towards the boss. With the Valkyrie as the team's MT, they overwhelmed the Titan Warrior. The mythic monster couldn't even defend itself, much less retaliate. The Valkyrie could only join the fray for 10 seconds. Hence, holding nothing back, she used one powerful skill after another against the Guardian boss. Shi Feng and the other Ashura members used every skill and spell they had alongside her. The Titan Warrior's HP fell rapidly. 20%, 15%, 15%, 10%. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the Titan Warrior had 3% of its HP remaining. Lifeless Thorn's trio then executed Triple Frost Moon, destroying a little over 1% of the mythic monster's HP. Following which, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence before he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst and Shadow Blade. By the time Shi Feng's attacks ended, the Titan Warrior had stopped moving, its HP gone. 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot, Chapter 171, Mythic Monsters Loot Success. We won? We actually killed a mythic monster. Despite their miserable state, when these players looked at the Titan Warrior's corpse, excitement welled within them. For a moment, they even felt as if they were dreaming. Even the Snow Rift's gatekeeper had only been a level 70 Grand Lord. Even so, it was invincible to Coldwind City's players. Yet, they had just defeated a monster even more powerful than that gatekeeper. Why wouldn't they be excited? Shortly after the Titan Warrior's HP reached 0, it collapsed to the ground before transforming into numerous large particles of light. As the light faded, they revealed many dazzling items. System, congratulations, you have obtained the first kill of the Ancient Shrine Protector. Rewards doubled. Rewarding Shrine Warrior title. After the announcement, the team members' experience bars rapidly increased. What bountiful EXP! Shi Feng was astonished at how much his experience bar grew. After all, he had already reached level 58. He needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, yet even after it had risen from 95% of level 58 to level 59, it continued to increase. Level 59, 10%, 30%, 60%, his experience bar only started to slow after it passed 85% of level 59. It gradually increased until he eventually reached level 60. Shi Feng wasn't the only one to experience the sensation. Everyone else had leveled up at least twice. Both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had reached level 53, whereas Lifeless Thorn, who had a peak hidden class, had only reached level 52. After so many evolutions in God's domain, a team's EXP distribution had changed. If high-level players attempted to power-level low-level players, the newer players would receive a much smaller share of the EXP. Even with this new system in place, the Asura Adventurer team members, who were 10 levels lower than Shi Feng, still received so much EXP. However, Shi Feng was more interested in the Titan Warrior's loot and the title from securing the first kill than he was in the EXP. Shrine Warrior? Shi Feng then clicked to inspect the title. Shrine Warrior grants wielder the ancient shrine's favor. Reputation gain increased by 20%, and teleportation fees halved. It halves teleportation fees and increases reputation gain by 20%. No wonder so many guilds had eagerly hunted ancient shrines as guardians in the past. Shi Feng was slightly astonished. In Shi Feng's previous life, ancient shrines had been very popular as many players loved to visit other worlds. Other worlds had a lot of money, making potential since they all had their own unique resources. Unfortunately, ancient shrines' teleportation fees had been quite high. Not even elite players could afford to teleport to and from other worlds frequently. However, traveling to an ancient shrine was typically more troublesome than the teleportation fees. Although ancient shrines had teleportation gates, these teleportation gates only allowed teleportation between a specific other world and the continent of God's domain. They wouldn't teleport players to specific locations like the local NPC cities. Players couldn't travel to the teleportation gates from the city's teleportation halls either. If players had wanted to visit or leave an other world, they had to travel to an ancient shrine by foot. However, these shrines were usually tucked away in remote locations, and players had to face many monsters on the way. As a result, getting to a shrine had been very time-consuming. But there was a solution. Players could increase their reputation with specific ancient shrines. When a player earned 1,000 reputation points with a particular ancient shrine, they could purchase its ancient shrine emblem. Players could then use this emblem to teleport directly to the shrine, saving a lot of time. Because of this, many players had tried to grind reputation with ancient shrines. Unfortunately, doing so was no easy feat. Most players had been lucky to earn 500 reputation points after 1 or 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, the Shrine Warrior title could increase players' reputation gain by 20%. Closing off the title's attribute panel, Shi Feng began to organize the loot. As a mythic monster, the Titan Warrior dropped far better items than a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the loot was even more impressive since they had gotten the first kill. With a quick glance, Shi Feng spotted over 150 items. Seeing the small mountain of treasure, passion burned in Lifeless Thorn and his companions' eyes. They all wanted to dive into the pile. How bountiful. Even a super guild would be tempted to trying robbing us. Shi Feng's excitement grew as he looked at the items in his bag. Although he'd killed a lot of mythic monsters in his previous life, the difference between their loot and that of the Titan Warrior was like heaven and earth. Generally, mythic monsters had a high chance of dropping epic items. Some special mythic monsters could even drop fragmented legendary items. For example, the final boss in the Dragon's Graveyard, a forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, had a chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. Although the Titan Warrior wasn't as powerful as the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, its loot was quite impressive. The majority of the 150-plus items were rare materials for crafting epic weapons and equipment, all of which could easily fetch over 100 gold on the market. Among them, a particular item was an important component for forging the epic-ranked Broken Steel set equipment, Nucleus of Life. Epic set equipment had been out of Shi Feng's reach in the past. The best he had equipped were individual epic weapons and pieces of equipment. It was common knowledge that set equipment was half a rank stronger than individual pieces of the same rank. If he had worn an epic set equipment back then, he would have had an 80% chance of completing his Tier 4 promotion. If he could forge the broken steel set now, he would become invincible. Although he had thought of doing so, the materials required to forge the broken steel set were simply too rare. Aside from the required mana stones, he had no way to collect the Titan ore or the flame, water, wind, and earth source crystals. And then there was the nucleus of life. One could only obtain a nucleus of life if they were lucky. There was no set method to obtain it. One could say that it was the most difficult material to obtain among the various required materials. Shi Feng had never expected a nucleus of life to drop. Although he knew where he could obtain the rest of the materials, he wasn't strong enough to reach them yet. The Titan warrior had also dropped plenty of master-ranked potions and magic scrolls of various tiers. Among the most precious scrolls was a Tier 4 magic scroll, Titan's Wrath, a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. In a guild war, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. There were also quite a few Tier 2 skill books for various classes. The system only allowed players to learn low-tiered skills from NPCs during the early stages of the game to help them adapt to the game's environment. Players could only learn Tier 2 and above skills or spells from loot or purchasing them with legacy skill points. Skill books containing Tier 2 skills were incredibly rare, and many players in the past had only found a handful after reaching Tier 2, obtaining most from completing their promotion quest. As a result, those players hadn't been able to exhibit the true strength of their Tier 2 classes. The Titan warrior had dropped over a dozen Tier 2 skill books. It had even dropped the popular Tier 2 spell for healers, Combat Resurrection. With this skill, healers could resurrect a fallen companion even while still in combat. It also reduced the normal death penalty by 40%. The only downside was the spell's 12-hour-long cooldown. There were also 2 combination skill books. However, one particular item had caught Shi Feng's attention, a shield radiating a faint trace of divine might. It was the most eye-catching item among the loot. A shield? Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes and began to appraise the item. 1472, Titan Guard. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. In God's domain, any item that radiated divine might was extraordinary. Even more so were the weapons and equipment pieces that emitted the energy. After Shi Feng scanned the shield with omniscient eyes, the system informed him of appraisal time. 20 seconds, Shi Feng rejoiced. Normally, epic items only took a dozen or so seconds to appraise. Since the shield had a 20-second appraisal time, it must be particularly high quality. Shields were very important to a team. If a team's MT had a powerful shield, the team would have a much easier time against boss monsters. Because of their importance, they were hard to find on the market. Furthermore, these shields were generally worth twice as much as a weapon of the same level. Once Omniscient Eyes finished appraising the Crescent Shield, the shield's attribute panel revealed itself to Shi Feng. What an awesome growth-type shield. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the shield statistics. Titan Guard Shield, bronze rank can grow, minimum equipment level, 50 equipment requirement, strength 800 attributes adjust according to user's level, defense plus 3550, level 50, block rate 32% strength plus 33, endurance plus 47, agility plus 29, defense skill plus 1 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 30%, reaction speed increased by 20%, paralysis effects reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill 1, Guardian Shield, automatically generates a layer of Guardian Energy, which can block an attack every 30 seconds. Additional passive skill 2, Iron Wall, reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 30% and damage received by 10%. Additional active skill 1, Titan's Heart, generates a layer of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 5 times of wielder's maximum HP for 30 seconds. During this time, players' battle recovery improved by 500% and healing received increased by 50%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Titan's Will, becomes immune to all control effects, reduces all damage received by 80%, increases attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 20%. Starting movement speed set at 70% of maximum movement speed. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes, cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3, Titan's Domain, every non-friendly target within a 30-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 1%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 1% HP every second. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours, maximum number of targets, 50. This shield can grow to Fragmented Legendary rank. Currently at Bronze rank. Growing to Mysterious, Iron rank requires 1,000 magic crystals. This was the first time Shi Feng had ever seen a growth-type shield that could reach Fragmented Legendary rank. Although the Titan Guard was a Bronze-ranked shield right now, its skills were even more powerful than a Dark Gold shield of the same level. And these skills would become even more formidable as the shield's rank rose. Just thinking about how powerful the Titan Guard would become once it reached Fragmented Legendary rank made Shi Feng shudder with anticipation. Fragmented legendary shields were extremely rare, arguably more so than legendary items. Any team with a shield of that rank would become famous throughout God's domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the team would be akin to an unkillable cockroach in boss raids. A tier 1 MT wielding a fragmented legendary shield could easily tank a mythic monster 10 levels lower than them. After reaching tier 2, said MT could even solo a mythic monster 5 levels higher. With an MT of that caliber, raiding a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon would be a piece of cake even if the team's DPS and coordination were lacking. It might even have a chance of raiding high-difficulty, super large-scale team dungeons. With this, we won't need to worry about raiding super large-scale team dungeons. Shi Feng's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the Titan Guard, following which Shi Feng examined the other weapons and equipment that had dropped. The next best item was an Epid-ranked cape, the Titan Mantle, which focused on strength. There were also 8 pieces of level 60, dark gold equipment. Since Shi Feng already had the Nightwalker's cape, he gave the Titan Mantle to Lifeless Thorn. Now, the Berserker's equipment could rival that of peak experts in God's domain. "Commander, what about you?" Lifeless Thorn asked, giving Shi Feng a concerned look. If he had claimed not to be excited about obtaining the cape, he would have been lying. Every expert dreamed of epic items after all. Mine's even better. Besides, this is a loan. "It'll only truly be yours after you've accumulated enough ACPs, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Nurturing powerful experts was more important than some epic cape right now. Had Solitary 9 or Dark Madness reached the refinement realm, he might have given them the item. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Lifeless Thorn nodded, not arguing. Shi Feng then awarded the rest of his team with the corresponding contribution points, which they could use to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Ashura adventuring team. Now that the Titan warrior was dead, Shi Feng could finally breathe. Once the team had rested, they proceeded to the ancient shrine itself. When the team entered the shrine, they felt as if they had just stepped into another world. The shrine's interior was resplendent, a stark contrast to the bleak cavern. They spotted elves and mechanical NPCs going about their business. The place looked nothing like a desolate location. Aside from NPCs, the ancient shrine had various shops selling all sorts of items. There were even places for players to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Ashura's members excitedly looked around, but Shi Feng didn't give his team time to digest their new environment. Instead, he led them to the teleportation hall on the shrine's second floor. When the team reached the teleportation hall, they were greeted by rows of mechanical NPCs guarding the space-time teleportation gate. These NPCs were all level 200, and the weakest among them was tier 3. Anybody that dared to cause trouble here would die instantly. "Hello, sir. If you wish to leave the Ice Crystal world, each member of your party must pay 1 mana stone or 100 magic crystals," the NPC elf standing before the teleportation gate explained, smiling when he saw Shi Feng's group. "However, since you are one of our ancient shrine's shrine warriors, your travel will only cost 50 magic crystals." "How expensive?" Shi Feng frowned slightly. Among the various other worlds he had visited in the past, the most expensive had cost him 80 magic crystals, yet leaving the Ice Crystal world cost 50 after his 50% discount. Asura's members, who had been elated to leave Coldwind City's region, were stupefied by the price. Although they could afford it, they would only have a few magic crystals left. "Here's 50 mana stones." Shi Feng didn't hesitate to hand over the mana stones he had prepared to trade for the temporal sand. As for the Countess's quest, he could send the Asura adventurer team to grind for the remaining ice crystal fragments. He still had enough time before the deadline. After Shi Feng paid the teleportation fees for 100 people, the space-time teleportation gate slowly opened. Under Shi Feng's lead, the team entered the gate and vanished from the ancient shrine's teleportation hall. 1473, Shocking Wealth. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth, Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Inside the congested teleportation hall, a constant stream of players appeared and vanished via the teleportation arrays. With every passing moment, new players arrived in Black Dragon City. The city's population grew by the day. As one of the teleportation arrays lit up, a 100-man team emerged. Why are so many people here? So, this is Black Dragon City? The players here really are well equipped. Coldwind City is no match for this place. These new arrivals stared at the gorgeous and spectacular teleportation hall as if they had just arrived in a new world. These people were none other than the Asura adventurer team's members, who had just crossed over from the Ice Crystal world. "You must be tired after grinding for so long. We'll disband for now, so get some rest. You can also use this opportunity to explore. I'll notify you through the team chat when it's time to meet back up," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he watched his curious teammates. After leaving the Ice Crystal world's ancient shrine, their group teleported to an ancient shrine in the Great Thorn Forest, a neutral map not far from the Black Dragon Empire. Although that shrine had lacked a guardian boss, players couldn't teleport while in the Great Thorn Forest. They had no choice but to fight their way out of the map. Fortunately, the Great Thorn Forest was only a level 60 to level 80 map, so the enemies they encountered hadn't been ridiculously powerful. Even so, they had fought for over 10 hours before they reached the Empire. The team then arrived in a border town in the Black Dragon Empire with the help of Shi Feng's space movement. From the border town, they teleported to Black Dragon City. After such a long fight, every team member was mentally exhausted. Since there was still some time before his agreement with Phoenix Rain, Shi Feng let his adventurer team get some rest. Besides, he still had a few matters to see to, and moving as a group was too troublesome. Alright, we'll do that. I wonder how many experts are here? I'm going to the Divine Colosseum to take a look. After Shi Feng's dismissal, the team members excitedly left the teleportation hall. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, dashed straight towards Black Dragon City's Divine Colosseum. After the team split up, Shi Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to the city's auction house. During his time in the Ice Crystal world, he had purchased many of the other world's unique, rare materials. Including the items his Asura adventurer team had gathered, his bag space and epic ranked spatial bag were full to the brim. Although he had been absent from God's Domain's continent for some time, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had sent him regular reports. The various large guilds had been busy trying to equip their members with mounts by offering their elite and expert member subsidies. Mounted players could explore distant resource maps, gathering more resources for their guilds. They could also level up faster due to fewer competitors. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't fall behind. Although Zero Wing earned a lot from Stone Forest Town's Battle Arena and Auction House and White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm and Teleportation House, it didn't have much to spare to purchase mounts for its elites due to its expansion on two fronts. Hence, this was a good opportunity to earn a quick buck from selling the Ice Crystal world's rare materials and set some aside for guild mounts. Many of the materials he had gathered during his trip were ice-type items. Not only could they be used to craft weapons and equipment, but they would also be useful in brewing potions that increased ice resistance and ice-type damage, both of which God's Domain's continent sorely lacked. Mainstream players had already begun to encounter leveling maps with various environments, and as a result, increasing one's resistances had become a necessity. Without those resistances, players' leveling speed and combat power would suffer. Frost steel ore in particular was the main material to produce ice resistance armor kits and mysterious iron and secret, silver with ice resistance. In the Ice Crystal world, a stack of 100 frost steel ore only sold for 1 gold. In God's Domain, a stack could go for more than 5 gold. Shi Feng had intentionally collected a large stock of the material. He had planned to sell the materials in Zero Wing's auction house, but at the end of the day, Stone Forest Town didn't see enough traffic. It was no match for Black Dragon City. Moreover, only a high-population city like Black Dragon City could exhaust his stock. If he tried to sell the materials in Star Moon Kingdom, he'd saturate the market, and the prices would eventually fall. Half an hour later, Shi Feng arrived before the Black Dragon auction house. He saw far more players than his visit a few days ago. There were several times more merchant players from other kingdoms and empires specifically. These merchant players hawked their wares outside the building in an intense competition. After entering the auction house, Shi Feng found a secluded corner and took a seat. He then called up the auction house's system interface and began to place various items up for sale. He had bought almost every ingot of frost steel ore Cold Wind City had to offer, collecting over 5,000 stacks. Aside from the frost steel ore, Shi Feng had over 3,000 stacks of ice-capped grass, a required component for brewing intermediate ice resistance potions. Each stack had sold for 60 silver in Cold Wind City, but in the Black Dragon Empire they could sell for 3 gold. Overall, Shi Feng had over 16,000 stacks of materials. Among them, over 13,000 stacks were common materials in the Ice Crystal world. For now, he only sold the common materials, saving the more valuable items for the Candlelight Trading Firm. Someone selling frost steel ore for 5 gold per stack? That's so cheap. I finally found the ice-capped grass I've been looking for. It wasn't long before players bought out the first batch of materials Shi Feng had scheduled in the auction house. Due to the intense competition for the items, Shi Feng made more than the marketplace even after deducting the processing fees. Overall, just the first batch of materials had earned Shi Feng a net profit of over 3,000 gold. At this rate, he should be able to earn over 30,000 gold. And this was his profit after a single visit to the Ice Crystal world. If the various super guilds learned his secret, they'd pop a blood vessel in envy. After he finished dealing with the common materials, Shi Feng used a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town. He stored the remaining materials in the town's Candlelight Trading Firm. He also collected the magic crystals the town had stockpiled while he had been gone to upgrade the Titan Guard. He had spent most of his magic crystals during the battle with the Titan Warrior, so he only had a few hundred crystals on hand. It wasn't enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. The number of magic crystals Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house and battle arena had earned stunned Shi Feng. Even after deducting the town's expenses, Stone Forest Town had earned over 60,000 magic crystals in just 3 days. However, upgrading the Titan Guard wouldn't be cheap. After spending 1,000 magic crystals to upgrade the shield from bronze to mysterious iron rank, he spent another 3,000 crystals upgrading it to secret silver rank, 6,000 to fine gold rank, 10,000 to dark gold rank, and 18,000 to epic rank. Unfortunately, upgrading the shield to fragmented legendary rank would cost 100,000 magic crystals. In the end, Shi Feng could only afford to upgrade the Titan Guard to epic rank. He'd have to save the last upgrade for the future. Guild leader, you're finally back. I bought a large stock of flame potions as you asked. Do you want me to send them over? Aqua Rose asked, smiling. Aqua Rose and her team had grinded for flame potions in the Flaming Rain Mountains while Shi Feng had been gone. Since it was a neutral map, it had an abundance of extremely powerful monsters. If not for her leadership, they might not have completed their task. Furthermore, due to the map's difficulty, she had leveled up, reaching level 51. Good. Shi Feng nodded and glanced at the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Phoenix Rain, and he said, let's meet up in Black Dragon City. And notify Snow to pick a team of experts. We're going on a trip to Apocalypse City. We're heading out on another excursion? All right. Aqua Rose was instantly overjoyed. She then disconnected the call and contacted Gentle Snow. 1474 Zero Wings Auction. Chapter 1474 Zero Wings Auction. Shi Feng didn't hurry to return to Black Dragon City after the call disconnected. Instead, he left the Candlelight Trading Firm and headed to the Zero Wing Auction House. The Titan Guard would be of immense help when the guild raided dungeons. If he upgraded the shield to fragmented legendary rank in time, it could also help them capture the Manatite Vein on Karna Island. However, 100,000 magic crystals were not easy to come by. So, he decided to sell some of the more valuable materials he had obtained in the Ice Crystal world in Zero Wings Auction House. Coins were the main currency in NPC auction houses, but Zero Wings was an advanced auction house. Players were allowed to use other currencies in their transactions, including magic crystals. This was also the reason that the various major powers in the past had sought their own. As expected of an advanced auction house, the place has developed quickly. It's no wonder why Ouroboros rose to power so quickly in the past. Before Shi Feng reached the building, he spotted massive crowds wandering in and out of the auction house. It was far more lively than Black Dragon's auction house. Based on Aqua Rose's reports, Stone Forest Town's player population had stabilized at over 1,000 due to Zero Wing's auction house. It was enough to rival a major NPC city. Such a high number of players also allowed the various large guild spies to investigate the establishment. Some had even tried to bribe Zero Wing's core members to learn how their guild could obtain an advanced auction house. Among the guilds trying to probe for information, Aqua Rose had discovered a few shadows from super guilds. Unfortunately, although these players' bribes were tempting, not even Aqua Rose knew how they had obtained the advanced auction house design, much less the core members. In the end, these spies had returned empty-handed. As soon as Shi Feng entered the auction house, several level 20 to 30 merchant players stepped into his path before he reached the counter. Moreover, he wasn't the only player they had interrupted. These merchant players in luxurious, non-attributed clothing approached any player that tried to enter the auction house. Fellow friend, do you intend to sell items here? A female oracle in a light blue dress asked after approaching Shi Feng. Softly, she continued, I can help you sell and purchase items. If you have items to sell, I'll help pay a portion of the processing fees. If you're looking for items, depending on the item's value, I'll help cover the cost up to 1 gold. Shi Feng had intended to ignore the woman, but upon seeing the oracle's name, he paused. Why is she here? Shi Feng stared at the smiling player in shock. The female oracle's name was Susie. She wasn't a fighting expert or some upper echelon from a guild or top adventurer team. Rather, she had been a famous merchant in the Black Dragon Empire and its neighbors. Shi Feng had conducted various business deals with Susie in the past. Through her, he had secured a steady supply of various resistance potions, which had been very rare at the time. The potions had helped Shadow pioneer a neutral map and encounter plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, Susie hadn't had a powerful background. After amassing immense wealth for herself, some of the large guilds had targeted her. In the end, they plundered her coins and resources. Although Susie had tried to take revenge, she hadn't had any influence or strength. Eventually, she had been forced elsewhere to develop. After that incident, Shi Feng had lost track of the woman. Shi Feng had never thought that he'd run into her here. What benefits do you offer for helping foot a portion of the processing fees? Shi Feng asked curiously. I'm trying to join Zero Wing's auction. To do so, I need to meet a certain transaction quota. I'd like to use your items to meet that quota, Susie explained without withholding anything. Hearing this, realization dawned on Shi Feng. An advanced auction house would periodically hold NPC auctions. During these auctions, players could bid on all sorts of precious items. However, not just any player could participate. Players needed to complete a specified number of transactions first. Fulfilling these quotas might be easy for adventurer teams and guilds, but they were quite demanding of individual merchant players. How many are you missing? Shi Feng asked. Susie frowned at the question, but she offered an answer. I'm roughly 500 gold away from qualifying for the intermediate auctions. Although she put up quite a few of her own items in Zero Wing's auction house, many of them hadn't sold due to the intense competition. She was forced to resort to other methods to fulfill her quota. All right, help me sell these items then, but I'll only accept magic crystals. Shi Feng handed the woman 10 ingots of the absurdly rare Arctic Manatite. The market price for Arctic Manatite was over 50 gold per piece, and even then, no one willing sold theirs. Arctic Manatite? Susie's jaw nearly hit the ground when she saw the material this swordsman intended to sell. Ordinary players might not recognize Arctic Manatite, but merchant players were very familiar with the material. Many of the various large guilds were preparing to pioneer neutral maps, and they all needed various materials to craft resistance items. Arctic Manatite was one such example. 1 ingot could easily sell for 180 magic crystals or more. Meanwhile, magic crystals' current market price had climbed to 30 silver each. Even at such a high price, guilds would fight over the metal, yet Shi Feng wanted to sell 10 ingots. "Are you sure you want to consign them with me?" Susie asked, giving Shi Feng a surprised look. She understood what it meant for a player to so easily collect 10 ingots of Arctic Manatite. With Shi Feng's wealth, he likely wasn't worried about processing fees. "Every coin counts," Shi Feng said, nodding. Susie had, more or less, helped in him the past. Since he had encountered her in this life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Upon hearing the swordsman's agreement, Susie stopped wasting time talking with the man. She pulled a pre-prepared contract from her bag and began to fill in some of the blank areas. Since this was a consignment, the consignor would have to receive the materials to put them up for sale in the auction house. To protect both parties, they'd sign a contract. Within minutes, both players signed the contract. Once the arrangement was complete, Shi Feng turned and headed up to the second floor. Meanwhile, Susie was ecstatic as she looked at the 2 copies of the contract. Once she sold the Arctic Manatite, she would complete her quota. All she would need to do then was prepare for the intermediate auction. However, when Susie read the consignee's name, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's Zero Wing's Ye Feng? Susie spun around, spotting Shi Feng as he walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Zero Wing. It was, without a doubt, the kingdom's #1 guild and overlord. The names of the guild's upper echelons was engraved on every player's mind. Although Ye Feng wasn't as famous as Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, everybody knew that he was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. It was rumored that even Aqua Rose, one of the guild's vice leaders, had to follow the man's commands from time to time. To an insignificant player like her, Ye Feng was far out of her reach. She could only ever gaze up at someone like him. When she thought about how she'd engage such a man for a business transaction, she was speechless. 1475, Gathering of Experts. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts on the auction house's second floor. Shi Feng followed an NPC to a VIP reception room. He had treated his transaction with Susie as an investment. Aside from her keen business sense, Susie had made a name for herself in the Black Dragon Empire as a merchant due to her resource channels. The various first-rate guilds in the past had struggled to secure a steady supply of various resistance potions, yet she had succeeded where they had failed. It was hard to imagine a merchant player with no background obtaining so many resistance potions. Moreover, she had also sold various rare items that had tempted the large guilds. Hence, forming a connection with this merchant player was a wise move. "Boss, do you wish to sell all of these items?" the advanced manager NPC asked as he examined the large pile of materials on the table. "Yes. Sell them in batches. Only accept magic crystals as payment." Shi Feng nodded. An advanced auction house offered 2 methods for selling items. With the first, players could manually decide when their items went up for sale, while the second option allowed them to leave that up to NPCs. NPCs would then sell the items based on the player's requirements and the current demand, putting them up for sale when they could generate the most profit. However, only the auction house's advanced members had access to the second method. Every player dreamed of accessing this option. Not only would it save them the hassle, but their items would also sell at an appropriate time. Usually, players increase their profits by at least 10% with this method. 10% might not make a difference for a transaction worth dozens of silver coins, but it was a different story for those worth hundreds or thousands of gold. This was one of the advanced auction house's trump cards. However, Shi Feng had no intention of offering this function to the public just yet. Otherwise, the various superpowers would become even more eager to obtain their own establishment. They might even attempt to steal the building. After all, God's domain had certain tools that could return a building to its design even after its construction, but doing so was difficult and costly. Although the rare materials he wanted to sell wouldn't earn 100,000 magic crystals, he should be able to earn around 60,000. Including the income from the auction house fees and the battle arena, he should have enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. Once he finished in the auction house, Shi Feng glanced at the time. He then used a return scroll to travel to White River City before making his way to Black Dragon City. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City, the teleportation hall had fallen silent due to the arrival of a particular player group. What? They're actually from Zero Wing? They're so strong. Aren't they Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose? Why are Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders here? Is that the Flame Witch? I've heard that she recently taught the Dark Guilds lurking around Lakeheart City another lesson. With no way to deal with her, they had been forced out of the city. Why are so many people from Zero Wing here? Are they going to declare war on some guild? When Gentle Snow and the other core members of Zero Wing arrived in the teleportation hall, everyone turned towards the party. Every player in the area felt an immense pressure weigh down on them the moment the group arrived. Many people unconsciously stepped out of the way, opening a path for Zero Wing's members. The Black Dragon Empire's players hadn't been particularly familiar with Zero Wing several days ago, but after the ranking competition and the Siege War, it had become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, with countless players attempting to join. However, after the ranking competition and the Siege War, Zero Wing had already become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, and many players desperately wanted to join. With such a large group of the guild's experts before them, why wouldn't they be surprised? In the past, almost no one knew how strong Zero Wing was. But looking at these members, every player in the teleportation hall sighed with admiration. Not only were Zero Wing's members sitting atop their mounts, but their levels were also awesomely high. The lowest leveled among them was level 48. Even the number one expert on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list was only level 48. Guild leader, everyone's arrived. We can set out at any time, Gentle Snow said when she noticed Shi Feng approach. Good. Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction at the strict, orderly 100-man team before him. Take a quick break. The others will arrive shortly. We'll head over once everyone's here. There more? Gentle Snow was a little confused. As far as she knew, they were here to help Phoenix Rain raid the Sunset Forest. She hadn't heard of the woman asking for other reinforcements. As soon as Gentle Snow finished her question, a team entered the teleportation hall, approaching her group. Every player on the team wore a black cloak, hiding their levels, but she felt the threat of death around all of them. When Gentle Snow looked a particular berserk with a dark purple spear across his back, she felt as if she were looking at a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. The berserker's aura was also as sharp as a blade. For a moment, Gentle Snow sensed the threat of death radiating from this berserker. A peak expert? Gentle Snow was surprised and alert as she quietly examined the berserker. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't the only one who felt it. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yuuru were also aware of this particular player. This berserker was none other than Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn also felt a great deal of pressure from Zero Wing's team. Although he had never fought any of these players, his senses as an expert told him that few were strong enough of rivaling his strength among Zero Wing's 100-man team. Let me introduce you. These two are Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. This is Lifeless Thorn, who hails from the Ice Crystal World, Shi Feng said. He could not help but chuckle as the players eyed each other. Both of your teams will be involved in this undertaking. Guild leader, commander, all three players turned to Shi Feng in unison, confused. Shi Feng then patiently explained Zero Wing's guild and the Ashura adventurer team to both sides. The news shocked all of them, and both teams struggled to digest the information. Guild leader, just how many secrets are you hiding? Shock overwhelmed Gentle Snow as she watched Asura's members. Although the black cloaks prevented her from gauging the adventurer's strength, based on their movements, she could tell that every member of the team was an expert. The various large guilds would offer insane prices to recruit such experts, and even then, they had only succeeded in convincing a small number to join them. Yet Shi Feng revealed one ally after another. Now, he even had a top-tier adventurer team. For a moment, Gentle Snow wondered if the man was backed by some super guild. What other explanation was there for the continued emergence of so many experts in Zero Wing? Once Shi Feng confirmed that everyone had arrived, he smiled and announced, "Since we're all here, let's head out to Apocalypse City." 1476 Zero Wing arrives. Chapter 1476. Zero Wing arrives Apocalypse Empire, Apocalypse City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. As the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters, the residence was lively as members often came and left. At this moment, however, tension gripped the residence's front courtyard. Both pavilion masters and their respective forces stood in the courtyard, each occupying one side with a clear divide between the two. The smell of gunpowder wafted between the forces. Most of the uninvolved guild members were too afraid to enter the residence. It was common knowledge in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor were in a constant struggle for the great pavilion master's position. At this point, neither side held anything back. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the crossfire and die without knowing what killed them. What's going on? Why are both pavilion masters here? Don't you know? I've heard that a historical site is going to open today, so they've gathered here before setting out. Look, some of the guild's more elusive experts are among them too. Our guild's experts aren't the only ones here. Look at those players. They aren't wearing our guild's emblem. They must be hired help. I've heard that the historical site they plan to raid is particularly powerful, a grade 1 ancient ruin. The treasures in the ruin will definitely help whichever side gets them first. The Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master raided a grade 2 historical site. Nobody knows what items he found, but the elders promoted him to 8th floor master. It caused quite a commotion in the guild. It's no wonder why our pavilion masters are so desperate to compete for the ancient ruin. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members chatted quietly as they watched the guild's two major factions stare each other down. The requirements to become the next great pavilion master had already been announced to the guild as a whole. Now, all they had to do was wait and see which pavilion master completed the requirements first. Since they had found a Grade 1 historical site, the two factions would spare no effort in obtaining the first clear. After all, this competition over the ruin might affect the outcome on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, those people seem to be from Bloody Paradise, Blue Phoenix said, her expression darkening as she watched the several dozen players behind Nine Dragons Emperor. One thing separated these players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, a blood-red pattern on the back of their hands. Bloody Paradise was not a guild, but a famous adventurer team in the virtual gaming world. Although Bloody Paradise was only an adventurer team, it had outlasted many large guilds. However, Bloody Paradise was powerful because, to the adventurer team, strength was everything. The adventurer team had become famous in the gaming world due to its history of provoking super guilds. The adventurer team had even foiled these super guilds' attempts to eliminate the team. Bloody Paradise would do anything for money. For a high enough price, they'd even strike out against a super guild. Nine Dragons Emperor really has gone all out. Phoenix Rain could not help but frown as she watched a black-clad, middle-aged man chat merrily with Nine Dragons Emperor. She was very familiar with Bloody Paradise. Although it wasn't a super guild, its experts were no less powerful than many of those in the various superpowers. This was especially true for the adventurer team's current commander, Undead. Undead had ranked 18th on the God's Domain experts list, but he had recently risen to rank 11. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters were afraid of the man. The black-clad man beside Nine Dragons Emperor was none other than the monster known as Undead. Phoenix Rain also noticed quite a few familiar experts among her competitors' team. Only, these great experts were not as famous as Undead. Although she had recruited quite a few experts herself, even inviting Quiet Melody, the Vice Temple Master of the Super Guild, Sacred Temple, they were insignificant compared to Nine Dragons Emperor's recruits. Furthermore, Quiet Melody was only helping as a good friend. Phoenix Rain hadn't been able to borrow the Sacred Temple's true strength. Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Phoenix Rain a gleeful smile. He could already see the Sunset Forest's treasure in his bags. Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, your opponent seems quite formidable. She's invited quite a few exciting experts to help her, Undead said, smiling as he glanced at the people beside Phoenix Rain. True, she has recruited a good number of experts, but how can any of them compare to you, Commander Undead? Your team will likely have an easy enough time defeating them, Nine Dragons Emperor responded. He had already investigated Phoenix Rain's allies. Only Quiet Melody and the few experts she had brought with her were worth any concern. Moreover, this was a historical site raid, not a PvP battle. Once we enter the ruin, I'll rely on you to take the lead. The team Undead had brought with him was leagues above Quiet Melody's. Bloody Paradise was precisely the reason that the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master had secured the first clear of a Grade 2 historical site. On his own, the 9th floor master would have failed. Rest assured, I've already collected quite a bit of information on the Sunset Forest and seen to ample preparations, Undead stated. However, Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, you have to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor nodded. As the Sunset Forest's activation time approached, both sides completed the final groundwork for the raid. A historical site was far more dangerous than a dungeon. Multiple team wipes were normal. Players would also go through resources such as stamina, concentration, and mana far faster than outside of the ruin. Without preparing, a team could easily waste the opportunity. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time to depart, but Zero Wing isn't here yet. Should we contact them? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Although every team entering the historical site would have the same amount of time, the sooner they entered the ruin, the sooner they could secure the first clear. Glancing at the time, Phoenix Rain noticed that they only had 15 minutes before the Sunset Forest opened. Alright, give them a call, Phoenix Rain said. Just as Blue Phoenix pulled up her communication interface, a large group of players rode through the residence's entrance. The moment these people arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in their way instinctively parted to open a pat as the pressure the team radiated swept over them. Zero Wing? A cold glint flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes when he saw Shi Feng at the head of the group. Due to Zero Wing, the resource towns he'd invested in had been destroyed. Although Zero Wing hadn't captured the two towns, they had flattened them. They would be incredibly expensive to rebuild. Even if he had the funds, Zero Wing could simply destroy them all over again. As a result, he had been forced to watch as those two resource towns had gone to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted nothing more than the guild's extermination. Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. Crap, isn't that the Flame Witch? Look, she's Aqua Rose. Didn't she defeat the Shadow Dragon Legion? The Phoenix Pavilion Master is amazing. She actually hired Zero Wing's members. The competition for the historical site's first clear will be interesting. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the courtyard erupted into a fevered discussion as Zero Wing's members walked into their residence. Everyone had heard of Zero Wing's experts. 1477 Unknown Adventurer Team. Chapter 1477 Unknown Adventurer Team. Not only had Zero Wing's arrival attracted the guild members' attention, but the experts Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had hired also turned towards these experts. Most of God's Domain's ordinary players hadn't heard of Zero Wing's experts. After all, God's Domain had only launched a few months ago, and countless guilds rose and fell each day. Most players were only familiar with the veteran large guilds that had been founded many years ago. But it was a different story for players of their caliber. They were privy to far more information than ordinary players, and they were all familiar with what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Not only had Zero Wing become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild early in the game, but it was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 6 guilds, excluding the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Some time ago, a rumor had spread about Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the guild's trump card legions and very formidable in large-scale battles. The fact that Zero Wing had defeated such a powerful force proved its extraordinary combat power. Big Sis Melody, what is the Phoenix Pavilion Master thinking? We're raiding a Grade 1 historical site, yet she invited so many players from Zero Wing. Is she so desperate for manpower? A male summoner named Lonely Fantasy asked, dissatisfied as he watched the 200 players Shi Feng led. It was common knowledge that a Grade 2 historical site was more difficult than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. Needless to say, a Grade 1 historical site would be a greater challenge. If that hadn't been the case, Phoenix Rain wouldn't have recruited so many experts. Meanwhile, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team 1,000 members per raid, yet Zero Wing had dispatched 200 members, taking 1/5 of the available slots. I doubt that. Rain might have her own ideas on the matter. Quiet Melody could not help but reveal a playful smile when she saw Zero Wing's members. But the guild is interesting. Despite knowing how important this is, it didn't dispatch most of its main force members. Most players didn't have a clear idea of Zero Wing's structure, but she did. She had thoroughly investigated the guild, memorizing almost every face in Zero Wing's main force. Although Zero Wing had sent a lot of players, Fire Dance, the main force's commander, Cola, Yewumian, and Turtledove, the 3 top MTs, were absent. Other important individuals such as Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Black Cloud, Minor Wind, and Alluring Summer weren't here either. Without these experts, Zero Wing's main force would be nothing but a joke in the various superpowers' eyes. You finally arrived. Phoenix Rain frowned as Shi Feng's group approached. Team leader Yi Feng, do you plan to bring all of these members to the historical site? She could ignore the fact that Zero Wing hadn't mobilized all of its top experts, but the guild had gone a little too far if they expected to bring all 200 players to the Sunset Forest. It was not that she doubted Zero Wing's strength. Rather, it was impossible for the guild to gather so many players who qualified to challenge a Grade 1 historical site with its current capabilities. All of the players participating in this operation were top experts in their guilds or adventurer teams. In her opinion, only Zero Wing's main force members were qualified to stand beside them. This operation was of utmost importance. She couldn't afford to lose because of such a minor issue. Moreover, she had long since prepared the 1,000 members required for the raid. Zero Wing's members were nothing more than reinforcements. Of course, I wouldn't have brought them otherwise. Shi Feng could hear the ire in Phoenix Rain's tone. Immediately he explained, let me introduce you. This is Lifeless Thorn, the vice commander of the Asura Adventurer team. I specifically invited Asura to help us. Hello. Lifeless Thorn nodded in greeting, confusion gripping his heart. Since when was he Asura's vice commander? Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only confused player. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose shot Shi Feng disdainful looks. The Asura Adventurer team? Phoenix Rain examined Lifeless Thorn before glancing at the cloaked players behind him. She had assumed they were from Zero Wing, but upon closer inspection she realized that their appearances were foreign to her. She had never heard of an adventurer team called Asura. Yet Shi Feng had invited this unknown adventurer team to join such a crucial operation. For a moment she was at a loss for words. Relax, I can vouch for their strength. Shi Feng was fully aware of the questions plaguing Phoenix Rain's mind. He chuckled and said, moreover, Asura will be absolutely necessary if we want to raid Sunset Forest. When he had established the Asura Adventurer team, his goal had been to recruit the various independent experts that detested guild restrictions. Since he didn't want others to realize how closely tied the team was to Zero Wing, he had named it Asura. After all, any adventurer team that had a guild behind it would struggle to recruit members. In addition, Zero Wing's enemies might target Asura, which would be a detriment to the adventurer team's development. He intended to develop Asura separate from Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's operation was a good opportunity for Asura to make a name for itself in God's domain, creating a foundation for the adventurer team to grow. With this, he could save himself the trouble of trying to promote the team secretly. Since they had Shi Feng's vote of confidence, Phoenix Rain sized up the berserker before her. Although the black cloak hid Lifeless Thorn's name and level, it did nothing to conceal his killing intent. Even she felt slightly threatened when subjected to this stranger's aura. As for the purple spear on Lifeless Thorn's back, although he had hidden the weapon's glow effect, she guessed that it was at least dark gold rank based on the design on the shaft and the small arcs of electricity dancing around it. It was very likely that the spear was, in fact, an epic weapon. The black cloak hid most of the berserker's equipment as well, but after a close look, she noticed that every piece had a unified theme. In addition, a distinct pattern flowed from one piece to the next. Its glow proved that it was dark gold rank, proving that Lifeless Thorn wore a dark gold set equipment. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set, the level 40 8-piece Barbarian set, Phoenix Rain guessed. No, the Barbarian set is silver. This one is crimson. Could it be a level 45 dark gold set equipment? When Phoenix Rain considered the possibility of this man wearing an 8-piece level 45 dark gold set equipment, the gaze she gave the berserker changed. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had level 45 dark gold set equipment as well, the guild had only collected a dozen or so 6-piece sets. Naturally, they weren't as strong as an 8-piece set. The fact that an adventurer team had obtained such a set, in addition to an epic weapon, proved Asura's prowess. Fine, have it your way. We'll enter the Sunset Forest together. Phoenix Rain still questioned Shi Feng's claim, but when she thought about her agreement with the man, she gave in. However, we need to finish the raid as soon as possible. Nine Dragons Emperor has invited Bloody Paradise. I've heard that they helped the Nine Heavens Pavilion raid a Grade 2 historical site. They should know what they're doing. Bloody Paradise? Hearing this, Shi Feng could not help but turn towards Nine Dragons Emperor's group. He quickly spotted Undead, Bloody Paradise's commander. Bloody Paradise had been a top adventurer team in his previous life. Although it hadn't achieved as much as the Midnight Tea Party had, the adventurer team had been absurdly powerful. This was especially true for the adventurer team's commander, Undead. He had been a madman who had dared to kill a super guild's leader and countless players from the Midnight Tea Party. Eventually, however, the various super guilds and Midnight Tea Party had hunted the man down, removing him from God's domain entirely. In any case, we need to raid the Sunset Forest as fast as possible. If you need recovery items, let me know, Phoenix Rain offered as she glanced at the time. Only a few minutes were left before the Sunset Forest opened, and even though Shi Feng now knew about Bloody Paradise's participation, nothing had changed. All they could do was rest up and prepare for the raid. When Nine Dragons Emperor's players saw Zero Wings members join Phoenix Rain's forces, they laughed. Phoenix Rain has lost her mind. She actually let Zero Wing bring 200 members. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he looked at the opponent's team composition. Have you looked into these 200 members yet? Nine Dragons Emperor asked as he glanced at Shi Feng's group. Although he didn't think that Zero Wing could make much of a difference, there was no harm in being cautious. After all, this raid was incredibly important. I sent someone to probe for information. Among those 200 players, 100 belong to Zero Wing, while the other 100 are from an adventurer team called Asura. Unfortunately, we don't know anything about this adventurer team. My guess is that they've only recently established. Many of Phoenix Rain's experts aren't happy about the situation, Blood Dragon reported, chuckling. A new adventurer team? The news stunned Nine Dragons Emperor, but after a moment he laughed uncontrollably. Phoenix Rain is trying her best to sabotage herself. Have someone leak the information to those obstinate elders. Let them know who they should truly support. Understood. Blood Dragon began to compile the information and sent his subordinates to spread rumors. The last few minutes passed quickly. When the Sunset Forest activated, both Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved a silver crystal ball from their bags at almost the same time, shattering it. The crystal balls then opened a spatial tunnel that allowed Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragon Emperor's teams to enter. Very quickly, 2,000 players entered their respective spatial tunnels, vanishing from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. A breath later, the spatial tunnels also disappeared. 1478, Asura's Edge, Chapter 1478, Asura's Edge. When Shi Feng entered the spatial tunnel, a glaring light blinded him for a moment. When his vision recovered, he noticed that he stood in a familiar yet foreign location. System, you have discovered the historical site, Sunset Forest. System, you will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest automatically after 8 hours. It seems we'd gotten pretty lucky. We were actually teleported to the werewolf zone. After taking a quick look around him, Shi Feng had a general grasp of their location. A historical site was like a special secret land. It only opened at certain times. Players had to complete the key quest each time they wanted to enter a particular historical site. In addition, players would be teleported to different locations every time they entered. The Sunset Forest was massive, no smaller than a leveling map. The map was divided into 8 zones, and each time players entered the historical site, they'd be teleported to one of the areas randomly. Naturally, each area's danger would also differ. Among the 8 areas, the werewolf zone was considered the easiest to get through. Each of the Sunset Forest's 8 zones offered varying challenges. For example, the Swamp Zone would drag players down, drowning those who weren't careful. In the Stone Forest Zone, players weren't able to use spells. The Darkness and Hail Zones were the most dangerous. Random orbs of ice would rain down in the Hail Zone, claiming players' lives. In the Darkness Zone, players could only see 8 yards around them, making them easy targets for monster ambushes. The reason the Werewolf Zone was considered the easiest was that its main threat came in the form of a larger monster population. The zone's monsters were also quite organized. All 8 zones had one thing in common. They eventually led to the Sunset Forest Center. However, players didn't often get that far. Once the team was accounted for, they adjusted the team's formation. Phoenix Rain sent scouting parties of assassins and rangers ahead to determine their next move. Unlike dungeons, players didn't have access to a system map in historical site. They had to explore the available routes. This was also why the system gave them 8 hours to clear the ruin. If a team wasn't careful, they could venture into a different zone, bypassing the historical site's core. After 15 minutes or so, the scouting parties reported back with what they had discovered. When Phoenix Rain read the reports, she was astonished. So, this is a Grade 1 historical site. Phoenix Rain frowned deeply at the reports. Their current location was extremely dangerous. Based on the scouting party's investigation, they were surrounded by werewolf caps. Moreover, a large number of werewolves patrolled the various paths leading to the Sunset Forest's core. If they tried to advance, they'd march straight into these werewolves' den. 30 werewolf squads patrolled the straightest path to the core, and each patrol consisted of around 100 monsters, led by at least one Great Lord. The more powerful patrol squads were commanded by Grand Lords. Even the weakest werewolf in the zone was a chieftain, and they were all level 52 and above. Dealing with one werewolf patrol squad would be difficult and time-consuming, much less dealing with 30. Furthermore, if they weren't careful and disturbed any of the nearby camps, they'd be overrun. Each werewolf camp had at least 11 Grand Lords, including a specialized Grand Lord. Attempting to face such a force would be suicidal. After several evolutions to God's domain, even monsters of the same rank had varying levels of strength. Monsters that failed to evolve properly tended to upgrade a portion of their basic attributes first, such as their strength, agility, and defense. These monsters were known as specialized bosses. They were much stronger than bosses of the same rank and level, but they were extremely rare. Once they knew what they were up against, even Quiet Melody was shocked. She had raided a Grade 2 historical site in the past, but compared to this Grade 1 ruin, that experience had been child's play. Even extremely rare specialized bosses were common here. Although players would only lose 20% of their EXP if they died in the ruin, it would add up after multiple deaths. I see why they say that historical sites are even more difficult than 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. This Grade 1 historical site really knows how to render players powerless. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. She then turned to Shi Feng and asked, Team Leader Yi Feng, do you have a way to break through? I don't have any ideas either. We'll have to fight our way through, Shi Feng stated. Players in other areas might be able to rely on their wit to overcome the zone's challenges, but the werewolf zone didn't offer that option. The only way to the core was to kill their way there. Fight our way through? Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She had asked him precisely because that wasn't possible. Since we don't have other options, I guess we have no choice but to use the 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls earlier than expected. To raid the Sunset Forest, she had prepared plenty of trump cards. However, she hadn't expected to use them so soon after entering the historical site. No one else on the team voiced an opinion either. With their team's strength, fighting 30 werewolf patrol squads was pushing it. They'd have to face over 20 level 55 Great Lords and several level 55 Grand Lords. There were thousands of weaker monsters as well. If they had 4 Tier 3 summoned creatures to hold off the Grand Lords while they defeated the rest of the monsters, they might have a chance of making it through. It's too wasteful to use Tier 3 summoning scrolls right now, Shi Feng commented as he stopped Phoenix Rain. That's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to get past the Grand Lords if we don't use the Tier 3 summoned creatures to distract them? Lonely Fantasy snapped, clicking his tongue when he heard Shi Feng. However, Quiet Melody quickly silenced Lonely Fantasy, turning to Shi Feng. May I know if Elder Yi Feng has a different plan? We'll just force our way through, Shi Feng stated. For a moment, the team fell silent. If they could force their way through, they wouldn't need to use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls, yet when they saw the look in Shi Feng's eyes, they knew he was serious. They were stunned. Team leader Yi Feng, what about the Grand Lords? Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the man's expression. The Asura Adventurer team will distract the Grand Lords in our path. Everyone else can worry about the other monsters as we advance, Shi Feng explained. Leave them to Asura? Phoenix Rain shot Lifeless Thorn a glance. Based on the scouts' reports, 4 Grand Lords guarded the easiest path. A measly 100-man team could never deal with 4 Grand Lords at once. Besides, other monsters littered the area. We don't have any problems with it, Lifeless Thorn declared. Initially, he had wanted to veto the idea, but Shi Feng had sent him a whisper, instructing him to agree. With no other choice, he did as he was told. Hearing Lifeless Thorn's lack of hesitation, Quiet Melody and the others were stunned. None of them had ever heard of the Asura Adventurer team before today, yet the team claimed that they could distract 4 level 55 Grand Lords. This was simply inconceivable. After some reluctance, Phoenix Rain eventually agreed and said, "All right then, let's try it. If we fail, I'll use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls to assist you." Following which, the team prepared to move out. Meanwhile, Shi Feng made his own secret arrangements. 9, you'll tank 2 Grand Lords. Madness, you'll tank one of the remaining 2, and I'll take the last. Healers, focus on the 2 MTs, Shi Feng whispered to Ashura's members. I'm dealing with 2? Solitary 9 was beginning to grow nervous. Relax, Shi Feng said, chuckling. After all, he had lent Solitary 9 the epic ranked Titan Guard. The man was also a level 53 shield warrior wearing an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment. If he couldn't hold his ground against 2 Grand Lords, he didn't deserve the equipment. A moment later, the 1,000-man team moved out under Shi Feng's command. First, he sent the scouting parties to lure Grand Lord's werewolf patrol squads to Asura's members. He instructed the rest of the team to focus on moving towards Sunset Forest's core. Every player in this raid was an expert. They had long since grown used to luring powerful bosses. It wasn't long before the scouts ran back with 4 werewolf patrol squads behind them. Go! Shi Feng commanded when he saw the oncoming monsters. Taking the lead, Solitary 9 ran up to one of the Grand Lord-ranked werewolf captains and executed a shield bash. He then activated charge on another werewolf captain. In seconds, he had aggroed 2 werewolf captains. Werewolf captain humanoid creature, Grand Lord level 55, HP 72,072,000, 72,070. The 2 werewolf captains howled in anger as they swung their clubs at the shield warrior. Peng! Peng! Both clubs struck Solitary 9's shield, emitting 2 loud buzzing sounds. 2 damages of over 10,000 appeared above the Solitary 9's head, devouring nearly 2/5 of the man's HP. Fortunately, the 4 healers in the rear restored him back to full. How is this possible? As Phoenix Rain and the others fought their way towards the distant core, they were stunned when they saw the scene. 1479 Brutish Team, Chapter 1479. Brutish Team, how did he do that? Did he activate a life-saving skill? Lonely Castle gaped at the recovered Solitary 9. Everyone who had underestimated the Asura Adventurer team was stupefied. Normally, the strength of a team's MT was synonymous to the team's overall strength. Solitary 9's performance proved that Asura's claim of being a powerful adventurer team was clearly more than just arrogance. Even the game's current top-tier MTs would lose more than 15,000 HP against a casual attack from a level 55 Grand Lord. It was the equivalent of 1/3 of most MT's HP. Yet Solitary 9 had only sustained a little over 10,000 HP from each werewolf captain's attack, which totaled less than 2/5 of his total HP. However, their shock after seeing the damage Solitary 9 had received was nothing compared to what they felt after watching the man block both attacks with his shield. While their respective guilds' top-ranking MTs could block a level 55 Grand Lord's attacks as well, it normally took several MTs working together. If they sent a single MT to tank the Grand Lord, they'd send the player to his death. Even when a Peakment blocked an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level, they'd stiffen momentarily from the impact. The outcome was the same when the MT used a defensive technique. If MTs didn't deal with the momentary stiffness properly, the Grand Lord could use its high attack speed to break through their defenses, landing a direct hit. Even with a group of dedicated healers, most MTs wouldn't survive the hit. Hence, teams usually sent in multiple MTs to manage the boss's attacks and dampen the resulting impacts. Yet Solitary 9 had blocked attacks from 2 werewolf captains, and by the looks of it, he had energy to spare. It was inconceivable. However, Solitary 9 was more surprised than anyone. Isn't this shield a little too powerful? Solitary 9 could not help but glance at the crescent shield on his arm. He couldn't believe that he had just blocked 2 Great Lords' attacks without slowing in the least. Elsewhere, Dark Madness had secured his own werewolf captain. Although he had a harder time than Solitary 9, with his 8-piece dark gold set equipment, he held his ground as he focused on his defense. Naturally, Shi Feng had little trouble with his boss. Although he wasn't an MT, his attributes rivaled the Grand Lords of the same level. At level 60, distracting a Grand Lord that was 5 levels lower than him was a piece of cake. With the 4 werewolf captains distracted, the rest of the team had an easier time dealing with the remaining werewolves. Every player that Phoenix Rain had recruited for the operation was a top-tier expert. The MTs were more than capable of holding their ground against a level 55 Great Lord, let alone High Lord-ranked monsters and below. With the MTs forming a wall around the team, the various DPS classes launched frenzied attacks at the werewolves in their way. Hundreds of spells and arrows rained down on the werewolves, killing a few chieftain-ranked werewolves instantly. As the patrol squads thinned, the team slowly advanced. Melee players, assist the MTs. Ranged players, prioritize the werewolves directly in front of us. Don't waste your attacks. Healers, coordinate and make sure there aren't any long breaks between heals on the MTs. Phoenix Rain commanded hurriedly as more werewolves converged on their location. Don't. Prioritize the werewolf captains and ignore the mobs, Shi Feng interjected. The mobs are increasing by the minute. If we don't clear them out soon, we won't be able to move forward, Quiet Melody snapped as she glanced at the approaching werewolf squads. She strongly disapproved of Shi Feng's plan. It would take too long to kill the Grand Lords. They simply had too much HP. Rather than targeting the Grand Lords, they should focus on killing the weaker monsters. That way, they could break through the blockade sooner than later. I have a plan to deal with the mobs. For now, prioritize the werewolf captains, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Even the weakest of these werewolves have several million HP. If they swarm us, the MTs won't be able to hold them back, Quiet Melody growled when she saw the swordsman's calm expression. His plan wouldn't be an issue if they were fighting common or elite monsters, but the werewolves coming at them were chieftain rank and above. Even if they bombarded those monsters with one AoE spell after another, it would do little to thin their numbers. Only large-scale destruction spells would be useful. Even then, the spells would be of limited help. If they didn't get rid of these monsters soon, the werewolves would overwhelm the team. But before Quiet Melody could respond, Phoenix Rain got ahead of her and said, "All right, you have command of the team now, Shi Feng." "Rain, this is too risky." Quiet Melody spun towards her friend in confusion and shock. "I know. But I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. If things go south, I have a backup plan," the Phoenix Pavilion Master softly explained. While Quiet Melody had been correct about needing to deal with the weaker monsters first, there was an issue with her plan. If they ignored the 4 Grand Lords and advanced, the pressure on the team would only increase as they moved forward and more werewolf patrol squads joined the fight. On the off chance that they came across another Grand Lord squad, the team would be annihilated. Hence, prioritizing the werewolf captains was a sound idea. In addition, she could use the opportunity to gauge Zero Wing's strength. Once Phoenix Rain handed Shi Feng the leadership rights, he instructed the team to focus their fire on the werewolf captain in front of him. Although the werewolf captain had 72 million HP, its HP steadily decreased as hundreds of players bombarded the monster. Most of the team members dealt around 5,000 damage, occasionally dealing double that due to critical hits. Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, and Lifeless Thorn, however, dealt over 10,000 damage on average. They even dealt several times that every now and again. Aqua Rose's damage was particularly frightening. She was already a Tier 2 player, and after she gained the Sea Dragon Staff, her Tier 2 spells had gained the power of Tier 3, each capable of dealing several 100,000 damage. Zhao Yueru had a similar benefit with her staff. Despite only being a Tier 1 player, her spells were on par with Tier 2 spells. With Shi Feng distracting the werewolf captain, both women could attack freely, dominating the team's damage output ranking and leaving the rest of the players in their dust. Crap, this is insane. Their combined damage is more than the next 7 players combined. So, this is Zero Wing? Aqua Rose and Zhao Yuru's damage stupefied many of the team's experts. Even Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Ashura were surprised. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing was this powerful. It wasn't long before one werewolf captain after another fell. However, a tremendous number of werewolves had converged on the team's location. The monsters had already blocked the path ahead, making advancement impossible. "Good, Aqua, Yoru, you two can begin," Shi Feng shouted as he glanced at the clogged path ahead. He then switched the aura of wind for the aura of fire. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yoru exchanged smiles as they cast the Tier 2 spells, Rising Flow and Frost Flame Hell simultaneously. Meanwhile, Shi Feng activated Flame Domain. Suddenly, the werewolves blocking the path screamed in pain as their HPs plummeted. In seconds, they turned to dust. When the spells dissipated, only a small portion of the werewolves remained. Every chieftain-ranked werewolf had been eliminated, and the lord-ranked werewolves had less than half of their HPs remaining. For a moment, both players and werewolves had fallen silent. 1480 Historical Sites Treasure, Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure, What Destructive Power? Am I seeing things? All of the chieftains are dead? An indescribable shock overwhelmed the team members as they stared at the clearing in the enemy lines. Moreover, after the deaths of so many werewolves, everyone's experience bars had risen by a significant chunk. They still have 3 large-scale destruction spells of such power despite so many of their main force members missing? Quiet Melody stared at Shi Feng on the front line in confusion. The various large guilds constantly searched for large-scale destruction spells, but such spells were extremely rare. Even a super guild like the Sacred Temple only had 30-plus players who could wield such power, and she was one of them. Players in guilds who didn't fully understand large-scale destruction. Spells treated them like war weapons or powerful tools to use when grinding monsters. Only players who had large-scale destruction spells knew that there were differences even among them. An ordinary large-scale destruction spell might be useful against players, but even 3 of such spells might not be enough to kill level 50-plus chieftain-ranked monsters and above. Only curse-grade large-scale destruction spells could achieve the feat. However, such curses were even harder to find. In the Sacred Temple, only 6 players possessed such curses, and the guild's upper echelons fought over every one of them. Quiet Melody found it hard to believe that, despite the majority of Zero Wing's main force missing, the guild could still employ 3 curse-grade, large-scale destruction spells. It's no wonder why Shi Feng claimed that we can clear the Sunset Forest. It seems he had hidden his guild's true power. Phoenix Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly at the empty plot of land before her. Curse-grade large-scale destruction. Spells were extremely useful when raiding a dungeon. It was especially true as players took on the dungeon bosses. Although she had prepared her own curse, that was it. None of her subordinates wielded such a spell. She had never expected to see 3 players from Zero Wing use one. The path ahead is clear. Everyone, charge. Ranged players, use your control skills on the monsters. Don't let them fill the gap, Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. If Tier 1 players tried to grind all of the Werewolf Zone's monsters until they reached the Sunset Forest's core, they'd never reach it. The only way through this zone was to run, avoid as many battles as possible, and only stop when they came across a Grand Lord. The werewolf patrol squad respawned very quickly. Moreover, their hunting range extended throughout the zone. If they discovered players, the werewolves would chase them to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, Shi Feng's command snapped everyone out of their daze, and the team began to advance. With the team's MTs on the front lines and everyone following closely behind, the team soon broke through the werewolves' blockade. Although the team had encountered plenty of werewolves as they moved, they hadn't run into any Grand Lords, hence the MTs had remained within their block limits. Including their mobile turrets, such as Zhao Yuaru and Aqua Rose, the team knocked aside the Grand Lord-ranked werewolves that had stood in their path. This allowed everyone to approach the ruins' core relatively easily. After a little over 4 hours, Phoenix Rain's team reached the isolated area separating the werewolf zone and the center of the Sunset Forest. Some players had even leveled up during the past 4 hours. Those who hadn't had seen a 30% rise in their experience bars. These players were a little reluctant to leave the werewolf zone after realizing their leveling speed. Big Sis Melody, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, has pretty good luck. Although the Sunset Forest is a Grade 1 historical site, it's much easier than the Grade 2 historical site we previously rated. Even after gathering so many experts, the Sacred Temple had only reached the core after using all of our allotted time. Lonely Fantasy enviously commented as he gazed at the dense forest before them, which was currently protected by a magic barrier. Unfortunately, despite all of the EXP they had obtained, the historical site's monsters hadn't dropped any loot. To secure a historical site's treasure, they had to search its core. With over 3 hours remaining, they could recover some of the Sunset Forest's items even if they failed to clear it. In contrast, when the Sacred Temple had raided the Grade 2 historical site, they hadn't returned with anything. To top it off, they had team-wiped twice. Easy? Quiet Melody glanced at the werewolf army standing near the edge of the isolation area before turning towards Shi Feng, who had sat down to rest. It seems I'll need to report to the guild leader. Their journey might have seemed easy, so much so that Phoenix Rain hadn't had to use a single trunk card she had prepared for this trip, but they had only come this far due to Shi Feng's efficient command and Zero Wing's incredible DPS. If the Sacred Temple hired Zero Wing to raid historical sites in the future, their chances of success would increase tremendously. After the team rested for a bit, they marched towards the protected forest ahead of them. The moment they pushed through the magic barrier, they felt as if a great weight had dropped on their shoulders. They also struggled to concentrate. Everyone, be careful when we face the monsters in this area. The mana here is very thin, and the gravity is 3 times that of other zones, Shi Feng warned his companions in the team chat. Scouting parties, be wary of traps as you explore ahead. Report back immediately if you spot monsters. The Sunset Forest mana was paper thin. After factoring in the high gravity, players would struggle to display their full combat power in this area. Even experts would be fortunate to exhibit 60 or 70% of their total combat power. Ordinary players might not even display 30%. Fortunately, the core didn't have many monsters. Each group the team encountered only consisted of several hundred forest dryads. Meanwhile, the strongest among these dryads was a level 58 Grand Lord, whereas the weakest were level 55 lords. While exploring the Sunset Forest, the team annihilated over a dozen dryad groups. They had discovered 3 dryad nests as well, each of which was like a miniature treasure trove. Although numerous dryads protected these nests, the strongest fortified nest they had found only had 6 Grand Lords and a single specialized Grand Lord. Seeing the potential harvest she could obtain from these nests, Phoenix Rain used all 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared. Each summoning scroll had a 3-hour duration, just long enough to last them until their time in the Sunset Forest came to an end. With the 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness tanking the Grand Lords, the team swiftly cleared out the dryad nests, taking roughly 30 minutes to do so. Meanwhile, each of the nests they found had contained over 30 treasure chests, the lowest rank of which was Secret Silver, while the best they had found thus far was a Dark Gold treasure chest. After raiding 3 dryad nests, the team had obtained 11 Dark Gold treasure chests and 43 Fine Gold treasure chests. In addition, the team had found various materials the dryads had collected. Among the materials, they had found precious ancient origin wood. Even Quiet Melody was a little jealous. The Sunset Forest was a level 50 to level 60 historical site. Needless to say, its treasure chests would drop level 50 to 60 weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, level 50 plus fine gold equipment was still incredibly rare, much less dark gold rank. Commander, we've discovered something, a scouting party suddenly reported. It looks like a dryad nest, but there's a shrine inside it. A lot of dryads are patrolling the nest too. I don't think we can investigate further without being detected. Good. We'll make our way there right away. Shi Feng was ecstatic. The scouting party had found the Sunset Shrine. The Sunset Shrine hid most of the Sunset Forest treasure, but its location wasn't static. The shrine's location would differ each time the Sunset Forest activated. Every time players teleported to the historical site, they'd have to search for the Sunset Shrine all over again. Shi Feng quickly led the team to the Sunset Shrine, but when they arrived, they gasped at what they saw. How is this possible? Didn't the record say that Grade 1 historical site's final boss is supposed to be a Grand Lord ranked archaic species? Phoenix Rain unconsciously balled her fists when she saw at the gigantic, living tree blocking the distant shrine. When everyone saw this massive treant, they could not help but shudder. The giant tree was the Sunset Forest's final boss, but its rank wasn't what they had expected. Rather than a Grand Lord, the treant was a mythic monster. The King of Trees. 1481 challenging the King of Trees. Chapter 1481 challenging the King of Trees. Why is it a mythic monster? Is the system toying with us? When everyone saw the colossal tree looming over 100 meters above them, their relaxed, confident expressions vanished. Even Quiet Melody, a Vice Temple Master from the Super Guild Sacred Temple, could not help her grim expression. King of Trees, plant life form, mythic level 60, HP 600 million. Just looking at the King of Trees sent shivers down her spine. Even before the fight began, the pressure of King of Trees' intense aura weighed down on her. This was only the tip of the iceberg. What truly made her feel powerless was the thick tendrils extending from the treant's body. The Grand Lord ranked Dryad they had previously faced had only wielded 4 tendrils, each possessing 60% of the Dryad's strength. Yet the King of Trees has 12 tendrils. She wouldn't have worried if the tendrils had 60% of a Grand Lord's strength, but against 60% of a level 60 mythic monsters, even tier 3 summoned creatures would be defenseless, much less players. Moreover, a large number of Dryads accompanied the King of Trees. At a glance, Quiet Melody counted over 200 Dryads, including 6 Grand Lords and 60 Great Lords. All of the Dryads were clustered together, so attacking one might lure the whole group. Even Phoenix Rain and Quiet Melody, who had survived countless raids and battles, couldn't help their despair. Rain, let's give up on the King of Trees. It's simply too powerful. We can't raid that boss right now, Quiet Melody advised her friend, who had been silent all this time. We still have plenty of time left. We can raid other Dryad nests. We don't need to waste our time here. The best part about historical sites was their plethora of treasure-laden locations. Although the quantity and quality of treasures they would find in other Dryad nests couldn't compare to those in the Sunset Shrine, they'd walk away with far more than what they'd find in a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. I understand, Phoenix Rain responded, reluctance filling her eyes as she watched the King of Trees. She knew that trying to fight that thing would be suicidal. Not even the numerous trump cards she had prepared would help her against the mythic-ranked King of Trees. Immediately, she issued a command in the team chat. Everyone, rest up. Scouting parties, continue your search for other Dryad nest. Just as the scouting parties prepared to head out in search, Shi Feng shouted, hold on a minute, does he have a plan? Phoenix Rain could not help but turn towards the swordsman. How can he? The surrounding high-tiered Dryads will be difficult enough to clear out, not to mention the King of Trees. Not even 6 tier 3 summoned creatures can hold up against the boss's tendrils. Without anyone tanking the tendrils, it'll only be a matter of time before we're annihilated, Quiet Melody argued. While she acknowledged that they had only made it this far so easily thanks to Shi Feng's leadership and ingenuity, she couldn't bring herself to believe that they had a chance against the King of Trees. Compared to the 3 Dryad nests they had already exterminated, raiding the King of Trees would be a nightmare. The boss wasn't a foe that they could defeat with good leadership and strategy. They also needed to be strong enough, and it was obvious that their team wasn't. I'll admit, I didn't expect the King of Trees to be a mythic monster. However, it isn't exactly impossible to defeat. I just need to adjust my original plan, Shi Feng explained. He too was surprised to see the boss's mythic rank. When he had come here in his previous life, the King of Trees had only been a Grand Lord ranked archaic species with a unique bloodline. This time, however, the raid would be twice as difficult. The King of Trees was also set to face a team of 1,000 players. Although its strength was no match for the Titan warriors, it had far more HP. It would undoubtedly be more difficult to raid just due to its battle recovery, which would heal it for 6,000 HP every 5 seconds. The boss is a mythic monster, yet he only needs to adjust his plan to defeat it? For a moment, Quiet Melody wondered if she had heard wrong. She had encountered mythic-ranked bosses before, and she was certain that they were invincible to current players. Without siege weapons and disregarding all cost, the team had 0 chances of defeating a mythic boss. Unfortunately, historical sites were similar to dungeons in that siege weapons were prohibited. Otherwise, the various large guilds wouldn't suffer such massive headaches when dealing with 100-man Hell Mode and super large-scale team dungeons. Whatever plan you have in mind, tell us. If we have any hope, we'll give it a try. Although Phoenix Rain doubted their chances of defeating the King of Trees, she knew Shi Feng's personality. The man had never lied to her, so she was inclined to listen to him before dismissing his ideas. In any case, it was better than outright giving up. Rain, you. Quiet Melody was at a loss for words when she saw the slightly excited expression on Phoenix Rain's face. Fine, do whatever you want, but we're only giving it one try. If we fail, we'll search for other Dryad nests. How could a mythic monster possibly be an easy foe? Even the various superpowers in God's domain were utterly helpless against these monsters. They were all forced to take the long way around when they found one. If it were possible to raid mythic monsters, they would have started their raids on the super large-scale team dungeons already. Thank you, Phoenix Rain offered. Quiet Melody was only helping her as a good friend and hadn't asked for any payment for the work. If the woman didn't want to do something, she wouldn't force her. Unfortunately, if Quiet Melody decided not to participate in the fight against the King of Trees, the team would lose a large fraction of its firepower. Before this, I'd like to sign a new contract, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Our previous agreement didn't include a mythic-ranked final boss, Shi Feng said as he handed Phoenix Rain a new contract. Most of the contents hadn't changed. Zero Wing would still obtain 20% of the harvest. The only difference was that after the raid, Zero Wing would have priority when choosing 5 items from the Sunset Shrine. While Shi Feng could ignore the treasures a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species guarded, it was a different story for items under a mythic monster's protection. Renew our contract? Phoenix Rain read through the new contract. Shortly after, she said, I don't have any problems with this as long as we clear the Sunset Shrine. Although Shi Feng's demands were high, it was much better than leaving empty-handed. Each of the 3 dryad nests they had already raided had contained over 100 precious items, excluding the material stashes in each nest. Needless to say, the Sunset Shrine hid far more items of even higher quality, following which the 2 players signed the contract. Once Shi Feng ensured that everything was in order, he began to pull flame potions from his bag. Normally, players had very little use for these potions. Moreover, they weren't meant to be consumed. Rather, they acted as a type of chemical bomb. The flame potions only had one purpose, weakening plant lifeforms. The effects could also stack up to 100 times, reducing the targeted plant lifeform's attributes, defense, and resistances by 30%, and increasing the damage from fire-type attacks by 100%. After 2 days of grinding, Aqua Rose and the others had gathered 100 flame potions. The flame potions hadn't been particularly valuable in the past, but once the public had discovered the Sunset Forest, their prices had skyrocketed. They had become a priceless tool for dealing with plant lifeforms. After distributing the potions, Shi Feng had everyone lure the dryads around the King of Trees, quickly eliminating the mobs. Without the threats around the boss, Shi Feng delegated tasks. Assassins, when the raid begins, toss these flame potions at the boss. For those controlling the 6 summoned creatures, try to block as many of the boss's tendrils as possible. Ranged players, use your spells and skills instead of normal attacks as much as possible. Melee players, stay away from the summoned creatures and find opportunities to strike. MTs split into 6-man groups. Each group will tank 1 main tendril and should have only 2 MTs with active berserk and life-saving skills at a time, Shi Feng instructed. After a few minutes of planning, the assassins and MTs nervously moved into position. Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Ashura were particularly anxious. They were already familiar with a mythic monster's prowess. Without a magic array to weaken the boss, it could instant kill any player. Team leader Ye Feng, everyone is in position, Phoenix Rain reported. Good, 9, begin the raid, Shi Feng commanded. 1482 Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Chapter 1482 Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Hearing Shi Feng's command, Solitary 9 took another look at the towering treant before him before lifting his shield and charging at the creature. Is it really okay to let him start the raid by himself? Phoenix Rain asked worriedly as she watched Solitary 9 approach the King of Trees. Shouldn't we send someone to assist him and split the damage? Solitary 9 looked like an ant before the King of Trees, and the difference between their attributes was just as massive. Even a Tier 3 summoned creature would sustain heavy injuries and lose a good portion of its attributes if struck by all 12 of the boss's tendrils, not to mention a peak MT. No. 9 is more than strong enough for this task, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although the King of Trees' rank had changed, its skills and attack pattern wouldn't differ. This boss always used the Tier 3 skill, Thorn Smash, on its first target. This move could even wound a Tier 3 summoned creature of the same level, much less a player. Tier 3 summoned creatures were a precious source of combat power for the team right now, so they couldn't afford to risk them needlessly. In the past, teams had usually sent a player sacrifice to take on Thorn Smash before sending the MTs in. Fortunately, Solitary 9 wielded the epic-ranked Titan Guard. They didn't need to waste combat power by sacrificing a player. The moment the Shield Warrior moved within the King of Trees' 200-yard perception range, the mythic monster's 12 tendrils transformed into sharp spears and shot towards Solitary 9. The spears were so fast that they looked like 12 streaks of green light as they moved. Thorn Smash, so fast. The sudden attack surprised Solitary 9, but Shi Feng had warned him to activate Titan's Will the moment he was within range. When Titan's Will activated, golden divine runes swam across Solitary 9's body. The Shield Warrior's eyes had turned a dark gold as well. Once Titan's Will took effect, Solitary 9 was able to shake off the King of Trees' mental pressure as he received a significant boost. Due to the upgrade to Epic rank, Titan's Will now reduced the damage he received by 90%. The skill also increased his attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. His starting movement speed was set to 80% of his maximum movement speed, and the skill now lasted 20 seconds rather than 15. Before the King of Trees' main tendrils reached Solitary 9, he skillfully maneuvered his shield, leaving afterimages as it shifted before the shield warrior. Despite its relatively small size, the shield felt like a wall, enclosing Solitary 9 within. In the end, he fended off all 12 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest, making the distant player's scalps tingle. He's still alive? How is this possible? He actually survived. As the dust settled, it revealed Solitary 9. The man hadn't moved an inch, and he still had roughly 10% of his HP. What destructive power! Solitary 9 gasped when he realized that he still had 6,000 HP. Sure enough, current players have no hope against a mythic monster. Despite blocking every attack with his shield and the 90% damage reduction from Titan's Will, he had lost over 50,000 HP. Even if he had activated a life-saving skill, the attack would have killed him instantly if he hadn't activated Titan's Will. Meanwhile, the King of Trees followed up with another tendril attack. Crap, heal him. Phoenix Rain hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, the team's healers were a little too slow. Before they had begun to cast their spells, the tendril had reached Solitary 9. However, with Titan's Will still in effect, Solitary 9's shield moved as if it could teleport, appearing between the tendril and the shield warrior almost instantly. Pung! A crisp clang reverberated as Solitary 9 was forced to retreat by 3 steps before stabilizing himself. His HP decreased once again. 3208. Even after another hit, he's still alive? The watching players gaped at Solitary 9. Surviving a mythic boss's skill was already impressive, yet he had only received a little over 3,000 damage after blocking a normal attack. His defense was ridiculous. Finally, the healers in the back responded and restored Solitary 9 to half of his total HP, yanking him out of the danger zone. Good, everyone move in, Shi Feng commanded. The 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures dashed forward. The assassins, who had been in stealth all this time, also dashed at the King of Trees. Once they were within 40 yards of the boss, they threw their flame potions at the mythic monster. When the potion bottles shattered and coated the King of Trees' trunk, its sturdy bark ignited. By the time all 100 flame potions struck the King of Trees, the mythic monster had transformed into a bonfire. Groar. The King of Trees bellowed and groaned as its basic attributes rapidly fell, and the pressure on Solitary 9 decreased. Now, he only received around 2,000 damage when blocking the mythic monster's normal attacks. Now, he could even withstand an attack from all 12 of the King of Trees' tendrils simultaneously. The 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures and 5 MTs groups ran forward, each tanking one of the boss's main tendrils, further reducing the pressure on Solitary 9. However, the King of Trees was enraged, its attack speed increasing. Hundreds of smaller tendrils extended from its trunk, attacking everything in range. Each of the minor tendrils carried 35% of the mythic monster's strength, more than enough to suppress a great lord of the same level. The summoned creatures and the MT groups were in danger. When the MTs blocked the minor tendrils, they received nearly 8,000 damage. On average, each MT had to face 3 or 4 minor tendrils. Even with their life-saving skills active, the MT groups were starting to falter, and the healers struggled to keep up with the plummeting HP. Phoenix Rain's team finally understood how terrifying the King of Trees was, as expected of a mythic monster. Relying on the flame potions isn't enough. Shi Feng sighed helplessly. He then used 5,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's world projection. When World Projection activated, the King of Trees' attributes decreased once more. The debuff was just enough to help the MT groups hold on. Everyone, attack! When Shi Feng issued the command, he activated Phantom Kill and dashed for the King of Trees. Due to the flame potions, the King of Trees' defense had weakened significantly. When spells and arrows bombarded the boss's trunk, damages ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 appeared above the mythic monster's head. The fire-type skills and spells did the most damage, each dealing over 5,000 damage on average. Zhao Yuru's attacks stood out from the rest. Wielding Frost Flame's Wrath, she bombarded the King of Trees with one fire-type spell after another, each dealing nearly 30,000 damage. Just how high is her magic damage? Blue Phoenix, who stood a short distance away from Zhao Yuru, was rendered speechless. She was an elementalist and was already level 48, yet despite wielding an epic staff, robe, and a pair of gloves, her Tier 1 fire-type spells only dealt around 12,000 damage. She couldn't even manage half of Zhao Yuru's damage. As everyone continued their bombardment, watching the King of Trees' HP steadily decrease, 90%, 70%, 50%. However, as the mythic monster's HP fell, more tendrils gradually joined the fight. These minor tendrils no longer focused on the summoned creatures and the MTs, occasionally sprouting from the ground to attack the ranged DPS and distant healers. Although the minor tendrils only carried 35% of the King of Trees' strength, they packed enough power to instantly kill the cloth armor classes, steadily reducing the team's numbers. By the time the King of Trees' HP fell to 20%, the 1,000-man army had around 700 players remaining. Despicable intruders, you will only help me grow, the King of Trees bellowed. Suddenly, 6 more main tendrils joined the fight. Now, each of the main tendrils dealt nearly 20,000 damage to the MTs with active berserk skills. Before anyone could react, the 6 new tendrils killed off 6 MTs. As the MT group fell, the boss's aggro management descended into chaos. Attack with everything. Use every skill and spell you have, Shi Feng shouted. The sudden loss of an MT group made it impossible for the team to defend against 18 main tendrils. Their only hope was to throw everything they had at the boss and hope they could outlast it. Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Lifeless Thorn no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, they activated their berserk skills. At the same time, Solitary 9 activated Titan's Heart, creating a protective shield around him that could absorb damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. The 3 of them quickly moved into position and activated Triple Frost Moon. Suddenly, 3 dazzling arcs of light struck the King of Trees, pulling a pained scream from the mythic monster. At the same time, the King of Trees lost over 2 million HP. Its HP bar decreasing by a sizable chunk. Likewise, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power before using one skill after another. Across the battlefield, Phoenix Rain activated one Tier 3 magic scroll after another as well. As the King of Trees' HP decreased, it launched frenzied attacks, swiftly claiming players' lives. Although Shi Feng wanted to summon his personal guards, players were prohibited from doing so in historical sites. He could only summon a Tier 3 demon to assist. Eventually, the King of Trees' HP fell to 2%, but only a little over 100 players were still alive. Only a dozen or so MTs still stood against the boss, and over 70% of the team's healers had died. At this rate, the team would fall before they could kill the King of Trees. Everyone, retreat, Shi Feng shouted when he realized the hopelessness of the situation. Grinding his teeth, he took the Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it. Die. As the magic scroll unfurled, the space around the Sunset Shrine froze. The surrounding mana surged towards the scroll in Shi Feng's hand before a golden magic array formed beneath the boss. Boom. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light rose from the ground, enveloping the mythic-ranked guardian boss and piercing through the magic barrier around the Sunset Forest. The King of Trees' tendrils, both main and minor, disintegrated. Its remaining 2% HP fell to 0 instantly. By the time the golden light pillar dissipated, nothing had remained of the King of Trees. The surviving players only saw a scorched, empty plot of land, 1483, obtaining the first clear of the Sunset Fours, Chapter 1483, obtaining the first clear of the Sunset Forest. The boss is dead? What tier was that spell? How is it so powerful? As the Tier 4 spell, Titan's Wrath, dissipated, the surviving team members regained their senses. Even then, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that the King of Trees was dead. By the time the team had taken the King of Trees down to 2% of its HP, it had deployed well over 1,000 minor tendrils on the battlefield. With the remaining 100+ members on the team, it would have been impossible to wipe out the boss's remaining HP before the mythic monster annihilated the rest of the team. And yet, just as the team was about to wipe, someone bombarded the King of Trees into oblivion. Why wouldn't they be shocked? Was that some sort of trump card Zero Wing had kept hidden? Phoenix Rain stared at the empty plot before her in shock. She had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely precious. With just one of these scrolls, an ordinary player could make a fortune overnight with enough funds to purchase a powerful set of equipment. Among the various magic scrolls available, large-scale destruction spells and summoning spells were the most valuable and highly sought after by the various large guilds. Both types of magic scrolls were powerful enough to turn the tide in battle. But Shi Feng had actually used a Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had gotten their hands on such a scroll. The King of Trees' death contributed a tremendous amount of EXP to the surviving players. Phoenix Rain had even risen from level 48 to level 49. They had obtained more EXP than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, after the King of Trees' death, the barrier enveloping the Sunset Shrine gradually disappeared. System, congratulations. You are the first team to raid the Sunset Forest successfully. Rewards in the Sunset Shrine doubled. You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest after 1 hour automatically. Healers, resurrect the dead. Everyone else, rest up, Shi Feng commanded before entering the Sunset Shrine with Phoenix Rain to inspect the treasures inside. The other players couldn't help their envy, curious about what treasures the shrine held, but they knew that they'd have to wait. Historical sites typically offered far more treasure than dungeons, some of which could be used as guilds' trump cards. Naturally, these guilds would have more of an advantage if fewer people knew about these items. As for Shi Feng, not only was he Phoenix Rain's ally, but he had also signed a contract with the Phoenix Pavilion Master. He had also contributed the most during the raid. Thus, he qualified to enter the shrine alongside the guild leader. Zero Wing and the Ashura Adventurer team, huh? Quiet Melody could not help but watch Shi Feng's departing back before glancing at Asura's resting members, curiosity and intrigue dominating her thoughts. It seems that I really will need to report to the guild leader. Despite all of the effort the Sacred Temple had spent raiding various historical sites, the guild had failed to raid a single Grade 2 ruin, yet Phoenix Rain's temporary team had secured the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site. If other guilds discovered this, it would cause a commotion. On the journey here, Quiet Melody had carefully observed everything that had happened. Based on what she had seen, she was absolutely certain that without Zero Wing and Asura's help, Phoenix Rain's team would have failed. In fact, they would have been lucky to reach the Sunset Forest's core within the allotted time, much less kill the mythic-ranked King of Trees. She had never imagined that a recently established guild like Zero Wing could become so powerful in such a short amount of time. While historical sites were very rare in God's domain, super guilds like the Sacred Temple had discovered quite a few already. The only thing preventing them from harvesting these ruins' treasure was their lack of strength. Although she did not know what the conditions of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's agreement, the Sacred Temple was capable of any price she could afford. Elsewhere, with the magic barrier gone, Shi Feng and Phoenix Rain easily entered the Sunset Shrine. The interior was luxurious. It looked more like a palace than a shrine. Meanwhile, the two found a large pile of items in the center of this palace. This is the Sunset Forest's first clear reward. Even Phoenix Rain, who had seen plenty of treasure before and had her own significant wealth, was surprised to see the mound before her. Among the small mountain of items, she easily counted more treasure chests than what they had looted from the 3 dryad nests they raided earlier. She even saw a few epic treasure chests among them. Aside from treasure chests, there were all sorts of master-ranked potions, high-tiered magic scrolls, special gemstones, and many other valuable items. As she gazed at the items, Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. At least I didn't waste that Tier 4 magic scroll. Shi Feng spotted 3 epic treasure chests in addition to elemental treasure boxes and 7 luminaries treasure boxes, which contained elemental sources and 7 luminaries crystals respectively. He had thought that the flame potions would be enough to raid the Sunset Forest, but in the end, he had been forced to use a Tier 4 magic scroll as well. But after seeing the Sunset Shrine's treasure, he was satisfied with trading a Tier 4 magic scroll for the first pick of 5 of the shrine's items. Neither the elemental treasure boxes nor the 7 luminaries treasure boxes were any less valuable than the epic treasure chests. An elemental treasure box would drop 1 to 3 elemental source stones when opened, while a 7 luminaries treasure box would drop 3 to 6 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Both treasure boxes had been highly sought after by the various guilds in his previous life. Moreover, Shi Feng spotted various materials, designs, skill books, and other precious items that could easily drive the various large guilds mad with envy. It took Shi Feng and Phoenix Rain over half an hour to organize the loot. According to our agreement, I'll choose 5 items first, Shi Feng said as he glanced at Phoenix Rain. All right, take your pick. Phoenix Rain nodded. She was extremely satisfied with the Sunset Shrine's treasure. Even if Shi Feng claimed all 3 epic treasure chests, she wouldn't be disappointed in the least. After all, among the treasures here, over 10 were just as valuable. Seeing Phoenix Rain nod, Shi Feng began to select his prizes. However, the man hadn't pocketed the 3 epic treasure chests as Phoenix Rain had expected. On the contrary, Shi Feng didn't even glance at the treasure chests. Instead, the first items he claimed were the 2 elemental treasure boxes. While current players might realize how valuable elemental sources were, he did. In fact, elemental sources could be strategic tools in mythic monster raids, hence he had to prioritize these items. After selecting the elemental treasure boxes, Shi Feng chose the Sunset Potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe unique to the Sunset Forest. The recipe usually had a very low chance at appearing in the Sunset Shrine. When consumed, the potion would have the penalty of a single death. It was a super potion with a 24-hour cooldown. Avoiding death was incredibly difficult in God's domain. Each time a player died in the field, they'd lose an entire level. Hence, the Sunset Potion had been highly regarded in the past. Only very few guilds had been able to brew the potion, contributing to its rarity on the market. The potion had only cost 10 or so silver to produce, yet it had sold for around 1 gold. Now that the Sunset Potion recipe had dropped, he had no reason not to claim it. Shi Feng also selected the basic mana bomb design, an advanced engineering design. Although the necessary materials to craft the item were rare and expensive, each basic mana bomb was as powerful as a peak Tier 2 attack. When used in conjunction with defensive turrets, the mana bombs could rival a Tier 3 attack. The design was far more valuable than an epic weapon. For Shi Feng's 5th choice, he selected the only epic item throughout the hall. The 7 Luminaries Bible, 1484. 7 Luminaries Bible, Chapter 1484, 7 Luminaries Bible. These are the 5 items that you want? Phoenix Rain was a little confused as she saw Shi Feng's choices. Setting aside the 7 Luminaries Bible, although the recipe and design for the Sunset Potion and basic mana bomb were valuable, both were very difficult to produce. There was no doubt that the item's production would be slow and limited. The rare materials for the basic mana bomb were particularly expensive. A single crafting attempt would cost around 2 gold, while the final product could cost 6 gold or more. Most importantly, unlike Tier 2 magic scrolls, the mana bombs had a 70% reduced effect against players. This impacted how useful the mana bombs could be. Generally, players would only want such an expensive tool to deal with enemy players. Unless necessary, most players avoided using such costly items against monsters. Even if Zero Wing crafted the basic mana bombs, the guild would only make a small profit from them. It would take ages before Zero Wing could earn enough money to make up for the loss of an epic treasure chest. The various large guilds' experts were already reaching level 50 and obtaining their Tier 2 classes. Because of that, most guilds were focused on converting their resources into items that would increase their experts' combat power, helping them overcome their promotion quests. Yet Shi Feng did the exact opposite by investing his resources in items that wouldn't yield short-term profit. He had even chosen 2 elemental treasure boxes, which only confused her further. Shi Feng simply chuckled at Phoenix Rain's question. Others might have a hard time using these items to increase a player's strength, but he wouldn't have any issues. This was especially true for the basic mana bomb. Although the production cost was high and it wasn't particularly useful against players, its effects would be miraculous against certain monsters. Moreover, he had chosen the 7 Luminaries Bible, the most valuable item the Sunset Shrine had to offer. He was more than satisfied with his share. 7 Luminaries Bible, epic rank item, contains the records of magic arrays the gods had left behind. Sacrifice a sufficient amount of mana to activate the recorded magic arrays. The 7 Luminaries Bible would, at most, amount to some epic toll or magic array with indefinite uses to other large guilds. Moreover, even the strongest magic array within the Bible was intermediate rank. It could barely suppress a Grand Lord, yet it required a tremendous amount of mana to activate. Activating one of the 7 Luminaries Bible's intermediate magic arrays cost 2,000 magic crystals. The basic magic arrays cost 500 magic crystals to activate. Honestly, one could easily purchase a stronger array with so many magic crystals. The only benefit of the 7 Luminaries Bible was its variety. Players wouldn't need to search high and low for a specific kind of magic array. There was nothing else special about the item. What everyone didn't know was that the 7 Luminaries Bible didn't consist of a single volume. Rather, there were a total of 7 books. Only after gathering all 7 volumes could one display the 7 Luminaries Bible's true power. The various superpowers had clashed often to obtain more of the Bible's volumes in the past. They had discovered that one could use advanced magic arrays once they had collected 2 volumes. While intermediate magic arrays were rare, players could find them if they put in a little effort. However, the same could not be said for advanced magic arrays and above. In addition, the materials needed to craft advanced magic array scrolls were exceedingly expensive. Meanwhile, these arrays could even suppress mythic monsters, which would, in turn, increase players' chance of obtaining precious items. One could just imagine how valuable an advanced magic array could be if they could use it indefinitely for the cost of magic crystals. God's Domain's current superpowers hadn't discovered this secret yet, otherwise Phoenix Rain would have mourned the item's loss. Once Shi Feng had chosen his 5 items, Phoenix Rain organized her harvest. They had obtained far more than she had expected. After opening the 3 epic treasure chests, she had gained 3 epic items and 1 epic-ranked growth-type shield. She was ecstatic over the outcome. With an epic shield, the raids on the various team dungeons would be much easier for her team. She had also gained a large number of level 50 dark gold and fine gold weapons and equipment. Since level 50 was a major turning point in the game, level 50 equipment attributes were 2 ranks higher than that of level 45 equipment. Level 50 secret silver equipment could rival level 45 dark gold equipment. She now had enough level 50 secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold equipment to fully arm a 100-man team. As long as she gave these pieces to players who had items that reduced level requirements, they could improve their equipment right away. The shrine had also contained a large number of rare gemstones, all of which could visibly improve players' combat power. Meanwhile, the contest on Thunder Island prohibited the use of magical tools. This included items like the Bible of Darkness. Players had to rely on their own strength during the contest. This was also why Nine Dragons' Emperor had spent so much money to gain Bloody Paradise's help in the Sunset Forest. When Phoenix Rain tried to hand 20% of the harvest to Shi Feng refused the items. Instead, he requested Ancient Origin wood as his share of the bounty, which was the equivalent of every log they had found during the raid. With the Ancient Origin wood, Zero Wing could begin producing advanced speedboats. Since Phoenix Rain needed the weapons and equipment, she saw no reason to refuse him. Once they had finished distributing the loot, Shi Feng and Phoenix Rain called everyone into the shrine, leaving the Sunset Forest through the teleportation array inside. They then split their party to prepare for the contest on Thunder Island. However, Shi Feng planned to make his way to Ocean Viewing Town with his cargo of Ancient Origin wood, intending to begin the advanced speedboat's production. By the time Shi Feng and the others had returned to the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's courtyard, news of their success in the Sunset Forest spread to the various superpowers. Although the system wouldn't announce a historical site's first clear to the local region, it was difficult to keep a lid on the matter with so many participants. Besides, Phoenix Rain had borrowed experts from a few other guilds for the raid. What? You're saying that Phoenix Rain obtained the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site? Since when had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion grown so powerful? That's a Grade 1 historical site we're talking about. Zero Wing and the Asura Adventurer team? Where is this Asura Adventurer team from? Why haven't I heard of it? Go. Send someone to investigate this Asura Adventurer team. When the various superpowers' upper echelons read their subordinates' reports, they turned their attention to Zero Wing and the Asura Adventurer team, particularly Asura. Zero Wing's prowess was no longer news to these superpowers. If they were familiar with the Dark Arena, they had heard of Zero Wing's experts. There was also the old news of Zero Wing's 1,000-man army defeating the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion, proving that Zero Wing had an incredibly powerful team. However, the Asura Adventurer team was a different story. With the Adventurer team being so powerful yet unknown, it had become a target for recruitment. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor's team cleared out a dryad nest in the Sunset Forest's core. Of the original 1,000 team members, less than 700 players remain standing. The survivors fought desperately to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked dryad. Quick, take these dryads down. We don't have much time left. Nine Dragons Emperor anxiously shouted. He had used many of his trump cards just to get his team to the central area. Even then, he had spent more than 6 hours doing so. Once there, they had spent quite some time exploring the area before they had found a dryad nest, but they hadn't expected the dryads to be so difficult to deal with. In addition, the nest they had found had been guarded by multiple Grand Lords. Even after activating all of their Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they were at a disadvantage. Pavilion Master, a report just came in from Sundragon. Blood Dragon announced. What is it now? Out with it. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned. They had very little time remaining. If they didn't eliminate these dryads in time, they wouldn't return with a single treasure. Sundragon has informed us that Phoenix Rain has already obtained the Sunset Forest's first clear. Blood Dragon replied, struggling to believe the report. 1485, taking shape. Chapter 1485, taking shape. Blood Dragon's response stunned Nine Dragons Emperor on the spot. Impossible. Nine Dragons Emperor shouted. I know what Phoenix Rain's team is capable of. She'd be lucky to reach the forest's core. How could she possibly obtain the Sunset Forest's first clear? They were from the same guild, so he knew practically everything about Phoenix Rain's capabilities. Even if she had some unknown trump card, she could never defeat the historical site's final boss. He was only confident in doing so because he had an advanced magic array and the aid of Bloody Paradise. As far as he knew, Phoenix Rain didn't have an advanced magic array. Sun doubted the information as well, so she used multiple sources to verify the claim. She even obtained a video recording of the raid, so there is no mistaking the information, Blood Dragon explained. One of the reasons for her success was a tool called the Flame Potion, which significantly reduced the boss's attributes. In addition, the Asura Adventurer team has a super powerful MT that tanked the weakened boss by himself. In the end, Zero Wing used a Tier 4 magic scroll to finish it off. Lucky bastards, they actually found a way to weaken the boss. Nine Dragons Emperor fumed when he saw the video Blood Dragon had sent him. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. However, he sneered and growled, just you wait. You may have secured the Sunset Forest's first clear, but I'll teach you that your struggles are futile soon. Blood, notify Sun and tell her that she proceed with the plan. Contact Beast Emperor as well and tell that old bastard that I'm running out of patience. I don't want to see Zero Wing prance about any longer. Understood. Blood Dragon shuddered when he heard the cold determination in Nine Dragons Emperor's voice. Elsewhere, Shi Feng arrived in Ocean Viewing Town via a teleportation array. The town's player population had increased significantly since his first visit. He saw countless players forming teams and parties as they prepared to set sail for the islands to grind and level. He also spotted a few merchant fleet representatives conducting their maritime transportation business. Transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Sandy Bay Town. Special price right now. Only charging 15 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 5 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 3 silver for each non-bag space item. Transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Coral Harbor. Only charging 20 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 7 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 5 silver for each non-bag space item. Many independent merchant and adventuring players crowded around the merchant fleet representatives trying to haggle down the prices. Players who preferred to use the merchant ships were generally trying to avoid exorbitant teleportation fees. Cross-national teleportation fees were particularly expensive. Even teleporting to a neighboring country cost more than 1 gold. It wasn't unusual to pay 2 or 3 gold when traveling farther. It was cheaper to hire a ship. This was especially true for players transporting non-bag space items. Although the maritime transportation system in Ocean Viewing Town wasn't yet perfect, it had begun to take shape. These people sure are taking action quickly. Glancing at the various merchant players, Shi Feng easily spotted over 5 merchant fleets. It seems that I'll need to produce the new type of cargo ships as soon as possible. Maritime transportation had been very well developed in the past. It had also generated a frightening amount of wealth for players. Hence, the various large guilds had established their own merchant fleets and contested over territory at sea. Initially, Shi Feng had been satisfied with the development of his naval forces, but there were plenty of capable players in God's domain. In the end, many players had quickly discovered this business opportunity. At the moment, these merchant fleets were renting ordinary cargo ships from NPCs. Each ordinary cargo ship could only carry 35 people, and the cargo ship's item space was limited. Each ship could only carry 30 non-bag space items at a time. He had previously spent 30,000 gold to purchase a special medium shipyard. As long as he had sufficient materials and engineers, he could begin constructing the new cargo ships immediately. Not only were the new cargo ships 15% faster than ordinary cargo ships, but they could also carry up to 40 people at a time. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had both engineers and materials available to him. He could start producing the ships as soon as he desired. Once these new cargo ships were built, he'd make a fortune off of them whether he rented them out or used them himself. Following which, Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her dispatch a large number of engineers to Ocean Viewing Town. Previously, the Candlelight trading firm had lacked both quantity and quality of engineers, but now they had become a holy land for lifestyle players in Star Moon Kingdom. Since the trading firm constantly recruited lifestyle players, they had a large collection of engineers. Right now, even if the trading firm only dispatched a small fraction of these players, they would be more than enough to operate a large shipyard, not to mention a medium shipyard. Guild leader, do you really intend to use such a precious material to construct the Flying Eagle speedboats and new cargo ships? Burning Abyss was astonished as he gazed at the ancient origin wood Shi Feng had placed before him. As a master engineer, he had researched the various materials available in God's domain. This was especially true for the materials useful to engineers. He knew that ancient origin wood was a top-tier material meant for ship construction. Using it to construct bronze speedboats would be a waste, much less constructing an advanced speedboat. The new cargo ship was even less valuable than an advanced speedboat. Just use it for now. I don't have any higher-ranked designs on me at the moment. Shi Feng was just as reluctant to use the wood. After all, ancient origin wood was a precious material that could only be obtained from the Sunset Forest. When used to construct ships, not only would it increase the production success rate, but it also had a chance of strengthening the ship with the power of ancients, enhancing the ship's quality. It was incredibly extravagant to use it to construct a ship that wasn't even bronze rank. However, he couldn't care less at the moment. Ship designs were extremely rare. He had been fortunate enough to obtain the design for the Flying Eagle speedboat and the newly developed cargo ship. Following which, Shi Feng handed Burning Abyss the basic mana bomb design and instructed him to produce the bombs. He was happy enough to let the advanced engineers take charge of producing the speedboats and the cargo ships. There wasn't a need to involve a master engineer like Burning Abyss in the project. The basic mana bomb was a different story. Despite only being basic rank, the design and advanced engineering design. If he left it to the advanced engineers, their success rate would at most reach 30%. If Burning Abyss crafted the bombs, however, his success rate would be at least 50%. Letting Burning Abyss produce the bombs would save on cost and materials. After all, the required materials were both rare and expensive. What an intricate design. I never knew magic arrays could be used in such a way. After glancing at the basic mana bomb design, Burning Abyss was captivated. I'll leave the shipyard's management to you. As for this design, you'll learn it. If you have time, try to produce as many of the bombs as you can. I have an important use for them, Shi Feng said, chuckling at the engineer's starstruck expression. Guild leader, Burning Abyss was stunned when he heard Shi Feng's instructions. However, he was instantly overjoyed and excited. Even after becoming a master engineer, he had only been promoted to chief engineer in the Candlelight trading firm. In the end, he was only one of Zero Wing's core members, but it was a different story if he were allowed to manage the shipyard. It was the equivalent of becoming one of the guild's upper management. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of such status. Following which, Shi Feng handed a portion of the shipyard's authority to Burning Abyss. He then paid Rodney a visit, calling in on the agreement with the master engineer to assist in the shipyard. Not only would Rodney's presence increase production success rate when crafting ships, but production speed would increase as well. As Shi Feng finished with the shipyard's matters and prepared to lead Gentle Snow and the others to Thunder Island, Aqua Rose gleefully walked up to him, whispering, "Guild leader, Summer just contacted me. She says that she's successfully class changed into a Dragon Slayer. Moreover, Kola has also completed his class change. Should I have them head over?" 1486 Assembly of Experts. Chapter 1486, Assembly of Experts. They're done already? Shi Feng was a little confused. As far as he could remember, the Dragon Slayer class change quest wasn't an easy one. Alright, tell them to hurry and join us. Honestly, he had been somewhat worried about having sufficient strength for the contest on Thunder Island, and had even considered recruiting Owl's help. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Kola's success in becoming a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer Knight alone would boost the team's overall strength, not to mention alluring Summer, who was now a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer mage. Both basic attributes and skills would undergo a qualitative transformation when players reached Tier 2. Kola also had the epic-ranked Dragon Scale Shield. Had he been present during the King of Trees' raid, the raid definitely would have been a lot easier. He wouldn't have needed to waste an incomparably precious Tier 4 magic scroll. Hearing Shi Feng's answer, Aqua Rose immediately contacted Alluring Summer and Cola, telling them to gather in Ocean Viewing Town. Guild leader, if we don't leave soon, I'm afraid we won't make it in time, Gentle Snow said worriedly as she looked at the time. It would take quite some time to travel from Star Moon Kingdom to the Apocalypse Empire. Thunder Island was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, very far away from the Apocalypse Empire. There weren't any teleportation arrays connected to the island, so players had to rely on other means to reach it. In fact, the various major powers participating in the contest for Thunder Island's authority had long since set out. Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had only delayed their departure to obtain the weapons and equipment from the Sunset Forest. As soon as Phoenix Rain had cleared the historical site, she and her subordinates rushed towards the island. Since Shi Feng had wanted to begin producing advanced speedboats as soon as possible, he had made a trip to Ocean Viewing Town with the Ancient Origin Wood. Otherwise, they would have left for Thunder Island with Phoenix Rain's group. As a result, their group was far behind schedule. Furthermore, the Swift Dragon speedboat could only accommodate 30 people, half of their planned 60-man team. The rest of the members would have to sail on advanced speedboats. If they left right this instant, they would barely make it in time for the contest. If they waited for Cola and Alluring Summer, they'd likely be late. Relax, we have enough time, Shi Feng consoled her, smiling. Following which, Shi Feng led everyone to Ocean Viewing Town's harbor. Half an hour later, Cola and Alluring Summer finally reached the harbor atop two majestic thunderwolves. The moment Cola and Alluring Summer arrived, they attracted a lot of attention from the players at the harbor. They were difficult to miss. Both of these players radiated intense auras from atop their mounts. Guild leader, we're sorry for the wait, Cola apologized as he stopped before Shi Feng. It's fine, it's about time to set out, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then invited Cola and Alluring Summer to the team. When Lifeless Thorn and his companions from the Ice Crystal world saw Cola and Alluring Summer, they were astounded. They had already been shocked too by the strength Zero Wings members displayed. They hadn't expected the guild to have even more experts. Lifeless, how confident are you of defeating those two? Cleansing Whistle whispered as she looked at Cola and Alluring Summer. Personally, Cleansing Whistle doubted that she was a match for Cola or Alluring Summer. Just by standing so close, she felt an intense wave of danger from them. The guy? Maybe? The other one? I don't know. I'd have to fight her to find out, Lifeless Thorn said, fighting spirit illuminating his gaze as he watched Alluring Summer. He had struggled to find anyone who could offer a good fight back in Cold Wind City. When Shi Feng had said that God's Domain's continent had plenty of experts, he had assumed the claim was meant to excite him. But looking at it now, it would seem that the swordsman hadn't lied. What? Even you aren't confident of winning? Cleansing Whistle could not help but turn to look at Alluring Summer in shock. Based on her observations during the raid in the Sunset Forest, she knew that Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru were powerful. Although other experts from Zero Wing had been present, it was obvious that they were significantly weaker than the three women. Hence, Cleansing Whistle had assumed that Lifeless Thorn would rank among the top 5 in Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like that was the case. When she thought about how Zero Wing had at least 5 experts who were even stronger than a monster like Lifeless Thorn, her shock was natural. However, Cleansing Whistle felt pretty lucky about the situation. She had been Cold Wind City's #1 swordsman. With no suitable rivals, she had to rely on herself to improve. Now, however, she met a group of people who were much stronger than her. They also had an expert swordsman like Shi Feng. If she fought alongside these powerful people and leached off of their experiences, she could grow stronger far more quickly. Cleansing Whistle wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness were just as pleased. As Asura's members subtly watched Cola and Alluring Summer, Shi Feng arrived beside the harbor and pulled a crystal bottle from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation. Runes lit up and danced around the crystal bottle. A short moment later, dark fog surged forth, expanding to cover a large area of the water before Shi Feng. The scene attracted a lot of attention. What's going on? Is that guy summoning a mysterious iron speedboat? That shouldn't be possible. No speedboat is that big. It must be a cargo ship. I've seen someone release a cargo ship before, and it definitely wasn't that large. While everyone discussed the disturbance, the cloud of dark fog expanded up and out. Soon, the fog dissipated, revealing Shi Feng's ship. This ship was a silver sailboat, double the size of ordinary cargo ships. While it was docked, it dwarfed the nearby ordinary and advanced speedboats. What? That's a sailboat. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when they saw the one-horned sailboat. As naval players, they had spent most of their gaming career in God's domain at sea. Although they weren't well-known experts, they understood ships just as well, if not better, than the various large guilds. A sailboat could send tremors throughout the Apocalypse Empire. It could definitely overturn the current hierarchy of the Empire's naval powers. Even a bronze speedboat was no more than a fly to be swatted in the face of a sailboat. Guild leader, since when do you have a sailboat? Could it be, have you already repaired the sailboat we got from the Fallen Ark? Aqua Rose's eyes glowed as she stared at the monstrosity of a ship before her. Although Zero Wing had the Swift Dragon speedboat, at the end of the day, a speedboat was just a speedboat. Without a large number of support ships, it would be very difficult to exert the Swift Dragon speedboat's maximum potential. At most, Zero Wing would be a minor threat to the Apocalypse Empire's various naval powers. However, it was a different story if Zero Wing had a sailboat. A sailboat would allow Zero Wing to contest for the Empire's port cities. If they had their own port city, they wouldn't have to operate in the dark. They could simply steamroll over any opposing forces. Even Gentle Snow was speechless. Despite being one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, she still didn't have a clear idea of how many secrets Zero Wing had. It wasn't unlike the Asura adventurer team's sudden appearance. I haven't repaired the storm sailboat yet. I obtained the one-horned sailboat from a sea monster I helped kill, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Alright, we don't have much time. Get on the boat. 1487. Shocking all sides. Chapter 1487. Shocking all sides. Due to the dark clouds that shrouded the Sea of Death all year round, it was always dusky. However, contrary to the islands in the Sea of Death, lightning constantly struck around Thunder Island, illuminating the area. As Thunder Island could be found in the Sea of Death's inner region, permanent storms assailed the water. In addition, a large number of powerful sea monsters lived in the area, preventing seafaring adventurers from casually approaching the island. At this moment, however, ships of various kinds had dropped anchor around Thunder Island, forming a tight circle around the landmass. The naval adventurer teams that had come to spectate the upcoming contest were shocked. Pantheon's fleet is amazing. It dispatched 14 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat. That's nothing. Look at the Sacred Temple. Now, that's what I call amazing. The Sacred Temple has sent over 100 speedboats. Among them, 23 are bronze speedboats, and over 50 are advanced speedboats. There are even 2 mysterious iron speedboats in the fleet. The Sacred Temple's navy is definitely the strongest of them all. I'm not so sure about that. Miracle has been rapidly developing its navy. Although the guild doesn't have any mysterious iron speedboats, it has 21 bronze speedboats and the Sea Dragon Mark, a secret silver speedboat. You should see how fast that secret silver speedboat is. I wonder who will win the contest. The spectating players brimmed with anticipation as they discussed the participating superpowers' navies. Originally, only a few superpowers had focused on the contest for Thunder Island, but as time passed, more guilds began to realize how important Sea's resources were. This was especially true for the treasured area known as the Sea of Death. In the end, more super guilds and super first-rate guilds had joined the fray. Moreover, Thunder Island was the only safe haven in the Sea of Death. Any player that wanted to develop in the Sea of Death would have to dock on Thunder Island to restock and repair. Otherwise, traveling to and from the Sea of Death would be incredibly time-consuming. Whoever controlled Thunder Island would become the Sea of Death's unofficial master. Naturally, the contest on Thunder Island concerned every player's development in the Sea of Death. They had to pay attention to it. After all, every guild had a different management style. Besides, it was not often that they got to watch God's Domain's superpowers have a go at each other's throats. Although they didn't have an entry pass for Thunder Island, they had all purchased an intermediate magic mirror, which cost 8 gold coins. The intermediate magic mirror allowed players to spy on a 1,100-yard area within a 10,000-yard radius for 4 hours. Fortunately, the Thunder Island contest only lasted 8 hours. 16 gold might be expensive to an ordinary adventure team, but the naval adventurer teams capable of reaching Thunder Island were extraordinarily strong. Spending 16 gold coins was nothing to them. After all, each of their adventurers yielded several to over a dozen gold. They could easily earn back the spent coins by exploring dangerous areas. Players didn't get to see matches between the superpowers' peak experts every day. Who knew when they would get another opportunity? Furthermore, the various large guilds highly valued Thunder Island. They would definitely go all out in the upcoming contest. While everyone waited for the barrier around the island to open, speedboats continued to arrive. Among these speedboats, some belonged to the various expert teams the superpowers had hired. Amazing! Isn't that the Shadow Knight Order, a top adventurer team in the Beast Empire? They're joining the contest as well? Look, that person looks like Undead, Bloody Paradise's commander. Many of the ships sailing towards Thunder Island belonged to well-known experts and adventurer teams in God's Domain. However, as everyone watched the famous expert teams, a gigantic silver sailboat suddenly broke through the waves. As the sailboat pushed forward, the speedboats in its path inadvertently moved aside, opening a path as if their king had arrived. The silver sailboat soon arrived before the magic barrier enveloping Thunder Island. Everyone watched the ship, questions dancing in their minds. Crap, that's a sailboat. It's so fast. Who owns it? That's a sailboat? Speedboats are nothing but pests in comparison. The one-horned sailboat's arrival earned a round of gasps from the watching players. Both the independent players here to watch the contest and the various superpowers members were surprised to see it. March, which power do those people belong to? They actually got their hands on a sailboat. Why haven't I received a report about this? 1,000 Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader, asked the long-haired beauty beside him as his expression turned grim. I don't know. There's no mention of it in the information we collected on the superpowers, Silent March said, shaking her head. She was similarly shocked to see the one-horned sailboat. Miracle had focused on developing its navy since the game had launched, yet they had only found a few clues about acquiring a sailboat. They were still far from actually obtaining one. It was truly hard to imagine that someone had found one before they had. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately. I want to know everything there is to know about that sailboat, Thousand Miles barked, greed flashing in his eyes. Also, send someone to keep an eye on those people. Do not let them slip past us. Understood. Silent March began to make the necessary arrangements. Miracle wasn't the only guild to notice the one-horned sailboat. Pantheon, Battle Wolves, King's Return, Nine Heavens Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion watched the ship closely. They were all hungry to know which power that sailboat belonged to. Shortly after these guilds' upper echelons ordered their investigations, cloaked figures began to arrive on the deck. Almost all of these players wore six-winged emblems. A few of these players were particularly familiar to the superpowers' upper echelons. How do they have a sailboat? Zero Wing? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. All of these superpowers were very familiar with the two women. However, they didn't just recognize these women because of personal fame, but they also knew them as Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Since both were present on the one-horned sailboat, the ship must belong to Zero Wing. No matter how hard they tried to wrap their minds around the idea, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that Zero Wing, a rising guild in Star Moon Kingdom, had acquired a sailboat, something they had failed to do thus far. Furthermore, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't anywhere near the sea. Big Sis Rain, look, it looks like that sailboat belongs to Zero Wing. Blue Phoenixes stared in shock when she saw Shi Feng on the one-horned sailboat's deck. Rather than responding, Phoenix Rain was dazed. Suddenly, she realized why, after emerging from the Sunset Forest, Shi Feng had taken his sweet time to deal with some other matter rather than rushing to Thunder Island. It turned out that he had hidden yet another trump card. The one-horned sailboat gradually came to a halt beside Phoenix Rain's fleet. The various superpowers who had been watching the sailboat shifted their gaze to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. Phoenix Rain stared back, at a loss for words. 1488 Struggle for Thunder Island. Chapter 1488 Struggle for Thunder Island. When everyone saw the one-horned sailboat parked beside the fleet Phoenix Rain commanded, they couldn't help their wariness of the woman. It was true that the struggle for Thunder Island relied on players' strengths, with external tools being prohibited. However, one had to obtain Thunder Passes to participate, and to do so, they needed to kill the Sea of Death's bosses. With a sailboat, Phoenix Rain would have an easier time defeating those bosses. In turn, she could collect more passes. The more Thunder Passes one possessed, the more players they bring to the contest. Although each guild was allowed a fixed number of Thunder Passes, the same couldn't be said for future contests. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat, she would pose a huge threat during the next contest. Zero Wing sure has a lot of secrets. Quiet Melody, who stood on the deck of one of the Sacred Temple speedboats, turned to look at Phoenix Rain, envy gripping her heart. The various superpowers had struggled to recruit naval powers, trying to bolster their forces so they could obtain more Thunder Passes. Yet, despite Phoenix Rain only recently focusing on her navy, she had recruited a powerful ally like Zero Wing, which had its own sailboat. Phoenix Rain had cooperated with Zero Wing before it had risen to greatness. Needless to say, Zero Wing would help her grind for Thunder Passes if she asked. However, unlike Quiet Melody, who had a strong friendship with Phoenix Rain, the other superpowers' upper echelons had far more nefarious thoughts. The various superpowers were preparing to aim their spearheads for the threat known as Phoenix Rain. Damn it, how did Zero Wing get that sailboat? Nine Dragons Emperor glared at the one-horned sailboat with intense jealousy. Although it was a single sailboat, its combat power was far beyond any speedboat. While they had explored God's Domain's oceans, the various superpowers had learned one thing: ships were more important than players in naval combat. If a ship weren't of a certain quality, it wouldn't be able to contend with the boss sea monsters. Needless to say, these powerful bosses would drop weapons, equipment, and various tools that could help improve one's naval strength. With these tools, a team could explore farther and more dangerous regions, obtaining even better equipment and tools, creating an endless, positive cycle. As for Nine Dragons Emperor, he had spent a lot of money and resources to recruit rising naval powers. He had only amassed a sizable fleet after many challenges. This fleet was why he was confident in surpassing Phoenix Rain. However, the appearance of Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat had instantly made a joke of his effort. Pavilion Master, if Phoenix Rain has the help of a sailboat, she'll be a huge challenge in future struggles over Thunder Island, Blood Dragon worriedly commented. There was no doubting that neither Phoenix Rain nor Nine Dragons Emperor would dominate Thunder Island this time. At most, each side would occupy a small corner of the island, slowing growing their navies until they could dominate the island as a whole. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat on her side, there was no doubt that she had a massive advantage of Nine Dragons Emperor in future contests. Phoenix Rain will be a problem during future struggles for Thunder Island. However, she has to last until the next contest. First, Nine Dragons Emperor hissed once he calmed down. Sneering, he continued, "Contact the other guilds. Tell them that I'd like to discuss cooperation. I'm sure they'll be willing to work with us to annihilate Phoenix Rain." The various superpowers had been wary of each other thus far. They'd be fortunate not to make more enemies, let alone participate. However, now that they all faced a future threat like Phoenix Rain, they would be willing to cooperate. Understood. I'll contact them right away. Realization dawned upon Blood Dragon. He then turned towards Phoenix Rain's group, smirking. "How are things coming along on Sun's side?" Nine Dragons Emperor asked. "Pavilion Master, rest assured, everything has been dealt with. All you need to do is sit back and watch the show," Blood Dragon reported with a smile. "Excellent. I want to see Phoenix Rain's expression when she finds out." Nine Dragons Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain was shocked to learn that Zero Wing had its own sailboat. Team leader Shi Feng, Zero Wing's entrance was certainly grand, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly as she sensed malice from all directions. "Once we enter Thunder Island, I'm afraid many parties will target our team." "Phoenix Pavilion Master, don't you see the opportunity?" Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. While Zero Wing's frightening potential was a threat to their competitors, it also made the guild the best choice for an alliance. It was impossible for a single superpower to monopolize Thunder Island. Everyone understood this, and it was precisely why the various superpowers sought allies. After all, the profits one could gain with a single supporter versus two or more differed greatly. The various superpowers might have looked down on Phoenix Rain, thinking themselves above cooperating with her previously, but now that her side had such potential, she could be a formidable ally. When the Phoenix Pavilion's members heard Shi Feng's reasoning, realization dawned. They were in awe of the swordsman's foresight. In reality, Phoenix Rain had considered seeking an alliance with a few other superpowers and had sent Blue Phoenix to negotiate. Unfortunately, although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, the guild's strength was split three ways. Among them, the Great Pavilion Master was the strongest within the pavilion. As a result, she couldn't convince the other superpowers to cooperate with her in the contest. As expected, every one of them had refused her offer. However, with the addition of Zero Wing's sailboat, the other superpowers might reconsider. Big Sis Rain, both the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple have stated that they are willing to cooperate. However, we will only get 20% of the profits while their guilds will share the remaining 80%, Blue Phoenix reported angrily. "Those despicable old foxes." Phoenix Rain frowned. "They know that I'm competing with Nine Dragons Emperor, so they're using the opportunity to hike up their prices. I have a suggestion. Would you be interested in hearing it, Phoenix Pavilion Master?" Shi Feng suddenly asked. "A suggestion?" Phoenix Rain gave the man a curious look. "May I know what sort of plan Team Leader Shi Feng has in mind? I'll represent Zero Wing in this alliance. Negotiate with the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple for 40% of Thunder Island's profits," Shi Feng said. 40%? Blue Phoenix was astonished. She thought that Shi Feng had completely lost his mind. It was obvious that the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had discussed the situation beforehand and only intended to offer Phoenix Rain 20%, yet Shi Feng wanted to ask for twice that. If the two guilds heard this, they'd laugh themselves to death. "Team leader Shi Feng, are you serious?" Phoenix Rain asked earnestly. 1489, Terrifying Potential, Chapter 1489, Terrifying Potential Guild Leader. Shi Feng's proposal surprised both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. Both women thought the idea was ludicrous. The 20% the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had proposed included Zero Wing's cut, yet he wanted to double the price. Neither guild would ever agree. After all, both were bona fide super guilds. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you really think that our two guilds aren't worth 40% of Thunder Island's profits?" Shi Feng asked, smiling. For a time, Phoenix Rain did not know how to answer Shi Feng's question. Her forces were, in no way, inferior to Battle Wolves and Sacred Temples. She just didn't have as many people. However, it was a different story if she included Zero Wing's sailboat. Zero Wing's sailboat could make up for the naval combat power the Phoenix Pavilion lacked. If both guilds worked together in the future, they'd be able to secure far more Thunder Passes than the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple. Hence, asking for 40% of the profits was in no way excessive. Only, the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple knew that other guilds would target her if she didn't cooperate with them. All sides might even turn against her as soon as they entered Thunder Island. "If you don't feel that we're worth that much, then you should see this." Shi Feng understood Phoenix Rain's concerns. He sent her a trade request, placing one of the crystal bottles from his bag into the trade window. "This is a small sailboat." "How?" Phoenix Rain shot Shi Feng an astounded look when she saw the item. In God's domain, items currently in use couldn't be placed in a trade window. The fact that she was staring at a small sailboat proved that Zero Wing had more than one. She found it truly hard to believe that, while the various superpowers frantically searched for sailboats, Zero Wing had acquired at least two without anyone noticing. She even wondered if her eyes were playing a trick on her, but when she clicked on the glass bottle, the attribute panel that appeared proved its existence. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think of my proposal now?" Shi Feng asked, smiling. The small sailboat he had just revealed was none other than the ordinary small sailboat he had liberated from the Freedom Alliance's identical summer. Although it was only an ordinary small sailboat, its combat power far surpassed any speedboat. He also had the mysterious iron-ranked storm sailboat, which he had yet to repair. Unfortunately, the storm sailboat wasn't usable combat power right now, hence he had only decided to reveal the ordinary small sailboat. I understand. I'll notify the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple about your proposal, Phoenix Rain said after taking a deep breath. When she looked at Shi Feng, she felt as if the man were foreign to her. Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix gave her friend a confused look. She could not figure out what Shi Feng had shown Phoenix Rain to change her mind about such a huge risk so quickly. Don't try to persuade me, just do as he says, Phoenix Rain commanded. With no other choice, Blue Phoenix transmitted the new offer to the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple's upper echelons. She no longer dared to think of what their reply would be. Interesting. Phoenix Rain is bold enough to make such an offer despite her current predicament? Eternal Dead, the Sacred Temple's guild leader, could not help but laugh when he saw Phoenix Rain's counteroffer. On the other hand, Quiet Melody was dazed for a moment when she read the new message. Only one thought came to her mind. Has Phoenix Rain lost her mind? If Phoenix Rain had the authority to mobilize all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's forces and Zero Wing's sailboat, she might have a chance of convincing the Battle Wolves and Sacred Pavilion to agree with her conditions. Unfortunately, with her current strength, the super guilds would never agree. Based on Quiet Melody's knowledge, Phoenix Rain had only obtained 270 slots for the contest. That was barely on par with 9 Dragons Emperor's slots, but the Sacred Temple had 710. Ignoring the standards of the guild's experts, the severe difference in numbers put Phoenix Rain at an overwhelming disadvantage. Melody, tell Phoenix Rain that her condition lacks sincerity, and the Sacred Temple will need time to consider her offer properly, Eternal Dead said, smiling. Understood. Quiet Melody nodded. Elsewhere, the Battle Wolves' upper echelons prepared a similar answer. Big Sis Rain, both guilds gave the same reply. They have said that they need more time to consider, Blue Phoenix helplessly reported. Obviously, the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple wanted to watch them make a fool of themselves and take advantage when the other superpowers targeted their forces on Thunder Island. If they went crawling to the two guilds then, they'd be lucky to get 20%, much less 40% of the island's profits. As expected, it seems that we can only take this one step at a time. The outcome didn't surprise Phoenix Rain whatsoever. All she could do was try her best in the contest. As long as she could occupy a spot on the island, nothing could stop her in the future. While the various superpowers had negotiated alliances, the magic barrier around Thunder Island turned from blue to crimson. Furious roars echoed from the island, and despite being so far away, everyone heard them clearly. Has the contest begun? As more of the island's monsters voiced their rage, the spectating adventurer teams took out their intermediate magic mirrors and began to observe the landmass. Move out. In response, the various superpowers stored their ships and retrieved their thunder passes. They used the passes to leave a thunder mark on their members, each pass imparting 10 marks. Any player with a thunder mark could teleport to Thunder Island at any time. Shortly after, the various superpowers members disappeared almost simultaneously as they teleported to Thunder Island to contest for the Ancient Towers. During the contest, players were prohibited from using any tools. They could only rely on their own power to compete. In addition, all of the island's monsters had frighteningly high magic resistance and defense. Players had to occupy as many ancient towers as they could, reducing these monsters' magic resistance and defense, or raiding the encampments would be very difficult. Meanwhile, teleportation to Thunder Island wasn't completely random. Generally, players who were close to each other would teleport to the same location. As long as they gathered before teleporting to the island, they could take action as a team as soon as they arrived. It seems that we got a good location. After arriving on the island, Shi Feng inspected the system map. Currently, their group was north of Thunder Island's outer region, very close to a monster encampment and 3 ancient towers. As long as they secured these ancient towers, they could clear out the monster encampment. Following which, Phoenix Rain and Shi Feng began to rearrange the team. They were prepared to split into 3 groups, prioritizing the ancient towers. Only after they solidified their hold would they head towards the nearest encampment. However, as Shi Feng and the others prepared to head out, a group of nearly 300 players approached. Leading this group was none other than 9 Dragons Emperor. 9. What is the meaning of this? Phoenix Rain demanded in a chilling tone as she glared at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master. What else could this be? We're here to eliminate a future problem, 9 Dragons Emperor said, sneering. We have nearly the same number of players. You know that a fight between us will only benefit our mutual enemies. Although Phoenix Rain had suspected that 9 Dragons Emperor might attempt to take action, she hadn't expected him to do so this quickly, even neglecting the contest for the ancient towers. Equal numbers, huh? 9 Dragons Emperor responded playfully. I don't think so. As soon as 9 Dragons Emperor finished speaking, she heard an anguished scream from behind her. Turning around, she discovered that the 50 Firmament members on her team had turned traitor, attacking her other team members. In seconds, over 20 players had died. By the time she reacted, Firmament's members had pulled away from her team. Lonely heaven, Phoenix Rain bellowed, dense killing intent lacing her gaze as she glared daggers at Firmament's smiling guild leader. Phoenix Pavilion Master, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for making the wrong decision. You actually invested so much into a no-name guild like Zero Wing? Lonely Heaven paid no attention to Phoenix Rain's killing intent. Now, prepare to pay the price for your mistake. Well said. Rain, since you made a wrong decision, you should pay the corresponding price. Nine Dragons Emperor then commanded, everyone, attack. Leave none of them alive. Initially, both his team and Phoenix Rain's had about the same number of players, but now that Firmament had mutinied and killed 20 of Phoenix Rain's players, she had less than 200. On the other hand, he now had 350. With nearly double the numbers, he could easily eliminate Phoenix Rain's team. 1490, Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1490, Bloodhand Yama. As soon as Nine Dragons Emperor gave the command, his experts marched forward in formation. With Martial Dragon and Blood Dragon on the front line, the melee players charged at Phoenix Rain's team. Meanwhile, the ranged players spread out to encircle her players, providing their melee teammates cover fire. The healers in the back began their incantations immediately. With Firmament's members behind them, Phoenix Rain's team had nowhere to go. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on Firmament's members. We're breaking through. Avoid prolonged fights. Although Phoenix Rain was furious about Lonely Heaven's betrayal, wanting nothing more than to murder the bastard herself, she quickly recovered her calm and decided to save as much of her team's strength as possible. After all, the contest for Thunder Island had just begun. Both sides had plenty of Refinement Realm and above experts. If Refinement Realm experts worked together, their overall combat power would increase tremendously. When fighting foes of the same level, even at a numerical disadvantage, they'd be impossible to annihilate quickly. Unfortunately, defeating Nine Dragons Emperor's team was impossible. Although she had Shi Feng and Zero Wing's other peak experts, Nine Dragons Emperor had his own. The Shadow Dragon Legion's Shadowtooth and Martial Dragon were the best examples. Both were Domain Realm experts and more than capable of posing a problem for her team. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor had other experts under his command and the help of Bloody Paradise. Although the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion on par in overall strength, the trump card legions under each banner weren't under the full control of their respective pavilion master. Rather, these trump card legions prioritized the Great Pavilion Master's commands. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had only been the Phoenix Pavilion's master for a short time, and as a result, the Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions still maintained their loyalty to the previous master. Like Shadowtooth's case, she wasn't allowed to order them around and had to resort to persuasion. This was why her power base was significantly weaker than Nine Dragons Emperor's. Now that he had persuaded Shadowtooth to fight for him, and Martial Dragon, whom Nine Dragons Emperor had nurtured, had become a Domain Realm expert, the gap between them had widened. With fewer players on her team, she had no chance of victory. She could only avoid a clash with Nine Dragons Emperor. Like in other maps, players that died on Thunder Island would lose a level and drop a piece of equipment. This gave her even more of a reason to avoid a fight with Nine Dragons Emperor. If her team were weakened further, she'd have no hope of capturing the ancient towers and monster encampments. You wish to break through? Nine Dragons Emperor sneered as he watched Phoenix Rain lead her team towards Firmament's group. Lonely, it's about time we give our Lady Pavilion Master a taste of despair. Hearing this, the distant Lonely Heaven grinned and nodded. He then turned to one of his cloaked guild members and said, I've done my part, I'll leave the rest to you. Relax, we've accepted your payment and will complete the mission. At this time, a robust man emerged from Firmament's team. The man removed his black cloak, revealing a mass of muscle. With the black cloak gone, his horrific bloodlust was no longer contained, and even players standing over 30 yards away could sense it radiating off of him. This robust man wasn't the only one to remove his cloak. The 40-plus members Lonely Heaven had brought with him discarded the items as well, every one of them emanating a dense bloodlust. Every player's ID was pitch black, revealing their statuses as dark players. With one look at these players, Phoenix Rain's teammates shuddered. Bloodhand Yama. Phoenix Rain was shocked when she realized who the robust man was. Bloodhand Yama might be a foreign name among ordinary players, but it was very well known among the various superpowers. The man was one of the Flower of Seven Sins representatives. He had killed numerous superpowers upper echelons in the past. Phoenix Pavilion Master, your life is mine. Saying so, Bloodhand Yama gestured with a hand. Immediately, the Flower of Seven Sins members around him split into multiple parties and dashed towards Phoenix Rain and the others. He then raised his gray diamond shield and tightened his grip on his double-headed one-handed axe before charging like a berserk beast. Although Bloodhand Yama's team had very few members, the majority of them were shield warriors and berserkers. His team only had 5 healers. Because of the narrow canyon they occupied, the Flower of Seven Sins members easily formed a human wall that prevented anyone from passing. Meanwhile, the spectators watched the battle from the waters around Thunder Island. As a result, news of the battle spread quickly to the various superpowers on the island. Nine Dragons Emperor really is ruthless. Despite being from the same guild, he is trying to annihilate Phoenix Rain's forces. Eternal Dead, who currently commanded the Sacred Temple's members as they captured an ancient tower, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the video. Fortunately, after this battle, Phoenix Rain should realize that without our help, she won't accomplish anything on Thunder Island. How rich. In addition to Bloody Paradise, he invited the Flower of Seven Sins to help him. He'll likely put Phoenix Rain down for good this time. When the Battle Wolves Sirius watched the video his subordinate had transmitted, he could not help his rueful sigh. In the virtual gaming world, both the Flower of Seven Sins and Bloody Paradise were organizations that were moved by money. The Flower of Seven Sins, in particular, was famous for its high prices. Even super guilds would lament the cost of assassinating a vice guild leader-level player. However, Sirius had to admit that the Flower of Seven Sins services were worth every penny. As long as one could afford their prices, the organization would guarantee any player's death. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Flower of Seven Sins members slammed into Phoenix Rain's group. Bloodhand Yama easily made his way through the blockade of Phoenix Pavilion members. As if he could predict the future, he dodged or blocked every attack sent his way. When his double-headed axe descended, it always found its mark. As a result, Bloodhand Yama slaughtered the Phoenix Pavilion's Refinement Realm experts and slowly but surely made his way towards Phoenix Rain. So strong. Solitary 9, who was also a shield warrior, was shocked by Bloodhand Yama's strength. The man's display was completely different from Shi Feng's in Cold Wind City. Shi Feng had relied on overwhelming attributes to defeat his enemies, whereas Bloodhand Yama used techniques. It seemed as if the shield warrior could block every attack and break every defense before him. However, Phoenix Rain was no ordinary player either. Although her performance in the Sunset Forest hadn't been jaw-dropping, she was by no means weak. In fact, it seemed as if the Phoenix Pavilion Master had become an entirely different person as Solitary 9 watched her fight. Every one of her spells seemed to have a life of their own, avoiding shields and landing solid blows. Her attack method had plenty of variations. Sometimes her spells descended from the sky, while other spells seemed to manifest from their surroundings. When some of her spells missed their mark, they seemed to make an abrupt U-turn, striking at the target's back. Due to her varied attack patterns, Phoenix Rain's targets struggled to defend themselves. The Flower of Seven Sins suffered numerous casualties at Phoenix Rain's hand. She had even killed 2 party leader-level experts. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix seamlessly executed triple casting, using her powerful spells to disperse the attacking formation. The level of combat dumbfounded the players watching from safety. Countless players used a variety of combat techniques, which they rarely got to see. Moreover, they watched as players used skills in unheard-of ways. At the end of the day, however, Phoenix Rain's team was wedged between 2 forces. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor's side had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Pavilion Masters team fell. It seems we have no choice but to expose our trump card. Shi Feng, who was fended off the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's members, could not help but sigh. He then commanded through the team chat, Cola, Summer, open a path. Aqua and I will bring up the rear. Understood. Cola and Alluring Summer nodded before dashing towards Bloodhand Yama. 1491, Experts Clashing, Chapter 1491, Experts Clashing. Just as Shi Feng finished issuing orders, a figure appeared behind Cola. Lifeless Thorn shouted to warn the Guardian Knight when he saw the figure. He stood only 5 yards away from Cola, and at that distance he could even sense movement in the grace. Yet despite pushing his senses to their limits, he failed to detect the approaching figure. Only after this figure had revealed himself had he noticed the enemy assassin. He had never heard of such a high-level concealment technique. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to stop the assassin's attack, the latter was simply too fast. A split second after the assassin had appeared, a stake of black light sliced across Cola's back. Do you really think you have any hope of leaving this place alive? Shadowtooth, who wore a black mask, hissed after appearing behind Cola. Assassinate. Pung. When the black light descended, nearby players heard the sound of shattering glass. Before anyone had noticed, a transparent barrier had manifested behind Cola. Shadowtooth's attack sliced the barrier in half, but Cola remained unharmed. Someone blocked my attack? Shadowtooth was caught off guard. He turned to search his surroundings, intent on finding the player that had blocked his blade. The assassin's gaze soon found Alluring Summer, who wore pitch-black mage robes and wielded a blue wooden staff. She actually stopped Shadowtooth's ambush? Just who is that female elementalist? Nine Dragons Emperor, who commanded the battle from afar, shot Alluring Summer a glance. Shadowtooth was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 expert. Both his skills and items ranked among the best in the guild. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could not always fend off Shadowtooth's ambushes. Nine Dragons Emperor wouldn't have been terribly surprised to see a melee player with fast reactions fend off Shadowtooth's strike, but it had been an elementalist's. It was unbelievable. Young lady, your reaction speed is quite impressive. But all you've done is called death upon yourself, Shadowtooth said in a chilling tone, narrowing his eyes at Alluring Summer. He then transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the elementalist as he ignored Cola. Once an assassin failed an ambush, they'd have a very difficult time killing an MT of the same level. On the other hand, killing a cloth armor class was easy. This was especially true for Shadowtooth, who had recently obtained the epic-ranked Shadow Boots. These epic boots increased his initial acceleration to 20% of his maximum movement speed, boosting his dexterity to a whole new level. The greatest difference between expert and ordinary players was typically their dexterity. Even with the same attributes, experts seemed faster when they moved. In contrast, ordinary players typically looked like robots, their actions dull and predictable. This was due to a lack of dexterity. Players' dexterity mainly manifested in their acceleration, how quickly one could go from 0% of their maximum speed to 100% and vice versa, not one's maximum speed. The more dexterous one was, the shorter the interval. Players would then be capable of accomplishing feats that were normally impossible. If a player could begin accelerating at 20% of their maximum movement speed, the change would undoubtedly increase their dexterity by a large margin. Shadowtooth dodged one spell after another. Even when numerous melee experts blocked his path, he easily maneuvered his way through the gaps without getting caught. Lifeless Thorn even executed a perfect split spear, but the combat technique was utterly useless against the assassin. Not only had Lifeless Thorn failed to hit Shadowtooth, but he had even been struck by the man's counterattack. Despite Shadowtooth countering with an ordinary attack, the impact threw Lifeless Thorn over a dozen yards away, his HP instantly falling by 1/6 of its maximum. How is that guy so fast? The outcome stunned Cleansing Whistle and the other Asura members. They never thought that Lifeless Thorn could be repelled so easily. Fortunately, all of the players on Thunder Island were prohibited from using Berserk skills. The consequences would have been unimaginable if Lifeless Thorn had been struck by an empowered Shadowtooth. After removing the Berserker from his path, Shadowtooth quickly reached Alluring Summer, slashing Magic Breaker at the Elementalist's throat. Die. Shadowtooth activated the Tier 1 skill, Dark Blade, without hesitation. Not only was this skill impossible to block, but it also ignored the target's defense. Most importantly, the skill would silence the target for 5 seconds when struck. Even an ordinary expert could easily defeat a magical class player who couldn't cast spells for 5 seconds. However, just before the assassin's blade bit into Alluring Summer, several arcs of golden electricity wrapped around him and sealed his movements. What accurate judgment! Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the arcs binding him. Restriction-type control skills and spells weren't usually instantaneous. As a result, players had to predict a moving target's progress and react accordingly. Although Shadowtooth had expected Alluring Summer to attempt to stop him with a control skill as he approached, he had not expected the woman to use herself as bait, taking advantage of the instant he paused to attack. However, Shadowtooth had reacted quickly as well. When he realized that he couldn't move, he used a control removal skill to break free. He then swung Magic Breaker at the Elementalist once more. However, Alluring Summer had prepared for this, taking half a step back. Since she had stopped Shadowtooth a second beforehand, he had lost his momentum. As a result, Magic Breaker's speed had decreased significantly, giving Alluring Summer enough time to retreat and barely avoid the short sword. Amazing! When Lifeless Thorn, who stood in the distance, saw this, he was astounded by Alluring Summer's control over the battlefield. Alluring Summer waved her staff after dodging Shadowtooth's attack. Suddenly, numerous blue, basketball-sized lightning balls appeared around the Elementalist. A moment later, all 30-plus lightning balls bombarded Shadowtooth from multiple different directions. The assassin had no choice but to retreat temporarily. But, as if the lightning balls had locked onto him, they moved towards his blind spots. In the end, even a domain realm expert like Shadowtooth was forced to activate Wind Steps, utilizing the moment of invulnerability to retreat. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Nine Dragons Emperor was stunned. He had never expected Zero Wing to have more people capable of forcing Shadowtooth back. Elsewhere, Kola arrived to help Phoenix Rain, charging at the approaching Bloodhand Yama. Despite this, the man showed no signs of avoiding the Guardian Knight. Instead, he raised his shield and increased his speed. One was a shield warrior, while the other was a Guardian Knight. Both players had high HP and defense. Neither of them was afraid of a head-on collision. Boom! When the two shields collided, a powerful shockwave shook their surroundings, causing nearby players to shudder involuntarily. Bloodhand Yama, who had been unstoppable thus far, had taken a step back. In contrast, Kola actually remained steady. The difference between their strengths was obvious at a glance. Is this for real? Someone actually stopped Bloodhand Yama? The various superpowers watching the fight with their magic mirrors were shocked by Kola's strength. None could believe that someone had stopped the famous Bloodhand Yama. Bloodhand Yama was famous for his violence in the virtual gaming world. He had always been a shield warrior and pursued brute strength. Unlike ordinary MTs, Bloodhand Yama focused on strength when allocating his free attribute points and selecting weapons and equipment. Moreover, in addition to his shield and double-headed axe, his chest piece, helmet, and gloves were epic rank. The man didn't bother to hide his gear's glow effects, yet despite such excellent gear he had lost a battle of strength. It was simply inconceivable. 1492, Dragon Slayer's Power. Chapter 1492, Dragon Slayer's Power. After getting repulsed by Kola, Bloodhand Yama did not evince even the slightest bit of anger or frustration. On the contrary, he licked his lips and revealed an excited expression. Immediately after, he raised his shield and charged at Kola again. This time, however, he did not go for a frontal assault. Instead, just when Bloodhand Yama was about to clash with Kola, he suddenly changed his footwork, generating an afterimage in his original location as he circled around and avoided Kola's charge, leaving the Guardian Knight to hit only air. Immediate after, Bloodhand Yama appeared on Kola's right, the double-headed axe in his hand striking down at Kola's side abdomen, which was not protected by the Guardian Knight's shield, with lightning speed. Dang, following which, a crisp clang resounded in the surroundings. Dazzling sparks flew as well. At the critical moment, Kola had managed to shift his body sufficiently to allow his one-handed sword to block Bloodhand Yama's attack. Meanwhile, as a result of this clash, Bloodhand Yama staggered back a step. Bloodhand Yama's doppelganger slash actually got blocked. Phoenix Rain, who had initially been preparing to help Kola, could not help but be surprised by this scene. Just how much strength is Zero Wing hiding? She originally thought she had a very clear understanding of Kola's strength. Meanwhile, as far as she knew, Kola was definitely not strong enough to go up against Bloodhand Yama, even though he was the lead MT of Zero Wing's main force and possessed quite respectable basic attributes. However, with the facts placed before her, she had no choice but to admit that her understanding was inadequate. In reality, Phoenix Rain wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. The Flower of Seven Sins members and Nine Dragons Emperor were similarly shocked. Right now, two of their most powerful members were actually stopped. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama's distraction gave Phoenix Rain and the others an opportunity to focus on dealing with the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins. Only Shi Feng found this outcome to be natural. After all, Kola and Alluring Summer had both obtained the Dragon Slayer legacy. The Dragon Slayer legacy was a relatively special legacy. Unlike other legacies, it did not provide players with any elaborate skills or spells. However, it was a legacy that was upgradable. If the legacy were fully upgraded, it would not be the slightest bit inferior to a peak legacy. The reason for this was the dragon power players received when obtaining the Dragon Slayer legacy. The denser the dragon power inside a player's body was, the greater the power they would be able to exhibit. Legends had it that the power of the strongest Dragon Slayer in history surpassed even that of dragons. Now that Kola and Alluring Summer had become Dragon Slayers, their life ratings were superior to that of Tier 2 players. Hence, their basic attributes, physiques, and reaction speeds were not something players of the same level and tier could compare to. These attributes would only become increasingly stronger as Kola and Alluring Summer obtained more Dragon Origin crystals. At that time, their life ratings would be able to reach the same level as dragons. In God's domain, dragons were the symbol of death and destruction. If players could achieve a life rating equal to dragons, one could just imagine how strong they could become. They could easily overwhelm even players that had demonized. Meanwhile, on Thunder Island, which prevented players from using berserk skills, Kola's and Alluring Summer's basic attributes were most likely inferior to only Shi Feng's own. As for their physiques, theirs were even slightly superior to his own. This was the reason Shi Feng had tasked the two of them with opening up a path for the team. In terms of techniques, Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth indeed possessed an overwhelming advantage over Kola and Alluring Summer. However, the difference in tiers and the power of the Dragon Slayer class were more than enough to offset the difference in techniques and allow Kola and Alluring Summer to just barely surpass the two Domain Realm experts. With Bloodhand Yama tied down, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were able to coordinate their attacks with each other and relentlessly reduce the member count of the Flower of Seven Sins. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Phoenix Rain's team broke out of the encirclement. Dragon Pavilion Master Zero Wing has really hidden a lot of its power. With Phoenix Rain's capabilities, I'm afraid it'll take only another minute or two for her team to escape the encirclement, Undead said, chuckling as he looked at the distant Flower of Seven Sins members fighting. Are you really sure you don't need my help? Hearing Undead's words, Nine Dragons Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Fine, as long as you can pin down Phoenix Rain's team here, I'll give that item to you. Although he had managed to invite Bloody Paradise to aid him, getting Undead to personally take action was a whole other story. However, with the situation having reached this point, he couldn't care less about paying the additional cost right now. If he failed to get rid of Phoenix Rain in this favorable terrain, doing so would become much more difficult afterwards. Thanks a lot, Undead said, smiling faintly. He then started pacing slowly towards the battlefield. Upon Undead's entry into the battlefield, the Bloody Paradise members suddenly underwent a change. As if they had entered into a frenzy, they disregarded all costs to open up a path for Undead. As for Undead himself, he chanted an incantation as he walked forward. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping half of the battlefield. The ambient mana then began surging towards the magic array, forming numerous pitch-black spears. Tier 1 curse, dark feathers, disappear. Undead swung down his staff. Suddenly, several hundred pitch-black spears descended from the skies. As if they possessed a life of their own, these pitch-black spears all struck at the defensive blind spots of the enemy players. Each spear carried the power of a Tier 1 peak attack. Even MTs with high defense and magic resistance lost over 6,000 HP when struck. As for the other classes, they received over 10,000 damage from each spear. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black spears killed over a dozen players who failed to defend themselves properly. Even Solitary 9, who possessed the Titan Guard, could not repulse every spear sent at him and ended up getting struck 8 times. If not for him activating Titan's Heart, his HP would have long since ended up at a critical level. Who is that man? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened considerably when she stared at Undead. She felt that Undead was simply too terrifying. After all, the man had actually managed to control hundreds of pitch-black spears simultaneously, making the spears move as if they were alive. Fortunately, she stood quite a distance from Undead and got struck by only 3 spears. Had she been any closer to the Elementalist, she might have lost her life already. So this is the 11th ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at Undead moving slowly in her direction. With her basic attributes and combat standards, she would be able to handle a dozen or so of those pitch-black spears simultaneously at most. If she had to go up against more than 100 of those spears, however, she would most likely have to activate the 7 Luminaries Battle Armor's active skill, Sky God's Glory, in order to survive. Not to mention, Undead had only used 1 spell thus far, yet he had already wreaked so much devastation. If they allowed the Elementalist to continue casting spells freely, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Phoenix Rain, who was currently fending off the Flower of Seven Sins members, also wore a grim expression when she saw Undead entering the battlefield. Undead was nicknamed the Devil's Hand. The man was capable of exhibiting any spell or skill to its fullest potential. Moreover, his ability to control the situation of a battlefield was peerless. He was most suited to group battles. Individually, he was also much stronger than old monsters like Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth. It was precisely because of Undead that even Ku Rong, the great pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, feared Bloody Paradise greatly. Rain, stop your futile resistance and just obediently accept your fate. 9 Dragons Emperor said mockingly when he saw the tides of the battle turning in his favor. He was fully aware of just how powerful Undead was. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could survive against Undead for only a short time. Moreover, both sides were currently intermingled, making it impossible for anyone to use large-scale destruction, spells without resulting in friendly fire. In such a situation, Undead, an elementalist capable of freely controlling his spells, was practically a godlike existence. Guild leader, should I head over there? Aqua Rose suggested. At the moment, she was going up against more than 3 Refinement Realm experts simultaneously. However, seeing Undead and Bloody Paradise's members getting out of control, she decided it was more important to deal with them first. No need. Your spells have too much AoE. They're not suitable for this narrow and chaotic battlefield. I'll deal with him, Shi Feng said, shaking his head before dashing towards Undead. 1493 1-on-2. Chapter 1493 1-on-2 on the chaotic battlefield. Although Bloody Paradise's members numbered only around 60, the presence of Undead elevated the overall strength of the team by a significant margin. The reason for this was Undead's ability to aid his allies during their time of need. At the same time, he was also capable of creating gaps for these allies to strike at their opponents. He was like the overlord of the battlefield, and even Shi Feng could not help but feel admiration for Undead's capabilities. Undead could not only achieve absolute control over the battlefield with his spells, but also freely manipulate his enemies on the battlefield. It was precisely because of this talent of his that the secret pavilion had nicknamed him the Devil's Hand. When Shi Feng entered within 60 yards of Undead, over 20 fireballs and ice spears suddenly flew at him. To Shi Feng, however, attacks of this degree did not even warrant him blocking them. Making a slight change to his footwork, he easily maneuvered his way out of the attack trajectory of these spells. While he was swiftly making his way towards Undead, 3 sword lights suddenly cut at him. Not only were these 3 slashes angled so that they sealed off Shi Feng's path of advancement, but they also prevented him from evading them, leaving him with no choice but to receive them with his swords. Dang, dang, dang! Shi Feng promptly blocked the 3 slashes before they could even get within 5 yards of him. Immediately after, the shadow of a figure descended from the sky. At the same time, a towering pillar of flames also descended directly towards Shi Feng. Flame slash. However, Shi Feng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits, had long since noticed this attack. Twisting his body, he executed an upward chop, sending 3 black arcs of light to counter the descending flame slash. Boom. When the intense flames collided with the 3 converging slashes of Shi Feng's chop, a powerful shockwave spread to the surroundings. As the shockwave spread, it also repulsed the descending figure, which landed roughly 6 yards away from Shi Feng. Is there a need for the almighty commander of the War Dragon Legion to make such petty little moves? Shi Feng glanced at the figure before him. This figure belonged to none other than Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. He was also Nine Dragons Emperor's most trusted aide. At this moment, Martial Dragon wielded a silver greatsword engraved with crimson runes and wore silvery gray battle armor. He had also reached level 49 already and was not one bit inferior when compared to Phoenix Rain. Moreover, if one paid close attention to Martial Dragon's body, they would notice that the number of epic equipment he possessed was not one bit inferior to Bloodhand Yama's. Notably, the greatsword Martial Dragon wielded, which was named Silver Snow, was the 17th ranking sword among God's Domain's 36 famed swords. At the same time, it was also Martial Dragon's trademark in Shi Feng's previous life. Despite Silver Snow being ranked only slightly higher than Killing Ray, due to it being a two-handed sword, it possessed significantly more power than Killing Ray. As expected of Zero Wing's honorary elder. You've managed to block my attack even under such circumstances. Martial Dragon was not the slightest bit agitated by Shi Feng's mocking words. On the contrary, he laughed and said, however, with me here, nobody will be able to approach undead. If anybody else spoke these words, they would definitely be laughed at for their foolishness. However, when Martial Dragon said them, nobody on the battlefield felt anything wrong with them. Since Martial Dragon was a domain realm expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no player or power dared to look down on him. Then, you'll have to be able to stop me first. Saying so, Shi Feng executed void steps and disappeared from everyone's vision. Undead's presence was like a berserk potion. If he did not stop the man now, the damage that Undead and Bloody Paradise's members could cause would be no laughing matter. Originally, Shi Feng had thought to use a silencing skill. However, the uniqueness of the battlefield on Thunder Island did not just prevent players from using berserk skills. Silencing skills were similarly ineffective on Thunder Island. Hence, he had no choice but to personally take action now. Don't even think of getting past me so easily. At the same time as Shi Feng disappeared, Martial Dragon's greatsword seemingly extended itself as a silver beam of light shot out from the weapon and landed at a location roughly 10 yards away from Martial Dragon. When the beam struck, it left behind a deep gash on the ground. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had also suddenly appeared before this gash. Sure enough, Void Steps is utterly useless against Domain Realm experts. Sending a glance at Martial Dragon, who remained standing in his original position, Shi Feng decided to give up on dealing with Undead first. Domain Realm experts were capable of not only pushing their five senses to their very limits, but also observing their surroundings from a third person's perspective. Void Steps was footwork specifically meant to trick the opponent's sense of sight only. Hence, fooling Martial Dragon with Void Steps was simply impossible. The only reason Shi Feng had even tried executing the footwork was in the hopes that it would delay Martial Dragon's reaction by even a moment. Now, however, it would seem that Void Steps was incapable of doing even that. What? Giving up already? Martial Dragon chuckled as he looked at his motionless opponent. In response, Shi Feng simply continued silently observing Martial Dragon. Compared to the fact that Martial Dragon was a Domain Realm expert, Shi Feng was more wary of the greatsword in the Berserker's hands. As one of the 36 famed swords of God's Domain, Silver Snow possessed special hidden effects, just like the Abyssal Blade did. While the Abyssal Blade could gather the surrounding mana around its user, Silver Snow could extend the range of its attacks. Of course, this extension was not without limits. However, it still gave Martial Dragon a maximum attack range of 15 yards. Although this hidden effect could be maintained for only extremely short intervals, it was already more than enough for an expert player. When experts fought, they would always gauge their opponent's attack range before going in for an attack. If the other side could suddenly extend their attack range, one could just imagine the effect it would have on a battle. Meanwhile, being able to extend his attack range up to 15 yards allowed Martial Dragon to cover more ground in his defense. This was also the reason why the Berserker had spoken such boastful words earlier. Moreover, this attack extension was still not the most powerful aspect of Silver Snow, which instead lay in its ability to execute two-stage attacks. The famed sword was capable of saving up to 10 cuts made before for 15 seconds. Any enemy that came into contact with these cuts would receive damage. This was also the only skill Silver Snow possessed, Broken Mark. Aside from Broken Mark, Silver Snow possessed no other skills. Meanwhile, it was also precisely due to this skill that Silver Snow ranked 17th among God's Domain's 36 famed swords. In other words, Martial Dragon could set up invisible traps anywhere within 15 yards of himself. Hence, not only did Shi Feng need to be careful of Martial Dragon's attacks while fighting, but he also needed to avoid stepping anywhere the Berserker had cut before. Since you're not coming, I'll head over to you instead. Martial Dragon had no intention of dragging out this fight. Upon seeing his opponent remaining unresponsive, he immediately activated Charge on Shi Feng. At this moment, Undead, who was slowly making his way towards Phoenix Rain, also took notice of Shi Feng. He immediately began chanting incantations, summoning an ice wall to help Martial Dragon block off Shi Feng's path of retreat, and at the same time sending a Tier 1 flame barrage at Shi Feng's defensive blind spot. Both Martial Dragon and Undead were Domain Realm experts, and both were capable of clearly perceiving every one of Shi Feng's movements. Hence, when facing the attacks of these two experts, Shi Feng would have no choice but to receive their attacks, as dodging was simply impossible. How despicable. Those two actually have the gall to work together. When Gentle Snow saw Martial Dragon and Undead ganging up on Shi Feng, she wanted to move in and help Shi Feng. However, Blood Dragon and two other Refinement Realm experts had her thoroughly pinned down. As for Shi Feng, his two opponents were similarly extraordinary players capable of going up against a great lord of the same level. Despite Shi Feng having the advantage in basic attributes, if he was not careful when dealing with their attacks, they would kill him very easily. Just when Martial Dragon's Silver Snow and Undead's barrage of fireballs were about to descend on Shi Feng tightened his grip on his two swords and executed Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, the ice wall behind him and the sword lights and fireballs before him were all shattered by Sword's Orbit. What powerful attributes! Undead was slightly surprised when he saw his ice wall shattered. Very quickly, however, he switched his attack method and executed triple casting. Smiling faintly, he said, "Let's see how you deal with this move." Suddenly, several magic arrays appeared around Shi Feng. From the ground, an earthen spike emerged. From the sky, a lightning strike descended. From his surroundings, numerous ice spears stabbed at Shi Feng simultaneously. Meanwhile, Martial Dragon also did not hold back as he executed the Berserker class's strongest Tier 1 skill, Indiscriminate Slash. Suddenly, numerous streaks of silver light interweaved, forming a wall that pushed towards Shi Feng. This overwhelming attack pattern made the scalps of everyone present on the battlefield tingle. Just when these attacks were about to land on Shi Feng, however, Shi Feng abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Summon lightning. Suddenly, arcs of lightning spread out to Shi Feng's surroundings, instantly obliterating the attacks of Undead and Martial Dragon. What a powerful skill. Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He had never thought that Shi Feng would possess a skill capable of wiping out other skills. Nevertheless, he laughed in the next moment and said, "However, I'm sure you can use this skill of yours only once." He and Undead were capable of executing their coordinated attack again after a short cooldown. They could even switch the skills and spells they used and execute other attack patterns. They did not need to rely on powerful skills like Shi Feng did to defend and attack. While it is indeed true that I can only use this skill once within a certain period of time, if the two of you can't coordinate with each other again, then it doesn't really matter, Shi Feng retorted, smiling calmly. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. 1494. One-hit kill, Chapter 1494, one-hit kill. The instant Shi Feng activated his skills, the doppelganger created from Phantom Kill immediately activated Windblade and made its way towards Undead, while the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned by 9 Dragon Slash shot towards Martial Dragon, giving the two no opportunities to react at all. Domain Realm experts were already difficult opponents to deal with in the first place. With Martial Dragon and Undead now working together, dodging their combination attacks was simply impossible. Undead's spells, in particular, accurately targeted the weaknesses in Shi Feng's defenses. After including Martial Dragon's assistance, the combined assault had already exceeded Sword's Orbit's defensive capabilities. Hence, the only thing Shi Feng could do now was have his doppelganger distract Undead while using ranged attacks to deal with Martial Dragon, who was fond of melee combat. A doppelganger? Undead simply smiled when he saw Shi Feng's doppelganger moving towards him. Immediately, he started triple casting again. Earthen Spear, Ice Blast, Flame Imprint. All three spells were Tier 1 spells. Earthen Spear was meant to limit the target's movements, Ice Blast served as a frontal attack and inflicted a movement speed debuff, and Flame Imprint was an aerial attack aimed at the target's defensive blind spot. Under Undead's control, the combination of the three spells became an ultimate move that would kill Undead's target with almost absolute certainty. Meanwhile, players usually needed to personally control their doppelgangers. If the player did not devote full concentration to controlling their doppelgangers, said doppelgangers would not exhibit their full potential. Moreover, doppelgangers normally had weaker basic attributes than the main body. Hence, in Undead's opinion, it was simply a joke for Shi Feng to send his doppelganger at him. Elsewhere, the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were like non-existent when going up against Martial Dragon. Despite Shi Feng executing Sword's Orbit with the Sword Phantoms, Martial Dragon managed to evade the attack sent at him while maintaining a fixed distance from Shi Feng, keeping Shi Feng within the attack range of his Silver Snow. Do you really think you can kill Undead with just a doppelganger? You'll just get yourself killed even quicker by splitting your attention. Noticing Shi Feng's attention wavering slightly, Martial Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to advance abruptly. Suddenly, Martial Dragon disappeared from where he stood, the ground that the Berserker had been standing on shattering from the thrust of his feet. In the next moment, 12 doppelgangers of Martial Dragon formed around Shi Feng, all 12 of them stabbing their greatswords at the surrounded swordsman. Tier 1 Taboo Skill Dragon Tooth. If Shi Feng were currently going up against an ordinary expert, even if he split his attention between himself and his doppelganger, he would not have any problems dealing with the said expert. However, his opponent right now was Martial Dragon. Splitting his attention right now resulted in him exposing even more weak points. Dragon Tooth? Shi Feng was surprised. He never thought that Martial Dragon had actually learned the Berserker class's Dragon Tooth skill. Dragon Tooth was the fastest Tier 1 skill for Berserkers. Moreover, every attack dealt by the skill carried double the strength of the user. If this skill struck Shi Feng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die, Martial Dragon shouted. If Shi Feng had been going all out with his superior attributes, he could easily dodge the majority of Martial Dragon's attacks. However, doing so was much more difficult now that he was splitting his attention between himself and his doppelganger. Just when the 12 attacks were about to land on him, Shi Feng instinctively activated Defensive Blade. In the next moment, the 12 streaks of silver light rapidly approaching Shi Feng stopped abruptly an inch away from his body. However, Martial Dragon had long since anticipated this move. He promptly leaped high up into the air before slamming his greatsword downwards, his entire person seemingly having transformed into a meteor as he plunged towards Shi Feng. Tier 1 taboo skill, Falling Star. This move was the sole Tier 1 AoE skill available to Berserkers. Although the skill had a modest radius of only 10 yards, any enemy within that 10-yard radius would be dealt a devastating blow. Moreover, all players struck would have their movement speed reduced by 80% and reaction speed by 50%. After Falling Star descended, the ground Shi Feng stood on immediately cratered. The surrounding players shuddered involuntarily as they looked at the fiery and smoky pit. So strong, Lifeless Thorn, who was fighting a short distance away, was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. Martial Dragon had completed his two-pronged attack so quickly and smoothly that it looked as if it was just one big attack to Lifeless Thorn. There was no lag in between the two attacks whatsoever. Rain, now that Zero Wings Ye Feng has been killed, I want to see just how long you will continue struggling. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered when he saw Shi Feng disappearing completely. In Phoenix Rain's team, Ye Feng was undoubtedly the strongest player. He was also one of the few players capable of going up against Martial Dragon. Now that Ye Feng had already been killed, Phoenix Rain's team would have a hard time stopping Martial Dragon. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor was done speaking, Shi Feng's doppelganger, whose HP had previously fallen to a critical level from Undead's relentless attacks, suddenly recovered back to full HP. How is this possible? Did he switch places with his doppelganger? Undead was slightly confused when he saw Shi Feng's doppelganger recovering back to full HP. However, he very quickly realized what had happened. He immediately swung his staff and summoned an ice wall to block Shi Feng, then smiled and said, "Although you managed to find your way over, you are simply throwing your life away. Without your life-saving skill, how are you going to block this move of mine?" As Undead said so, a pitch-black magic array formed beneath Shi Feng's feet. Pitch-black barriers then emerged from it. In the next moment, these barriers began twisting and constricting the space Shi Feng was in. This move was not a spell Undead had learned. Rather, it was an additional skill, Dark Illumination, of Hell King's Eye, the staff he wielded. When activated, the skill would freeze the space around the targeted area, preventing players caught within its range from moving. Afterwards, the frozen space would be obliterated. Although the skill's AoE was not particularly large, it was much stronger than ordinary large-scale destruction spells. Turn to dust. Undead tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the space Shi Feng was in shattered like a mirror. Why bother? Martial Dragon sighed when he looked at the shattered space. Although he had not sensed Shi Feng switching positions with his doppelganger, a frontal confrontation with an elementalist like Undead was pure suicide. Even Martial Dragon himself did not dare to approach Undead in a fight. The reason for this was because the closer the range, the shorter the distance Undead's spells needed to travel. With Undead's perfect control over his spells, even Martial Dragon would find himself overwhelmed if he stood within 10 yards of the elementalist. After the space around Shi Feng was utterly obliterated, just as Undead turned his focus towards Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer, a playful voice suddenly entered his ears. "That's it?" Undead whirled back to look at Shi Feng's original location, a grim expression suddenly appearing on his face. At this moment, Shi Feng could still be seen actually standing in the shattered space. Moreover, he was entirely unscathed. Even his HP remained at 100%. How is this possible? Is it invulnerability? Undead's gaze turned serious as he studied the faint golden barrier enveloping Shi Feng's body. Invulnerability. Skills with long durations were exceedingly rare in God's domain. Even the various super guilds had only a few people with such skills. He had never thought that Shi Feng would actually have one. "That's right," Shi Feng said, laughing. He then moved straight towards Undead. Although Undead tried to cast a spell to stop Shi Feng, the latter had already disappeared from where he stood. Then Shi Feng popped up right in front of Undead. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Although Undead reacted rapidly and had immediately used Blink to distance himself from Shi Feng, the moment before he disappeared, a blue flash cut across his body. In the next moment, Undead's body appeared at a location 15 yards away. At this time, however, a flower of blood had already bloomed on Undead's chest. As for Undead himself, he was like a puppet that had its strings cut, his body collapsing powerlessly to the ground. "So fast, Commander? How is this possible?" The members of Bloody Paradise were stupefied when they saw Undead's HP bottoming out. 1495. 12 firmaments. Chapter 1495. 12 firmaments without instant strike. Shi Feng would definitely have a hard time killing Domain Realm experts. This was especially true on a chaotic battlefield where he couldn't use any of his berserk skills. With the support of expert healers, his enemy could easily retreat and recover if he didn't finish the enemy off quickly enough. In the end, they would fight an endless battle of attrition. This wasn't the outcome Shi Feng wanted. His team lost members with each passing second. In a drawn-out battle, he would lose. Meanwhile, Instant Strike had a limited range and a very long cooldown. With how far apart Martial Dragon and Undead stood from each other, Shi Feng could only use the skill to finish one of them off. Between the two Domain Realm experts, Shi Feng had decided to deal with Undead, who posed the greatest threat to his team. In fact, he had sent his doppelganger to harass Undead precisely to set up an opportunity to use Instant Strike against the Elementalist. However, Undead was quite intelligent. The Elementalist had maintained a certain distance from his doppelganger, attacking from his maximum range. However, when Undead had assumed Shi Feng had died, he had relaxed, giving Shi Feng the opportunity he needed. Even so, he had nearly allowed Undead to get away. Fortunately, he had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, increasing his initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum. When Undead collapsed, Bloody Paradise's members were dumbfounded. Undead was the adventurer team's pillar of strength. Now that this pillar had fallen, the remaining members had lost their will to fight. All that was left was horror. They were especially afraid of that swordsman's frightening strike. Before they had realized what was happening, their commander had lost his life. Although Undead was only an elementalist, he had more than 30,000 HP. Yet Shi Feng had devoured every hit point in one hit. In other words, this swordsman could instant kill any cloth armor class on the battlefield. He could even take out MTs with high HP and defense in 2 or 3 hits. How is he so fast? Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched proudly from a distance, wore a grim expression as he watched Shi Feng. Most of the experts on the battlefield might not have understood what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse. The instant Shi Feng had appeared before Undead, the latter had activated Blink to escape. Yet not even the skill's instantaneous activation could take full effect before Shi Feng completed his slash. This godlike attack speed was simply unheard of. If he allowed Shi Feng to get close to him, Nine Dragons Emperor felt a chill crawl down his spine. This is the commander's true strength? How strong is he? Not even such a powerful elementalist could escape the commander after activating Blink. Solitary 9 and the other Asura members were shocked when they saw Shi Feng's enemies afraid, keeping their distance from the swordsman. Asura's members dreamed of achieving such a feat. However, while everyone watched Shi Feng in shock, Nine Dragons Emperor finally made his move. A dark gray longbow, engraved with magical patterns, appeared in his left hand. The mana around Nine Dragons Emperor surged towards the weapon. At the same time, Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved an arrow covered in magical, crimson patterns from his bag. The magic patterns on the longbow and arrow seemed similar. It was obvious that they were a part of a set. Pavilion Master? Martial Dragon was surprised as he watched his Pavilion Master pull out the weapon and ammo. The longbow in Nine Dragons Emperor's hand was called Star Shatterer, a very special magic weapon. When used with its paired arrow, the longbow would gain the additional skill, 12 firmaments. When activated, the skill would launch 12 attacks simultaneously, each of which had enough power to wound a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the 12 attacks were impossible to dodge. The attacks would even break through invulnerability. It was an ultimate move that could only be used once every 10 hours. Not even the great Pavilion Master knew about Nine Dragons Emperor's Star Shatterer. He had initially planned to save this trump card for Thunder Island's powerful Guardian bosses. Martial Dragon had never expected the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master to use the longbow against Shi Feng. Die. Nine Dragons Emperor pulled back Star Shatterer's bowstring, stretching the weapon into a full circle. He aimed for Shi Feng, who stood nearly 100 yards away, before activating 12 firmaments. The Ranger class already had the longest attack range of all of the various ranged classes. However, even after reaching Tier 1, Rangers only had a maximum attack range of 52 yards, yet 12 firmaments could double that range, locking onto targets up to 104 yards away. Shoo, 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 shoo. Suddenly, the crimson arrow Nine Dragons Emperor had knocked split into 12 streaks of dark blue light that flew towards Shi Feng. As these arrows moved, they tore through space as if tearing through paper, leaving one spatial rip after another in their wake. After killing Undead, Shi Feng had planned to take advantage of the shock to take down a few more enemies around him. But when he caught sight of Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow from the corner of his eye, a chill crawled down his spine. Star Shatterer had been incredibly famous in his previous life. The longbow ranked 28th on the magic weapon ranking list in God's domain. In the hands of a Tier 2 player, the weapon would even injure a mythic monster of the same level. Only, Shi Feng hadn't realized that Nine Dragons Emperor had obtained Star Shatterer so early in the game. Upon seeing the 12 arrows flying from Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow, Shi Feng instinctively activated Void Shield, a protective barrier capable of absorbing damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. He then executed Sword's Orbit to deflect the incoming arrows. Once the attack had locked on, 12 firmaments would follow him wherever he went. He had no choice but to take the attacks head-on. Fortunately, Instant Strike was still in effect. Immediately, a galaxy of stars formed around him, clashing with the 12 streaks of dark blue light. Boom, 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 boom. Each attack pushed Shi Feng several yards back. By the time he blocked the 12th attack, he was 60 yards from where he had started, and his Void Shield had shattered. Shi Feng's HP fell like there was no tomorrow. 90%, 70%, 50%. When he eventually stopped sliding backward, his HP bar stabilized. He's not dead? How is that possible? Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Shi Feng an incredulous look. He simply could not believe that his attack, which could even wound a Grand Lord, had failed to kill Shi Feng. Moreover, although Shi Feng looked fairly miserable, even sporting a cut on his cheek from the pressure of the attack, he still had over 20% of his HP. The 12 firmaments is really no joke. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he glanced down at his numb hands. If not for his strength, which even exceeded a great lord's of the same level, Void Shield, and sufficient reaction speed, that attack would have taken his life. Everyone, pay attention. Miracle's forces are heading this way. If we can hold out for a little while longer, victory will be ours. Nine Dragons Emperor declared, anyone who kills Phoenix Rain will receive a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. I'll also reward anybody who kills Yefeng 1000 magic crystals and a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor hadn't thought that he'd encounter anyone who could threaten his life, but after watching Shi Feng take undeads, he no longer felt safe. If he did not get rid of Shi Feng now, and the man's skills finished their cooldowns, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to prioritize the swordsman's death, forcing him to lose a level and a piece of equipment. If an expert of Shi Feng's caliber lost a piece of equipment that he was particularly compatible with, his combat power would plummet. Only then would Nine Dragons Emperor's mind be at peace. Of course, killing Shi Feng multiple times would be the best outcome. Level 50 dark gold equipment? All hail the Pavilion Master. Hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's announcement, many of the players on his team turned toward Shi Feng, eager to earn the rewards. When Phoenix Rain's team members heard the declaration, they were confused. They weren't surprised by the bounty on Phoenix Rain's head, but he had also placed an even higher bounty on Shi Feng's. The Phoenix Pavilion members didn't understand why Nine Dragons Emperor would prioritize the swordsman's death over Phoenix Rain's. However, what truly made Phoenix Rain's team members despair was the news that Miracle's members had almost reached the battlefield, coming to assist their enemy. He's already colluded with Miracle? Shi Feng felt pressed for time as he watched his enemy's morale recover. He shifted his gaze towards Bloodhand Yama and the other Flower of Seven Sins members. It seems that I can't afford to hold back any longer. As Shi Feng made his way towards Bloodhand Yama, he activated Divine Steps to nullify the incoming attacks from the enemy experts around him. Both of his hands were still numb, and the best he could do was maintain his grip on his weapons, much less deflect an attack. A moment later, Shi Feng reached Phoenix Rain's section of the battlefield. He stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground and activated the evolved Abyssal Curse. 1496. One move, one kill. Chapter 1496, one move, one kill. As Abyssal Curse activated, a large pitch-black magic array appeared beneath the Flower of Seven Sins members. Black fog rose from the array, tangling around the expert players and restricting their movements. Moreover, they received a debuff that reduced their basic attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Although the Flower of Seven Sins members had reacted very quickly and immediately activated their control removal skills, breaking free of the fog, the 20% reduction to their basic attributes decreased their combat power significantly. The Flower of Seven Sins MTs, in particular, watched their HPs drain as they tried to protect their DPS experts. Even with the support of numerous healers, their HP bars steadily fell. Even Bloodhand Yama, who had been overwhelming Kola, found himself on the defensive. What a powerful control skill. Phoenix Rain shot Shi Feng a glance after seeing the assassin group's combat power decrease drastically. She had never thought that Shi Feng still had such a trump card. In one move, Shi Feng had turned the tide of battle. In reality, he hadn't wanted to reveal this move. Abyssal Curse would work wonders in a large battle where players couldn't use tools, berserker skills, or silencing skills, but there were many superpowers fighting for control of Thunder Island. The designated contest area wasn't particularly large, so it was easy for the different powers to encounter each other. Meanwhile, Abyssal Curse had a 20-minute cooldown. If his team met another superpower during the cooldown, he'd have one less trump card. When Nine Dragons Emperor saw the results of Shi Feng's attack, his expression darkened. The Flower of Seven Sins members already had a numerical disadvantage against the Phoenix Pavilion's team. They had to rely on their MTs and healers to hold on. Now that their basic attributes had decreased, they would have a much harder time holding back Phoenix Rain and her people. Marshal, take some men to help Bloodhand. Do not let Phoenix Rain's group break free of the encirclement. 9 Dragons Emperor commanded. Thanks to Shi Feng's move, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered one casualty after another. At this rate, Phoenix Rain's team would escape in less than a minute. If that happened, it'd become much harder to take her team down. Understood. Upon receiving his orders, Martial Dragon led 30-plus melee players who still had a fair amount of their HP to the Flower of Seven Sins corner of the battlefield. Although Gentle Snow and Zhao Yuru tried their best to stop Martial Dragon when they tried to move across the field, Martial Dragon easily evaded the skills and spells sent his way. When he couldn't dodge an attack, he blocked it with a casual swing of his greatsword. The healers in the rear quickly replenished any HP he lost. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's team put everything they had into assaulting the Flower of Seven Sins members, who were on the defense, hoping to break free of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Don't even dream of getting past us. When Bloodhand Yama saw that less than 30 players remained on his team, he gritted his teeth and activated the Tier 1 taboo skill for Shield Warriors, Iron Fortress. Suddenly, with Bloodhand Yama in the center, a silver glow enveloped all of his teammates within a 30-yard radius. The affected players instantly received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 30% and increased their maximum HP by 15%. As for Bloodhand Yama, he received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 40% while increasing his maximum HP by 20%. Both buffs had a 12-minute duration. Not only did Iron Fortress alleviate some of the pressure on the healers, but the affected players' HPs also began to increase despite the bombardment they received. Good, as expected of Bloodhand Yama. 9 Dragons Emperor, who helped Martial Dragon open a path, rejoiced when he saw the Flower of Seven Sins members recover. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Bloodhand Yama's teammates. A scorching streak of light then sliced through the flank of a level 47 Guardian Knight. Although the Guardian Knight had sensed the incoming attack, he hadn't been able to respond quickly enough. Peng, the level 47 Guardian Knight who had more than half of his HP remaining, lost every point instantly, shot-coloring his features as he stared at the figure before him. The figure was none other than Shi Feng. After a few seconds of rest, his hands had recovered and the allied healers had restored his HP. Before the Guardian Knight had hit the ground, Shi Feng appeared before a level 48 Berserker. Although the Berserker tried to hack at the swordsman with his battle axe, Shi Feng easily blocked the weapon with the Abyssal Blade. Killing Ray, which radiated a scorching heat, mercilessly pierced the Berserker's heart, Flameburst's power turning the player into a pile of smoldering ash instantly. Shi Feng then attacked a nearby shield warrior. By the time Shi Feng used all 15 attack counts, he had killed 8 Flower of Seven Sins members, instantly reducing the organization's survivors to 19. The players nearby gasped at the scene. Even the weakest Flower of Seven Sins member present was a Refinement Realm expert. In a first-rate guild, these experts would easily rank among the best, yet before Shi Feng, they seemed as if they were made of paper. Ye Feng. Bloodhand Yama glared at Shi Feng with bloodshot eyes as he watched the man tear through his teammates. Immediately, he shook off Cola and charged at Shi Feng. Before he reached the swordsman, he leaped into the air and swung his double-headed axe down at Shi Feng's head. Tier 1 taboo skill, Lightning Blast. In the next moment, a lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck Bloodhand Yama's one-handed axe, enhancing its power and speed tremendously. Despite that, Shi Feng casually swung Killing Ray to deflect the attack. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Blade. Boom. When Killing Ray clashed with the double-headed axe, brilliant sparks flew from the weapons. The ground beneath Shi Feng's feet cracked and sunk, extending 10 yards away from the swordsman. He blocked it? Is he even human? That's the commander's strongest move. The Flower of Seven Sins members were stupefied. Not only did Lightning Blast increase its user's strength by 330% and attack speed by 300% for one attack, but it also dealt additional lightning damage. Not even an expert of the same level could block the attack, not to mention dodge it. Yet Shi Feng had blocked Bloodhand Yama's Lightning Blast, and he had only lost around 1/5 of his HP in doing so. How? Bloodhand Yama stared at Shi Feng with a dumbfounded look. He had executed his attack with absolute perfection. Not even a Domain Realm expert should be able to block the attack in time, dying instantly, yet Shi Feng had kept up with his speed. When Lightning Blast's effects dissipated, something even more shocking happened. Bloodhand Yama collapsed to the ground, his HP mysteriously decreasing at an astonishing rate. What was happening? Everyone was stupefied. Bloodhand Yama had attacked Shi Feng, but he had died instead of the swordsman? What just happened? The nearby crowd was confused. Big Sis Rain, did you see what Ye Feng did just now? Why did Bloodhand Yama die instead of him? Blue Phoenix asked. Bloodhand Yama had focused on killing Ye Feng, but he failed to realize that Ye Feng aimed for his life as well. Although Ye Feng lost the exchange, Bloodhand Yama lost his life, Phoenix Rain explained in a daze. Once she fully processed what had happened, she took a deep breath as she exclaimed, "He really is a madman." Phoenix Rain found it truly hard to imagine that, despite blocking a full-powered attack from an expert like Bloodhand Yama, Shi Feng had the gall to launch a simultaneous attack at the Shield Warrior's blind spot. Had Shi Feng made the slightest miscalculation, he might have fallen alongside Bloodhand Yama. 1497 Heroic Stand. Chapter 1497, Heroic Stand. When Bloodhand Yama had died, silence had blanketed the battlefield. The Flower of Seven Sins members had nothing but fear in their eyes as they looked at Shi Feng. Suddenly, the Flower of Seven Sins members scattered, fleeing from Shi Feng in all directions as none of them dared to stand in the swordsman's way. What amazing reaction speed. Bloodhand Yama died? Just like that? Just what did Ye Feng do? Meanwhile, the various spectating superpowers were stunned. Their peak experts, in particular, watched Shi Feng with grim expressions. Bloodhand Yama had been incredibly fast, yet not only had Shi Feng kept up with the man despite swinging his blade a moment after Bloodhand Yama began his attack, but he had also had the attention to spare while defending himself to use shadow blades against the shield warrior, catching him off guard. It would have been fine if the counterattack had simply caught Bloodhand Yama off guard. What truly shocked the various peak experts was that Shi Feng had killed Bloodhand Yama instantly, despite the shield warrior having activated Iron Fortress and having 2/3 of his HP remaining. Iron Fortress reduced the damage that Bloodhand Yama took by 40% and increased his maximum HP by 20%. In addition, the Shield Warrior class had other passive skills that reduced incoming damage by a large margin. With Bloodhand Yama's remaining 30,000 plus HP, not even a berserker of the same level should be able to kill him instantly, yet Shi Feng had done just that. The watching experts wondered what would have happened if they had stood in Bloodhand Yama's place. Would they be able to survive? Or Shi Feng's blades claim their lives as well? What everyone didn't know was that, although the counterattack seemed reckless, Shi Feng had calculated the whole encounter. Tier 2 players had a much stronger physique than Tier 2 players. Furthermore, Shi Feng had multiple fragmented legendary items. There was also the fact that he had reduced Bloodhand Yama's basic attributes with Abyssal Curse. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama was a strength-focused shield warrior. To Shi Feng, who had the strength and speed of a great lord of the same level, defending against and killing Bloodhand Yama was no trouble. Shi Feng didn't bother to chase after the fleeing Flower of Seven Sins members. Instead, he picked up the plate armor quizzes Bloodhand Yama had dropped. Although the quizzes weren't epic rank, they were level 45 dark gold equipment. The piece could easily fetch a few hundred gold on the market. After collecting up his loot, Shi Feng turned and dashed towards Martial Dragon. Although no one stood in their path of retreat now, they'd still sustain heavy casualties if they allowed Martial Dragon and his people to pursue and attack. As the battle drug on, Phoenix Rain's team had less than half of its original 200 or so members. In contrast, Nine Dragons Emperor's team still had over 200 players. The gap in both sides' strength continued to grow. If they did not stop Martial Dragon, he'd cripple their team even if they escaped in the end. Don't even think of getting away so easily. At this point, Nine Dragons Emperor knew that he couldn't stop Phoenix Rain's team from retreating. Immediately, he moved to work alongside Martial Dragon, slaughtering the fleeing players. However, rather than dealing with the moderately skilled players, Martial Dragon and Nine Dragons Emperor targeted Gentle Snow and Zhao Yuru. Suddenly, numerous arrows rained down on Gentle Snow, cutting off her path of retreat. At the same time, Martial Dragon leaped into the air, arriving beside the female berserker. He then ruthlessly brandished his greatsword at the Snow Goddess. Tier 1, Skill, Flaming Cross Slash. As the raging flames approached Gentle Snow, several blue lightning bolts surged towards her from a short distance away, striking down Martial Dragon's Flaming Cross Slash. Ye Feng? As his attack was nullified, Martial Dragon turned towards the lightning's origin. He had previously thought that he could easily take on Shi Feng, but he had learned that he'd have to keep his guard up against the swordsman. The man had already proven his strength when he had killed Undead and Bloodhand Yama. If he wasn't careful, the swordsman might take his life as well. When Gentle Snow noticed that Martial Dragon had been distracted, she breathed a sigh of relief and promptly retreated. "Everyone, stop fighting and flee," Shi Feng shouted when he saw his allies fighting desperately. "I'll bring up the rear. How bold." "Do you really think you can stop us all by yourself?" A cold gleam flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he glared at Shi Feng. Although he acknowledged that Shi Feng was quite powerful, the man would be fooling himself if he thought he could stop more than 200 experts by himself. Nine Dragons Emperor and his teammates stopped holding back as they bombarded Phoenix Rain's team with their strongest attacks. However, when the spells and skills were midway through their course, a powerful ripple radiated from the center of the battlefield. Chilling Field. When the ripple collided with the enemy's spells and skills, they shattered instantly. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor and his people, who stood within Chilling Field's range, grew cold as their attributes and movement speeds swiftly decreased. Suddenly, icicles bombarded the melee players chasing after Phoenix Rain's team. Although these melee players tried to defend themselves, the icicles were far more powerful than they had imagined. Each icicle carried as much strength as a great lord. Tier 1 players had no way of blocking the attacks. Nine Dragons Emperor's people were forced out of Chilling Field's effective area. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain's team stood on one side of a massive divide, while Nine Dragons Emperor's people stood on the other. Even an expert like Martial Dragon could only stand within Chilling Field's range for a short moment before he too was forced out. This is a domain skill? How does he have one? 9 Dragons Emperors watched the frost-covered battlefield with a dark expression. In God's domain, large-scale destruction spells were undoubtedly the strongest in pure power, but these spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Normally, they were only effective in battles that consisted of tens of thousands of players. Domain skills followed closely behind large-scale destruction spells. Domain skills combined both offense and defense. Not only could they suppress one's enemies, but they were also effective against specific targets. However, players normally had to reach Tier 3 before they would find domain skills. The watching players outside of Thunder Island were stupefied. Is this a joke? He actually stopped 9 Dragons Emperor's team by himself. Just who is this Shi Feng? For a time, everyone talked about Shi Feng. First, he had killed Undead, who had the nickname the Devil's Hand. Then he had killed Bloodhand Yama, one of the Flower of Seven Sins representative experts. Now, he stopped 200-plus experts by himself. This was simply inconceivable. None of the 200-plus players fighting for 9 Dragons Emperor were ordinary experts. This small force was more than capable of annihilating an army of several thousand elite players, yet they were helpless against Shi Feng. All they could do was watch as Phoenix Rain's team moved farther and farther out of their grasp. 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Chapter 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Damn it. 9 Dragons Emperor's glare was frosty as he watched Phoenix Rain's team pull away from his own. Arranging this ambush to eliminate Phoenix Rain had taken a lot of effort, yet Shi Feng had ruined his plans. With Shi Feng maintaining Chilling Field in the narrow valley's center, his team couldn't pursue Phoenix Rain. Even if they launched ranged attacks, Shi Feng would have no trouble dodging them with his speed and techniques. He didn't have the option of using a large-scale destruction spell either. Shi Feng could easily pull away from the caster while the spell activated. In addition, 9 Dragons Emperor had already used 12 Firmaments, his strongest trump card. He would not be able to use it again for the next 10 hours. After time passed, Shi Feng took a look at his system map. When he noticed that Phoenix Rain and the others were far enough away, he turned and sped away from the battlefield, no longer worried about distracting 9 Dragons Emperor and his people. Pavilion Master, should we give chase? Martial Dragon asked after watching Shi Feng depart. Although Phoenix Rain's team had escaped, Shadowtooth had placed a marker on Alluring Summer during their previous fight. Hence, it was entirely possible to chase after Phoenix Rain's team. No need. They've gotten lucky this time. You and Shadowtooth will go and occupy the Ancient Tower. Once we group up with Miracle's team, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with Phoenix Rain, 9 Dragons Emperor calmly stated as he shifted his gaze to the nearby Ancient Tower. The main goal in this contest was to occupy Thunder Island's various monster encampments. However, there were a limited number of encampments on the island. With so many superpowers participating in the contest, he'd be putting the cart before the horse if he chased after Phoenix Rain. Moreover, not only had Phoenix Rain lost the chance to capture the Ancient Towers as a result of this battle, but her team had sustained heavy damages. After such a painful setback, Phoenix Rain would have a very difficult time turning things around. Although this outcome wasn't what he had planned, he had achieved part of his goal. Understood. Martial Dragon took one last look at Shi Feng's retreating figure before containing his killing intent. He then led a 20-man team towards the Ancient Tower on the side of a nearby hill. Meanwhile, the various watching superpowers had gained a new understanding of Phoenix Rain's team. This was especially true for Zero Wing's Shi Feng. Although it had only been a moment, Shi Feng had held back over 200 experts by himself. Even the superpower's domain realm experts would struggle to replicate the feat. Shi Feng is really unlucky. Had he joined a superpower instead of a small guild like Zero Wing, his future would have been limitless. Send someone to investigate Shi Feng. I want to know his background. 9 Dragons Emperor is ruthless. Although Phoenix Rain still has her core combatants, over 70% of the island's ancient towers have already been captured. She'll have no choice but to wait until the next contest. After the battle between Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor's teams, the various superpowers return their attention to capturing ancient towers and raiding monster encampments. While some teams pitied the Phoenix Pavilion Master, some celebrated her misfortune. The first few minutes were the most important in the contest. Thunder Island's ancient towers were easily defensible. Once players captured an ancient tower, other players would have a challenging time trying to steal it. Without dispatching a force that was several times stronger than the defenders, the ancient towers were impossible to take. Hence, the participating superpowers' final achievements were usually decided during the first few minutes. Moreover, among the various superpowers, Phoenix Rain's overall combat power ranked the weakest. After all, unlike the other superpowers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had split its forces. After Phoenix Rain and her companions escaped, they searched for an unoccupied ancient tower while waiting for their dead teammates to resurrect. Finally, after 10 minutes or so of searching, one of the scouting assassins found an unclaimed tower at the edge of a bay. Phoenix Rain immediately led her team to capture it. The team spent around 10 minutes clearing out the dozen or so level 55, Lord-ranked Savage Orcs before they captured the ancient tower. Big Sis Rain, I've just received news from our men outside of Thunder Island. All 39 ancient towers have been captured. I'm afraid we've lost our chance to secure a second tower, Blue Phoenix reported helplessly. What's the situation on Nine Dragons Emperor's side? Phoenix Rain asked, frowning. She hadn't expected the other superpowers to take action so quickly that she wouldn't even have the opportunity to capture a second tower. Thunder Island's monster encampments were no trivial matter. Without tools or berserk skills, taking down ordinary Grand Lords of the same level would be extremely difficult, not to mention Thunder Island's Grand Lords. The defense and magic resistance a single tower provided wouldn't likely be enough to help them capture a monster encampment, even if they worked together. They needed the weakening effects of 2 ancient towers. With the help of Miracle, Nine Dragons Emperor has captured 3 ancient towers. His team is already preparing to raid a monster encampment, Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a statistics chart and continued, these are the forces he has guarding the 3 towers. He's allocated 102 players in total. 42 people are guarding the tower closest to us. Nine Dragons Emperor isn't taking any chances. Phoenix Rain revealed a bitter smile as she read the information. She had planned to attack one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers after she recovered her forces, but it seemed that was no longer possible. They would have to run for nearly 15 minutes to reach the closest tower. Although only 42 people defended the tower, the party included Blood Dragon, the branch guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild. With the defender's advantage, her team wouldn't be able to take the tower unless it attacked with everything it had. If they wanted to attack the second closest ancient tower, they'd need roughly 23 minutes to reach it. Moreover, they'd have to pass by Blood Dragon's tower during the run. They wouldn't be able to avoid Nine Dragons Emperor's detection. He'd easily be able to send reinforcements to the second tower before they reached it. No matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to steal one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers, and taking a tower from another superpower was impossible. All of the other competitors already knew her team's predicament. Hence, they had intentionally dispatched more manpower to defend the towers close to her team, strengthening their fortifications beyond what Nine Dragons Emperor could manage. To put it simply, her team had lost any chance of securing a monster encampment during this contest. As he read the collected information, Shi Feng suddenly commented, "We're not completely out of options. We still have a chance?" Phoenix Rain took another look at the report in her hands, but even after reading through it again, she couldn't find an ancient tower that her team could raid. "What about this tower?" Shi Feng said as he pointed to one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers, the farthest from their current location. That one? Phoenix Rain had initially been excited to hear that they still had a chance, but after seeing the ancient tower Shi Feng had pointed at, she was speechless. Although only 25 players are defending that tower, it'll take us 30 minutes to reach it. By the time we arrive, Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements would have beaten us there. We'll never be able to capture the tower. No, we won't just target one tower, we'll capture 2 of his ancient towers simultaneously, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Capture 2 towers? Phoenix Rain looked at Shi Feng's grin in confusion. For a moment, she wondered if the man had lost his mind after Nine Dragons Emperor's provocation. Big brother Yifeng, you know the advantages players get after capturing a tower. Not only will allies near the towers receive a buff to their basic attributes, but they'll also receive a damage reduction buff. With our current combat power, we'll be fortunate to capture 1 tower. We just don't have the power to capture 2 at once, Blue Phoenix stated as she pointed at the magic barrier around each of the ancient towers. How will we know if we don't try? Shi Feng said, chuckling. To accomplish the contest's objectives, one had to have a lot of team members. At this stage of the game, it was likely that no one understood Thunder Island's contest better than he did. Furthermore, he had a strategic tool to capture the ancient towers. He had wanted to avoid using it, but since Nine Dragons Emperor had ruined his plans, he didn't mind teaching the man the cost of doing so. 1499, Siege Tactic. Chapter 1499, Siege Tactic. After listening to Shi Feng's proposal, Phoenix Rain fell silent for some time. Trying to capture 2 ancient towers simultaneously was pushing the envelope with their current team. If they failed, their team's overall combat power would decrease once again, and capturing a tower later would become even more difficult. However, without 3 ancient towers, they had no guarantee of capturing a monster encampment. For a moment, Phoenix Rain was wrought with indecision. If we don't make a move soon, it'll be even more difficult to capture an encampment, Shi Feng reminded her when he saw the hesitation in Phoenix Rain's eyes. Like the ancient towers, there were a limited number of monster encampments on Thunder Island. There were only 17 encampments in this contest. Now that the various superpowers had occupied the ancient towers, the encampments would be their next target. If they remained idle, doing nothing and allowing the other superpowers to capture and occupy the encampments, they'd lose any chance they currently had. Once a team captured a monster encampment, NPCs would manifest to help the players defend it, making it many times more difficult to raid than an ancient tower. Alright, I'll pass you the team's leadership. I'll do everything I can to assist you, Phoenix Rain said, gritting her teeth. In the end, she decided to gamble on her fate. Moreover, she was curious about how Shi Feng planned to wrestle control of 2 ancient towers from Nine Dragons Emperor. When Phoenix Rain agreed, Shi Feng began to prepare. Any team that secured an ancient tower on Thunder Island would receive a stackable buff that decreased monsters' defense and magic resistance in the encampments when attacked. At the same time, allies within 100 yards of the captured tower would receive an extra buff that increased their basic attributes and reduced incoming damage by 30%. Hence, defending players were very difficult to deal with. In addition, every team in the contest had allies outside the island to help them keep track of enemies' movements. If an enemy team showed any intention of attacking a particular tower, the team would bolster its defense and dispatch reinforcements. This made it even more difficult to steal an occupied ancient tower. Fortunately, these hurdles were nothing to Shi Feng. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you'll lead 80 players to assault 9 Dragon Emperor's nearest ancient tower. Try to avoid fighting within 100 yards of the tower. You just need to keep the defenders busy. I'll lead a team of 100 to circle the tower and ambush the tower in the forest. The remaining 40 players will stay here and defend this area. If you're alright with this plan, we'll move out right away, Shi Feng said. His teammates were speechless when they heard Shi Feng's plan. They had assumed that he'd reveal some heaven-defying idea that would allow them to capture both towers at once, but his plan seemed overly simple. Big brother Yifeng, I'm afraid that 9 Dragons Emperor will discover our members too quickly. He'll almost certainly dispatch reinforcements to the forest tower. Capturing the tower will likely, Blue Phoenix said worriedly. Relax. Since 9 Dragons Emperor is busy capturing an encampment, he won't have many players to send if he sends any at all. Stealing the towers won't be an issue, Shi Feng said. But everyone fell silent. The tower's terrain advantage was no laughing matter. They couldn't overcome the hurdle with a small numerical advantage. Alright, since no one else has any arguments, let's move out. Time waits for no man. Shi Feng then formed a 100-man team and made his way towards his target. Big Sis Rain, if we go along with this plan, I'm afraid that, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she watched Shi Feng depart. Let's see what he has in mind for now. If it isn't possible, we can always join up with his team and concentrate on a single location, Phoenix Rain said, sighing. She had handed Shi Feng authority over the team. She couldn't reject his plan without trying it. I understand, Blue Phoenix said after giving the matter some more thought. At this point, they had no choice. Following which, Phoenix Rain led a team of 80 players towards the nearest ancient tower under 9 Dragons Emperor's control, hoping that her team could cause enough commotion to distract the man and lure in as many players as possible. This way, Shi Feng's side would have a greater chance of succeeding. After Phoenix Rain and Shi Feng's teams moved out, 9 Dragons Emperor, who was busy raiding a monster encampment, received news of their movements from his scouts outside of Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain is finally making a move, 9 Dragons Emperor muttered when he received the report. After reading it, however, he was confused. What is she trying to do? She dares to split her forces? Does she really think that I won't notice? 9 Dragons Emperor wasn't surprised in the least to learn that Phoenix Rain aimed to capture the ancient towers under his control. After all, among the nearby towers, his were the least fortified. He had done that on purpose. He had 350 players on his team. With the buffs from the 3 ancient towers, he only needed 100 players to capture a monster encampment, leaving the remaining 250 to defend the towers. He had only left 102 players to defend them to give Phoenix Rain the illusion of hope. Once she took his bait, he'd send the remaining 448 players to form a pincer attack, eliminating Phoenix Rain from the contest. However, he had never imagined that she'd split her forces, thinning her already low combat power. Pavilion Master, shall I lead a team to the towers? Martial Dragon suggested. No, let's wait for now. Contact Miracle and tell them to get ready. Once Yifeng's team reach the other tower, you'll meet up with Miracle's forces to surround them. I refuse to believe they can get away this time. 9 Dragons Emperor growled, sneering. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded. He then contacted Miracle's upper echelons. Time passed quickly. While Phoenix Rain's team tried to attract 9 Dragons Emperor's forces to the first tower, Shi Feng's team inched closer to the tower hidden in the forest. Yifeng, 9 Dragons Emperor has dispatched a force to your tower. Some of Miracle's members are heading your way as well. Overall, 300 players are marching towards the forest tower. They should reach the tower in roughly 5 minutes. You need to get out of there, Phoenix Rain warned the swordsman, her anxiety written all over her face. Even if they fought in the forest, 9 Dragons Emperor and Miracle's over 300p players could easily annihilate Shi Feng's 100-man team. 9 Dragons Emperor's done sitting still, huh? Shi Feng responded, revealing a calm smile. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile? We're talking about 300-plus experts. If it comes down to a fight, we'll suffer heavy losses even with a few Tier 2 players, Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted when she saw Shi Feng's calm. Since 9 Dragons Emperor is finally taking us seriously, we should do the same, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then activated the aura of Space's second activatable skill, Spatial Gate. His destination was none other than the farthest ancient tower under 9 Dragons Emperor's control. It was also the tower with only 25 players defending it. Everyone, get in the gate. It's time we teach 9 Dragons Emperor the price of targeting us. While tools were prohibited during the contest, weapons and equipment's teleportation skills were not. Hence, he could freely teleport around Thunder Island. In fact, he could even teleport off of the island. Unfortunately, he'd need a new Thunder Pass to re-enter if he did so. Seeing the Spatial Gate, realization struck Aqua Rose and the others. Since tools were prohibited, players had to rely on their own capabilities to travel around Thunder Island. A skill like teleportation gate was godly in this contest. Upon Shi Feng's command, the 100-man team entered the teleportation gate. In the next moment, they appeared before an ancient tower on the edge of a cliff. When the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members defending the tower saw Shi Feng's team, they were stupefied. Crap, we're being ambushed. Quickly notify the Pavilion Master. A level 47 ranger who reacted very quickly shouted. However, as the ranger finished speaking, towering pillars of fire rose up from the ground, enveloping a large fraction of the defending players. The instant the flames touched the players, their bodies fell to ash. This move was none other than Shi Feng's flame domain. When the flame domain dissipated, less than 10 of the 25 players remained standing. 1500 Unstoppable Yi Feng, Chapter 1500, Unstoppable Yi Feng. In one of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, the Team 9 Dragons Emperor cleared out the savage orcs in the encampment's outer region. There were far more orcs in the monster encampments than in the ancient towers. The encampment 9 Dragons Emperor raided easily had over 2,000 savage orcs, and they all wore armor and carried both a spear and bow. Walls of stone and wood protected the encampment, and dozens of watchtowers with ballistas were stationed at regular intervals along the walls. Moreover, all of the orcs were level 55 and above, and the weakest among them was chieftain rank. A level 60 specialized Grand Lord even stood in the center of the encampment. The quantity and quality of the monsters even forced 9 Dragons Emperor's expert team to move carefully lest they attract too many monsters at a time. While 9 Dragons Emperor commanded his team to attack a watchtower, a shout suddenly came through the team chat. Pavilion Master, we're in trouble. Someone's ambushed our tower. We need reinforcements. An ambush? Who is it? How many people do they have? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression darkened. Angrily he shouted, didn't any of the scouts warn of the attack? To guarantee the safety of his towers, he had tasked over a dozen people outside of Thunder Island to scout for movement around the towers. Yet, despite his scouts, his least defended tower had been ambushed. He wanted nothing more than to crack open his scouts' heads to see what occupied their empty skulls. Pavilion Master, the team appeared suddenly. Yi Feng is the team's leader. We're outnumbered. We can't hold on for much longer. Yi Feng, how? Wasn't his team heading for the forest tower? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression was dubious when he heard the news. However, he saw the truth of it when he watched the live stream that his subordinate had sent. Before 9 Dragons Emperor could say more, Shi Feng appeared before the reporting ranger, the swordsman's 2 blades easily slitting the ranger's neck. Although the ranger had unsheathed a short sword to defend himself, Shi Feng was simply too fast. The ranger had been struck numerous times before he could even raise his short sword, following which the live stream disconnected and the screen faded to black. It was obvious that Shi Feng had killed the reporting ranger. How did Yi Feng get all the way over there? Questions plagued 9 Dragons Emperor's mind as he stared at the dark screen. He had recently sent Martial Dragon to surround Shi Feng at the forest tower, yet the swordsman had appeared at the cliff tower over 10 minutes away a few minutes later. This sudden development was inconceivable. However, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master quickly snapped out of his daze, realizing the severity of the matter. Hurriedly, he contacted Martial Dragon and commanded, Martial, head to the cliff tower immediately. Why? Weren't we supposed to surround Yi Feng's team? Martial Dragon asked. Don't ask. Just hurry over there. Yi Feng is leading an assault on that tower. The defenders there won't hold on much longer. Urgency and anxiety tore at 9 Dragons Emperor. He had only stationed 25 players at the cliff tower. Shi Feng could easily capture it with 50 to 60 players. Understood. When Martial Dragon saw 9 Dragons Emperor's panic, he realized the severity of the matter. He immediately commanded his team to change course for the cliff tower. However, a few seconds after Martial Dragon gave the command, everyone on 9 Dragons Emperor's team lost 1 stack of their tower buffs, leaving them with only 2. 9 Dragons Emperor's expression twisted in rage. The thread of hope he had clung on to had been destroyed. What 9 Dragons Emperor did not know was that, among the 25 players defending the ancient tower, Shi Feng's flame domain had killed over 15 instantly. Meanwhile, Shi Feng led a 100-man team. Even if the defenders had the 30% buff to their basic attributes and damage reduction, they were outnumbered. Furthermore, Shi Feng had multiple Tier 2 players on his side. Even with the buff, the tower defenders' basic attributes were nothing compared to Shi Feng and his companions. Yi Feng, 9 Dragons Emperor bellowed as the live stream replayed in his mind. He knew every trump card Phoenix Rain possessed, and none of those trump cards allowed players to cross such a large distance in such a short amount of time. The sudden arrival of Shi Feng's team had to be the swordsman's doing. Without the team's 3 tower buffs, it would become extremely difficult to capture a monster encampment. It might even be impossible. Aside from the specialized Grand Lord in the heart of the encampment, they also had to deal with 4 ordinary Grand Lords beside it. Without the 3 stacks of defense and magic resistance weakening, his team couldn't deal enough damage to the bosses with their attributes. Everyone, listen up. Aside from the players defending the ancient towers, all of you will follow me to the cliff tower. 9 Dragons Emperor announced after taking in a deep breath. Marshal, notify Miracle's members and have them gather there as well. I refuse to believe that Shi Feng can face us all. Although he had lost the ancient tower, he still had the numerical advantage. Even if Shi Feng had over 100 players, he could still recapture the tower. Elsewhere, when Phoenix Rain, who currently distracted Nine Dragons Emperor's subordinates, saw her tower buff increase by a stack, she was stunned. What? He actually succeeded? Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes when she saw her status window, but when she read the latest update on Nine Dragons Emperor's movements, her joy fell away. Hurriedly, she warned her companion through the team chat, Shi Feng, Nine Dragons Emperor is furious. He's gathering all available manpower to your location. Miracle's members are heading your way as well. We estimate that around 400 players are moving towards you. You can't defend the tower. You need to retreat. Although Shi Feng's achievement delighted her, the difference between the two sides' strength was massive. She had to admit that little tricks like this were meaningless in the face of absolute power. It's fine. Let them come, Shi Feng said, smiling faintly when he read the report. Right, your side should get ready. This situation might be troublesome if he weren't on Thunder Island, but players couldn't achieve victory here with a larger army. Get ready for what? Is there some way we can help? Phoenix Rain asked. No. Prepare to capture your tower, Shi Feng stated indifferently. Phoenix Rain was speechless. The tower before her was defended by 42 players. Moreover, Blood Dragon led the defense. Although she had 80 players, they could never capture the tower before Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements arrived. Relax, I'll help you with it, Shi Feng said. Help us? Phoenix Rain was stunned. For a moment, she even thought she had heard wrong. Shi Feng had enough issues on his side. How could he help her? Although she found Shi Feng's words hard to believe, a part of her couldn't just dismiss them. Of the man's multiple insane declarations thus far, he had never once failed to carry them out. When I tell you to attack, strike with everything you've got. Leave the rest to me, Shi Feng instructed. My side still needs to prepare. Try to lure as many people out of the tower as possible in the meantime. Phoenix Rain had no response. There simply wasn't anything she could say about his simple approach, yet the way Shi Feng had spoken about the plan made it seem as if the decision had been obvious. After a moment of silence, she sighed and said, I understand. I'll have my men lure them out. The minutes flew by. While Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle's combined team of 400-plus players rushed toward Shi Feng's ancient tower, he took his sweet time resting. Once Flame Domain's cooldown finished, he told Phoenix Rain, attack. Not giving the matter much thought, Phoenix Rain led her 80-man team in a charge against Blood Dragon's tower. Phoenix Rain, you are courting death. When Blood Dragon saw Phoenix Rain's team dash towards him, he prepared his team for battle. At the same time, he opened a communication window to contact Nine Dragons Emperor. Just as Blood Dragon was about to report this new development, a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was none other than Shi Feng, who had appeared using the Aura of Space's first activatable skill, Space Movement. Before anyone could react, Shi Feng used Flame Domain once again. The towering pillars of fire burned over half of the defending team to death. Only a dozen or so players who had reacted quickly escaped the AoE in time. After using Flame Domain, Shi Feng appeared before Blood Dragon. Phantom Kill, Flame Burst. Using Flame Burst alongside his doppelganger, even the skillful Blood Dragon was powerless against Shi Feng. Although Blood Dragon had instinctively activated his life-saving skill, each attack from Flame Burst dealt tens of thousands of damage. In the blink of an eye, Blood Dragon's corpse sprawled at Shi Feng's feet. The enemy players were stupefied. Their chain of command descended into chaos. Very quickly, Phoenix Rain's members annihilated their enemies. When Nine Dragons Emperor and his people were roughly 10 minutes from the cliff tower, they noticed that they had lost another tower buff stack. What is going on? What happened? Confusion colored Nine Dragons Emperor's expression as he looked at his status window. Pavilion Master Shi Feng appeared and attacked Branch Guild Leader Blood Dragon's tower a moment ago. One of the scouts outside of Thunder Island cautiously informed him.